stream is unprepared as always, so Christ, I don't even have my earbuds in. That will help. This way I can interact. Should I bring anybody on call, which of course I'm desperately going to do, as always. And let's see. Start the Skype and initiate call with. There we are. The easiest man to reach. There we are, and okay, like your new symbol, that's adorable. Skype icon is his SpongeBob demon, for those of you who are listening. And let's test the quality of sound. You can hear me, right?
Yes.
Okay, good. And so it's just you and I, son, for now. Everyone's going to be coming on a little later, so what I'm going to be doing is calling people a little later. I'll start calling people a little later and bringing them on. Right now, of course, we can try a few people, and let's just try, just for the sake of trying. And we're going to take the two ladies first. There we are. Press the add button for them. And if they don't come on now, they can come on later. As for our man, Mr. Solomon Sheikh, remind me to hit him at about 8. Well, your time would be 8:15, 8:30. Between that time, we'll call him, and you're welcome to try. And we can try Daniel Orola just for the sake of trying. And aside from that, let's see what else we can. As for Pack 1, he won't be here till about 9 p.m. your time. And so bear him in mind that we'll start looking for him around then. And let me see if anyone else.
It seems like Daniel has the yellow clock symbol.
Okay, that's fine. Okay, that takes care of that. And okay then, I think that's it for now. So I'll be counting on you to hold the stage the majority of the time that we're here. And I mean, you know, for the opening hour, most certainly. And I will simply be trying to get all of the links up together. And let's check the live stream now and see that everything is going as well as possible. And don't forget to, you know, say hi to everyone in the chat room. And of course, we are live. Everything is being recorded. And at the same time, we might as well bring this up publicly because, of course, it's a public subject. No need to... I mean, I certainly want you to be wading in among the chat room, but think of it as people gathering at a party. And when you see people gathering, then, of course, there's just certain behaviors that are to be maintained. You know, I noticed that you were in there the other day when I was reviewing the messages. I'll skip over them when I review them again later tonight, but I'll be reviewing them when Peter Moon is with us, simply to bring up some of the more salient points that are amusing or bemusing. The one thing I'll gloss over is the elements where you're expressing the desire for the extinction of the human race. Essentially, everybody knows that already. There's no need to reemphasize that, and it's like passing gas in the middle of a party or something in public. It's just not needed. Certainly you understand that.
Yeah, I got that.
Good. I mean, you know, again, it's the difference between post-traumatic stress disorder and the mental illness is the repetitive nature or the monotony of the focus. That would be it. So you want to veer away from the monotony of the focus on the negative. So here we are. Oh, good. Eric is just saying hello. Other than that, I pray you're doing well.
Yeah. I've started to get back into walking. I mean, walking a lot more. Walking feels a lot more blissful than it used to.
Oh, that's wonderful.
I've also I've considered I know. I was thinking of. I pretty much stopped the graphic novel so I can focus on my more arcane pursuits. So I'm directing my artistic energy into the design of sigils and whatnot, which is quite interesting. I'm doing well with musical subjects and whatnot. I'm at least learning how to get better at it. Even though I'm sure sometimes things I put out are pretty good, and sometimes things are like
You
subpar.
did
So
see that I linked your musical piece onto my timeline, did you not? Some time ago?
yes, yes,
Okay,
yes.
there we are.
And so what I'm doing is I'm working on I don't know, I'm working on slowing everything down because this is something that also came up in therapy, is the fact that my mind moves way too fast.
Hmm.
And not only does it move way too fast, I overcomplicate simple things because I have one of those brains that's super sophisticated for no reason. It's like I'm what you would call a natural endpoint because there's no pragmatic use for someone who has a mind that over sophisticates things in nature. All nature requires is for you to be healthy enough to reproduce, and that's about it. Which an overly sophisticated mind can't do. So what I'm learning to try to do is slow down everything and stop rushing for the end result, because I'm always focused on the end result. And this seems to be a problem, a recurring theme in life. And it doesn't really hinder my arcane pursuits that much because I do get results. But the only thing is, when I'm in arcane pursuits, it's like I'm not even focused on the results. That's the funny thing about it. I'll get results because I'm not really focused on results. I'm usually focused on the process of going through the steps needed to, get the spell to manifest. So it's like the arcane almost puts me into like a flow state. And, that would have been good if we were in a bicameral age. But, in this pragmatic age of materialism, it doesn't serve very much of a, well, it doesn't serve a very, it doesn't have any practical uses in, I would say, the world of making money, doing the 9 to 5, holding down a job, holding down a house, etc. The usual human being stuff. So I'm trying to learn how to ground things back down into this earth, because I'm what you would call I'm what some people would say, I was always one of those kids with a hyperactive imagination. I didn't have like imaginary friends, but I would, if I was bored enough, I would just sit and stare at the wall, and I would try to project an image of something cartoony from my mind, or, just almost imagine as if it was standing there. My mind has always been like that. It's very, very visually oriented. So the problem is I move through things too fast, and for some reason, I'm not able to process the simple cues that women put out as far as I'm attracted to you. It's like it's like, today I was walking and this woman was giving me all the signs, and I recognized the signs for what they were. Intellectually I knew, okay, this woman's attracted to me, I can probably have a chance, whatever. And then for some reason there was no action. There was like a disconnect from actually saying something, or because it was like, what do I say? What do I do? Is it appropriate? Maybe would it be appropriate in this situation of seeing a woman passing the street to say something? Maybe this is not the right scenario. Maybe this is not the right situation. I don't have control over the environment. There's too many variables. what the hell can I do here in this situation?
Well, you anyhow, Spartano Negative says good evening. Hey, shout out to Spartano Negative. He says good evening, brother, with the fire of his enthusiasm, and I want to thank all of the 8 people who have upvoted us thus far, and all of your suggestions for our man Jameson are welcome. Several things that come to mind, but of course I'm distracted with just the petty stuff right now. But I'm certainly
Yeah,
I encourage you to continue along the lines that you're on, because you're burning bandwidth, which is the most important thing for me at the moment. But the one thing I can tell you is that here's where things get a little no more disappointing than they always were. But it's this is like one of the things you're bringing up is, let's put it this way: the majority of people who meet the people that they meet, they meet them at work, and the way you were speaking at the beginning of the way you were speaking at the beginning of your shall we say reminiscence, your ruminating, it sounded almost as if you were talking about somehow making yourself more almost employable, which is of course not the point. It's not something that at this point anyone is expecting or anything that would even be beneficial for you. But it's one of these things where of course people always talk about the inappropriateness of meeting people at work. This is the conundrum. Okay, nobody is supposed to meet people at work, because work is supposed to be a professional work environment, and everybody acknowledging each other in one sense is expected, and you're supposed to be friendly to each other, etc. At the same time, there are all these dangers of harassment in the workplace, etc., which goes all the way up to the hashtag #MeToo movement, and which is completely justified, etc. And at the same time, this is where people develop relationships, because where else are you going to meet people? There is almost no place else where you're going to meet people on a regular basis and realize that they're safe. Women are. This is what there was this one idiot I knew. He was a sailor. In fact, he was quote unquote more than a sailor. He was a submariner. And they have this sense of elitism, which, of course, my father scoffed at. And, there's a whole reasons for that. The reason why is because many submariners live a much more luxurious life in some respects than surface sailors. But they think that they've got it much harder. And in some respects, they do. There's a balance and a trade-off to everything. It's a topic for another time. But this former submariner, poor bastard, he was straight, heterosexual, cisgendered male, brother of a friend of mine who I originally met him through, who was queer as a $3 bill. And their mother, of course, was this woman who had her own, she was like a nurse who, like many professional nurses, was never going to retire. So he basically decided that... Well, how would I put this? So after he got out of the Navy, he became a software specialist, and which meant that he was in high demand, right? You would think, and so like he wound up in. Now, bear in mind, think of his submariner past. What is it that? One thing about submariners, research has found that in terms of what we call stress sublimation. In terms of stress sublimation, where you handle stress to the point where it's very much taken in stride, the submariners are supposed to be at the top of the list, because they are like just everything is done robotically, where you're basically acting in tandem with everyone else on the ship. And you're operating with people as a unit, and all of you need to be doing what you have to be doing at that time, or you're all going to die. And because of that, you develop a real sublimation of stress. And so when it's comes to the stress factor, they're supposed to handle it better than cops, better than anybody. So, I would say he seemed like a fairly subdued individual. But here you have this software programmer. You'd think he'd be in high demand, but instead, he had employment. And then he was one of these people who, at the same time, in his employment, he wasn't really getting on with the people that he met. In other words, he wasn't able to develop a relationship with anyone at work because he would wind up trying to just contact them casually, and they wouldn't take it well. So because of that, he also had a compounding factor of irritation with females, because he felt every time he went into a bar and was talking to females, he was very resentful of the fact that they would go into what he would call a wallet biopsy. It basically asked him what he did for a living, and it basically in subtle ways, just basically tried to ascertain his amount of income. And he was resentful of that, and that was really stupid, because women are looking for security and they want to make certain that they're not going to be dating a serial killer. And so let me talk to Brendan here. Okay. I am calling so you can jump on later. Call.
Well, that makes sense. I mean,
again. Yeah, and so because he was resentful of that, he couldn't get anywhere. And then he was sabotaging himself. Call at your convenience. At convenience. There we are, talking to Brendan Zogate here. And hopefully this time, I'll make fun of him when he gets on about his blue honey experience. Anyhow, so then one of the things that was really funny about him was that because he, at times, was without employment, and you would find that, of course, is strange. How does a guy like that, with that high demand of talent, wind up without employment? And his personality had to have something to do with it, and it did. So when, he was in contact with various people just trying to basically develop a deeper relationship with some of his coworkers, they would plug him for harassment, and then he'd get fired. And so he just wasn't handling any of it right. And I remember that you've got this full-grown adult man, and then the mother, who was this nurse who was never going to retire if she could possibly help it. And she had all these other quirks about her. None of them were particularly neurotic. Well, some people might think they were, but I mean, I got on with her well. But there were other amusing things. Of course, because she was a nurse, she had what was called an acquired immunity syndrome, which means that, like paramedics or other people exposed to diseases all the time, you gradually build up an immunity to almost everything that's available in the conventional sense. And then you wind up bringing it home and making everybody else sick around you. So, I would visit them once in a while, and they would both be deathly ill from something they caught from her. Warning me to get out of the house as soon as possible, or I'd suffer their fate. I mean, literally walked in one time to see what looked like, it wasn't this bad, but it was about this bad. It was like they were all both on the floor, both sons, both the gay guy and the straight guy, on their backs on the floor with all four limbs in the air. But literally almost vomiting on the floor, like lolling like dogs with their tongues out with some shit they caught from her. And she was walking around just laughing, thinking that they were idiots, and she had no comprehension of this is the insane part. He says she had no comprehension of the damage she was causing to them just by working, by continuing to work. Well, she didn't need to. She didn't need to work. And anyhow, but because he was unemployed for large periods of time, she would put him to work. And she'd have him do things around the home, like property management shit, keep the what is it called, I forgot what it's called, property value up by fixing the house in different ways. And oh my God, there was a lot to fix. I mean, far more than there should have been for that fucking whatever they had, which wasn't small. It was a good home, but it was they had some nightmare situation where they were like the plumbing was all fucked up when it was built in the foundation, so their foundation was like literally, it was like there was this John Wayne Gacy effect where all the shit was somehow piling up in this space in under the house. The plumbing was pumping it all into some septic tank that was like ruptured or something, or some old septic tank that wasn't. So like, was the John Wayne Gacy effect, like the smell of dead bodies everywhere. So they had to pump all of that shit out, and there was a lot to be done around the house to refurbish but the thing was that he got tired of being forever committed to that. That was like a full-time job. So what he would do is he'd tell his mom he was back to work, and he'd go like sit out in the car. He'd go in the car and fully dressed, suitcase and all that shit, drive out in the middle of someplace else and park and sit there all day reading the paper or something. I mean, it's just pathetic lifestyle for this individual. And it was like. There's not much to say in situations like that. It's like, what are you going to do? It's one of those things where you just have to, I would say, find something that you do regularly. And honestly, this is, I don't know whether to suggest this to you or not, but if you were a normal person, quote unquote, not that that's any good thing to be, but if you were one of the munching herds, you would attend a church, and that would be a social environment into which to meet people. Of course, I've known people who have done that, and that doesn't go anywhere because these communities can be fairly enclaved, and
I probably have most of the, if I were to go to any of the churches around here, they probably already.
Right, just one suggestion. It's some kind of regular social event. And of course, we're all open to suggestions for anyone in the chat room about this. This is New York City that he's in, remember? Staten Island specifically. But one of the things you can start looking up is Staten Island social kinds of clubs like, I'm just being off the cuff here, like people who are knitting or darning or something innocuous, just a hobby club or something. That would be, you want to make certain you choose a hobby that girls are into, as opposed to, say, for instance, wargaming miniatures hobby would be nothing but a bunch of ugly males who you want nothing to do with, just a bunch of dorks. So I'm gonna go back to the links now, and let's see if we can bring our man Solomon on, but in the meantime, you can continue based on what I've said. You can go someplace from there. Hopefully this guy understood what I'm saying.
I was able to do some more reading on the book on the bicameral mind, and I'm starting to see that there were still bicameral cultures around while people had this highly individualized, like the European culture and whatnot, based on the people who the conquistadors who went and ventured over to slaughter the Aztecs and whatnot. So it's quite fascinating how they work, and I'm starting to realize things probably were a lot better further back in time than they are now.
I agree in certain respects. That's true.
And human beings were probably not as super violent as they are now.
That I don't know about. Oh God, it's hard to tell. I'd say that the violence is just always there. We seem to be acting on it actually somewhat less. In the respect of the population increasing the way it is. Obviously, one of the two things that mankind is good at is, of course, reproduction and, of course, killing each other, reproduction with each other and killing each other. And yet we're doing a lot less killing because we keep reproducing more and more to the point where we're choking the planet in terms of the resources that we're expending and producing. So I would say that we've gotten a lot better at reproducing than we have, and we've gotten a lot worse at killing. Um,
I well, what I'd say is the internet has put a I don't know.
well, the internet only impacts so many people. Understand, of course, that when it comes to the say for instance, this will change or is changing now. But say for instance, at about the year 2000, when we entered the dawn of the third millennium, basically at that time, you had a situation in which the overwhelming majority of the world, and this is hard for people to believe, something like 3/4 of the world probably had never, and that's the way it is today. That may change, of course, with time, but still today it's pretty much that number. Maybe at this point it would be, no, it's still about 3/4. 3/4 of the world has never ever stepped on an airplane or taken a plane trip. Half the world, you're talking billions of people, half the world in, certainly the last time I checked on this was when my parents were still alive. So we're talking about the year 2010, around that time, which is about a decade ago. About a decade ago, over half the world had never in their entire lives ever made a single phone call. So that's just a telephone call. We're talking like a wired phone, like a landline.
Okay.
The majority of the
Yes.
world is not connected to the net. I mean, the net is just.
All right.
We're talking like, you have this. This is Americans, not you personally, but Americans have this delusion that if you're on the net, everyone's on the net, and of course that's the propaganda. The propaganda is that everyone's on the net, and the reality is, comparatively speaking,
It's a sort of a cognitive bias that it's a cognitive bias I have to admit that I have. Or rather I would call it a cognitive naivete.
Yeah, well, you're not alone. I mean, like I said, everybody who's on the net tends to believe that everybody else is on the net. Nothing could be further from the truth. Anyhow, Marcus Grick says, "Hey, DD, love you, Jameson." And thank you, Marcus. We love you too. And of course, Maria Grigorich has joined us, and deeply appreciate it. And so let's.
Well, we certainly are starting to see a spike in COVID deaths again globally.
Well, here
So
too, in America, as a matter of fact.
Yeah,
But that's, of
so
course,
this
the
is-
people refusing to get their goddamn vaccinations. But go on.
Yeah. So I decided, I'm masked all the time, but I'm just thinking, like, okay, so you know how some people appear as ghosts, and they might have things on that they wore before they died, or maybe they, do we get to choose when we die how our ghost is going to look? I mean, that would be pretty freaking neat, because I swear I would keep the same like hat with the Lucifer sigil on it, and I'd have the mask as well. Because that's just like the look, man.
Oh, good. Yeah. No, I hear you. That's cute. That's and by the way, Salman Sheikh is with us now. And Salman, can you speak so we can test your?
Sure.
There we go.
Assalamu alaikum. My greetings of peace and love be with you, JMO, and all of Team Dietrich. My apologies. I was running a little late today.
Uh-huh. Oh, I think that's fine. No worries about that at all. And peace be upon yourself as well. Wa alaikum assalam. And by the way, for people who want the specifics of that, that would be Arabic for peace be unto you as well. And so, Salman, if you could help maintain the stage with Jameson, then I can busy myself with some detail work on the on linking all of the posts on my timeline, etc. And definitely we could start off with if you're willing to share what you were busy with. I mean, that would be interesting. What kept you busy today?
Oh, definitely, Brother Douglas. I was tied in with some house errands that I needed to take care of, and on top of that, I was putting together my next education video that I'm doing on the Epic of Gilgamesh. And when I read the Epic of Gilgamesh, I first read it in 7th grade, but I was, and my intuition told me to read it again. And it was something so special about that story, about this man who was a king. He was a friend, he was a brother to all men. And then he goes to the edge of the world to find this guy to discover immortality. And then he discovers the secret of humanity's creation, and how basically the biblical and Quranic story of the flood is described in those like clay Sumerian tablets. And it's described how there was like a council of gods that didn't want to see humanity exist, but there was one god known as Ea, or known as Enki, that wanted humanity to continue to exist. So there was an interesting ancient story that I found in terms of how I related to the concepts of brotherhood and, I guess, self-improvement. So Gilgamesh's story was something that stood out to me as something that existed before the Iliad or the Odyssey. So I was fascinated with learning about Gilgamesh and Enki and all of these like different deities that are described, and how it ties into the human evolution today, where they describe in the end that the gods only agreed to Enki's terms when they said that we won't allow the humans to live that long, and there's always going to be war, disease on the planet to keep them at bay. So that's how they were able to compromise, where one side didn't want humanity to exist, while the one deity wanted them to exist, but they were able to come at an impasse that we can allow them to exist, but we got to keep them at bay with disease, short lifespans, wars. And I'm thinking this is an ancient story, and how relative it is to what I'm seeing in humanity today. So besides my errands, I was kind of taken back with reading Gilgamesh's story.
Wonderful. And of course, Jameson, you've been reading through the origins of the bicameral mind. Certainly this story comes up.
Yes. Now I haven't gotten. I'm on 137 right now, so I haven't gotten up to the point of Gilgamesh. But it would seem that a lot of this has to do with the development of the neurological system of the human being and its evolution. So the flood doesn't. I mean, I don't know if I don't know if the flood is necessarily a real like event. Rather, what I mean by real event is it might have been real in the minds of men at that time, but it might have been like a mass hallucination or something. I don't know if
that would
I
be
don't know if that makes
spectacular.
Well,
I hear what you're
you know,
saying. I hear what you're saying, and go for it. I mean, there's no
I
way
mean,
to prove
well,
otherwise. So it may well have been, for all we know, honestly.
because I tend to think that because they were just, because language wasn't as advanced. Well, I'm not going to say it wasn't as advanced as it was now, but what I will say is due to the impact of language in the development of consciousness as we know it now, I would say that it's very possible that they were able to record metaphors and symbols without realizing that these things were metaphorical.
Yeah, I agree with you, JMO. And Brother Douglas and JMO, you will love this part where there's a part of the story where Gilgamesh and his friend, they chop down the world tree, and the world tree is symbolized in a lot of mythologies. And when they do, the world tree falls into the inner earth. And when his friend goes inside to retrieve the world tree and bring it back up, Gilgamesh warns him that they're about like these different beings that exist inside the inner earth, and how when this man goes down there, he has found people who have passed away in our, I guess, surface life, but he finds them down there. So it shows you that there's like a one realm on top of the other. So I thought you and JMO would like that.
Well, it's interesting you talk about the tree after being cut down goes into the inner earth, because that resembles the Sephiroth and the Qlipoth. The Qlipoth and the Sephiroth in the Kabbalah, the tree of life and the tree of death, which are actually the same tree. But, one is more of a sort of internal aspect, which is the Citra Ada, which I'm familiar with, and the other is like the more I don't know. It's the more archetypal aspect that deals with like external manifestation, which would be like the Shimham Farash, the Sephirat of the Tree of Life, and all that stuff. I mean, it's really interesting because it seems like they didn't realize. It seems like because the symbolism of the Kabbalah came out way after, you know, the tales of the what do you call it? The thing with Inky and whatnot.
Right.
So
the
Epic of Gilgamesh. The Epic of Gilgamesh, yeah. So it's very interesting how these symbols are recurring, almost as if they're like there's something archetypal about the number 2, about there being 2 things that are actually one, 2 aspects that are actually one. And this is kind of interesting because I was watching The Legend of Korra, and like I'm on the part where she's like discovering like what the first avatar was like, and the first avatar had separated these 2 beings that were like entangled.
Well, do explain that to our listeners. The Legend of Korra is basically a kind of subset.
It's a cartoon.
It's a subset of the Last Airbender cartoon series, the franchise. Yes. Of course, that was all fucked over by M. Night Shyamalan. So, or Shyamalan, as far as I'm concerned, it's M. Night Shitapon and what he's done to everything he's touched. But, yes, but go on, explain to people how it's a subset of that. And Sammy Romero says we're loud and clear. Thank you so much, Sammy. And hello to your brother, Isaac. Of course, the 2 of you twins are always on my mind. Hugs to both of you. And certainly want to communicate with Isaac sometime soon. Believe me, I'm just so overwhelmed. I haven't had a chance to communicate with anybody. And so, you know, outside of immediate necessities and social obligations. So other than that, the Airbender franchise or the last Avatar franchise is something that's highly recommended. Just so people understand, this is what you would call an Oriental fantasy. But it's for that reason it's all the more precious to myself. But many people were able to comprehend it and were drawn to it, and that's why they decided to destroy it by giving it to a total piece of shit to just devastate the entire meaning and the narrative and everything else, the essence of it. But The Legend of Korra was a subset of that, a sub-story of that. Just so people know, spoiler alert here, and it gives you an example of just some of the sickness I was dealing with some affiliates in the past who foisted themselves upon me, like Abdul Karim Haq. And of course, we've eviscerated this individual in detail because he so rightly deserves it. But just another aspect of his sickness was that he hated that story because the young lady in that story discovers her sexuality, which is that she's a lesbian. And this is consummated, in a sense, in a relationship that culminates in the story. And he found that incredibly repulsive. I mean, just to give you an idea of the reactionary status of this individual. So, I mean, for fuck's sake, it's a goddamn cartoon fantasy. But, of course, he feels that this is what, encourages kids to emulate that. Well, it may well do so, but at any rate, go on. Take it from there.
Well, what was very interesting was the fact that light, the spirits that represented light and darkness were entangled into one another. They were like one. And so the first avatar, at the plea of the dark essence, who claimed that the light essence was torturing him for 1,000 years, he decided he would sever the essence of. He decides to cut them in half. So he severed them, And this reminds me of the story of Marduk slaying Tiamat, where he which is another tale of the same thing. And so there's a separation between the light and dark spirits, and now they're destined to continue to fight. And what happens is one overtakes the other, but then the other one still exists within the one that's overtaken by. And then the other one, and then as the other one grows weaker, the other one overtakes it. It's sort of like that yin and yang principle, And there's something really deep there, but there's something really existential. I mean, it's more than just something that's like amusing when one starts to look at it from a philosophical point of view.
Bemusing is the term you're looking for, but rather than amusing would imply that there's something that's entertaining you in an almost titillating or peripheral fashion. Something I think you're intending to imply something more serious. Or bemusing would be, it's something that leads you to muse, something that leads you to.
Yes. It's very bemusing because it deals with, there's something existential about the fact that, what we realize as dark and light and the gray in between are all inseparable anyway. It's all part of a whole. And so if anything, the bifurcation, if you will, or the splitting is within us and our very perception.
Right. But by the way, just a little bit of how would I say it, constructive input here. I know this is pedantic and it's really silly of me almost, but one of the problems that we all have in this day and age is that very few people are able to even comprehend many vocabulary words. And so what happens is that those of us who have a higher intellectual pursuit, such as Salman or Jameson Rees, or myself in terms of experience, the problem is we encounter words and we may even learn the meaning of vocabulary words, but we never hear anyone pronounce them. So it becomes an adventure in pronouncing these words when we discuss these subjects. Just so you know, the name Marduk, as you said, is actually Marduk, and so Marduk and Tiamat, and the Epic of Gilgamesh is an anglicization. The correct name, the original name, was Enuma Elish for the epic, and as for the bifurcation, as you were saying, it's bifurcation. Just a little bit there for
Gotcha.
This will help things go smoother when you discuss these things. I'm going to take the earbuds off and go mute for a little bit. And Salman, if you're still there, do feel free to participate with what Jameson is saying. I feel the two of you interacting will be fine. He's doing well, but if you feel you have something constructive to interject with, by all means do so. And I'll be going to make some tea in a second. Let me just answer before I leave. Maria Gregorich. Yes. And she has it down. Yes, she says, "How are you today? You seem off as in irritable Uggs." She knows me too well. Yes, she reads me quite correctly. And it has nothing to do with the gentleman with me tonight or anyone else. It's, how would I say it? Just my usual irritation at myself for... basically, in case anyone hasn't guessed, again, what I do emphasize is that anyone who really wants to appreciate the show in full or the transmissions in full, do by all means establish a Facebook account. It's the medium which I'm most comfortable with because I'm an old fogey and I have never adapted yet to Instagram or Twitter. The young lady who tried to adapt me to that was Lena Shea, and then when she was managing all that and then abandoned me with basically several dead accounts, which Selena Khan is handling, and my manager Selena Khan is doing well with that. God bless her. Everyone, again, maintain her in thought and prayer. She's been through a lot lately. I won't go into any details if she's willing to share. I do try to call her. She can come on at her convenience when she wishes, but she's very busy, and that's a good thing because she does her real estate, and it's just her life is going well, but she was almost hit by a tree that collapsed the other day. She was able to film this collapse of the tree while she was swerving her car away. So we're very lucky she's alive. And so other little stresses, well, nothing little about it, but other stresses like that have been happening. And so do maintain her always in thought and prayer. And so aside from that, when it comes to the transmission itself, the show, so to speak, and in a sense it's a show because we have to be entertaining as well as informative. If you want to appreciate it to its fullest, the theme is always pretty much outlined in the promotional banner, or at least hinted at, or it's very rarely does it not fit and or resonate or presage of what's to come in some way or some fashion, or echo the spirit of the thematic of the narrative that goes on in the transmission that follows. But in terms of the promotional banner for tonight, thanks to my son's husband, who has some connections in terms of his business, and I won't go any further than that, with the nation of France, then it was important that we participate in the National Day of France celebrations, which, for those of you who just don't kind of follow the different time zones, this is one thing that many people don't do. I notice that many people are very stuck in their time zone, and this is because they have very regional lives, and that's fine. There's people all over the world who live this way, and the world spins and rotates as it always has. But for people who live in my kind of lifestyle, which is by all means something that requires a lot of explaining because people don't get it, they think that I have like discretionary income, but no, I'm basically parasitizing off of people who are parasitizing off of me. We have things that we barter. And I barter not just my blood, but my services. And but this in turn, I get services, for that. And one of them is access to escorts. So one of those escorts is on the promotional banner for tonight's program. My irritation is actually being here instead of with her, which I much prefer.
Yes, I can understand.
Being with
as I said, I admire your taste in women.
Oh, thank you. No, deeply appreciate it profoundly, and I appreciate yourself as well, and also just so people understand this, this all had to do with Bastille Day and was very, which is a silly name, and only the English-speaking nations use that. The French do not use that term, just so everybody knows. And to them, most of the time, they simply refer to the holiday as the 14th of July, which would be just like how we say 4th of July instead of Independence Day. And of course, the French would never, we would use Independence Day formally, but the French would never use Bastille Day formally. That's something that was just imposed upon them by people in England or other cultures in their attempt to grasp French Independence Day. So I was celebrating, and at this point, the irritation also comes from crashing when you decompress from the various elements you were high on. Her company, the drugs I had access to, etc. It all crashes by the time that I get here. So most of the time, I start this program off and irritable. And I think everybody knows that by now. Not to admonish Maria. Probably tonight it's a little bit more than most. Sometimes I'm just dealing so heavily with just trying to start breathing that is more notable than my irritation. So at any rate, I'll let these two gentlemen handle the show, take us to the top of the hour. Thank God for both of them, and I'll try to put some of my other activities into perspective later tonight in arc of narrative, bring up some things that were going on, etc., which is pleasant to share once I've grounded myself, this is one of those nights I feel that may never happen. So, all right, let me go mute. Take my earbuds off. I'm going to make myself some tea. I'll probably be gone to the top of the hour. If I'm back before then, I'll certainly let you know I'm here. But my profoundest gratitude to both the gentlemen who are holding the stage for me. Honestly, I could not do it without them. And what was this other irritating thing I was thinking about just the other day with there was something I was reminded of with Derek Talley that is amusing to relate. And it was I forgot what it was, but if I remember later, I'll bring it up. There's something really fucking irritating about him that just really grabbed me, and this little things like the escort thing. Do you remember? And by the way, this is an example of where Jameson Reese is no better than Brendan Zogit when it comes to describing anything. It's like I told Brendan, who when he had this automobile accident that nearly, he's lucky he escaped alive. And when I said, could you tell people about the accident? And he's like, oh yeah, and it was just like a single sentence. And I said, dude, you couldn't describe 3 toothpicks if they were on a table in front of you. And it's like, tell us about the airbags exploding in your face. And then, oh yeah, like suddenly, oh fuck, I remember. Oh yeah, oh I forgot all about that. Shit like that. Jameson was like that when I had an escort around Halloween time that my son found for me. He's very good at finding these very exotic escorts. God bless him for it because he knows my taste. But around Halloween of yesteryear, he found an albino escort who, of course, had the one of the typical traits of albinoism is red eyes, as in red irises, not red scalia or the sclera. Not, you know what I mean? It's red pupils. Not pupils, but the pupils are the irises. And so, and of course, for those of you who don't know, the majority of albinos almost always are legally blind. So, but at any rate, so this young albino lady was, I showed a picture of her to Jameson and Derek. And I don't know if Jameson remembers this. But
I do remember her. I never forget. I never forget a beautiful woman's face.
Well, thank you. And then what? Of course, when I asked Jameson, I said, "Well, you can feel free to describe her to our listeners." And he said, "She's really white." And I was just like, "That was it." I mean, really, that was it. I mean, that was just. I mean, you're just. This guy illustrates. I mean, he illustrates, and it's like, that's all he could say was, yeah, she's really white. And, nobody knows what that means. I mean, they think that, they're going to assume something like blonde hair, blue-eyed Nordic, Aryan or something. It's just like whatever your conception of white is. They have no idea about the albinism. But this wasn't the thing that really irritated me.
Chances are I was high out of my mind that day.
That might have been, and that might be the norm actually, or was for a long time. To tell you the truth.
No, I mean, I was like exceptionally, because Halloween's one of those days where I go exceptionally hard.
Okay, yeah.
So I was probably. I probably had too many things, because it's like a sacred day for me.
Yeah, and understood, and as it should be for all of us, by the way. And I've pointed out before, it's really one of the most Christian of holidays, and so I can go into that again around Halloween time. But in terms of Derek, you might remember what he said, which was, "What did she taste like?" And that was really disturbing to me because he says, when he said that, he said some similar things like that before about this sort of thing. He had this obsession with taste, which, if you might remember, after the chemotherapy, he had lost his sense of taste, at least for a transitional period of time. He must have gained it back with all the shit he was eating, because like he said, when he was in the hospital the other time, he was just ordering pizzas and and everything else. So you had to have some fucking sense of taste to be ordering all that.
Yeah, I mean, if you lost your sense of taste, why eat?
Yes, yeah.
Why not just drink liquid nutrition?
Yeah, honestly, but apparently he had gotten it back. Either that or whatever, but the thing with the taste thing was disturbing to me, because how am I, even even if I had the desire to answer that question, which I did not, how do you answer a question like that? Where does that come from that someone would?
Yeah, that was super weird.
It was just a bizarre. But there you go. Anyhow, so I'm going to.
Please tell me he's not one of those guys who has like women in the freezer.
Those were the kinds of thoughts that entered my mind when you think of how his wife was saying, I wish the cancer had killed you and all that stuff, and you got to ask like what is behind that level of enmity. Something like that comes up as a potential factor in terms of whatever porn she discovered or something. Okay, let me go mute. I'll go make my tea, and I'll be back in about, around the top of the hour. And so thank you, gentlemen. Thank you both.
Yeah, JMO, it's interesting you mentioned about the aspect of Enki and Enlil and Marduk. And I saw that described in Fate Grand Order, which is a Japanese anime, where they describe Tiamat as this anti-god type being, or this figure of chaos. And all of these heroes come together, including Hassan Saba, the old man of the mountain. And then they basically defeat Tiamat. But in Sumerian mythology, they say when they defeated Tiamat, or I guess there was an issue going on within the family of Tiamat, and all of these sons went to war against each other. And the story of Enlil, Enki, Marduk, and from her tears, the rivers were created. I think from her body, the land was created. So it's very fascinating, the story of chaos and order and disorder, how they described humanity's evolution and the aspect of the flood. I just found that interesting how it ties into, what we're experiencing today with humanity, with the floods taking place all over the world, with the chaos, with the weather, and just the human social order is just disturbed right now. That's it basically makes sense of what a lot of these ancient stories are teaching us and how we can tie that into today's events.
What I find interesting about the whole cleaving thing is that we also see something similar in, I think, Egyptian mythology. The primordial god of Neith, she spoke herself into it. She willed herself into existence. Then from her came Atum Re. So it's almost as if she bifurcated herself into the masculine and feminine polarities. And then from there we have Atum Re had created human beings. He created Nu and Tefnut, and because he could not find them, he had taken out his right eye and left eye. I think his right eye was Wajet and his left eye was Nekbet, to search for Nu and Shu and Tefnut upon the earth. And these are the two serpent gods. One is the lady. One is represented by a vulture. The other is represented by a snake. And to some degree, this is the sort of fire-water connection that we find in modern esotericism. Now, what I'm reminded of is I'm thinking that Tiamat was, when Marduk cleaved Tiamat, and the world became, I'm thinking that was human consciousness awakening to awareness of its environment. As in actually being aware, being more aware than on an animalistic level. So I'm thinking that a lot of these mythological stories might actually give us some insight as to our neurological evolution, as far as the way our brains are wired and whatnot, because that's what I think this all is. And when you think of the eye, what comes to mind when you think of the eye of Ra? A lot of people think of the pineal gland. And of course, there are some people who have taken that and run with it and decided, everyone should do DMT. No, that's not what I'm saying. But the pineal gland is responsible for sleep cycles. When you sleep, you dream. When you dream, it's almost like you're entering an entirely different world. So to some degree, it is an eye, the pineal gland. And so you get what I'm saying? It's almost like these things.
Yeah, definitely.
These things are metaphors. It's almost as if the metaphors come in the form of a story that seems like so bizarre that modern people are like, what the heck? How is that even possible? Yet, I don't think the ancients really realized that they were writing these things as metaphors. And I think that because of the way bicameralism works, is they were probably hallucinating these things. And these hallucinations are things that are sort of like group hallucinations. They will perceive of a certain area or spot as sacred. They would perceive of a certain voice as being a king or a god, and they would like build structures around it. And a particular person would be the king. The person who was king would be the person who the people thought was projecting these voices to tell them what to do in their minds. So it's very interesting. And one can almost wonder if the schizophrenic of today is also perhaps a sort of bicameral mind in a modern time.
Yeah, that makes complete sense, JMO. It's funny because there's a story of Zeus, and I think it was about the creation of his daughter Athena. And they said Zeus had just imagined her or thought of her in his mind, and there she was right there, and she appeared. And the aspect of those that are schizophrenic or those that are like talking to people that are not there. There's a Sufi sheikh here in America who said one time that sometimes those people pierce through the other side, or they pierce through the veil, and they're able to talk to beings and things that our 3D eye or our heart cannot comprehend. So if you see somebody talking to somebody on the bus, there is a possibility that either it's some kind of a medical issue, or either they have pierced through some veil that we cannot comprehend. And I agree with you in how you described it in a very beautiful manner, that the ancients did leave us these metaphors, such as like in Greek mythology and the story of Gilgamesh and all this stuff that we read about death and mortality, and just making good use of the time that we have, because even in the Gilgamesh story, it's described that he's this rich king, but he realizes at the end that he's going to leave everything behind. And then he lives his life with satisfaction, knowing that he understands that the world is imperfect and things are created the way that they were supposed to. You can't fix everything, but you just got to live your life, make your days count, that the life that you have, and that's what matters most. And I think that's the lessons that the ancients were giving us in that story. And, I agree with you completely on how you laid it out as well.
I also think that what they were also giving us was a sort of anatomy textbook of the neurological makeup of the brain. And so even when we in modern occultism talk about piercing the veil, I think what we're really trying to talk about is that next leap that will happen within several generations of how human consciousness will possibly evolve. So there might be new attributes that, a person like 20 or 30 years from now has that none of us do on this planet right now. Who knows? Maybe it might be something like synesthesia. Now, synesthesia is when a person like associates a certain color to a number or a word. Like if I were to say juice, and all of a sudden a person would all of a sudden see yellow everywhere, for example. That's an example of synesthesia. I'm just throwing that out there as an example. But, I can't predict what the next mutation is going to be. But what I think all of this is teaching us about ourselves. It's teaching us about our brains and how our minds work. And we still don't have a grasp on it. I mean, what's very fascinating about the human mind is the almost non-local aspect of it. The fact that it almost seems as if our minds exist in different places simultaneously. So there's a sort of element of bilocation there.
There we are.
Yeah, that's right.
Yes. Oh, and Peter Moon has joined us, and I believe that's the sound of his air conditioning in the background.
Correct. It is. It's very hot and muggy back here.
Oh my God! Oh well, you're so lucky. I envy you. Oh my God, how I wish it was.
Because it's hot and muggy, or because I have air conditioning.
Oh, that's adorable. I think it's because I come from that tropical environment. I was born in Taiwan, which is right above the Philippines. So I think the hot and muggy aspect I'm actually quite comfortable with. Certainly the hot, a little less the muggy, but it's kind of like I forget how your seasons over there on the Northeast they define our perceptions of the way holidays are supposed to be. The 4th of July or the 14th of July, which I was just finished celebrating because, of course, my surrogate son's husband has business dealings in France. And for those of you who don't live in the time zone world, the French celebrated effectively yesterday, because yesterday was the 14th of July to them, because they're a full day ahead of us practically. And the time that I spent, of course, was through everyone else's night. And now that I'm back here, as was pointed out by Maria Gregorich quite astutely, just a bit irritated in terms of decompressing. So fortunately, these wonderful gentlemen, Salman Sheikh and Jameson Reese, are helping me to, bounce back a bit, and I'm sure you will as well. Honestly, I want everyone to know, before Peter even speaks, just how overwhelming his accomplishment is. When I read through the book, honestly, and I finished the book, and that's our book, and I read through it, and he must have spent hours and hours playing and replaying tapes as well as just looking through my notes, and really got so much of everything in, far more than I expected, including all of these nuances. And the important thing is that important points are repeated so that people understand them, because so many people, they need that kind of at least enough repetition to keep them in the in the narrative, so that they understand the point. And he did it all so well that it is a testament to my life, and so really profound. And I think the most profound thing to come of the experience of reading the book was it's dedicated to my parents, and I never really had this thought cross my mind, because my parents have always been part of the process, and since they were always part of the process, they're in the book, they're part of it. It's not anything that I really think of them like, I wish my father were alive to see this, or I wish my mother were alive to see this. That is almost like I know they have. It's at the same time I do wish that consciously when I think that, but it's not something that I thought unconsciously. But what did come to my mind upon reading the book towards the end was just this is the kind of bizarre pathology that can develop with these nemesis relationships. The thought that crossed my mind was, I wish Aquino were alive to see this. That was the thought that crossed my mind as I closed the book. And interestingly enough, and Peter could explain this to us, he had pictures of almost everybody, almost all of the culprits and heroes of the narrative, depending on which perspective you're looking at it from. He had pictures of everybody, pretty much, except where they were unnecessary. The big bust of Franklin Delano Roosevelt says so much more than any photograph or image of him ever could. And you don't need pictures of someone necessarily like Woodrow Wilson at all, or Lenin, but he had the lesser known historical characters who wouldn't be pervasive. He had photographs of all of them except for Michael Aquino. So that was interesting. There was no photograph of Michael Aquino in the concluding chapter. We had one of Stanton Friedman with his horned brow very much on display. But yeah, that was the only thing. Perhaps him and Michael Aquino facing each other with their horned brows. And I've done a few montages like that in the past. We could have done something like that, but it's other than that, it's fine, and it adds to the intrigue the reader would have concerning Michael Aquino, of course, and maybe that was the intent. But I'll let Peter take it from there. But my gratitude towards him is unbounded. There's really no way I can express how well he's done.
Well, I'm very happy with the way the book came out, because you don't really know until you have it in your hand and see it. You don't know if the printing's going to be messed up. I mean, it's not likely for it to happen, but it can happen. I have a good printer, and they are very capable of making mistakes, though. And I've been horrified at times getting a book where the color isn't rendered right, and so now my salesperson, she'll check them off the press, and I always ask her to make sure they didn't screw it up, because the workabilities on the press, they'll just chuck anything out. They're capable of that. Depends who's on the press. Quality is not their main concern. But in any case, this came out very good. I'm very happy with it. I'm very happy that you're happy with it. And of course, I didn't want Aquino's picture in the book. Why would I want his picture in the book? The next book, however, might warrant it, because, and I would like to ask the audience's help here, if they'd like to participate in helping me select a title for the next book, which is going to be based upon Douglas's DVD called Satan's Crusaders. But I don't really want to have the name Satan in the title unless it was really right. I'm sure you can understand where I'm going with that, Douglas.
Yes, of course.
I don't know that it could repel. In fact, the audience, I mean, if you think of like putting Satan's Crusaders with a black book with red letters, you think it was going to attract. It's going to attract Satanists.
Yes.
And they're not going to like the book because it exposes Satanism in a way they wouldn't like. So I don't want to be appealing to Satanists, and the people I would like to appeal to, I don't want to repel them with the cover of the book or the title of the book. My books alone can really not register in the gray matter of people, particularly the more they are aligned with the status quo. So this is a book about the Presidio, first and foremost. And I want to think of a good, catchy title that, Presidio scandal, it's kind of old. Presidio's dead.
Yes. I mean, certainly we have some time to think on this, so we've got it out there now, and
the Presidio Chronicles. Presidio Chronicles.
That just sounds that sounds so dull.
What it is.
It's
what it is.
It is that, but okay. Honestly, one of the things that comes to my mind is bringing down the bass or something like that. It's the West Coast Pentagon, something like that. Those are two ideas that, in terms of Mark.
Excuse me, when you say that, I got to say something.
Sure.
There was Abby Hoffman, who was, of course, an extreme radical of the 60s,
yeah,
who wrote a book called Steal This Book.
Yes.
And, very anti-capitalism, very pro-yippie, pro-hippie. He really wasn't a hippie. He really wasn't. He was a radical.
Right.
and he wasn't what people thought he was, but he was very good at getting press. But when he organized a group of people, and what he wanted to do was surround the Pentagon and levitate it. He was actually promoting levitating the Pentagon. So it makes me think of bringing down the base. That's essentially what happened with the Presidio. Levitating, of course, you can't put all that into a title, but
No, I appreciate your saying that. As a matter of fact, I realized the '60s. How would I say it? The stench of the '60s that was still in my mindset when I myself said that. Of course, there's we could take it into the '80s, the era of the quote-unquote satanic panic with the bringing down the house with the, oh my God, which group was that? That was REM, I believe, sang that song. And of course, they're very much a product of that time. So it kind of bridges that gap. I'm reminded of my ultimate primary gang stalker, now that Aquino is dead, Stephen Outram, and his obsession with that stupid music of the '60s. And he was obsessed with some book. That was the first thing he was, quote unquote, trying to contact myself about when he was contacting myself through the Laurie and Ann Fenton. And of course, at that time, just so people understand the context here, was around the time my mother had died and I was destitute and very, in reality, very realistically facing homelessness. And that's when she decided that she was doing me a favor. That's how I interpreted it at that time, even though I understood her to be basically assigned by Aquino. I took it at that time to be in her own misguided or perverted fashion trying to do me a favor when she set up that, pimped me out, tried to set up a meeting between myself and Stephen Outram, where it turned out he was propositioning me for sex. And but originally the veneer was that he was trying to contact me about a specific book on music of the '60s that was supposed to somehow all be funded by the military, and it was something like Strange Things in the Valley or something like that. The Strange Music in the Valley, something like that. Whatever that title was, people might even remember it who are listening. But I was thinking of that. That's the echo that came to my mind when I thought of bringing down the bass, or or something like that. And I always thought it was Timothy Leary that was just for the sake of showmanship, and he was part of the deep state himself. Of course, I thought it was he who wanted to levitate the Pentagon. It might have been Abby Hoffman. It was
Abby Hoffman.
It was Abby.
I'm
okay.
sure he would have wanted Leary there, and Leary would have given a vote of confidence, if not being present for it.
Right, that's right. He would have wanted him there just for the brand name. By the way, Talking Heads was the name of the band that sang "Bringing Down the House." Thank you, honey. I couldn't have gotten that without you. That's from Maria Grigorich, reminding me. Marcus Grix says he'd like a signed copy in chat. These signed copies are going to be difficult. The person who could best sign the book and send it to people directly would be Peter Moon. I myself, we'd have to figure out a way to, I'm going to do that for Our Lady Penny Bradley, and that's going to be something where I'm going to, basically talk to her about that on air, just so people understand the situation. It won't be fair to talk about it without her being present, because she asked me to kind of, just ask how much I want it. The problem is I won't even be able to afford to ship it out to her until next month. And this month, I'll ask her for, some money for it and then ship it out next month. So, but I'll bring that up on her show. And that show will be Saturday, by the way, just so people remember. And everyone, please remind me to bring that up again later in tonight's show, even when I'm monologuing, that I'll be on with Penny Bradley on Saturday. And she wants me to talk specifically about Asia. When I'm with our man Salman the Saturday after that, I'll be talking about Islam. But in terms of what we're talking about right now, like Maria says, she says fallen angel for the title of the book. Perhaps she likes the Arabic name Iblis for Satan. And of course that would escape most people.
Nobody would understand that.
Yeah.
Fallen angel is a nice name, but it doesn't quite, it needs some work.
Yeah, that's like Jack Parsons is what people would think of anyway. He had a title, Strange Angel. Yeah. And so what I'm going to do, Peter, is again,
thank you, Maria, and thank you for anybody who, we got a long time to think of this, and yeah.
And so, by the way, Chris Collins, God bless you. Chris Collins remembers the title of that book that idiot Stephen Outram was so obsessed with, and it was Weird Scenes Inside the Canyon, which is such a stupid title that that's why I can't ever remember it, because the title is so stupid, and it's like a child would write a title like that, Weird Scenes Inside the Canyon. I mean, what the fuck is that? That's like nothing. And so there you go. It was Weird Scenes Inside the Canyon, which is supposed to be some significant geographic spot where all this crap was going down with the music scene that was supposedly controlled by the military, and the military and PSYOPs did have a big hand in popular culture. So Jameson Reese is back, and of course, Jameson, in case you missed it, we are bringing up a potential title for our book, the next one, in which we will be speaking directly of Aquino. And I can appreciate the sentiment of Peter Moon of not having his photograph in this book, because I feel the same way when he brings that up. Then consciously I realize that if his picture had been in the book, it does something to the book. It does taint it. It does stain it in a sense. It's like it becomes in its own way a monument to him, or an ode to him, which is the wrong way to approach this. So it's
that
like
makes a lot of sense.
Yeah. He does. He takes away from the seriousness of World War II and brings us out of World War II into something else. So there we are. So much better the way it was done.
Here's an idea. I don't know if I quite like this, but this is the idea I want to go in. The humiliation of Satan.
Humiliation of Satan. That's very good. It's like the poem by who's the poem Byron? No, not Byron. Help me out here. William Blake. It reminds me of The Marriage of Heaven and Hell, or the various other poems of William Blake. Very, very blatant.
Or the dishonorable discharge of Satan.
That's too cute. That's too cute. But it's.
Yes, in fact, you did discharge him. In effect, you did. You did discharge.
Yeah.
You did.
Yes.
He was discharged.
It's true. Yes. He was like he was how do we call it? He was he promoted in a sideways fashion. Just got him out of one organization, laterally transferred him into another. So they dealt with it. By the way, Sarah Thomas is with us. Mwah, love you, Sarah. And by the way, while Peter is here, before I go grab my tea, let me go into the live stream chat room preceding tonight's, and because there were some points that were made in there that were profoundly provocative, they were amusing, and I think that they're fun to relate. And I'm glad that Peter's here to relate them too. So let me go to my channel, Jameson Reese. Of course, feel free to suggest titles vocally, Jameson. You can actually say that out loud.
Yeah. How about I don't know, something rather, because the thing about using Satan in the book would be that as a title would be too evocative of religion. How about the adversary?
It's too vague.
Yes, but that's the whole point.
It's I know, but it's like this is about the Presidio. It's about the Satanism. It's about the abuse.
Well, I suppose the reason why I say that is because of the fact that he didn't consider himself a Satanist at a certain point.
Well,
And
that was years later when he pretty much was pointing out the fact that's far too nuanced and subtle for people to grasp until you read it in the arc of narrative itself, and it's just not something to bring up beforehand. Basically, what Jameson is referring to, of course, is the fact that when Michael Aquino was rehabilitating his image in terms of Mr. Sean Stone and others, he was saying a former Satanist. But at the same time, he was speaking quite truthfully, because as he had pointed out to myself throughout the time that I was working with him, the Temple of Set was something that he was gradually severing from in a very real sense, and leaving unto others like Peter Levenda and oh God, I'd have to look up the name of the other idiot. He wrote the book with who was the guy on Revolution Radio who hosted the show about dreams? People will have to help me here because I gradually forget these guys. He was the guy who was murdered because he was trying to provoke a firefight between Aquino and myself. And believe me, don't anyone think that I'm indulging myself.
Oh, the guy who got killed in Mexico,
Mark Hemmingson or something. Yeah, Hemmingson.
Yeah.
And he was because this was something he was trying to do, and that was the direct cause of his death. There was nothing else involved in his life that rated his being murdered like that. Anybody who buys into the fantasy he went down there to rescue his daughter, quote unquote, remember this: it was his wife who had the Mexican police basically abduct her daughter from the United States and bring her down south to rescue her from him. He was a bisexual who was having orgies in front of an underage daughter, okay? May have even had her participate. And certainly his wife felt that was what was going on, and his ex-wife made certain to have the Mexican police, who she bribed, abduct the daughter and bring her down south. And he had specifically stated to myself and to others he was never going to go south of the border to rescue her, because first off, he had no fatherly love in that sense that you and I would understand it. He loved her only in the sense of the thrill he had participating in bisexual orgies in her presence. He loved her in that sense. But in terms of rescuing her, he knew that would be the death of him. And then, of course, he was taken and beaten up just beyond recognition to the point where they couldn't display the body. And he was, the body was taken south of the border for this to be done. This is, classic. And this was done after he was aggressively, and it's all on record because this was on the air. It was basically, he was, approaching me, asking questions about Aquino several times in a highly provocative manner. The person he wrote a book with about the Temple of Set was Don Webb. So that's the other individual I was trying to think of. So Michael Aquino was saying he was leaving the Temple of Set mostly under the auspices of Don Webb and Peter Levenda, and that he himself was simply handling it from a distance, and he really was he felt above and beyond that and into the much more ancient cult of the kings of Edom. After all, the Temple of Set was something he himself had established, and as based as it was in ancient Egyptian magic of the dark and necromantic sort, he was basically leaving that because the pantheon that he was now serving was something that he felt was far more powerful, and that was the entropic anti-gods that the Department of Defense had summoned, and he was essentially there.
Yes. Oh, that reminds me of what I wanted to ask you about, was the whole harp thing. Right. It was interesting. I don't know exactly what it was that I wanted to, what about it I wanted to ask you about. It came to mind only because I was reading some article where I guess they wanted to create something that mimicked DARPA, except this would deal with health, and they would name it ARPA or something. It was something I was reading on the web about some article about what they're trying to do to deal with health matters in the coronavirus. It just brought up for some reason, it just brought the HARP thing into mind, and the binding. What I wanted to ask you is, who the heck is overseeing that stuff now that he's gone?
Well, that's a good question. I have no idea. Definitely.
That's actually quite scary.
Yeah. Well, it certainly is typical Department of Defense. There is probably no one overseeing it in the sense that he oversaw it. So that is just something to bear in mind, that this is why we need to have a real change in the secular power structure, so that ultimately someone like myself can oversee whoever can overlook that particular toxic waste field. That is something that bears oversight, and ultimately, if there's any potential for it, banishment. I do think that you were kind of onto something with some of your title suggestions, and basically one of the things that I will do is try and reflect on what came to my mind when you said that, towards some idea of a title that might hint at the anti-gods. And one thing I would bring up would be, for instance, the PSYOPs. There is a book by this title. There's more than one book by this title, but there's one particularly obnoxious book that I have a copy of that's titled Satanic Panic. And Satanic Panic is, of course, a sociologist's perspective on all of this being a mass panic, a la War of the Worlds or the tulip mania of medieval Europe. And in terms of that, of course, we might rather have a title that alludes to the fact that this was a very real phenomenon. And by the way, Our Lady Maria is just jokingly saying Golden Gates Infernal Colonel, but you can imagine a picture of Aquino with a bucket of chicken, something like down chickens, or the kind of
human flesh.
Yes, that's right.
San Francisco fried human.
Yes. Well, it's funny. Yeah, it's like I said. Our man was someone who many people like, God, what's his name again? The guy who wrote The Rabbit Hole? David Schroeder. Like, there's so many people beside David Schroeder who said they saw Michael Aquino eating live babies that he was roasting on spits and then eaten. It's something I wouldn't put past him either. But there we have it.
Sounds like somebody had Cascade Memories there.
It could be. It could be, but it's really hard to say. It's not something I would put past Aquino, because, of course, it's something that he would do as just a psychological dominance effect, and it's just his personality type was something that it wouldn't be beyond him. Remember, there's that one woman who's oh God, her name I forget too, and a gentleman around me can remind me, but she was one of those abuse victims who claimed to be an abuse victim of Aquino, and there were photographs that were brought to my attention by Judith Ager. And by the way, it's Judith Ager's rebirth day today, in the sense that it's her sobriety birthday. Very important, and it's also, aside from what Americans call Bastille Day, it's also the actual birthday of Laura Lee Solomon. So an incredible confluence of dates there. And but in terms of what Judith Ager brought to my attention at one point, it was the photograph, or series of photographs that this woman, now who was the woman who was with the man on the mountain, who had said that he had met her handler and saw that he was a reptilian, basically took off the Kathy O'Brien. Might have been her. It might have been her or the other lady that you mentioned, but one of these ladies had said that Aquino had carved the face of Satan into her vaginal lips. And so there were photographs of this that were on the net that Judith Eggert brought to my attention. So that's obviously something we couldn't even publish in the book. But that was, I never would have known about this without Judith Eggert, because I did my best to not pay attention to many of these people, not because I felt they were beneath my dignity, but because I didn't want their narratives bleeding into mine, into my own. And there's always that danger. They were just people I avoided. And aside from that, of course, they would be like so many of the super soldiers that I met, or people like David Schroeder. There's no real constructive way you can interact with them, and generally, and so that's something that could be brought up in the book as in other words, the way these people described him, and certainly the way Lucinda, who was the girlfriend of what's his name, James Arthur Yanchik. James Arthur Yanchik's girlfriend Lucinda, who had been assaulted by Michael Aquino when she was a child, described him, of course, as taking a what do you call it, Brillo pad, basically, and scrubbing all of the flesh off of her body in the bathtub. This is like he was very capable of the acts of a hands-on psychotic. So that can never be forgotten. That there was too many descriptions of.
Let me interrupt you here.
Yeah.
His book he called 2016 Extreme Prejudice: The Presidio Satanic Abuse Scam, and Michael Aquino reveals and documents the 74 million fraudulent satanic ritual abuse scandal at the San Francisco Presidio. Narrates the scandal, but provides complete detailed documentation substantiating this massive criminal corruption within the Army. It is a glaring and shocking expose. For decades, this story could not be told because of danger from those still in high political office. Now it can be and is. I mean, this is outrageous. I don't know if anybody ever bought the book.
Well, they did. They did so only for the purpose of, I would hope, entertainment more than anything else. But it's like you had a friend who read that and said it was all foot bullets anyway, basically.
Not. I don't know if it was that. Well, maybe. Yeah, maybe that was the one. Yeah, foot bullets. And yeah, I mean, this was written only 5 years ago. So he was trying to cover his tracks, and
you wonder why. I mean, you really wonder why. He was just bringing more attention to himself with that. I mean, he didn't want to be forgotten. It's so obvious that his ego was so overwhelming that he wanted to be remembered in this context, or he wouldn't have brought it up. He was trying to paradoxically redefine himself with Sean Stone and the like by saying former Satanist, because the Satanism could never be denied, while at the same time people like me who knew him personally understood what he meant by that, which was that he was going into something well beyond Satanism, into beyond the devils and demons and out of the cosmic ecosystem into that of the alien, the extrastellar, the extra cosmic entities, the entropic agents of chaos, the anti-gods. So with that in mind, again, that's what comes to mind. It's a alluring enough title, something about, Jameson brings up anti-theist, but that can apply also to people.
Panic exposed. That'll attract people from both sides of the aisle.
Could be, yeah. I
like the Satanic Panic. I like this, or that might be the subtitle. The Satanic.
Yes,
Panic
like
exposed.
Demystifying World War II, the demystification of the Satanic Panic.
Well, just exposed. It's much shorter the better.
Okay.
Demystified. The Satanic Panic demystified. With maybe a front title of, the devil, a black eye for the devil or something. But
whoa, how about the video game inspiration, The Devil May Cry? That's the name of a video game franchise. That's one of those demon killing shoot 'em ups. Devil May Cry was the Japanese designed video game that was out there for a while.
I don't somebody playing off of somebody's title, but the Devil's Tears, something like that.
Yeah, either way.
This is helping me. All of this is feeding my muse.
How about Colonel of the Anti-Gods?
No. Not back to the Colonel. And all we can think of is Kentucky Fried Chicken.
The Colonel.
Yes, it's the
Colonel.
The
Colonel's chicken. The Colonel was chicken.
Yes.
The Colonel was chicken.
No, but by the way, just so people get the nuance here, what makes that so repulsive is that, of course, chicken is often affiliated with young homosexual prostitutes or boy slaves. So, that the chicken really comes into a whole new meaning. In China, of course, chicken means prostitute. And so when somebody refers to somebody as a chicken, they're calling them a whore. And yet you have that same connotation here in the West with boys that are gay. And they've often been called chicken slaves or chicken boys, etc. And so you've got this kind of bizarre universality about that. And where that comes from, I have no idea. But when we think of the Colonel and his chicken, I mean, there's a real cosmic grotesquerie there. It has its own rhythm to it. So aside from that, though, like Peter says, we've got a while to work on this, and I think we've kind of already hit on basically thinking of something to counteract the satanic panic, or saying the satanic panic exposing the satanic panic, and that would probably express it well as a subtitle. And
that works. That works, actually, exposing the satanic panic. And I still come across videos where people are trying to debunk it and not realizing that there was a real incidence of abuse, and the fact that the base was actually shut down. It's like, how could they say that it was just a panic if the Presidio military base is no more? I mean...
Thank you.
It's completely absurd. It's completely
Jameson, really, if you don't understand Douglas Dietrich and you don't give him, X amount of attention, you're never going to understand what happened there. If you don't listen to his story, you'll never understand it, because nobody's exposed it but Douglas. Nobody's exposed the context. Nobody was there who's told the story. So if you don't grant Douglas at least a modicum of attention, let alone credence, there's no way you can. There's no way you can even begin to fathom it, because it takes looking. And I'll just say something. I was having a problem with my garage door today. It wouldn't open. And there's certain things to do when it doesn't open, but it wouldn't budge. So I called my friend and I did all the things. I put in WD-40 into all the joints and stuff, and he says, well, you have to look. And I said, yeah, look. You have to look. Of course, I've been looking. And I said, thank you very much. He says, for what? I said, because you told me to look. And I got a crowbar and kind of forced it up, and then I just looked, and it lifted. Somehow it lifted. I still don't understand why it shut the way it did, but I have it working again because I looked, and it's just like looking, the idea of looking. That was one of L. Ron Hubbard's definitions of Scientology. He said, lookingness, quality or state of looking. My Qigong teacher would call it witnessing, just being there and watching what's going on. And that's what people don't do with this satanic panic thing. And the church lady really made it funny to be dismissive of Satan and all of those elements, because she was so funny. He was so funny, Dana Carvey, and in a lot of respects, he was right about people would rag, on almost anything, but it did tend to make people dismissive of Satan. It was a lot of occult energy rising in the 80s.
Yeah,
late
and
80s.
it was a product of the 70s, of course, and the 60s before that. Obviously, when we had the consciousness expansion explosion in the 60s, then the reemergence of witchcraft as a popular subculture, and not to denigrate or judge that as something negative, but the interest in the occult began to explode into the darker areas immediately. Of course, it was taken advantage of by the darker elements. By the way, the people from the chat room of just the other day, I'll get into that in a second, but I want to just kind of complete some thoughts here with the satanic panic. Remember, what we're thinking of now with exposing the satanic panic would be a bit of a subtitle. The actual title we're still working on, and of course, like Peter said, we've got a while to work on that. But
Good book. Yeah, still got to do the book.
yeah. And it will be interesting to what was the title of Hemingson's book authored with Don Webb on the Temple of Set. So he had finished working on that book. I never even knew the title, to tell you the truth. I never was interested. But Hemingson and Don Webb, they co-authored a book on the Temple of Set, and after that, Hemingson felt he was in enough with the Temple of Set where he could basically start a flame war between they and myself, and he could sit back and watch the sparks and write about it, I presume, and this is what led to his death. But I never knew the book that he wrote, the title thereof. So that would be interesting to find out the title of that, and we could do a play off that, conceivably.
Was it called The Mysteries of the Temple of Set?
Well, that's nothing we can do a play off of. That's too generic if it was. But okay, that's interesting. It may have been. I don't know. Does it have Hemingson's name in it and Don Webb's together? Since they co-authored the book, you'd have to have both names together.
Good point. This was just Don Webb.
And so while
I'm
you're
doing a search,
yeah, while you're
just
searching,
to be able to find.
Sure, thank you. While you're searching for that, so this is what I wanted to relate to Peter Moon. This was our latest transmission before tonight's, and there was a number of people in the chat room, and I wish I had paid more attention to them. There was, interestingly enough, there was one person named David Fitzsimmons, which seems like a respectable enough name, might be a real person, but he asked the typical question that usually provokes kind of a contempt, that especially Brendan Zogan has pointed this out, that he feels automatically that anybody who does this is a troll and some kind of enemy, because, I've got a website right up there on the screen, douglasdietrich.com, but David Fitzsimmons asks, Doug, do you have an email? And it's like, okay, come on, man, really? I mean, go to the website, right? I mean, it's like, it's amazing when people ask that question. It's almost a kind of a trolling. And so another idea that Maria comes up with, Maria Gregorich, which makes good sense for the title, is mindset. Like that mindset, because mind and set as separate terms. Set is in Temple of Set.
I understand the nuance there. It would be lost on people. It's clever, but
Yeah, understood. But it does play off the Psy War, that 24-hour a day. What was it? Mind War. Mind War.
It's if the nuance is perfect, but it doesn't register in people's
right.
People reading mindset, they're not, psyops.
Understood.
Yeah.
Well, a funny term, I think it's been used before, certainly for a cyberpunk themed horror film, was Mindfield, as opposed to Minefield. Mindfield, Mindfie.
Oh, get it.
Yeah. And but that doesn't really fit. And so then in terms of some other people getting into something that more is fitting towards what Peter Moon can respond to, Sarah Thomas was saying, please pass along any advice that Amanda has, because we were asking about that nutrition issue. And then she brought up that I'm a vegetarian. I only eat once a day. I really don't like eating. My husband is into Vega protein shakes and adds different herbs. I live on coffee and cigarettes. and she mentions that she takes 4 types of antidepressants daily. Oh my God. But aside from that, going on to the one other person that was actually amusing, actually funny in terms of what he was saying. There was a number of people saying, "Hi, Peter," in there. One of them was DC Green. And then a man named Deciphering My Experience, the name he was going by, little photograph of what looks like a white guy with sunglasses in front of Yellowstone Geezer or something. And he says, "I just got here and thought this was Mr. Moon. I hope they chat about Montauk." And he said that with 3 exclamation marks. And I was thinking to myself, oh my God, do you understand how poor Peter is always dragged into Montauk everywhere he goes? Do you ever think he may get tired of speaking about Montauk?
There's plenty of videos that one can watch, you know.
Yes.
If
That's
one
what
has
Sarah
a
Thomas
specific
responded to.
question.
Yeah, Sarah Thomas responded to him. There are interviews with Peter talking about Montauk on YouTube. Yes, there we have that.
Yeah, if one has a specific question, you know, then it's, you know, it's fine.
Yes. And yes. And of course, Marcus Griggs, who lives in Australia, was talking about the promos that Peter produced. And he says that it's good and gives enough nuggets for me to want to read the book. And he pointed out that in Australia, if you're anemic, which is shown through blood tests, they'll give you iron shots every few weeks until you're no longer anemic. Interesting, because men have to be real careful with iron because, of course, they don't menstruate, they don't bleed it out, and then it turns your teeth black. Anyhow, he says that that one wonderful person in New South Wales, Louis Rogers, who sent me $100 United States dollars, that's $135 Australian. And I do need to emphasize to people that I am unable to make the rent this month. I do need some help, so everyone do feel free to support, and I'll need checks and money orders because I need to purchase the rent with a money order, and I can't do that with money from PayPal, though I do need money in PayPal as well, just to get bare necessities. So just emphasizing that to people, so everybody feel free to contribute. It is encouraged. And so aside from all of that, Cookie Monster says, only book I found was Judah's Pain. Oh, okay. I thought that was like an idea you had for our book, and I thought how tacky that was. Could you explain that? You mean this had the title of both authors on it, Hemmingson and...
Yes. Hemmingson and Don Webb.
Yeah, what's Hemmingson's first name? Because I always forget it. Is it Mark?
Oh, it was Michael.
Michael Hemmingson. Okay. And so Michael Hemmingson and Don Webb wrote a book called Judah's Pain. Have you found out what's this book about? It was supposed to be about... It's supposed
to be some Wild West tale or something.
That's obviously fiction. So... Yeah.
Wait, I might have spelled his last name wrong. You said Hemmingson?
Hemmingson, yeah. Hemingson. Yeah, Hemmingson.
Okay, yeah, I got the wrong name.
There you go. That's because it wouldn't surprise me. Yeah.
Douglas, I just did a search on Amazon for books on the devil.
Yeah.
And guess the first one that pops up. I can't believe this. Padre Pio, The True Story Revised and Updated. That is not a coincidence.
Interesting.
You know who Padre Pio is?
Not really. Not consciously.
Padre Pio was a very famous Catholic priest who used to have stigmata. And it was really real stigmata. And it was very disturbing to the papacy. They monitored him heavily. And when I first heard about it, I said, they're not monitoring him because they're evil. This is like a wild wild. I said, this guy's, part possessed himself. He's part miracle worker, part possessed. It's like, oh man, he was double trouble.
Wow.
I'm not disparaging him.
Uh-huh.
I'm not saying he didn't have saintly connections. However, these things ride on the back of each other. And when you have something like that, it's, wow.
Well, that's incredible, and I thank you for sharing that. I do remember him now because he was in the Book of Lists, I believe, and that's where I saw a photograph of him with his bandaged hands because he was constantly bleeding at times with the stigmata. And yes, of course, the Roman Catholic Church is they're as alarmed by such phenomenon as they are potentially appreciative of them. And by the way, Chris Collins prefers the subtitle along the lines, and I kind of like this, the reality of the Satanic Panic, whatever the title is, and the reality of the Satanic Panic, as opposed to, and the demystification of World War II. It kind of has a euphonic kind of, franchise link to it that way.
It makes sense. It's expositive. It's the reality. It's kind of like the reality of Satan and the Satanic Panic exposed.
Yeah. And Francis Williams is out there reminding us about the Finders cult, which he was talking about that as a CIA offshoot abducting children in the 80s, and they were operating out of Rappahannock County, Virginia. The locals say they're still there. So that's interesting, and I thank him for sharing that because I remembered the Finders cult, of course, and it's always good to remind us of these things. Never had a direct feed into that or any kind of real input from Aquino on it because the CIA was a rival agency. And there were things he would bring up about the CIA, like their dominance of the Choctaw, which fell under their jurisdiction, under their administration. And of course, he was always saying it was an objective of his to get them back under U.S. Army administration. Now, of course, for those of you who don't understand this and think that this is all convoluted, understand that people who have been in a military branch of service, even when they're out of that branch of service, it forms generally, and it doesn't need to be like this, and for a healthy mind, it wouldn't be. But most people can't get themselves out of the box of their professional identity. And their profession, for all too many men, comprises their identity. So in the case of most men in the military, if they were in the Army or the Marine Corps, they identify with that the rest of their lives. This is what they think of as part of themselves. So when it came to Aquino, he still felt this incredible, I don't know if you'd call it loyalty, but a sense of identity with the Army and enough of a connection to it where even though he had been laterally transferred into the NSA, he was, I'm sure, still pursuing having the Choctaw transferred out of CIA jurisdiction into the Department of Defense jurisdiction, specifically that of the Army. This was ultimately accomplished under General Petraeus, when General Petraeus, a U.S. Army general, was maneuvered into running the CIA. Now, there was only one thing General Petraeus did when he was in charge of the CIA, basically, was transfer the Choctaw back into U.S. Army jurisdiction. And he was gone in a year after doing that. He essentially took charge of the CIA just to do that. And there was some other things he did as well, but primarily it was to keep them from getting the Army involved in a wider war. So in that sense, you would consider what he did to be a positive if anyone retained any modicum of sanity. But I've gone into the politics of that situation before. We'll happily do so again in the future, but may even cover a bit of that tonight. But in terms of that whole phenomenon, so people understand this, when you take a look at someone like the Cambodian culture, just the Cambodians were victimized by the Choctaw more than any other ethnic group. These are an ethnicity that is so heavily enclaved because they were so rural and so unable to adapt to the urban culture of the United States. And I've talked about working with them before, and in armed situations like security contracts, where those that had been the veterans of the Khmer Rouge, we're talking about people who are with genocidal experience. And these people are in the cities of America. And when we, say for instance, took out a car that was doing donuts in the fire lane in the housing projects at the Acorn housing project site in West Oakland, which was the largest in terms of urban sprawl. We're talking about 8 square city blocks, 10 square city blocks, actually. And when more if you included adjacent bleed over housing projects that were supposed to be the responsibility of the Housing and Urban Development Police, etc., which were taken out of Acorn because they had committed so many crimes there against the populace that they had to hire mercenary security companies to replace them. But when it came to that environment, when you had something like drugged out cowboys doing donuts in the fire lane with their automobiles, and we're just literally shooting their cars full of holes, basically their tires, blowing their tires out, then these boys, these men from the Cambodian background, they would just take out their bayonets and start slicing up the tire of the cars so they could take the rubber so they could line their sandals at home for their family with the rubber from the tire of the car, like they had killed an animal and they were skinning it. I mean, this is the level of primal kind of identification they were working with, their paradigm in which they were interacting in an urban environment. So the Cambodians have never acclimated, they've never socialized, so they are very, very close together. And so because of that, great example when that guy you see in Roswell and the Rising Sun, the DVD's right here on my channel, anybody can watch it, just look on most popular uploads. And when you take a look at that video and you see the ugly white guy who's turning the slides for me, his wife, of course, was from Thailand, and she got to the top of this vitamin sales pyramid scheme for a year because she got the whole Cambodian community mobilized to sell vitamins for her. And then when the social workers approached them and said, well, you're on welfare and you can't do this, or we're going to take you off welfare, they all stopped doing it immediately. And she was at the top of this corporation as their preeminent salesperson, and she crashed to the bottom within 48, 72 hours, within 2 to 3 days. I mean, she was just crashed to the bottom and they fired her, because suddenly she had no sales. Whereas before she had more sales than anybody in the nation, she suddenly had absolutely zero sales because the Cambodian community moved that quickly so that their welfare would not be deprived because they were all considered working for her when she had mobilized them all to sell vitamins through telemarketing for her. So with that level of control over baseline humans, you can imagine the kind of control maintained over the Choctaw, though, as that one lady said, who was, what was her name? She took her name from Harlan Ellison, so a play on his name. But she was this wonderful young Jewish American princess, and she wrote me this letter about her experience with the Choctaw in San Francisco. She couldn't understand how they were even controlled because the individual she encountered so many times repeatedly was so feral and so violent. And of course, this is not done conventionally. This is done through almost electronic means. The kind of technology that Aquino would use with voice-to-ear technology, as they called it, the kind of technology where you can basically make certain you direct sound effects to an individual amidst a crowd so that that individual will suddenly be convinced they're hearing something that nobody else is hearing around them, causing them to behave differently from everyone around them and causing them to suddenly become the identified patient in the crowd. This was the kind of technology used to interact with the Choctaw. By the way, I've never brought that up before, so I'm just starting to remember that. And so aside from that, so glad you're here, Peter, and I want Solomon, Shake, and Jameson to interact with you. I'm going to get my tea, which I've been steeping for far too long. I'll be back in a matter of minutes, and I'm going to go mute while I retrieve that and some other refreshments. And so I'll be back in about 5-10 minutes at the longest. And if all you gentlemen would just take it away, then I'll be back. Is that, do you have something?
I'll start off by saying to Salmon, I did get your book. Thank you very much for sending it to me. I only had time to skim it so far, not really get into it, but I did receive it, and thank you very much.
Yes, Peter. Good evening and hello to you. I'm glad you received it, and I thank you in return for the great work that you have sent me in terms of the White Bat, the Montauk Project, and the aspect of what we have with the Roswell deception. And I encourage everyone to support your work at skybooks.usa.com, and I look forward to getting more of your work down the road. And I also had a book suggestion for you, Peter. I actually had two names that came up in my mind while you and Douglas were discussing. One is the aspect of the underworld of the Presidio military base.
I like that.
The second one is The Devil Lives at the Presidio military base. So
that's a little.
Yeah, so the first one I think kind of stood out to me the most, the dark underworld of the Presidio military base. I think that kind of like pulls the reader in that there was a world within a world that was taking place at that base, and how Douglas Dietrich, how he's the only one that has kind of brought this information to light, which also encouraged me to basically have him come back and speak to the audience again for the second time because of the information that he has on Howard Phillips Lovecraft and the Islamic connection to the anti-gods.
You're getting a little broken up, Salmon. You're getting a little broken up. The audio's weak.
Do you hear me, Peter?
What?
Do you hear me now?
Yeah, it's much better.
Yeah, so the aspect of the things that Douglas describes about, even in terms of the Islamic background of the anti-gods, and I look forward to him expressing that. And I think the next book, which is going to be absolutely groundbreaking as well, in terms of the dark underworld of the Presidio military base. Most people have this mystification about the wars and the U.S. military and the aspect of freedom. And I think this book has it shatters that reality because it's presenting facts to you. And it's a pivotal work for humanity that yourself and Douglas have given to us, including all of your other works, Peter. And it's it's an honor and a privilege to speak to you. And I know for a fact that the next book is going to be great and groundbreaking as well in terms of exposing a lot of this satanic stuff, or this world within a world, that what we see as reality, but there's always an other side to it. Like how you had the aspect of Sean Stone, who had, after converting to Islam, he had went to Turkey, and the guy's program that he was on, he was operating a sex cult while under the guise of being a religious figure in terms of an Islamic figure. So there is a reality within a reality. The world doesn't work the way we think it does. And you and Douglas are playing a pivotal role in bringing those facts to us. And I thank you, Peter, and I thank you for that.
Well, that's very interesting what you said about him, because see, this is the thing. People can go to a Tai Chi teacher or a Qigong teacher or any sort of teacher. It could be a Scientology teacher, a Tibetan Lama, and boy, they could be going down the wrong street to hell. Whereas somebody else could go to a teacher and meet an enlightened teacher who teaches them and helps them. It's, people are easily steered. Yeah. And just because one thing says one thing doesn't mean it is that thing. And it's a very, very interesting point you brought out.
Yes, definitely. And, it encouraged me to make this video recently about Sufi orders in America and my Eastern perspective, since I come from the Eastern side, and I see how a lot of people who portray or have leadership positions that are based off of Eastern groups, how many of them exploit their members in many ways, whether it's financially, sexually. So I put that video out there, and one of the people from the Islamic community, who's an American, he said, "I thank you for making that video and putting it out there with a lot of these false gurus that are out there." So it's important, what you and Douglas are doing in terms of bringing this information to light. And, I always stand by your side, Douglas's side, to support in any way that I can to bring this information to the people, and to basically be in that combined effort to help humanity and to basically live a better future when we leave this earth.
Yeah, well, we appreciate your support very much, and you've been a great addition to this team. So I like that idea of the underworld. Titles are best when they're short. I had somebody give me a title once that was like practically a whole paragraph, and I tried to tell her. She was an idiot from Arkansas. She had a whole expose on the Meenan airstrip in Clinton and his connection to the drug trafficking. And we hear a lot about the rhetoric of politics these days, but we sure don't hear about drug trafficking. We don't hear about any expose of drug trafficking or any government connections to drug trafficking. None whatsoever. It's all about vaccinations and other topics. Meanwhile, the drug trade carries on. That's just
definitely.
Yeah,
definitely. And it's interesting, Peter, you mentioned that, because the reason why here in Philadelphia the violence or the gun violence or the homicides have been out of control for these last 2 to 3 years, it's because of the drug wars and the drugs that are coming in, and I guess some of the higher ups that are involved from all sides of the fence that facilitate a lot of these things. So you're right. It's in the TV or on the news, they show you what they want to show you in order to program public perceptions and to guide the public in a certain way. And the other dark underworld that's taking place, they're not going to show you. That's why I think that title kind of hit me in my heart, about the dark underworld or the dark side of the Presidio, like anything like that.
Well, yeah, it's in the right area, and I appreciate it. It is definitely a dark underworld there.
Yeah.
And Douglas did a hell of a job, and for everything he did at the Presidio. And for those of you who are new or not really that familiar with it, his activities in getting Gary Hambright arrested and the police department coming in to investigate Gary Hambright, who was the one committing sexual abuse at the Presidio. He wasn't the only one, but he was the only one being charged, because the Army refused to investigate Aquino on grounds of national security, which, implies, if not directly states, that national security would be compromised by looking into child sexual abuse done by Michael Aquino. So this is, of course, not highlighted in his book, but what eventually happened was that this created such an outrage when the parents realized the full extent of this, that they burned down the child daycare center, and it resulted in the Presidio being closed. Biggest base on the West Coast, the most important base on the West Coast, was shut down by reason of Douglas Dietrich and pulling the rug out from under Aquino's operation there. Did not stop Aquino, but it stopped his operation at the Presidio. So this is an amazing accomplishment. It warrants, if not the presidential, if not the Congressional Medal of Honor, the Presidential Medal of Freedom. And by the way, the Congressional Medal of Honor is an upside down pentagram.
Yes.
Which is the symbol of the satanic symbol, meaning matter over spirit. When it's right side up, it's spirit over matter. So this is astounding work that Douglas did in accomplishing this, and it's not appreciated. This book will help appreciate it, but I turned on Tucker Carlson tonight before I came on to see what his tenor was, and he's received the book by now, but it's something he's just going to ignore. And he is such a do-gooder, and he appeals to the do-gooder in his audience. They view him as a do-gooder. And it's, these people aren't really interested in exposing anything. They're running a narrative. They're doing a narrative. And I'm sure there is stuff that he's personally interested in. And he does have his own personal views and philosophy, but it's within certain parameters. Also, and I don't know about him personally, but sometimes people will just adopt they could be a liberal just as easy as they could be a conservative. So they live by talking points, not by actually what they believe or perceive, just to pander to a certain audience.
Yes.
It really helps if you are conservative or are liberal. But the most infamous one for that was Morton Downey Jr., who was a liberal in Chicago, and then he came to New York and was a conservative because he was pandering to the audience.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And so from this, our point to take is, I'm sorry, I just got here. So
we were just filling in for you.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. Oh my God. Well, you do so much more than that. You actually do enlighten people with the depth of what you have to share. By the way, to Maria Gregorich, Travis Moss, let me take a look at him. He's asking some questions in the live stream, and it's okay. It is rather how would I say this? This would be more the field of Jameson Reese. And Christopher Rimmel, who's a wonderful human being, he says the dark underbelly of the Presidio is it's far too, how would I say, it's too long a title. But I thank you for that suggestion. After all, most people won't know what the Presidio is. Interestingly enough, think back on the film they made with Sean Connery and the individual who was the sex bomb of his day, Mark Harmon. For those of you who don't remember, Mark Harmon was, in his time, he was like, I think of some young sex bomb today, and he was the
Tom Cruise of his day.
Yeah.
Only he never went to the nth degree like Tom Cruise. Tom Cruise became a megastar.
Yeah.
Mark Harmon did not. He was a star,
right?
And he was Tom Cruise before there was Tom Cruise.
Yeah, and then he kind of faded. It was odd. And but here he was playing side by side with a multi-million-dollar super megastar. Beyond Tom Cruise is Sean Connery. Of course, Sean Connery is someone who's like basically.
Who's Mark Harmon in that movie? Who was Mark Harmon in that movie?
He was playing a San Francisco police detective and Sean Connery was playing the man in charge of he was the provost marshal of the Presidio military base.
Oh, excuse me. I was thinking of the movie, the one with Nicolas Cage. What's that one?
Probably thinking of American...
The Rock.
Oh, The Rock. Yeah, that's interesting.
That's about Alcatraz. It was I was getting my San Francisco sites confused. No, I never saw the Presidio.
Okay, it bears looking at simply because they do go into parts of the base, and they do show elements of the Presidio Museum that was open at the time. This was while it was still a running base, mind you. And of course, there were elements of the museum that were never to be shown to anyone.
I think I did see part of that movie, but I didn't see the whole thing.
Right. Well, it's a very boring film. There's nothing to it. It's a very bizarre film in the sense that there is nothing to it, and it's very boring. It stands out for that. It's one of the films. One of the reasons why it stands out is, well, let me put it this way. As I've mentioned before, you take a look at the two of the most. If you live in any normal part of the United States, meaning any part of the United States other than 4 points on the coast I'm going to name, you could potentially live your entire life without ever encountering a Jewish person, or at least not someone who makes it part of their identity blatantly. And if you, of course, live on the east or on either of the coasts, it would be either New York, where the finances are very centered, or Los Angeles, where media is very centered. Most of the people you're going to be dealing with, if you're doing any business at all, are going to be Jewish. And the satellite states of these two cities are going to be Miami, where, America's hidden Holocaust, where all the Jews go to die. And those are the people from New York, basically bury themselves in the heat of Miami. And, well, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have used that term. It reminds me too much of the Surfside condo collapse, but I'm sorry. That's why
they call their basketball team the Heat, the Miami Heat.
Oh my God! And
stupid name. It's a stupid name, but it's apropos.
Yes. And in Los Angeles, the satellite city is San Francisco, because they come to San Francisco because it's one of the few cities in the world where you've got a grid outlined over a series of hills. And high enough where, by the way, I've been in buses where it was very charming, it was very cute, and there was an older couple behind me once, and we were going over the hill and going down the hill, and this woman became very frightened because she had never been on a bus ride that went that high before. So, I mean, the hills here are no joke in San Francisco. Your car will always complain, and you'll have a hard time driving. And, Peter Moon can attest to that and give you all the details. But my point is, they come to San Francisco to film car chases. And that was from back in the days of Steve McQueen with the cop film Bullet, which was a really big deal in its day, helping to pioneer the car chase. And this has become a staple of films like The Rock, which, of course, our man Peter Moon was thinking of. There was the oblique.
I like the car chase in The Rock far better than the one in Steve McQueen, because it had so much more to it, and it was modern day.
Yeah. Context
it was richer. It was a richer. And in fact, I don't like most of those crazy scenes, but I like that one. I like that movie a lot. It has a lot of outrageous behavior in it.
Interesting.
It was good.
Well, I mean,
You've seen it?
I've suffered through it because my sister liked the film, and then she was pushing it. My sister, one of the things she would do in what little she did to participate in care provision of my parents is she'd come over and once in a while push some film that she liked, and so I suffered through the majority of it. I've never wanted to sit through it, really, because for one thing, I find the military theme very repulsive, and it's tedious. And even though they're making these military men to be the villains, which you think I would like or appreciate, it's like, well, why would I need to see them at all? I mean, I've seen these men as villains all my life. So it's almost like, when the fuck did you find out? It would be the feeling I get through that. But there's the obviously Sean Connery is the saving grace of the film. It's certainly not Nicolas Cage, and but Sean Connery is the man who is the chase scene. The chase scene comprises Sean Connery, and that's where you develop. Obviously, the audience develops a sympathy with Sean Connery, who's been in prison forever for an unknown reason, but still displays a value for human life because he is trying to avoid hurting people in this high-speed car chase. And of course, it's much better than Steve McQueen's, because Steve McQueen's, all they did was clear the streets. They cleared the streets of all the traffic so they could safely hold a car chase between two cars, which is completely unrealistic, and therefore there's no traffic in the Steve McQueen chase scene, and that's just, they might as well be on another planet, right? I mean, how can you go through a major congested city, the second most congested city in the United States outside of New York, and not, be killing people left and right, in a massive car chase? But this is, one man said he actually, I heard a radio jockey one time say, oh yeah, when that was the hottest movie when I was a kid, I grew up loving that film, and I made certain that my son saw that film, and when he saw it, it was like nothing to him. It was like totally boring. And of course it would be, because that's exactly what you said about The Rock. It's like The Rock was realistic in that they made certain to integrate traffic. So then you have a chase scene that has meaning. And then I've noticed that in some other films as well, that they do that, and that's important. So but nevertheless, whether with traffic or without, and there's plenty of films that do it without traffic just because they just can't afford to do it with the traffic or add those elements in, which takes a lot of splicing. I mean, that's, weeks of editing. But when it comes to that phenomenon, they filmed the car chases here. What makes the Presidio with Sean Connery and Mark Harmon so bizarre is that it's the only cop film. It's a cop film, and they have a chase scene that's entirely on foot. It's like, what the fuck is that? It's like, okay, let's have a chase scene entirely on foot, and so they do this bizarre. Now it has it's what it is. They're going through crowded environments like Chinatown, so it's visually something there, but it's not, it's still weird. so that's one of the things that stands out in the Presidio. Other than that, it's like it was made for like a family film. It's like a Hallmark card. You remember Hallmark card had the channel, the Hallmark channel? It's like a Hallmark channel, a fiction piece that they did for the family. And that's what it comes across as. It's very bizarre. It's at that level of innocuousness, and so it stands out for that, and maybe that was the point. Maybe that was just to distract completely from the hideous nature of the Presidio, and to make it so banal that it would be like that nobody would believe that what really happened there. Maybe that was the intent, but I'm probably giving it too much credit. It's just weird. It was really weird. The idea of the on foot chase scene was just bizarre. Everything else about it is bizarre. But the villain, of course, one of the things that happened, and again, the people in it, despite the fact that Sean Connery and Mark Harmon, you get this feeling all the while that you're watching it, like these are people. This is the way I felt. It's like people that, it's like your extended family. It's like George Romero. When George Romero made The Night of the Living Dead, these were all his relatives that he used to make the extras in the film because that's what he could afford. So he just had the black guy, a few other actors. These were all, none of them professional to the extent that they were known. These were just basically, people who were stage actors and the like that he got together. And then the rest were his relatives and shit who were playing the zombies. And he did what he did. It's like you get that feeling with the Presidio film. It's like they got a bunch of relatives or something, and then they brought him into the film, and they're interacting with Sean Connery and Mark Harmon, and it's all very like soap opera, daytime soap opera type quality footage. So it's the whole thing is bizarre, and then they had the one villain, the closest you had to a villain. Who's like involved with the drug smuggling or whatever's going on in there, and he's this like old guy who's just telling war stories, and when he dies in the end, Sean Connery says, let's press all the charges against him and bring up everything about what he did after we bury him. Let's make certain he gets a decent burial in the Presidio before we expose all that he did. It's just kind of like, oh, okay. It's like just bizarre. It's like, he was an uncle who went on the wrong path. It was like I said, a Hallmark card ending. It's not like what you see in the end of Lethal Weapon where, everybody gets slaughtered, who's the bad guy and all that shit. So the whole thing was strange. So in terms of there's somebody coming in with some extra messages. Oh, that's Costa. Costa might be ready to come on, so I'll tell him jump on call if he can. And but other than that, so if that brings anything to mind from anyone, go ahead and say what comes to mind. If it's 9 o'clock Eastern Standard Time, oh shit, let's check into Pac-1 Morales. I may be mistaken on this, but I believe his wife has contracted COVID. So in terms of that, of course, if he wants to talk about that experience, which he said he was open to, he's welcome to do so. Most of the time I try to get these guys on, and then they don't come on anyway. So we'll see what happens. And let's add Pac-1 just in case. So aside from all of that, back to Salman Sheikh, Peter Moon, and Jameson Reese. All of these gentlemen, I'm sure, have some other things that have happened recently that they're welcome to bring up. I'm just so excited about the book, really. When, as I said, when I read through it, I can't believe how much Peter got in there, and it's incredible what he packed, and it's incredible all the subjects that I brought up at the very last minute that he was able to get in there, and he was able to make his points about them. So honestly, as he says, the book is, despite details missing in the operational sense for the war fags, I mean, there's more than enough in there where technically in detail, as he said, it's pretty much case closed just on the basis of it, with all of the reality of circumstantial evidence that makes it self-evident in its conclusions. So, but there must be other aspects of the book, the struggle to do what you did, to put everything in there at the last minute. Certainly you have some horror stories or something you'd like to share about that, Peter.
About what?
Oh, how I kept shoving things on you at the last minute and...
Well, I mean, it's what I do, is I write books, and I put a lot of time and effort, and that was last year, dissecting certain key videos you did, transcribing them. Mm-hmm. And then they just had to be reassembled. It's not an easy thing to do, but I wanted to understand. I mean, I had to piece things together because, I mean, yes, I was doing a book and I wanted to do a book, but we didn't really really agree on the book until I was out there. That kind of consolidated our agreement on doing it. But I mean, we both wanted it, but I had to figure out what the story was. That was the challenge, was figuring out not just pieces of the story, because you have done so many talks on it that it's like you hear all this stuff, you write it down, and then you weave it together, and you go from here to there. And it's a complicated history of World War II and all you had to share. So that's part of me was driven to understand what happened. And then I could put it into a narrative that would be understandable to other people. Now the question becomes, is like, yes, it's very informative. You're learning history. But then, some of the weirdest history on this planet, or I guess what you call archival information, at least in the context of what our history is, you go back to the 1st century, and 1st century BC, 1st century AD. There's a lot of, you go back and you read the history, it can kind of give you a different perspective. versus what you hear. You hear a narrative. My daughter, who was never raised in Christianity, has, when she went to school, everybody was Jewish or Christian, with a few Muslims here and there. She went to a private school, and she absorbed some sort of narrative about Jesus. I never really talked to her about it. She one time asked me about it, and I gave her, she must have been, I think, in junior high school. And I gave her the definition of the word Jesus and where it came from. And she made some comment, boy, you know, I'm never gonna listen to that stuff. In other words, because I just told her what the word meant and how it had been distorted, and she just kind of like, wow. I didn't tell her what to think. I just told her what the word meant. And she also had this friend in school who kind of defriended herself from all of the girls because she was always pushing Jesus on the kids.
Right.
And some of the kids were Catholic, some of them were Protestant, but they don't want to get pushed Jesus on them. And she'd say, you know, Jesus tells jokes. He tells jokes. He really does. Like, you know, she's trying to make him more appealing by saying that he told jokes. And, you know, it's just so. But anyway, people get this narrative in their head about Jesus or Christianity. And I will tell you, I remember years ago sitting in line in a department store next to this Hasidic Jew,
Mm-hmm.
and I'm often inclined to talk to them, and somehow the story of Jesus came up, and this guy accepted the story hook, line, and sinker. Not that he believed he was the Messiah, but he just accepts the narrative as if it's history. And I thought that was kind of shocking. In other words, the narrative is one of the most ubiquitous, powerful narratives on earth, is this story of Jesus. It's so strong that it would make any objective observer who observed human beings to highly doubt it, just because everybody believes or thinks about it, because it has possession of their gray matter. But anyway, but you go back to the first century and you start to study history, it's, you know, what's the point? You know, and now we have all sorts of books trying to discredit the story of Jesus, the narrative, discredit the narrative that we've all been fed for thousands of years. And with all I'm doing is comparing this to your story of World War II versus the narrative we've all been fed about World War II, at least in the West. And I think the East has pretty much been fed the same narrative for the most part, except for the Chinese, who might not know anything about it at all. They might not even know there was a World War II.
Well, with the China was, of course, they're painfully aware of World War II, but I understand and appreciate what you mean. Certainly, it wouldn't be in the same sense as the West. So that
even know their own history.
I understand.
Even know their own history. I'm not kidding.
Yeah, no,
Like,
I get what you're saying.
Wow.
Yeah, with the Communist Chinese Party doing what they've been doing, yeah, I believe me, there is validity to what you say in terms of honestly, as an example of this, so that people understand that Peter Moon is not he's not wrong in assuming the totality of how people's paradigms can be warped or molded by a totalitarian state like what we have in communist China. And by we, I mean all humanity is burdened with what the Chinese are doing to themselves on the mainland, because they supply us with everything we need. And even though supply chains have been ruptured with the Cold War, it's going to be a long while before these supply chains, really divest from China. But as I've explained before, the way that the Communist Chinese Party manipulates their population right now, one of the ways that they manipulate them is through the anti-Japanese sentiment, the Japanophobia that they're indoctrinating them with. This is very ironic, by the way, because when Derek Talley, of course, was ambushing myself that time that he started going into the rape of Nanjing, which was writ by Iris Cheng, who was taking the communist Chinese perspective on that incident, then he was basically saying that the Japanese were indoctrinated to hate Chinese. Of course, I was bringing up the fact that my mother, who was very much alive through that period of time, was half Japanese and half Chinese. And of course, this is a preposterous thing to say. But right now, things are very different. In communist China, the people are raised to hate the Japanese pathologically. I mean, this is what's on 24 hours a day is anti-Japanese propaganda, or more properly, Japanophobic social engineering. And so all they show all day is World War II. I mean, that's all they show. So you can go to other channels for news, you can go to other channels for weather, but 24 hours a day, there's going to be an anti-Japanese World War II channel. And this is what they make, is what the Japanese did to fuck them over in World War II. And by the way, the difference was, just so people understand the culture of this, because Peter Moon and I will be going into this in the third book when we talk about the art elect and when we talk about the biofacsimilacra at greater length. We'll introduce them in this second book, but we'll speak of them at greater length along with the art elect in the third book, and talk about more about Taiwan and Asia at greater length. They'll probably be the theme of the book, along with the Third Reich and Nazism, because of the Taiwanese connection to that, and why Taiwan is regarded as the enemy nation of all nations on earth per the United Nations. And but when it comes to the communist Chinese perspective and their relation with Taiwan and the rest of the world, you have one in which the Taiwanese and the Maoists have this background where they both have their roots in the Republic of Sun Yat-sen, and they both claim to be the heirs of that republic, in the same sense that the Germans and the Russians, one had the title Kaiser, which means Caesar in German, one had the title Tsar, which means Caesar in Russian. The real Russo-Germanic or Slavo-Teutonic conflict was who was the heir to the Roman Empire, the Byzantine world or the Western world, the world of what was once the Western Church before the Lutheran Reformation that became the Protestant religion of Germany. Well, with communist China and Taiwan, it's that same kind of thematic. Who is the real heir to the Republic of China established by Sun Yat-sen? And when it comes to this kind of relation that Taiwan and communist China have, when Mao Zedong really welcomed the first Japanese ambassadors and diplomats back into communist China, and this again shows how the Japanese won the war, because people can look this up themselves. Even though I'm fairly skeptical you'll find anything you can understand on the internet, the only thing that you would probably find that would be relevant would be in Japanese or Chinese. But in terms of the information available out there, understand this much. Japan was contracting with the communist Chinese to build their nuclear reactors. So this was like, okay, try and think about that for a minute. And this was, we're talking the 1970s, the height of the Cultural Revolution, when you had just China was isolated from everyone. This was at the period of time when there was a real chance that my family relation, Lin Biao, who was a communist Chinese general who had grown up his entire life in the Communist Party on the march with a gun in his hand. This was all he knew. And he was intent on assassinating Mao and taking over. And had he done so, the world would be profoundly different. But his assassination attempt was abortive. It was exposed, and he tried to escape to the Soviet Union, and his plane was destroyed in the air over Mongolia. And so there's an entire conspiracy that would bear transmission in and of itself involving that. The point being that this is the kind of chaos that was ongoing in communist China at the time, and Japan was involved building nuclear fucking reactors. Okay, now just so people comprehend this, nuclear reactors produce waste. When these nuclear reactors produce waste, these fuel rods are what goes into making nuclear bombs. So the whole point was, here's Japan as this quote-unquote non-nuclear power that the Americans are brainwashed to think that they will never use nuclear weapons or any weapons. I mean, the insanity of the American perspective on this should be self-evident if you just read the book, but it goes even further than what we described, and hopefully will reinforce in the upcoming books, because it's so important to do so. The idea that you've got this non-nuclear power building all these nuclear reactors, not only at home, because nuclear energy is what Japan runs on, Fukushima Daiichi, etc., if anyone forgets, but they're building nuclear reactors in nations that are considered the enemies of the United States. So they obviously have free power to do anything they fucking want. The idea that there's somehow a satrap to the United States becomes beyond absurd, and yet you'll still see people living in that delusion. It goes to show that the Americans are living in the equivalent of what they believe the world to be flat. But to go back to the flat earth nature of the communist Chinese, as bizarre as it may seem, it wasn't that bad under Mao when the Japanese diplomats and came to pave the way for the contractors that were going to build the nuclear power plants in communist China. Mao Zedong thanked them for the invasion of China. He said that if it weren't for the Japanese invading China, that he felt that this was ultimately what enabled the communists to come to power, because the communists were supported by the United States and supported by the Soviet Union simultaneously. There was no way the nationalists could win, because the nationalists had the sponsor in the Japanese instead, ultimately, but only at the end of the war when they turned sides, and then the Japanese were able to devote full effort into providing them a haven on Taiwan, which was the Japanese island given to the nationalist government. So throughout that period of time, nationalist China was fighting alone against the Japanese, the Americans, the Soviets, and the communists. So try and imagine that. Chiang Kai-shek was fighting the world. So everyone in China remembers World War II just as much as the Soviets do, even more so, because the primary battleground on Earth for World War II was China. Everybody was involved in China. The Germans had their Deutsch Orient Corps, the DOK, the German Corps of the Orient, just as they had a Deutsch Afrika Corps, a DAK. Nobody in Germany remembers the Deutsch Orient Corps. And whenever I speak to Germans, they're more ignorant of their history than anyone else. All they know is the Holocaust. All the Germans are taught is all about the Holocaust and how they ripped on the Jews. None of them know about the war. None of them know anything about the war. Anything. I mean anything. They don't know anything. You'll bring up the war, and all they can say is, well, I know about the Holocaust. That's all they know about. That's all they teach in school. And in terms of the Japanese, it's more like they don't care, because there's this instinct that they won. And it's just something that, now that they're on top of the world, and you still have propagandists. It's amazing. I see new YouTube videos every other day saying, oh, Japan's fall from grace. Oh, Japan, how did it collapse? And what the fuck are they talking about? But this is the kind of propaganda that plays in America. They think that people in Japan are homeless and starving, and it's a nation of nomads. It's crazy. But in terms of, back to Mao, because of that situation as it developed during the war, where the nationalist Chinese were fighting everybody, and you had the Germans and the Russians and the Americans all involved in China, it was the major battlefront of World War II. China was the battleground. This is why when nationalist China, which still controlled the majority of the areas of China that mattered, the productive areas, especially the coastline, when they switched sides to the Axis, at that point, the Allies lost. At that point, there was no hope for the Allies. If you think that, as Peter Moon points out in the book itself, with all of the divisions that were being produced by the Japanese alone, now that the Chinese had sided with them, we could emphasize that in another book just for the sake of driving the point home. At that point, you would have a Japanese officer class with the Chinese mass army marshaled under their overall command structure. At that point, the manpower is limitless. And that's the only thing that made communist China a superpower immediately. Unlike the Soviets having to blow a fucking bomb in 1949, and then suddenly everybody says, okay, now it's time to worry. Now they're a superpower. The other colonial powers aping and emulating the superpowers, blowing off their own nukes in the Pacific, the British in Australia, and the French all over French Polynesia, just as so they're all superpowers. Desperation, this dick measuring contest to just show they're in the game. The communist Chinese didn't need to do any of that. They were hot on building nuclear weapons, of course, and but the point was that they were considered a superpower as soon as the communists took over the mainland. And if you ask why, it's simple. They didn't need the goddamn bomb. They were the only nation on Earth that could absorb the bomb. It didn't matter that everybody had nuclear weapons. No matter how many nukes you threw at communist China, they could absorb the damage and keep on coming. So sheer manpower made them a nuclear power. In other words, they were a military power that was viable in the nuclear age because they could absorb unlimited atomic attack. And so with that on the side of the Japanese, at the time when the nationalists controlled the mainland, then there was no way the Americans or anybody could win. At that point, the war was over. So that was truly decisive, just this fact that the nationalists switched sides. Of course, the big problem was they couldn't maintain control of the mainland because, as I said, at its most cynical, you're talking about urban gangsters versus rural bandits, the nationalists being the urban gangsters, the communists being the rural bandits. And because the 98% of China at that time was rural agriculture, then they controlled all the food. So the nationalists were totally dependent on external supply lines for their cities to maintain themselves. And the only thing they could do at that point was abandon the cities, move to Taiwan, consolidate their holdings. And ever since then, we've had the two Chinas, and that are now.
And Douglas, they were civilized. Chiang Kai-shek's people were civilized,
yeah.
And Taiwan is very civilized.
Yes.
Whereas the rural people who backed Mao suffered from Mao.
Yes.
And they were not sophisticated.
No.
Because rural people are not sophisticated because all they have to work all day to maintain their agriculture. It's a full-time job.
What this is this is why the communists. Go on.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, this is the problem. In America, they did it differently. They went around and outsmarted the farmers, competed with the farmers, and basically destroyed the American farmer. This went on from the 1800s. They didn't use the like they did in China. They kind of compromised the farmer in a different way and took the assets in America.
Yes, very much so. And by the way, to me, this is a good thing for people who have some romance about the farmers. Understand that these things can be nuanced, and this brings up a good point, a real good observation here. When it comes to communist China, when the communists took over, they made a virtue of peasantry, and they had what they called peasant virtues. I mean, a good example of this, say, for instance, obviously, the mainstay of all of East Asia, Koreans, Vietnamese, Japanese, Chinese, the one thing they all have in common is Confucianism. And so Confucianism, aside from other aspects like Buddhism, of course, you could say Buddhism, but also Confucianism. And Confucianism, believe me, far more so than Buddhism, is because people may follow Buddhism, or they may be impacted by Buddhism in their paradigm, but everyone lives by Confucianism. To one degree or another, everyone lives by Confucianism. When the communists took over mainland China, then the one thing they started emphasizing was peasant wisdom. They started publishing books like, oh, peasants have wisdom too. In other words, they're trying to eliminate the academic stranglehold or monopoly on philosophy and wisdom and in the intelligentsia. The intelligentsia or the academia had come to be identified with the degenerate elite in communist China, so they were purged. And many of them, as many as could, escaped to Taiwan. So the Taiwan took the educated class with them, what was the Mandarins. And these are, of course, from where you get the term the Mandarin language. Of course, that's a simplification, but to go into the real roots of the word would take hours. But basically, the Mandarins were the elite caste from what we get the language Mandarin Chinese, because they were the ones who spoke it, and that became universalized. Now, the communists are kind of carrying that even further now under under Xi Jinping. I almost said Deng Xiaoping, who died, before Xi Jinping took over. And but Xi Jinping, they've simplified Chinese. They got what they call simplified Chinese now, which would be like, pidgin English. We were making fun on this program, Jameson Reese and Derek Talley and I, when I ran across a story that I thought was, what the fuck has happened to journalism? And I thought this was this total degeneracy of journalistic standards. It turned out it was Nigerian English, which was speaking in pidgin English, which is what the British instilled in all their colonies to make blacks sound as stupid as possible. They developed this incredibly asinine, dumb English where you speak like an idiot, and they said, let's teach the blacks this, so when they speak English, they sound like idiots. And they published those newspapers in that language called Pidgin English. And if you look at it, you're just going to say, why don't they just learn English? Because it's like
you won't understand Pidgin English if somebody speaks it to you. You won't understand it.
Yeah, that's right. You do to an extent, but it sounds like an idiot. You say, wow, this guy's an idiot. The first thing you'll assume. And you can't help but sound like an idiot talking like that. That's the modern Chinese language on the mainland, is this kind of pidgin Chinese, is what they've simplified the iconography and everything down to. It's and you can't help but be dumber, because your mind is, it's like being a fish in water. A fish is unaware of the fact that it's in water until it's taken out of water. You really don't think about being in an atmospheric medium until somebody throws you in the water. So your language is like that. You are constricted by your language. It is the way you think, the way you process. So when you dumb a language down, you are effectively dumbing people down. So people on the mainland are effectively dumber. The people in Nigeria speaking pidgin English are effectively dumber. In terms of the communist Chinese, yes, under Mao there was. Remember, Mao Zedong was a librarian. It's like I emphasized. If you want to take a look at these people and their effect on history, what were they before they attained power? Adolf Hitler, my biological father, was a squad leader. More than anything else, he was a squad leader. And so you're talking about this man who understood war at the absolute level of visceral contact, where he personally murdered people with his bare hands. That is a fact. Adolf Hitler had combat experience to the point where he killed people with his bayonet. There were prisoners of war who tried to escape that he was in charge of, that he was placed in charge of, that he personally had to kill to prevent their escape. This is a man who killed people with his bare hands. He knew exactly what war was. So when he took over and he's surrounded by all these generals who were patting themselves on the back and each other for total military catastrophes and claiming they were victories. Just like America's generals throughout Vietnam, the first thing he did was had a bunch of them shot, had a bunch of them hanged, and said, it all changes from this point forward. And that's why you didn't have trench warfare in World War II. It was a war of total mobility. So when it came to Emperor Hirohito, he was a marine biologist. And of course, Peter Moon goes into that throughout the book, how that impacts our world. When it came to somebody like, when you think of other world leaders, what were they beforehand? Benito Mussolini had been a spy for the British for a period of time. He had a field agent's experience. And you take a look at Joseph Stalin. What was his background? He was a bank robber. And again, that's not some kind of defamation or exaggeration just to make him sound like a bad guy. That's what he was. He was a bank robber. He had robbed countless banks. And so when it comes to all of this, what you have is a situation where these men become leaders and they take their past with them. With Mao Zedong, he was a librarian. So you had a person who, like myself, had access to more knowledge than anyone else in China. The majority of China was illiterate. So since the majority of China was illiterate, and this was one of the few men who could not only read and write, but had access to information on an international scale, he was the most cosmopolitan man imaginable, aside from men like Zhou Enlai, who served as his international diplomat because he was even more lucid in a cosmopolitan sense than Mao ever was, and a far greater man than Mao ever was. So in terms of this kind of situation, Mao was very much a thinker, if nothing else. So he, when he invited the Japanese over, and as I said before, when the Japanese came, they played the Communist Chinese national anthem, and they made certain nobody sang anything. They made certain everybody stayed silent because the lyrics to the Communist Chinese national anthem are all World War II lyrics about fighting the Japanese. It's all, we shall build a new great wall out of our own flesh, out of our flesh and bones. We shall build a wall, a new great wall comprised of human bodies. It's like, and then they go on about slaughtering the Japanese. So that's the Communist Chinese national anthem that's still on the mainland today. So when the Japanese visit, they make certain not to sing any of the lyrics or sing any of the words out loud. That's somehow had to do that, and then he thanked the Japanese for invading because it enabled him to ultimately conquer the mainland because of the Chiang Kai-shek siding with the Allies under the force of logistics until he just said, fuck you all, I'm going over to the Axis, and ended the war that way, decisively in Japanese favor, along with so many other factors. And but all that's changed now. Now the Communist Chinese, all you have are these war movies on 24 hours a day under Xi Jinping, and the whole thematic is kill Japs, kill Japs, kill more Japs. I mean, it's like Admiral Halsey talking to you all day long. And then ironically, as I brought up before, because they've got a 75% male population because of their draconian one-child policy being in place for far too long, and it should never have been introduced in the first place. Now they've got a 75% male population, and like I said, Sora Aoi, who was kind enough to give me her Facebook timeline, one of the reasons that she's the most popular pornographic actress on earth was because her market was communist China, even more so than Japan. All these lonely, horny Chinese men grew up jacking off to Sora Aoi, and so she's known as the Japanese woman who taught Chinese men about sex. And so, they have a statement on the internet, a common saying on the Chinese internet, which is, take back the Diaoyu Islands or whatever islands that they're arguing about in terms of the Japanese holding islands that the communist Chinese claim. They'll say, take back those islands, or take back these areas that they claim belong to China by irredenta. And they always say, with an end to the sentence, and take Sora Aoi alive. That sort of thing. That's common throughout the communist Chinese internet. So this gives people a perspective on the kind of culture where we're at now. So yeah, World War II is very much on their mind, and it's an everyday thing, and all they strive for is vengeance against Japan. So they're preparing and amping up for war against Japan ceaselessly. And this is what they're mobilizing for. And this is like now an intergenerational trauma thing indoctrinated into them by Xi Jinping, just to, what else is he going to do with a 75% male population? I've said this analogy before when it came to the Zulu kingdom. Shaka Zulu and the tribe of the Zulus, their tradition was a man couldn't get married until he participated in a battle. And therefore, the only way that the men could legally marry was to go to war. And so that's why the Zulu Empire became an empire and expanded throughout southern Africa, was because of the need of these men to marry, and the only way they could do so was to go to war. Then the communist Chinese are in the same position. You've got a 75% male population. They're not going to get any wives without abduction, which is a huge problem for all their surrounding nations, is human trafficking into communist China. And either that or through business, going outside of China and marrying women outside of China. And you see so many Chinese in Africa that many of them are going to be married to black women. And they prefer lighter skin. And this is why you see so many black women buying these skin lightening products in Africa. This is something people can look up on their own. And then you see, of course, these Chinese marrying people on business ventures into Vietnam, etc. But this isn't enough. And eventually there's going to be an expansion militarily, just because what else are they going to do with all these men? Especially since they can't put them in mega factories now that the Cold War is on and people are trying to sever their supply chains out of China, because their dependence was proven to be fatal during the time of the COVID crisis. And everybody's relying on medical products made in China, like face masks. All the face masks were made in China. So, here we have this problem. I mean, look at America. All of America's uniforms, all of America's military boots, they're all made in China. All of America's flags that are flying in the U.S. military, backwards on their uniforms or forwards, however you hang them on the pole, they're all made in China. Of course, the Americans have tried to start some, home economics with that, and you see these flags made in America now. That's a big sign of pride. But I remember a time, it was around the 100th anniversary of the Communist Chinese takeover of the mainland, and 50 years into their rule on the mainland, they had this huge military parade. And it was around that time, shortly after 9/11's attack on the United States, when every motherfucker wanted to show they were a patriot by flying an American flag in America, and all these poor bastards who were Muslim immigrants or blacks from Ethiopia who kept being mistaken for Muslims and shit, so they all had to wear these big tacky wooden crosses just so people would know they were fucking Christians so they wouldn't be lynched. During that period of time, every one of them was buying an American flag so they could wrap themselves in it so they wouldn't be murdered. My joke was they were wrapping themselves in it like a shroud in their sleep so they wouldn't be murdered in their sleep. So with everybody buying an American flag, Communist China was making them all, and guess what? They had no fabric left to make any Communist Chinese flags for their 50th anniversary. So when the 50th anniversary came and Communist China and the military was marching, people were saying, hey, how come there's no flag waving? How come there's no flag? Where are all the flags? Well, they didn't have any because they had spent every bit of cloth on making an American flag. And my joke was they could have just run up an American dollar on a fucking stick and made that their national flag at that time, and been far more realistic about their situation. But this is what it's come down to, is that this was how dependent they were on America. This was why everybody used this term at that time, Sign America, S-I-N-A for China, and then America. Sign America was this. They thought at that time that, like back in the days when you had idiot Americans saying, oh, the Japanese economy is so strong, I don't know why we don't just make Japan a state. You know, you just roll your eyes, right? You know, and this is what people were saying about communist China. Well, they're going to become a single unified economic power, sign America, and that this was, you know, inseparable. You know, well, you know, all that came crashing down. So, yeah, hopefully that puts some perspective. You know, Penny Bradley saying we'll be talking about this sort of thing when I'm on her show, so we'll go there, and obviously it's what it is. So please, by all means, my voice is shut. I'll let you gentlemen take over for a little bit. All three of you that are here participate, and let me rehydrate myself.
Douglas, I'm starting to fade out. It's getting late here.
Understood.
So let's Salmon and Jameson take over, and I'll bow out for the evening.
Well, bless you. We love you dearly. And,
thank you very much.
Yeah.
Good night, Peter.
Yeah.
Good night, Peter.
Good night, everybody. Bye-bye.
Yeah. Look forward to speaking to you soon.
So I'm wondering,
Brother Douglas. Yeah, go ahead, Jameson.
I was just wondering if the pidgin language was not only to make the people look stupid, but to make them less able to integrate into the societies whose language their dumbed down version was originally based on.
Oh, of course, that's self-evident. Anyhow, go on. Yeah, that's both of you gentlemen, please give me a chance to rehydrate.
And of
Yes.
course,
So what I wanted to point out was the aspect of, I think in Pakistan news maybe a year ago, or was it 2 years ago, that they had caught a lot of these Chinese gentlemen that were coming in from China, because China's taken over Pakistan in a lot of ways, and they were marrying some of the women, and it was like a traditional wedding. Everything was legit, but they found out that when they took that they were taking these women back for human trafficking operations. So a lot of the Pakistani authorities clamped down on a lot of these Chinese men that were there doing that. And, you know, in order for China to protect their business relations with Pakistan, they cooperated with them to prosecute this group of human traffickers that was targeting Pakistani women.
Thank you. No, that's very important. And that's so important. Yeah, please, both of you gentlemen, continue. I'll keep rehydrating.
well, I was
Go ahead,
going to
Jameson.
say, China's sort of in a real sense not very different from America, in that, you know, China's culture is kill Japanese, you know, America's culture is kill Nazis and anything else that's non-white. Oh, Brendan,
Yes.
welcome.
Yes. Hello,
Oh, Brendan, yes.
Jameson.
So glad you're here. If you've heard any of this so far, I've shot my voice, so I've got to keep hydrating right now. I'll count on you, along with the other two gentlemen already with us, to carry the show. How much of the rest of the night do we have with you?
I mean, not like a ton of time, but some time, you know.
Good. Stay with us as
Yes.
long as you can. You're out of work now, right? Right now?
Yeah, I'm like driving home. So
Okay. Wonderful. I'm so glad you could join us. And I'm sorry that Amanda, you couldn't join us, because I was so curious about this weird guy she picked up the other day. It's like, oh, I got to rescue this guy. His car broke down or something. I'm thinking, well, what the fuck are you,
Right.
AAA? Why are you picking him up? What
Right.
the fuck was that? And
I hope she's okay.
yeah, but go on, by all means. Just tell us. Now, the other day, I tried to contact Brendan Zoget and bring him on the show, but he said, "No, the blue honeybeasts are after me. Oh no, it's, you know, if you've ever seen the Yellow
Yeah.
Submarine about the Beatles, the cartoon, the Yellow Submarine, where they've got the
Right.
blue meanies and shit."
The blue meanies. Yeah.
Yes,
Okay.
yes, that's it. The blue meanies were after. So tell us about this. What exactly your world was like under that influence?
Right. I mean, it was a more positive experience actually, but like I miscalculated the dose. It was you know, they were much stronger than I anticipated. So thank you for the person that sent them to me. But basically, they were a lot stronger than I expected, and like I made what's called like lemon tech. I made this special like concoction, we'll say. It's like I like ground up the mushrooms, and then I put some like it was lemon juice, it was vitamin C, like ascorbic acid powder straight up, and then I put like one blueberry in it, and I mixed it together and let it sit for like 10 minutes, and then I split it. My friend and I split it, and I basically, I don't know if I could say this on air, but I don't really care. I basically was, I ended up like driving because I thought it was going to take like an hour or two to kick in like a normal, because normally it takes like at least an hour, you know, for the stomach to digest it. But because I did that special technique, it broke it down faster. So it just goes directly into your system. And so basically during that whole situation, I had to drive, and then we found a safe place, like did like our walk. We went to nature because that was the most logical thing to do when you're tripping.
Was this you and all the various fairies that were following you that you saw
Pretty much
in the mist after you took
I'm still trying to contact the other person to see if he was really there. So
honest to God, I was just glad you survived the fucking night, because the way you were describing it, I said, come on the call, and he kept saying, oh, I gotta find a safe place where I can call. I'm not in the right place where I can call. I need to. And so I thought when he stopped talking, when he stopped texting, I figured, oh great, this fucker went out into the middle of some field. He's lying down and looking up at the stars. He probably fell asleep in the cold, and he woke up with pneumonia.
That's like literally what happened. I was like half asleep, like, and then I was like, oh shit, Douglas. Like I tried to say like I couldn't make it or something. Yeah.
Oh my God. I thought you died. Holy shit.
I mean, ego death, but not like a regular one.
Oh my God. Well, you were in danger of it, dude. You gotta take better care of yourself.
Right. I mean, like I said, I wasn't anticipating such a strong effect. Like, it was initially just like a microdose, or that's what I thought. But then, you know, it turned out to be a journey as it was. But it turned out pretty positive. Like the sun was in my nakshatra, so it's in like Gemini, like that's my rising. So it was in there, and like I had a really good experience with it. You know, connecting with it, connecting with nature, going out to the lake. And it was a good experience, actually, you know, overall.
Good.
Yeah.
Good. I'm glad to hear that. and I'm glad you survived. And so aside from that,
could you give us like a trip report?
There
like
we are. Thank you.
What? Yes. I mean
a trip report, as in like visuals and stuff.
Yeah. Like entities, like insights into the nature of like things that, you know, just the stuff that happens when people are under psychoactives.
Yes. So I was at this spot where there was it was next to a lake, right? So there's a lake, like a reservoir, and I ended up walking, like it was 108 degrees outside, mind you. So this is like probably one of the worst kind of weather patterns to have a shroom trip under, because like 108 degrees is like you're already sweating from like the psilocybin, and then you're on top of that, you're like getting toasted. So
this reminds me of this one guy I knew. This reminds me of this one guy I knew named Paul Mosslander or Mulholland. It was Mulholland, Paul Mulholland, and he said, "Oh yeah, you know," he was talking about how we were like taking a soak and a toke, meaning that he was toking up in a hot tub. And then he was like driving and some other activities in the heat. And I was thinking, you know, I was waiting for his next statement. Then we stopped over in the Seattle Medical Center emergency room.
Right. Pretty much. I mean, it was actually benevolent. Like I had, like the heat wasn't so gnarly. Like, I don't know if it was because the sun was in my, my rising, but like, it was more like, it was more friendly. It was hot, but it was more friendly. And like, so what happened was there's this nice trail near the lake, and there's this one trail where it's just like all like shady. It's like a valley basically. And so I ended up walking into this valley, and it's just like, you know, it's hard to put it into words almost, but it's like I experienced like, you know, there's like yin and yang, and like, so you have like the yin side of a mountain, and the yang is like the more sunny side, the yang. And so I was able to experience like the yin side, and I got a ton of insights on like what the yin side is for, how to use it. Like, for example, like if you're a predator, or if you're like a puma or some kind of creature that's hunting, you're more likely to be in that yin side of the mountain, because during that kind of weather, you want to kind of lay low and be more in the trees, and you know, you're not going to be hunting in like the middle of the day like that. So I was able to gain insight, like in the nature scope of it, like how, you know, what creatures would be there, why they're there. We ended up actually like collaborating on 2 haikus, like on the fly, just kind of going off of it. I don't have them with me, but at some point I'll be able to grab them, because that'll increase like the insight of what had happened. But there was a lot of connection to like energetic, like you become more sensitive to energies. Like we were able to kind of like walk into this part of the river, and because it was a weekend, there was like thousands and thousands of people in the river or in the lake. It's like there's like a dam, and it's an artificial lake pretty much, like a reservoir, but people use it recreationally, and there was like hundreds of people, thousands of people there. But we were on the nature end, like another side of it. But when we were in the water, you could actually feel the energy of all those people like funneling into the more shallow side of the water. And in that way, like you could it was almost overwhelming, kind of like being in the water at that point, because it created like this funnel and like all these different people's voices, and you could definitely feel their energies like transferring into the water. And I don't want to say they were low consciousness, but these people weren't exactly like, they're just normal people, right? Like nothing wrong with that. But you could definitely feel the heaviness of like all these different people. And it was definitely, it was a more like poignant experience than I've had before on mushrooms. Like something that was like super noticeable, like, wow, like you definitely could feel all these different people. And like the voices were funneling in, and it was interesting. And I ended up finding this mint, like just because when you're vibing on like the nature kind of vibe, like I was like foraging for like herbs and stuff, and I ended up finding this mint that was like the most powerful mint I've ever found, like in the wild. And it was just like so strong. Like that was a good experience too, just being able to like, like it almost revived me, like finding this wild mint by the river. And it was very strong, like super menthol, like beyond menthol, like spearmint almost. It was like a spearmint. And because just the nature of the spot I found it I guess had all the best requirements for it to grow. And so like that was very poignant, like memories. Like that mint was just like the most minty mint I've ever minted, like smelled. Like it was it was like that, And it wasn't just like the psilocybin. It was more just like that specific plant that I found was actually really strong, to the point where it was like almost eucalyptus. Like it was like clearing my nose and stuff. It was crazy. And I had a lot of auspicious and because like the sun was aspecting or like conjoining Castor Pollux, which are the twins, Castor and Pollux, like the 2 twin stars. We were seeing like two of everything, 2 birds. There were 2 crows, black and white crows, 2 that came up and flew over us at the beginning of the trip. And then we saw 2 ducks, 2 geese. Like it was just like lots of different pairs of creatures. So to me, that was like the fractalization of the stars, as above, so below, with us, people who are observing on the ground. And so that whole weekend I was seeing like twinning, like when I was clearing my crystals, there were like 2 ducks. And this was a different time. I wasn't tripping this time, but I was like, doing pretty much a ritual with it. And during like right when I initiated it, I was playing some higher vibrational music, and 2 geese came up. The 2 geese swam away. Then 2 ducks came up, swam away. Then 2 dragonflies. Then 2 bees. And so I didn't understand what was happening until the mushroom trip. And then I connected it with like, okay, because the sun is in the sign of the twins, that's going to be a more prevalent theme because, as above, so below, the Hermetic principle, as inside, so outside, you just get this feedback loop of nature, of divine coming in. And that's what you want. You want to be in that fractal zone. Like, it's called like, everyone wants like a heart of gold. It's called the heart of gold. And that's like your heartbeat tending towards golden ratio. That's like the real heart of gold. And so you want to get as fractal as possible, fractalization. And, it's like the visual representation of it's called like the Fibonacci and all that, so So that was, I think that was the main takeaway, was just, just observing that and understanding that. Yeah.
Incredible. Yeah, thank you for sharing that. And so, what do you advise for people who are going to try and emulate you? I mean, honestly, you could give the recipe. Nobody gives a shit. The hardest thing would be for people to find the ingredients.
Right. I mean, I gave some of the recipe earlier, but I would advise not doing any psychedelics to anyone.
Good call.
Yeah, so like that would be my advice, but it does have medicinal effects. I mean, it's not like negative in any sense, typically, but it all depends on if you go back to the 60s, like where I learned all this stuff. I was like, when I was growing up, I was into hippies and all of that, and if you go to their literature, like all the early guys like Leary and all the, even before him, you have like Ram Dass, you have all these guys whom I learned from originally indirectly. Basically it's all about set and setting and amount and dosage and stuff like that. So if you're not willing to take all these things into account, like, you shouldn't do it. You have to make sure you have a proper setup, which means like you want to keep water, you want to keep food, you want to keep all kinds of things. Like, it's almost like going camping. Like, you're not just going to go out there. You have to have the set and the setting ready. You have to know where you're going. You have to, especially if you're going in the wilderness, like, and dosage is super important. Like, everyone's different. You can't just willy-nilly, like kind of how I did it. Like, I just did it willy-nilly and I didn't really keep, I didn't weigh anything out and all of that. So that's why I had that situation happen where I was expecting one thing and got another. So that's something to watch out for. In the end, it worked out for me, but you never know. That's like where you get those stories where people take too many tabs and they jump out a window and they think they're flying or something. You just got to be careful on how much you're taking, in that way.
Yeah. No,
So,
definitely.
yeah.
And you're right. Most people can't handle this, and they just.
But nowadays, you have the thing called like microdosing. So that's a more safe, if someone wants to get into it and they have that desire, which I don't recommend. But microdosing is definitely a safer bet. That way you can get more of the vibes, you can feel what it's like, and you won't get overwhelmed as easily and stuff like that. But everyone's different, so just keep that in mind. Yeah.
And so, aside from all of that, I realize now I forgot to ask Peter Moon if he even reviewed what I had to say about Tesla, but I'll certainly ask him about that later. I take it you've been so busy lately, you haven't had an opportunity to review most of my episodes.
I have not, but was the Tesla, that was the last episode, yes?
Yeah, it was the latest episode before tonight's. That's right. So I can give you the same timestamp. I'll put it in your messenger. Then you can hear what I was saying about that. And
about Nikolai.
Yeah, that's right.
Okay.
And again,
I'd like to say something about this though.
Please.
From my perspective, like.
Oh yes,
I think...
tell us what Salman was talking about with the Asian Indian guy who inspired him so much. Go on. You would know about that.
Oh,
more.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. So there. Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. Like. So with Tesla, he gave us the AC motor, and the AC motor is what everything pretty much runs off of nowadays. Like, we have all that we have is from his inventions, and the AC motor is just the most well-known and the most practical. But to me, and from the Vedic perspective, from my view on it, is that without the Vedic perspective, or basically him making something practical is what shows that he's using the Vedic. So any technology that is practically applied and follows like multiversal laws and follows the world's laws, natural laws, that's how like the person is using real deal knowledge. It's not like theoretical knowledge. It's not experimental knowledge. It's not like mathematics. You can prove anything is anything. Like even Tesla, he said, in mathematics, you could prove a bird is the same as a tree, and he was opposed to the status quo on that. The math, all those math people, all his colleagues, because they could never really produce anything solid and practical, and so he did. And he did that only through knowledge of the Akash Dhatu. It's called Akash Dhatu. Like, he was introduced to like the Vedic knowledge and the elements. Am I still on air?
Yeah. I mean,
Yes,
yes,
we
we're
hear you,
hearing you.
Brendan.
Yeah.
You guys hear me?
Sorry, I was mute myself.
Okay.
So, go on.
No, you're fine. I was just I'm getting some weird static, but basically that, to me, that proves that he didn't have that knowledge, and he was able to practically make things that we all use today. Like, I mean, I'm sure you guys went over it, like all the important stuff he did. Like he had remote control cars. He had it all. Like everything we have today is thanks to Nikolai. And so all of that knowledge he gained through meeting people from India, like Swami Vivekananda, these Vedantist people. And I'm not saying those guys are perfect or that anything they said was really Vedic, but the point is he was introduced to it, and that led him to discover his own things through that. Through knowledge of Akash, through knowledge of all the 5 elements. You know, they're called the Panch Mahabhut, which is like, you know, the classic 5 elements, you know, earth, air, fire, water, and space, or Akash, which is sky element. And so to me, that's how you know he knew about these things, is because he gave us practical things that could be, and that's a fact, like, you know. So that was just my point on it. That proves that he was using the Vedic. Yeah.
That's right. And what I want Mr. Salman Sheikh to do is interact with you on this, because through his own Freemasonic education, he knew what you knew and was saying what you said. And I want both of you to flesh this out together, because it's so important. And
Okay.
it's basically...
It'll just be a second. I'm gonna go into my house real quick. So like I'll be listening to you, Salman. So I'll be right back.
Okay.
Yeah. So, 1 second. Okay.
So Salman takes it from there.
Assalamu alaikum, Brendan. Hope everything is well with you, and I'm glad that you survived your trip. And I assure you that Allah is always protecting you, even when you're doing what you're doing. So the aspect of Swami Vivekananda is that he was a Masonic brother who met Nikola Tesla at the Conference of World Religions in Chicago. And when they were there, they had developed a close relation in terms of knowledge and esoterics. And Swami Vivekananda was fascinated by Nikola Tesla, and he encouraged him that, I want you to translate the Vedic principles of prana, akasha, and kalpas into your field works of energy and what you were doing. So prana could be the aspect of the breath, mastering the breath, even what we're taught in Sufism, to master the breath, and the other aspects of different spiritual schools that teach you. And then the akasha and the kalpas are the aspects of time and space, where they say the times of the gods are different from our human time. So the example could be the Hindu god Krishna. They say that when he blinks his eye, it's equivalent to 500,000 years passing on Earth, like 500,000 years. So besides that, Nikola Tesla was able to pursue these ventures after being influenced by Swami Vivekananda, who himself lived his life as a humble man, teaching people the oneness of humanity and telling people to find that oneness of God within their hearts. So it was a fated meeting between him and Swami Vivekananda. There was another author that was close friends with Nikola Tesla, who was also a Masonic brother. And you see that those aspects of those influences being around Tesla, that he was encouraged to pursue his educational efforts. But then again, as time went on, there were forces of darkness that didn't want him to help humanity. And they kind of stepped in his way, demoralized him, stripped him of his citizenship, like Brother Douglas described in a very beautiful manner in his monologue about Nikola Tesla, and basically how his end came when those agents of chaos basically took everything away from him, while the Masonic brothers that were there by his side, like Swami Vivekananda and the American author, whose name I can't recall at the moment, they were there encouraging him and helping him.
Are you talking about ideals. Mark Twain?
Yeah. Mark Twain was a brother Mason, just like Swami Vivekananda.
Okay.
So he had that influence around him, but it's like what you said, Brother Douglas. It came a time where, in terms of Trump's, I believe it was Trump's uncle.
Yes.
And it was the other people that kind of got in his way, the other agents of chaos that didn't want him to help humanity. So his is a tragic tale. Nikola Tesla's tale is just tragic, but his intention of what he wanted to do for humanity and the benefits some that we're enjoying today are still there. And, I thank Brother Douglas for educating everyone, including myself. There were some things that even I didn't know about Nikola Tesla. So I encourage everyone to catch up on Brother Douglas's monologue so you get a full comprehension of the success and the suffering in like manner that Nikola Tesla had endured in this life.
Thank you. That's beautiful. And certainly you're...
Yes.
Yeah. Oh, good. He's back with us too. So both of you, if you could both interact on this, if you've heard what he said, I'm sure you have some input with that.
Yes. Oh, yeah. No, I totally agree. Everything he said, it was on point. Like, all that is super important. Like, especially for right now, we wouldn't have Wi-Fi. We wouldn't have a lot of things that we have. But it is unfortunate that the tragedy had to happen. In the end of his life. As far as Tesla goes.
Well,
yes, that's right.
Yeah. So in terms of, it's great that both of you agree, but there must be some nuance in terms of let's put it this way. So what happened was that Tesla...
I just don't want to roast like Vivekananda too much. Because I have my things to say about like Vedanta and stuff, but like I don't want to like go there, Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I could make fun of the other person you were talking about, Ram Dass, because of course,
right.
Yes,
right. They all have their criticability.
Yes, yes. But when it comes to so what we're basically seeing is that Nikola Tesla was rediscovering the Vedic technologies and bringing them into our world. These are the technologies of the flying machines and the...
And I could connect, actually, Douglas, since you reminded me of that, it's like there's connections to his Vedic chart as well. Like, for example, Nikolai Tesla, he had Kritika Nakshatra. I believe his moon was in Kritika, which means his moon sign was Pleiades, connected to the Pleiades. And that's where we get the term critical thinking. So he was very, very critical of his peers. Critical of science at that time, even his science even more advanced than our science now, I would argue. And then so he had that critical thinking ability, which gave him all those insights before he even got to that point. And there was also in his chart he had Betelgeuse. It's called Betelgeuse. It's like a star in Orion that was activated as well. And in like the Jyotish Nakshatra system, that's considered that's the beginning of like the electrical energy in the universe, or that's like the source of electricity. So he was super connected to electricity, thinking, and as you can see, like in his life, all of those things came to be. So once again, it's the Hermetic principle comes in, how it was shown in the stars. It affected the reality here, and so that is a super important aspect as well in the Jyotish aspect. And I'm sure Swami Vivekananda's he probably made him aware of certain aspects of it. Almost certainly the astrology.
Thank you.
Yes, definitely. Brendan, it's like what Brother Douglas pointed out in the monologue. They portray Nikola Tesla as a crazy person, and one of the games that I went through, it was called, I think, Red Dead Redemption 2. And in there, you do missions for this crazy scientist from a Serbian background. And that's exactly what Brother Douglas described in his monologue, that in a lot of these video games and movies, they portray him as this crazy individual. But in Assassin's Creed, the second one, because Assassin's Creed, the reason why I like those games is they always like show the aspect of the truth in many ways. So in Assassin's Creed 2, when you solve those puzzles, like those hieroglyphic puzzles, in there it shows you that Tesla had some kind of a secret knowledge or technology, and then they basically go into his lab and take everything away from him. So they point that out in Assassin's Creed 2.
Yes, and even now, like, a lot of those aspects haven't even been given to us or given to the masses. What he discovered, what he brought out. So people should be up in arms about this. Like, the so-called scientists nowadays should be, like, what's going on, with that. Like, where are the notes? Like, who has the notes, right? Like, so that should be something that questions should be asked,
Well, they're part of suppressing that info.
Right. And, like, I mean, he knew the aspect of, like, and this connects to Philadelphia experiment as well. Like, he knew that, like, if you take an electromagnetic field and you rotate it, it basically creates levitation. And that's, like, Vimana technology he learned from the Vedic as well. And it's that simple. Like, it's really, you take, like, an electromagnetic field and you rotate it and it creates levitation. And so if if things were perfect, which they're not, then we would be able to go, I'd be able to get in my Vimana from my garden and go to in like 2 hours, but the desperati, like, they don't want that, obviously, for people, so, or whoever the people in power are, yeah.
They're suppressing what Tesla was teaching us, Brendan, the same way that same enemy is suppressing Douglas's information and the knowledge that he's putting out there too. So it's all like, it's all part of that one. How do you say it? Like the one head that's suppressing information on all different angles and fronts, which can aid humanity, but it's all being suppressed in its own way. So I think it's it's pivotal for humanity. The type of knowledge that yourself, Brother Douglas, JMO, Peter, everyone on Team Dietrich, it's an honor and a privilege for me even to be here and learn from all of you. So I'm grateful for that. Alhamdulillah.
Yes, gratitude.
Oh, and my gratitude in turn for you gentlemen being here. Honest to God, I couldn't do this without you. So by all means, continue what you're doing. Yes, please go on with what you're saying is so important, and you can take it from Tesla to other aspects. I mean, after all, I told the both of you that since Salman Sheikh has interviewed other members.
Just real quick,
sure.
Real quick, some interesting synchronicity. I'm actually wearing an Assassin's Creed T-shirt right now. Just
excellent.
Unconsciously, like, it just happened like that.
That's beautiful, Brendan. It's so interesting. That one of the Assassin's Creed game, when Douglas was describing about the Native Americans, and the third one, they have a DLC called The Tyranny of King Washington, and they tell you in there that after the American Revolution, or this, whatever happened during that time, that Washington had became a dictator that had divided all of the estates into these different parties, that there was never really any sense of freedom that existed. And it shows him burning Native American villages, which when I heard Brother Douglas's transmission, when he described that and how they were committing atrocities against the Indians and all this stuff about Tesla and the second one, and how they tell you about, like, the genetic stuff and how you can you have the memories of your ancestors, genetics,
all of that.
So it's very cool, and it reminded me a lot of you, because the first Assassin's Creed you play as a Syrian assassin, and because he's the original, like, Hashashin. Yes. Yeah, that's right. And even in the John Wick movies, they portray the original Hashashin. And it's so amazing how a lot of that history is tied in together, because even in the
it's funny
because
the etymology, like people still use that etymology, like hashash means like your pot smoker, but it actually comes originally from like even nowadays when you say hash or hashish, like it comes from that time. And even like in times they had these operatives that were in that kind of zone. And then it became blown up in, like, the angels and demons kind of whatever Dan Brown brought out, but there's more to it than what he was just saying, historically, of course.
Well, anything from Dan Brown is shit, but go on.
yeah. I didn't want to have to. You did it for me, though.
Yes. And continue.
He made them seem kind of weak sauce, definitely.
Yeah, and explain that term to some of our listeners who might not be so hip.
it just means weak, low level.
Yeah. Thank you. And so
some California slang for you guys,
right? And
like skater slang.
Yeah. And I'll try to address some of these issues with Salman because he does want to talk about the Hashishin or elements of Islam people don't usually explore. So I might have an opportunity, no promises. It is 2 weeks from now or something, or at least, a week and a half. So I might have time to finally review the Wick franchise again when I'm actually stone cold sober. Or at least not so high out of my mind that, I'm seeing double. Or psychedelic colors. Like to me, it all appeared in various through rose-colored lenses. Let's just put it that way.
Right.
So, but aside from all of that, you continue along these lines, or if you feel that you're running down, I could get you both started in a direction that I think would be constructive, and I think that's very important because you use the term multiverse a lot, and I do think that's confusing to people, and it needs some qualification. Because
yes,
our man James is asking me how many triple C's I took, and that's cute. In terms of the party, and tonight I'm still, like I said, decompressing from the party from earlier, which was the National Day of France, or their version of the 4th of July. And so thankfully, Sugar Daddy has some connections with the French business, and an obligatory celebration involved myself in being able to work my usual trade. I went into, of course, some of the problems with that, and we're still counting on everyone around me. Maria Gregorich found their new replacement vitamin for those kinds of vitamins I used to take, but I think it's going to take some research, in particular by Brendan Zogit, to find some of these nutritional supplements.
I'd be up to see what she found, and I'll cross-reference the one you sent me, obviously.
She found what you'll find so long as you look at the company and what they're producing now. What they're producing now, you'll find it. It's the iron-free men's blend, and it's it doesn't look like it's anything compared to the old one. It looks like it's just synthetically produced crap like everyone else's got. So hopefully you can find some of the more, stuff like they used to produce, and don't be afraid to contact the company itself. I'm going to try and do that.
Definitely.
Yeah. And, so if we double team them,
I have connections in the vitamin business, so I think that's the best route. So I'll talk to them. And so,
by all means, whatever series of pills it takes to equal what that old set was, and I mean,
I could definitely get you something comparable, but we'll talk about that.
Yeah. Even if it's a combo, of 3 or 4 bottles of different types, whatever it takes to get the Damiana in there too, because the aphrodisiac part is important. And but one thing I want to emphasize is, to all our audience listening, let me take a look into the live stream first, and then I want these gentlemen to kind of talk. But I don't want to be too selfish about it, because our man Salman Sheikh he's on Eastern Daylight Time. And Salman, how many minutes do you realistically have left with us?
I have about 20, 25 minutes. I can stay a little over 12, till 12:10, 12:05.
Okay. The problem then is this will really fall on our man, Mr. Brendan. So why don't the two of you just kind of go on talking, and I'll go on my diatribe about the multiverse concept after our man retreats for the night, and Salman can review it later. And you can come back with your own observations on that on Sunday. And I have some very strong perspectives on this, simply because I think that it's being abused. Let's put it that way. I don't think that Brendan is abusing it, but I do think people are abusing the concept, and it's
definitely. I would probably agree with what you. Yeah,
Thank you.
When we go there, I'll definitely probably most likely agree with what you're saying.
Thank you. Yeah. And and Maria reminds us that we'll find better equivalents in terms of my vitamin that I used to live off of in Europe, namely Germany, where non-traditional are regulated, unlike here. So that makes sense. And if you have any German connections through your vitamin network, that would be
easily.
Okay. You're dropping off a lot, by the way. What is? Say that again.
Can you hear me?
Yeah. Now. Yes.
Okay. Yeah. No, I said easily. I'd easily be able to scope it in German and find some stuff But
Bless you.
we might not have to go that far. We'll see.
Sounds good. Sounds good. It would be convenient if we can find it right here, of course. Yes,
Right.
most certainly. And
I usually use like the Deutsch stuff for herbs and stuff. They're very, very good with herbals like valerian. So like if you're looking for like a single herb, they're like, that's like the best quality you're gonna get is German. So with a multivitamin, it's like there's a lot of different options, especially these days. So, yeah.
Okay, wonderful. And so you know, take it from there, both of you gentlemen, please. And Jameson, by the way, you must have something you feel you can contribute to this, I'm sure. If he's with us, he said he was eating.
Yeah. No. That was a little while back. Yeah, I'm still here.
By the way, Sarah Thomas says she loves the way you laughed at Brandon's experience. So there we have that. Oh, that was something I could have started. I could have started Peter Moon talking throughout the night if I had asked her about the antidepressant she was on. It'd be funny if Peter Moon went the Tom Cruise route and said, "All you need is Scientology." Anyhow, move on. I'm sorry. Go on.
All right. Yeah. What I was saying is it's not that I was. It's just that it's not that I'm laughing at the experience. It's that the experience. It's that the experience evokes
is relatable
joy. It evokes a sense of joy in me. To hear a fellow psychonauts, experience.
Oh, that's how Sarah Thomas saw it. That's how she saw it. Yeah. Believe me, we all saw it that way. Oh yeah, that's
okay.
Not even an issue. Oh yeah, don't even trip. You're tripping more than Brendan was when he was on the Blue Honey. Dude, I'm the one who makes fun of Brendan when he's under the influence of that shit. I mean, give me a break. That's like, I'm entitled. I mean, I find him irritating as hell. Yeah, man. Yeah, now that I'm on this shit. Yeah, I'm sorry, I can't come on, Douglas. Let me find some safe spot on you. The fairies are attacking me. I gotta get away from the fairy swarm. Well, oh shit, I'm out here in the cold, tall grass. It's really chill, man. Oh, the night's cold. And then suddenly, 10 hours later, what'd you say, Douglas? Yeah, really cold.
Yeah, I definitely caught the vibe on that one. Like I took like 2 or so hours to respond. I was like, he's so pissed right now.
Yes, that's right. Yes,
because normally, like, of course, like as per anything, like, you want to stick to your word as much as possible, but like it was just like not possible at that point.
You kept saying that. You said, I'm not sure I'm gonna be coherent, and I said, I don't give a shit. Just get on here and talk. And he was like, oh, but people want to understand me and stuff. It was like, because at that point he was gonna describe all of the brilliant shadows and shit, and the shadows, they're shining in the night. Yeah.
Well, since we're back on the topic, I can let me find this haiku so you guys can get a bit of a vibe.
Cool.
What was going on.
And so there's this wonderful new ad put out by Penny Bradley. I'll be sharing it after transmission, of course.
Okay, so here's a couple of them. There's 3. So 3 is always a very beautiful fractal number. And it's late in the distance, falcons spotting in Phi, cool breeze flow nice. So that one was, when I was by the lake and we were in that shady spot, kind of just vibing with it. And this falcon came by and like, I don't know if it was just like the exaggeration of the visuals or what, but I saw like the falcon's eye as like the eye of Horus. It was like that poignant, like just the outline of the falcon's eye and the way it looked directly at it. I got that connection with, that experience of like Horus or whatever you want to call that. So it was a very good experience. Seeing birds in general for me is a very high experience as far as their connection with divine and their connection to the Akash element, because they're from the sky. They're connected to that very much so. So the second one, bright light ray shining, lighting up the tree of life. Nature is grounded. And that one was again in that same spot, but the sun was coming over the ridge or over this mountain, this hill, and through the trees, and being able to like see like the sun rays splitting coming through the tree just gave me, you know, joy in a way. And so that's where that came from. And then I think one of my favorites is this final one. Dual sun rays, golden sunbeam pyramid, pink, gold, green, blue, red. And so that one is describing this hill again, but the way the sun was coming over it, it looked like a giant pyramid, or it was in a similar shape where it had sloping sides, but on the crest was the sun, exactly on the crest of that. And during the same time, there was a lot of connection, synchronicity with like seeing Horus or the falcon in the eye of Horus and all of that. So it all kind of was part of the same theme. So that's why I wrote that. And the colors at the end, that's like obviously like a visual aspect of the situation at hand, because like when I was looking at it, those different colors were coming in, separating from the sun ray, pink, gold, green, blue, red, you know, in this kind of like fractal pattern. And the person I was with saw it as well. So it wasn't like a singular, you know, to me, it was connected with like the solar positioning and all of it, you know, was connected obviously. But to me, that's what I got from it, you know, the knowledge of that experience. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. And understood. And that's wonderful. I really appreciate you sharing that and having the courage to do so. And honestly, also just got the message from our man Jameson that he might drop off at 6 Eastern time, which is I usually finish around that time, I think, or it'd be 3 a.m. our time. Okay, I'd still be going strong, yeah. So I'll hold the last hour on my own, but of course Brendan will probably be asleep at that time. But
Well, I think that's the last two. It's the last
2
two.
hours. Okay, yeah.
Yeah,
Probably.
yeah, because I'm gonna, because I gotta see the psychiatrist.
Understood, and that's appreciated. Just make certain that before you go, you remind me so you can hold it for just a few minutes while I relieve myself or refresh myself, and then you can go at that time. Does that make sense? You know, just before you're ready to go. Make certain
That's
to
cool.
inform me, 15 minutes before you leave, so that we can do that. Does that? There we are. So let's agree to do that. And if I feel like I don't need to do that at that time, I'll just keep burning. So that's fine. But probably be, you know, shall we say, probably be, I would be remiss to myself if I didn't take a break at that time, just before you left, just to make sure that I could withstand the next 2 hours. And by the way, just so everybody can help with this, so it was Michael Hemmingson who was the host on this weird show on Revolution Radio called something about your dreams, or, you know, whatever it was, The Art of Dreaming. It was called The Art of Dreaming. And he wrote a book, he co-authored a book with Don Webb, who's a very bizarrely innocuous name. And so Don Webb became the author of much Cthulhuoid fiction that goes without saying. And he was the heir apparent, along with Peter Levinda, to much of the Temple of Set. So when Michael Hemmingson co-authored this book on the Temple of Set specifically with Don Webb, then what happened is that Jameson cannot find whatever book it was. Now, I never knew the title because I was never interested, but I do know it was published. And it was after that this idiot, Michael Hemmingson, you know, I hate to say it, but, you know, because a lot of people have condemned me for being so hard on him, and he and I were friends for a period of time. But, you know, things change and people change, as people know all around me. And obviously, when somebody starts co-authoring books with Sethian cultists, you know, the term friendship really has to, you know, redefine itself. And whatever relations you have with somebody like that has to redefine themselves, as he did. And he began to openly try to
Was this the person that you like gave a warning to and just ended up falling?
Oh, yeah.
Okay,
yeah.
So then he deserved it. I'm sorry. I didn't like that.
Thank you. Yeah, and people were trying to make his ex-wife the villain when she's this Mexican who basically paid the Mexican police to come into the United States and abduct her daughter, who was in his custody because he was a bisexual who was holding orgies in front of her. She had the Mexican police abduct her and bring her back to her custody down in Mexico. And he knew if he went down there, they'd kill him. The police, they had. Let's just put it this way: they had him on their network relay as someone to watch out for, to eliminate as soon as he stepped, across that border. And they were in the right to be in this mindset about that. So I entirely side with her and the Mexican police on this. You can call them a bunch of Catholic reactionaries. Go suck it. At any rate, he wound up being murdered and his body taken down south where they did the beating to death, and so unrecognizable that he couldn't be displayed at his family funeral. But, aside from all this stuff that has led to widespread condemnation about myself, but even no matter how much context I put it into, the fact remains that this idiot was trying to start a flame war between myself and the Temple of Set, specifically Michael Aquino, but the entire temple, and he thought he was in good with them. But they didn't take kindly to the fact that he was bringing extra attention to them and did what they did. So there was a book that was published, but I never knew the title because I wasn't interested, but we can't seem to find a book that was co-authored by Don Webb and Michael Hemmingson. So to our listeners out there and to all the people on Team Dietrich, if anybody finds it, let us know. I find it,
You might have mentioned it way back in the day.
It was that work of fiction. I was actually right when with the title that I had given you.
That's so bizarre. Now,
so I did spell the name right.
Okay.
It was called Judas
Payne.
Judas Payne
With Payne. Interesting. Now, just so people understand this, like I said, Don Webb did write a lot of fiction, but what they were supposed to be doing was writing a book on the Temple of Set, and if they got together and they wrote some weird Tex Arcana, occult fiction concerning the Wild West, it shows me either they're trying to hide a lot of symbolism in that novel, and that means people can dissect it at their leisure, or whatever book they wrote was never published. That which is why I never found out the title. That they probably wrote a work that was nonfiction on the Temple of Set that did not get published. That makes a lot more sense. That instead they published a stupid fiction book, but whatever they were working on, probably Aquino stepped in and said it wasn't going to fly, or Lavinda as well. That makes far more sense than anything else. Might have been also a factor in his being killed. So, I mean, who would enter into a deal like that anyway? Oh, yeah, let's go write a book. Let's go join the Manson family. Yeah, let's team up with Charlie. Let's write a book together.
Where are the white women at?
Yeah, yes. Oh, is that Daniel Arola who's joined us?
Yeah.
Oh, thank God. Yes. So, anyhow, so Salman Sheikh will probably have to take off very soon. So, I'm so glad that Daniel's here to help, stimulate all of us as well, and catch us up on whatever's going on now. So we'll let Salman interject as you will. Salman, any final observations before you fade into the gentle night?
Yes, Brother Douglas. I wanted to give my salam and love to Daniel, and also say, hey, where the white women at?
Yes.
Walaikum salam. They're in Houston, man. They're waiting on you.
Yep, I'm coming, my brother.
Yep, they wanna Salman Sheikh it right.
Yeah.
yeah, definitely. It's always a pleasure. When I was in Dallas, in the Fort Worth area, I went to a lot of places where there were a lot of beautiful white women. I was proudly wearing that shirt. Hey, where the white women at? So I wanted to
wait till you come to Houston.
Yeah, that's right. And I was thinking of you. I said I thank Daniel for encouraging me to buy this shirt, to boldly express my love for beautiful white women that are out there. So I just wanted to express that as well. And with that, since we're approaching midnight, I bid Brother Douglas, Brendan, Daniel, Jameson, everyone with the greeting of Assalamu Alaikum and love to all of you and all the white women listening as well.
Oh, by the way, and if you could give a special shout out to Maria Gregorich, who has a Muslim daughter. then please, by all means, do so.
And a special shout out and my love to Sister Maria in Canada. I'm always grateful for your love as well. And I'm grateful for all of you on Team Dietrich, all the brothers and sisters. All praises due to Allah, and I'm grateful to have all of your love and support by my side. And together, and we will support Brother Douglas's mission, get this information out there. And I encourage everyone to please get his book and pass his teachings on to humanity, as it is very needed, since he is our walking interventionist. And we need to be that collective jury, because it's not just his war, it's our war. So on a serious note, I encourage everyone to please support Brother Douglas and contribute, get his book, and help in whatever way you can.
Bless you. God bless you. Thank you so much. You have a blessed night.
Good night, my brother. My love and salam to everyone. Good night.
Yeah, Salman.
Yes. And of course, Daniel Arola and Brendan Zoget can, and Maria G says, thank you, Salman. Much love to you. That's from Maria Gregorich. Bless you. And I'm so glad that worked out. And all right. And so, Daniel, here's something I wanted to ask. Of course, whatever you feel comfortable sharing, I know that your situation is very rarefied and very different. So I want to try and get you a signed copy of the book, at least signed by Peter Moon. I was wondering, privately, you can contact Peter Moon maybe and, tell him what I said. We'll try and tell him together if we can get you both on at the same time. We'll probably do that maybe Sunday. Then the point is that I know it's hard for you to just interact as easily as the rest of us with some of these affairs. So, I know that sometimes unless you get the bookie electronically, I don't know if you have the potential to do that. Are you able to access the bookie electronically or what?
I intend to actually get a paper copy version of the book.
Okay.
Yeah, I want to read the paper book.
Okay, great. Bless you. So, and you're able to do that then? You're able to do that?
Yeah.
Okay, good. I wasn't sure
I'll be able to buy it.
Okay. I wasn't sure that there was. So aside from that, catch us up on everything that's been going on with yourself, and certainly you could give us some insights into Brendan Zoget's experience.
Oh yeah. I was listening to some of those stories that Brendan was telling when I was doing a few chores in the kitchen, and I'm just reminding myself of some of my past trips in my late teens, where I was always careful, when I was doing that stuff, when I was tripping, whether it be on acid, shrooms, or or whatever else. But yeah, number one overall is always going to have to be the safe environment first. It's like if I were to take any hallucinogenic drugs, things like that, I'm not going to go out and party on it, thinking I'm going to go on and dance my ass off. I'm going to probably end up meeting some people and end up doing some other kind of drugs I don't need. But when I use it now at my age, I do it for meditation purposes. Sure, yeah, I would enjoy it. I would enjoy doing it recreationally too. But I have other things to do, with some of my other time before doing that. But for the most part, I use it more for meditation purposes these days.
That's appreciated. And so when you're meditating on it, obviously, I take it that you do this with open eyes. Your eyes are literally open. I'm not talking about just being aware of the implications here. In other words, you can appreciate the psychedelics. If we're speaking specifically of psychedelics, you can appreciate the psychedelic effects while you're meditating, right?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I can do that. I meditate with both eyes open and closed.
Okay. And so, Brendan, any feedback here?
It definitely enhances the connectability with frequencies, and in that way it is beneficial. It is actually best to do it in isolation and in that way, in that spirit of meditation. So
yeah, and if anything, around people that you trust, that's not gonna mess with you. when you're
Oh,
tripping.
definitely. Yeah, for sure.
Yep.
Right.
Yes.
And I haven't. Yeah.
Go on. No, go on.
Oh, I was just saying I have like a slight advantage, like that like I've never really had a bad trip, so it's like I've had to help other people while I was tripping, so
Oh yeah.
So for me, it's like it's not something that would just happen, like a negative experience. It would have to be some really gnarly situation or something.
By the way, that's important. Why don't all three of you share some of the panic stories where you had to deal with people who panicked while under narcotic influence? I think these are important experiences.
Actually, there was one cat that I had to dispatch, and I knew him from school, except I was in work mode, and I knew he was way on something, and I finally got him to admit that he had taken 5 hits of acid at one time. He's never done that before. I go, what the hell? Why the hell did you do that for? And through the course of the night, he started getting really shifty. Next thing you know, he's like already swinging on me, wanting to fight. I go, boy, what the hell's wrong with you? I had to clothesline him. Choke him, hold him. I had to do everything short of hitting him. Because he was my friend.
Right.
But I did choke him unconscious.
Because you knew the situation. Yeah.
Oh yeah, until the end.
Whatever you gotta do, man.
Yeah. No, that's true. Oh my God.
Thankfully, the EMS showed up because as soon as he was already tied to the gurney, he was still yelling at people. This black cop came up, and trying to ask him a question. He goes, "What's up, nigga?" I was like, "Oh, damn.
Delightful."
Oh my
God! Shut up!
So Daniel, you probably saved his ass. Yeah.
Well,
You
yes,
probably
I
saved
did
his life or something. Yeah.
because on his way to the hospital, his heart stopped.
Holy shit!
I go, man. And I saw him a couple of months later. He goes, man, never again, man. I ain't doing that shit no more.
Right.
Well, he's lucky he wasn't
moderation.
Yeah, go on. Go on.
Oh, I was just saying moderation is key if you really ever want to do that again, like to that person. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's so bizarre. And, it reminds me of course, I've told this story before about Abdul Karim Haq, but it's still fucking funny. And he was basically like an idiot. He was over in Europe, and, everybody, of course, has heard what I've said about cathinone before. And by the way, of course, as soon as we started our program for tonight, we got the first downvote by Richard K. Cole Jr. with his, and I'll give a new picture to our man Daniel Arola of Stephen Outram. He can start using in his memes because, of course, he's the ultimate power behind, Richard K. Cole Jr. But then he put in the second thumbs down, no doubt. Him or Derek Talley or both. But when it came to these clowns, where they're kind of relevant is this, how would I say it? Aside from the fact that I do need to make the public aware that this threat is constantly out there, because I do want people to understand, as a public figure, a micro-celebrity, a micro-influencer, I'm not nearly anyone that the mass public is aware of. And yet, of course, I have a greater threat to my life that's ongoing constantly. And as much as we make fun of these people, we have to do this because we have to keep the public aware. Without the public being aware of this, then there won't be any record of what happened or who to look for. Should something happen to myself, or should something succeed in taking myself out, it's very important that the record be out there. That is something that people just have to understand. If you don't understand that, you've got no grasp on reality. Honestly, otherwise I would spend not even a moment's time dignifying these people with the attention that we do. But it is educational for the public to see what happens to a true public informant and understand that the major assassination that Aquino deemed far more effective than physical assassination was character assassination. So do bear that in mind, and this is what I have to defend myself against, and I'm very fortunate that Team Dietrich and so many other people have been with me through thick and thin, and that these are the true team members, and these are the true people who were always here, and unlike people who are strange and come up to me and say, "Oh, let me help you out," and then they turn into something strange. And somebody like Abdul Karim Haq wasn't even like originally a cultist, but then he like went in that direction. Not quite sure about the David J. West episode, but he was definitely motivated by desperation and a desire to plagiarize, like he was running out of ideas. But when it came to someone like this idiot, Abdul Karim Haq, when he was, his major thing in life was people would pay him to like go to parties. And if my father were alive, the man who raised and guided me, George Dietrich, he would have said that Abdul Karim Haq was one of those men who had life by the balls, meaning that somehow he got onto some, gravy train that was serving him well. And he was taking advantage of his mother's social security checks because she had full-blown Alzheimer's and was suffering senile dementia, so she was prisoner in her home. And he just basically was taking her checks and using that, and people giving him money, sending him money to be a friendly black Muslim at various parties so that he could impress people with how cosmopolitan.
He got to travel. He was saying he was like in Deutschland. He went to Japan. He was like all over the place.
Yeah, he was all over the fucking world. Yeah.
He's an artist. I won't be surprised if he gets the sponsorship of some gay friends with money.
Yeah, the funny thing was he's so homophobic. You really wonder about that. Most of these guys.
It's those guys that do. It's those guys that hustle those rich gay guys.
That's right. That's right.
To cover.
That's right. That's right. Their homophobia is just a fucking cover. You really have to assume that's usually the pattern. The guys who are. Yeah.
Now I can see him trying to hit up a tranny.
Yes. Yes. Anyhow, so when it came to those of you who haven't heard this lately, I don't talk about it too much because I've actually branched out into some other drugs. But in the old days, I spoke of it because it was a regular habit of mine, which was the cathinone. And so the only person who still trips off that is Richard K. Cole Jr. And one time he went on this full campaign fairly recently where he plugged it, all over YouTube. He was saying, Douglas Dietrich uses cathinone. If you contribute to him, he'll be spending his money on drugs. Like if people haven't assumed that by now, that isn't, then they haven't been listening.
I listened to this one video that Richard K. Cole is having as in an interview, where he's exposing the Martian Marine Randy Kramer. And the funny thing is, you listen to his voice there, and then you listen to the Randy Kramer interviews. It's the same dude, same voice.
Thank you. I mean, that's what's so funny about it. And but there you go, typical schizophrenic. And this is what makes him so dangerous. So people do understand we are dealing with truly pathological, psychotic people. And these people do ultimately carry out acts of violence that they threaten. So this is why this has to be a public record, because I can't get any action through the FBI, unfortunately, simply because there's multiple issues involved with that. And as I've said before, as much as many people in the white community refuse to believe this, racial issues are involved. And there is less attention paid to people of ethnicity who are filing complaints or reports than there would be to people of an upper middle class white spectrum, social spectrum. But anyhow, so like I was saying, he was the one person who was tripping off cathinone after all these years, which, by the way, I still use and have mentioned to people before. This is something that is, how would I say it? There's no laws.
I was about to say, like, I'm about to donate just so you can get more, because I miss the old Douglas.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate that. Yeah, cool.
That was just a joke, but
yeah, cool. Yeah, and
like if that was his argument, that's what I would have said. Like, I miss the old Douglas. He needs more of that. So
yeah, thank you. I mean, really, this is what's.
It'll remind you. It'll get you on the tangent of like ghouls and all those cool African stuff.
There you go. I mean, it carries that with it. I mean, and just so people know the plant.
I have a story about that.
Please.
The cathinone. My grandpa, he used to work, of course, in the Middle East. Like, he has he has a background there.
Yeah.
And he said he used to see when he was in Sudan and Egypt and stuff, there would be these people just driving in the desert like hundreds of miles an hour, like crazy fast. And he would see it so often, he finally asked like some of the locals, like, what's going on? Why are these people just driving through the desert like 120 miles an hour, just apparently for no reason? Like he thought it was like a gang or something. And they told him, oh, those are the cot dealers. Like they have to cut the cot, and for it to stay fresh, they have to drive it to the city within like a couple hours. Otherwise, like their product goes bad. So that was like an everyday occurrence. He kept seeing it, and he was like, what's going on? Like, why are these people driving so fast? Yeah, so that's why.
They can't function without it in Africa. I mean, for all intents
and purposes. It was like a big deal out there. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's like, think of coffee here and how and how the world, what would happen to your world without coffee? And it's like, that's what it is for Africa.
All the white people flip.
Yes.
Or just anyone, really. Nowadays, it's like 90% of the population, so like everything would just shut down.
Yeah, no, it's true.
You know,
everyone.
It was Arab merchants that were responsible for distributing coffee worldwide.
Yes.
Yes.
Yep.
Yes.
That's right, and that's so important. And but everybody say goodnight to Maria Grigorich. She is going to bed now, and everybody maintain her in your thoughts and prayers. The pains are getting a little bad for her, and she deals with her discomforts just as I do. And she's very sensitive sometimes to to what's going down. So love you, Maria. Mwah. And you take care of yourself, honey. We're going to always have you in our thoughts. And our man,
good night, Maria.
Our man Jameson will take over in her place for a little bit. Yeah. And sorry. Oh shit! She said no mention of that, please. Oh shit! That's oh god. Anyhow, I hope she forgives me. So, I'm open about it. I have chronic pain all the time too. It just comes from, a life that you've lived, you've overlived, right? This is what happens. So, by the way, just so people understand the cathinone is from the Catha idula, that African plant, but it's very common in the Middle East and Southwest Asia. But in most of the places, they don't bother to even make laws about it. In Europe, it's kind of like they're trying to legalize it, or there's some places where it's already legal. But in the United States, it's totally illegal. And this is kind of, to me, it's absurd. But, at the same time, if most people were using it as pervasively and as regularly as they do in Africa, most people would develop a sense of paranoia and probably go off.
I mean, the only critique I would have of it is that it's like habit forming, but like it's no worse than like nicotine or anything like that, or caffeine. Like caffeine's addictive, So it's like
Yeah, that's right. Thank you. And really, I mean, it's a little more potent, believe me. But
yes, I know.
But
so is like alcohol, and that's legal. Like that'll kill people. Like,
it's true. Yeah, no, I get you. I get you. And but so here was that what I run into a lot is because I was trying to educate people about this in the past, and should actually get back on the trip of doing so, actually educating people more about it in the future, because I think it's a point to be made where it brings up, as our man Brendan said, other topics as well. It brings in these collateral topics that are socially important. And see, one of the big concerns in Europe, and the only reason they really outlaw it in Europe, is because they feel that most of the funding goes towards aerobic terrorism. That's why. So it's like, and that's more of a factor to them than the drug itself. So in America, of course, all they're worried about is anybody getting high off something, that the government doesn't control, which was like, again, I'll have Brendan go out to town on this. I want Daniel to join him, and just how stupid it was in some ways for them to make pot legal, and just how that robbed that whole underground economy.
A terrible idea.
It was
possible.
Yeah, it was. Thank you.
Because now you have all these, like Marlboro getting stakes in cannabis companies, and then they're like selling like packs of joints like it's a cigarette or something. It's just a joke. I mean, total joke.
Thank you.
And then it disenfranchised all the growers that were like organic growers, and now they can just get put in prison for just like growing organically and trying to supply people. So all of it is just nonsense. And then they tried to say, oh, like especially here in California, they were like, oh, it's gonna pay for the roads and everything will get fixed, and take all that money, no one knows where it's going.
Yeah,
You know.
thank you. Just total fucking crazy crap. I mean, it's just like,
Well,
The roads
even-
never got fixed, I'll say that.
yeah, thank you.
Weed activists have been, they've just been recycling the same, they're just recycling the same reasons and rationale through the
Yeah.
years. And they're just putting a new shirt on it,
Yeah.
Right.
according to the times.
Yeah.
But
Yes.
yeah, it's doing the
I'm gonna
same
start
thing.
making shirts that say like re-illegalize or something.
Honestly,
Well, I prefer decriminalize.
Criminalize.
Yeah.
Recriminalization, you're saying? Oh, just
Decriminal.
decriminalize in general, just
Yes.
to where there's like no law. Yeah, that's preferred,
Yeah.
of course. That's how it was actually for a time. Like, I remember like in 2012, between 2010, I want to say from my memory to like right before it got legalized, like 2018. That was like, or even maybe a little less, like I would say 2010 to 2015. That was like the golden era. Like, if you had a medical card, you can go to all these cool clubs. Like they would hook you up. They give you free stuff. You go to all these different places and they give you free, first time free. And then you become friends with them and they give you more free stuff. And then now that it's legal, it's illegal to give away free drugs. So because it's regulated. So now it's like all of that was destroyed. Like all that fun stuff about it was totally ruined. Yeah.
I do recall in the debate that I watched between Kamala Harris and Mike Pence, the vice presidential debate, that she explicitly did say that that they intend to decriminalize marijuana. Those two words together. Thinking, holy shit, she had me at that.
Right.
Cool.
Right.
Yep.
Yeah, I mean, that would be the balance, which was it would be nice if we could have the kind of subculture we used to have, but it was, of course, a criminal subculture. And it would be nice if that simply wasn't prosecuted. It would be a decriminalized but illegal state. In other words, illegal but unenforceable. I think that would be a nice compromise.
Because a lot of people were scarred from like the John Sinclair era where people would just get put in prison for like a joint. I even met like older people recently that like they're still like scared of hash and stuff because it used to be like an instant felony. So like when they see it and you're like in public, they'll start freaking out.
That's amazing.
But,
you mean that's changed in regards to hashish? Has that changed?
Oh yeah. No one. It's part of the whole legalization thing. Yeah, it's totally legal.
Fuck, I didn't even know.
You can have as much as you want. Yeah.
I wonder what current illegal substance will be next in line. That'll be the new weed after weed's all cool and shit.
Right. I mean, they're trying ketamine now, and they're saying it's good for depression, but like all it does is you go into this K-hole where like everything's gone, dissociation.
I tried some of that shit before when I was dancing, and to me it was fine at the time, because to do the activity, but to party on it, I don't know. I don't know about it.
That's a terrible idea. I've seen people at raves where like they try it and they're like, they think they're doing something, and then they just end up in the bathroom on the floor, like in like a whole nother dimension. And it's like, why would you even waste your money coming here and like doing that?
I'm glad I didn't pay for it. Shit.
Oh my
yeah,
God.
exactly. It's just like a waste of time.
Oh,
Like, you might as well take dancing drugs at that point. Like get
yeah.
your money's worth.
Yeah, and this reminds me that some people are just fucked up, and I mean, on the that would take a whole different story with this one poor bastard I know, and I'm sure he's dead. But there was just to finish off on that thought, not that I want to overdwell on it, but the Abdul Qadim Haq story was, so of course he was fascinated, like so many people. Everybody was asking me about, can I try some of this cathinol? Everybody knew, was always saying that. That's one of the reasons I stopped talking about it. To tell you the truth, that's one of the reasons I stopped talking about it. It wasn't even so much that I stopped using it so much as it was, even though I am, using a lot of
I even had that thought. I was like, maybe Douglas can hook me up.
Well, I appreciate people, being curious, but the fact is, of course, I have a very specific source, and it comes to me, and of course, I use it all, right?
Exactly.
It's just
not something that's just
it's not something
accessible like everything else.
Yeah, it's not that accessible, so it's one of those things that I use it all, and I'm not going to share, and it's just one of those things. Also, there's also experiences I've had in the past, and I'm sure all of you can relate to this. You don't want to share because a lot of times, I know none of you guys would do this, but there's too many assholes that we all know of who just come back asking for more, right? It's like, they can't get enough, and then they keep coming back, right? So, nobody needs that.
And they'll play that friend card shit, and try to guilt you some more. Oh, fuck that.
Yes. Thank you. And so then what happens?
It's funny because when old coworkers will like text me, I'll just be like, "What do you like?" I just know it's for something like that, and I just don't even respond because I know exactly what it is. So they don't give a fuck about me.
So you've got a reputation then. You've got a reputation as some kind of source.
No, it's just that I was more positive towards that kind of stuff, like different whatever, substances. So like, if they're like they have no other hookups, they'll try and come to me. But it's like I already know their game, so I'm just like, all right, I'm not gonna. I'm one of those people that I will not give it to anyone else. Like people ask me all the time, and they're like, get me this, get me that. Like, nope, will not.
Yes, that's good for you. And so at any rate, so one of those curious people was Abdul, but I knew he'd be a bottomless pit, and so I wasn't going to give him shit. And then so then when he was paid to go to one of those parties in Europe, then he went over there, and he of course what happened was he was already smoking pot because he smokes pot all the fucking time. I mean, granted, of course, we know other people that do, like Daniel Arola, but he's got at this point Daniel's got more THC in his system than he's got blood, so it doesn't matter. It's like breathing air to him, right? It doesn't mean anything. But with somebody like somebody like Abdul who wakes and bakes in the morning, it's just I don't know, somehow it's just it. And but anyhow, so he's always on that already, and then he was on, I forgot what other drug it was, hashish. It was hashish. So then when he went over to the party, and then he's smoking hashish. And brilliant, got some input from Jameson. I'm gonna read it out loud because this is what I do reflexively, and like Maria, he might tell me, oh, keep that to yourself please. By that time I already have it out of my mouth. He says he has an insect bite on his leg. He's concerned it might be infected. Why don't you describe this to us, Jameson, and then we can. The first thing we'll do. Here's what we'll do first. The first thing we'll do is we're going to ascertain whether this is one of those hallucinations that one has when they're on enough crack or meth and you think the bugs are crawling under your skin, and then we're going to decide if it's real.
I wish it was. This is above my knee, and it's the skin is raised in this red. It's like this red mound, this red round mound, and there's like pus oozing out of it. And blood.
How does this happen to you? How do you get into these situations?
I don't fucking know. I
do you have access to vitamin C?
Yes, I've taken this stuff religiously. Like I take like 3,000, 4,000
I believe what
milligrams
Brendan
of the
is
stuff
going to suggest is maybe
per
applying
day.
it physically. Like if you had that kind of C that he has, that lipo, C, he would
the
actually
lipospheric would clear it for sure.
Lipospheric, he would apply that actually topically on your skin.
Right. Topically.
Yeah.
I'll give that a try. I know it's gonna hurt like a motherfucker, but
start with like hydrogen peroxide, then let it dry, and then like just hit it with like mix the vitamin C with water and just hit it with like Vit C. Yeah. It'll cleanse it.
Yeah. But of course, if things just keep getting worse with it, obviously go to a hospital and turn yourself into the emergency room. Now, is it conceivable this might be one of the centipedes? I highly doubt this, but go on.
Centipedes don't bite people.
They can. Oh, they can. But go on. They're not going to do it if you don't bother them normally. But
I can't see it biting me while I'm asleep.
Okay, there you go.
I mean, that's just not probably going to happen. But this thing popped up overnight. I know yesterday I went to a doctor's appointment
Mhm.
and it was itching. Yesterday I had to see the gastroenterologist, but I'm wondering if I got it from going there. Maybe somebody was infected with something and it was lingering in the air or something. Maybe I'm being too paranoid. I don't know.
Well, I don't know about the lingering in air scenario. If you got bitten by something, that's not something that's lingering in the air.
I mean, it sounds to me like a spider bite.
Yeah.
Why I was
Spider
saying
bite?
Take the vitamin C. Yeah.
It could be a spider bite. Because
They usually start oozing because like it liquefies your skin.
Yeah, it liquefies your muscle tissue and shit. Yeah.
Okay, that's really good to know.
Yes, you're being digested. Yes, they're digesting you.
Yeah, so that's
All right, so
it'll heal soon.
I guess I was a bit too friendly to the spiders.
Well, what does that mean? I mean, come on, I got spiders all over my house, and that shows that you have
I
a
got
healthy
spiders all over the
ecosystem.
place too.
Yeah,
I see them as a sort of help.
Yes,
for
that's what
getting
they
rid
are.
of
It's a
pests.
sign of a healthy ecosystem, but it's so don't tell me. Okay, on one of those, under the influence of one of those narcotics, you got really friendly with one, right? And she just, you just, this is how the bite got above the knee. She just didn't tolerate your, waving that wand over her like that, and that's such good happens.
I can tell you about my casual fling with Arachne.
Yes,
the spider goddess.
That's right.
Right.
So
All right, so I put the vitamin C on it. The stuff is still oozing. It doesn't
okay.
hurt, but
It'll be fine.
What I'm wondering is,
applying.
okay, we know it happened. We know it
what I'm
happened.
doing is I'm trying to squeeze all the pus out. I don't know if that's a good idea.
Come on, gentlemen, both of
cleanse
you
it,
should have
cleanse
some
it,
input
and
here.
then-
Brendan is saying it's cool to do that.
Yeah, cleanse it first, and then like let the ascorbate like soak into it, and that'll neutralize the poison, and then your body will do the rest. Healing.
These things never happen to me. I don't know. I look at these other people and they're like, hey, come on, man. What about you, Daniel? Have you ever had insect bites?
Fortunately, no, not really. Well, if I did, they don't last long on me. I mean, I haven't really had any infectious bites.
Right.
And besides those big ass mosquitoes back in the Philippines, but other than that, no, I can't really recall anything.
Right,
that's
you're probably
impactful.
resistant.
Yeah. But Jameson, of course, he's kind of compromised his immunity because of his, overindulgence.
Well, the thing is, I don't know if this could also be an ingrown hair or cyst, because unfortunately I'm one of those black guys who have the white genes. That I'm one of those hairy black guys, so
Come on. I mean, really, an ingrown hair. I mean, at that point, well,
those things can become cysts.
Ingrown
hairs can become cysts, and if they grow big enough, because I watch those things on YouTube where they're like popping cysts, and they can be squeezing those things for hours.
Well, why do you? Okay, this is why it manifests. It's because you view this shit, and then it stays in your mind. Then you manifest it
Pretty
physically. Really, that's what it's all about. You just watch all this gross shit, and then before you know it, you're gonna manifest it. That's what happens, right? I mean, like,
at least I'm not asking how it tastes.
Yes, well, there we are with that. That's what we were dealing
J-Mo,
with.
that's what went wrong with that girl. You were overthinking.
Yes, there we are. Thank you.
I can't help it. It's like I don't know how to turn the thinking mechanism off. Okay, I seem to have gotten enough fluid out of it that it seems to be shrinking.
This is so fucking gross, and it's like.
Well, I tried to perform surgery on it. So what I did was I took, when I shave, I use one of these single razor blades. So and you have to replace the blades in them. And so I took up one of these Viking blades and I just like cut into it to see what would come out. Of course, blood came out, but then all this pus started following it. So it's like obviously, I mean, I've had mosquito bites in the past, and they haven't done that.
Well, right. Thank you for sharing that. So So this might be something new, and obviously do what was suggested by both these gentlemen. Well, Brendan at least, and then Brendan says, "I'll be back. I've got to take a shower." I don't blame you after hearing that shit. So there you go, Brendan. Have fun, and let's do come back and return to us. So do what Brendan suggested, and if it doesn't work, go to the emergency room. Go back to ambulatory care. At this point, you'll be in when you're seeing the doctor tomorrow. You'll be in the area of a hospital anyway, right? Or is this
No,
a
no, no, no,
psychiatrist?
no.
Yeah,
This
the
is a
psychiatrist.
psychiatrist. What I
Okay,
could do
okay.
is from there I'd have to take the bus, and then I'd have to take the train to the emergency
Yeah, I would
room.
suggest you just do that, really, rather than, try and trust to fate. Honestly, just do that. You're going out tomorrow anyway. You might as well do that. Obviously.
Well, it doesn't seem like it's getting worse. So that's the good news.
Yeah,
I just don't want it to be something where some, evil warlock decided to curse me with a wound that kills me in 3 days using some kind of demon, but I don't see why that would happen anyway, because I give my offerings and sacrifices to them quite regularly.
There we are. Could you qualify for the public that you're not a serial killer and that these aren't people?
I'm not a serial killer. When I give offerings, what I offer them is my earthly experience, meaning, and I don't expect anything, I don't ask them for anything in return either. It's just so that they have record of why I do what I do.
Okay, I'm not quite sure why they would value that necessarily. But
Well, think about it like this: they're fixed beings, right? And we're beings who are sort of mutable. So if the only way if they want to change anything about themselves, they would have to go through something that can change itself.
Okay. That's I'll roll with that. That's fine. Believe me, it's we all have different ways of perceiving the cosmic ecology, and there is a kind of fixed nature to these entities, and this is like. Your way of contending with them is, it's whatever works, and so that's
whatever works.
Yes.
And it seems to have yielded results. So I mean, there seems to be value in it. It's because apparently I'm in a community where I can't burn my offerings, sadly, because everyone's going to think I'm nuts and call the police. And my parents don't want me doing any ritual offerings of burning incense to these entities in my room or in this house, which, of course, I can't blame them because, people fear what they don't understand. So the only thing I could really give them is anytime I drink something, anytime I eat something, I give them the sustenance that I am ingesting as an offering unto them.
I knew another guy who did that kind of, and don't forget, of course, this is also very Chinese. The Chinese people offer food as well as the Vietnamese people offer food to the deceased. Only it's an offering to the deceased, the dead relations and the like. To certain Westerners who take this the wrong way or misinterpret it. One of the people I knew who was kind of doing that just for ghosts in the room, so to speak, or entities that were in the home aside himself. Basically, he was inviting them into himself, and he eventually went insane. There were other factors involved with that, but this was part of the spiral down.
Yeah, chances are he was insane from the beginning.
Well, there we are.
I mean, because it takes someone. In all reality, it takes someone who's a little bit crazy or is a little bit disconnected from what we would call the mind of the norm, or the normal people, to take the chance to decide to let something into your physical form and to experience sensation and things through you. But the thing is, I've done this for, when it first happened, it was always against my will, but now I'm doing it willfully, and it's a lot different. So I mean, it's not as traumatic as it used to be when I first started this stuff. It was quite traumatic. starting out, because it's like when they went into me, it felt like I was having a seizure or something. It was just horrific. And the loss of bodily control and seeing something else moving your body is just insane. But now it's just like I can't tell where I end and where the infernal begins, and it's just like, okay, that's cool.
So Daniel, what does this bring to mind, Daniel? There must be some observations you can share with us on this, or anything else. You can change the topic. I would be just as grateful. That's...
I was trying to absorb as much as I can, but it's not a scene that I'm totally familiar with.
Okay, that's fine. As for myself, it doesn't necessarily hold my interest. It's the one thing I will say, Jameson, is the difference between you and I is you're very monofocal, and that's that's the source of a lot of
noticed that.
Yeah, that's the source of a lot of your issues. So just want to kind of drop that and just let go. You really want to start letting things go. I think that's
to be honest, I think I was born this way. Is there? Is there a condition that? Well, let's not. Yeah,
I'm not going to entertain. You can ask your psychiatrist about that. I mean,
that would be a good question.
Yes, and then see what
I got an idea.
Yeah.
When you meet with a woman, JMO, when you talk with her, listen to her. Yes. Without and avoid any temptation to try to fix any problem she talks about.
Right.
Just listen to her, and as long as she knows that you're listening, that turns her on.
Yes.
And see that's your how can I say that's your thinking that's your thinking brain's way to take a rest and have a little vacation. You'll be a lot safer that way.
Yes, so true. The less she knows about you, the better. Don't take that personally. It's just
no. I understand, and to be honest, I agree with you. I am a little bit on the strange side.
Well, it's just hard for people to process, and
it's a very hard habit for a man to break, because we have this instinct to want to fix things, especially when it comes to people that we want to impress.
Yes.
Yep.
So there we have that, and so go on with that. Some more dating advice for this young man would be helpful to many of our listeners besides, I suspect. Yes.
If you just let her talk, no matter how silly she sounds, and the less you speak, or when you just speak sparingly, and you're letting her know that you're listening, that gets her even more excited. Maybe she'll start gabbing a bit more, and she'll start letting go. You'll actually really get to know her more that way, not through her words, but the way she expresses them. Especially the words that she tends to lean on, and she'll end up repeating them a lot. Especially like when I do that shit with my memes, saying basically, little things that would catch her, and you can figure out how to connect with that just by listening. That's one of those subtle but very functional ways of seducing a woman, is when a man can actually listen. And it's easy to talk about, but to actually do it, it's like a lonely journey, but it's worth it.
Mm-hmm. Yes, there we have it. And wonderful advice. And if only all men would listen to that and start to listen. Really, this is what women are seeking, is men who will listen. And, by the way, Ms. Zalim is with us. And, hey, honey, so glad you're here. And always glad to have everyone here who showed up. And Ms. Zalim says, I think people view reality in different ways. As long as you aren't harming yourself or your social surroundings, then it's anything goes. And Brando, who's Brandon Young, says, hello, Douglas. I think I hear Daniel Arola. Yes, good to hear you guys. Hope all is well.
Hey, Brandon.
Yes, Brandon, wonderful individual. And Marky Milk says, don't squeeze, use hydrogen peroxide. There we are, yes. And Ms. Alim was saying at least some tribes in coastal Shalish does. Native Americans also offer food to deceased family. Yes, okay, thank you, Ms. Zalim. Deeply appreciated. That's right. So Native Americans also offer food to deceased family. So
And
yeah,
the ancestors.
yeah, the ancestors. Yep. Yeah. And there, Chris Collins was saying, I wish I could find some cathinone in St. Paul, Minneapolis area. You know, honestly, it's one of those things that this may as well come from Mars. It's one of the hardest things to find in the United States. It's rather bizarre to me. But there you have that. And
does it have dissociative properties?
well, I mean, it depends. I think really it just depends on every user, really. It's kind of like, you know, take a look at, you know, all drugs are like that, really. It just depends on the user. It's like, you know, anything can drive a person to a point where they're, how would I say it? I knew this one cop when I was going to the police academy. There was one cop who was saying that, you know, you can't say that drugs cause aberrant behavior because people who are taking drugs are seeking aberrant behavior. I mean, I got his point. It's not exactly, how would I say it, sensible, you know, when its syntax is wrong, etc. But you get my point.
Yeah.
You can understand what he's saying.
What he's basically saying is that drugs, they magnify.
The person's
like
own.
magnifiers.
Yeah, the person's own. And this is why somebody like Daniel Arola, who's balanced, you know, it's not going to do much. You're not going to see a supermassive change in behavior because he's a person who's pretty much at peace with himself as much as he causes problems with others.
At least he's not in Facebook jail. I mean, I still got 2 more days in the slammer.
Yeah, well, he's working on it. I'm sure he's working on his next spell in Facebook jail. And but in terms of the, oh my God, the joke. Oh God, yes, he put one of those jokes on in thread of one of my latest posts, and it was like, you can bet I'm the only person who put a haha on it. You know, everybody else just looked at that and ran away. Oh my God. And but anyhow, yeah, so it's not the same without Brendan here, but the story to finish up with that idiot Abdul Karim Haq was that he, of course, while he was on hashish and pot, was told, oh, here's some cathinone in area. He was asking, what's that? You know, oh, that's cathinone, you know, these leaves. And it was like, oh, and he just had to try it. And, and he, again, to add to the stupidity, he figured since he was black and it was from Africa, that somehow this could only be a good experience. That, you know, despite the fact that he was on hash and pot already. And of course, being asthmatic, like many inner city Africans are, he, you know, sucked that down and then couldn't fucking breathe. And it was like, oh, can't breathe and shit. And it was like, I'm dying. And so all these Europeans got the treat of seeing this black man turn blue. And then so they brought him to the hospital, which was going to charge him probably something like $600. I mean, this is in France where he was in. And he said, no, I'm not going to pay it. So this idiot was willing to die rather than shell out $600 to save his own life. And so he wanted to take a risk and go to a free hospital, which was a Muslim hospital. They have Muslim hospitals in France that will treat Muslims for free. So then he used his bullshit about being a Muslim because he's not a fucking practicing Muslim. He's a goddamn apostate. And then he, you know, got treated for free, and that saved his life. But, you know, it's like, you know, by that time, hopefully he suffered enough brain damage to from lack of oxygen to disable him permanently. But, you know, maybe that explained his behavior as time went on. Probably did. But there was another poor son of a bitch I knew. Matthew Castaneda was his name. Oh my fucking God. Oh, I mean, whatever this guy did, it was like just plain pot. He would just inhale that, and he, like, this is like how people behave, and I never understood this. It's like what our man was saying, Mr. You know, Daniel Arola, about the idiot who took all those tabs of acid. Like, why would anyone do that? But there's a certain personality type that they just see drugs and they jump on it. And so there was this one fucker I knew named Matthew Castaneda. All you had to do was hold anything out, and he would take it. He would just jump on it and, oh, give me that, and just inhale it, ingest it, whatever it was. And then he would automatically go stark raving mad. It was like just his excuse. Like he just needed an excuse to go stark raving mad. But then he was like, I'm sure he's dead by now simply because he was also an alcoholic. And he's just constantly a chronic alcoholic. And then to top that off, whatever else you offered him, he would take it. And so talk about and his brother had died of drugs. When his brother had died, he was like speeding a car that was on, drugs. So he just followed that pattern. So I guess it was genetic, but I mean, oh my God, he was at a party and some people offered him some shit, and then he just totally collapsed in the bathroom, exactly as our man Brendan described it, staring up at, the fluorescent lights and screaming his lungs out and shit. It was just, all right, there you go. That's stupid people, and you get, it's like ask a stupid question, get a stupid answer. You have stupid people and you pump them full of drugs and they do stupid things. So just don't let stupid people take drugs. But then again, since there's so many of them, how do you stop that, right? Yeah. Okay, so we're left alone, Daniel and myself, and Daniel and
I'm back. I just had to let the eldest of the cats out.
Okay.
I didn't even know she was in the room.
Okay. And,
So
well, there you have it. And how do you? I noticed that there's a lot of people who live in apartments, and then the apartment just reeks when they have cats, and you have more than one. You have 3, right? How do you maintain?
but yeah, well, one for starters, on every floor we have air purifiers.
Okay, good.
So that does a lot to getting rid of any odors from from like the litter box. And we actually have 2 litter boxes and we keep them in the bathroom. And so you would expect a bathroom to stink because it's a bathroom. I mean, and the litter boxes are cleaned out almost daily, so things work out.
Thank
It doesn't
God.
stink.
Oh, thank God. Yeah, that's anyhow, so yeah, both of you, I'm sure there's some other things that both of you can share, and honestly, just so glad to have Daniel on with us tonight. He has this wonderful sense of calm and peace, in his own way, just like Salman Sheikh does. And oh yeah, Salman Sheikh should interview you sometime soon. Really, Daniel, I'm serious. It's because he's been stretching out, reaching out to all of us. Certainly, I suggest that he interview Brendan, and I'm certain, well, heck, the 2 of you know each other. I mean, are you planning on rendezvousing with him? He's going to be coming down to Texas, and he's been to Texas already in the past, and he was interviewing some of these guys down there. When he was down there in the past, did the 2 of you have any contact at that time?
No, he was up in Dallas and I'm in Houston. That's like about a 4.5-hour drive distance. Okay. Yeah.
And so what's been going on in your city lately? And Houston, right? Sorry? You're in Houston.
Yeah, this city is too huge for me to keep up with everything. It's like in one corner of the city, somebody got murdered. I'll get some of these alerts of local news. A lot of the usual shit. If you lived in the hood long enough, or in the ghetto, like the Tenderloin, the usual same shit, different days. Something bad always happens to someone good in a lower income area. Things like that. I would catch up with that, but mostly to see if it's anyone that I recognized back when I was going to school. Sometimes that's happened, or sometimes, or whoever gets arrested. I always have to see if it's somebody I recognize, So, but fortunately lately, it's only been about at least 25% of the time that's actually happened.
Right. And so, when most of the people you went to school with, I forget again, you were taken back to the Philippines for a little while, but your school here was which grades?
Okay, I finished my freshman year of high school in the Philippines, and when I enrolled here in Texas, it was in a private school, and I got moved to 8th grade, and that was one very horrible experience, and that was one very horrible school for me to be in. It sucked. I mean, it was a Baptist school, mostly white people. that have money. There's, there's your occasion token black kid that, that's in the middle class family, maybe upper middle class. And, it was that kind of scene that, if something's not like them, they're going to hell. They're always pulling that they're going to hell shit.
Oh my God.
And man, and the uniform sucked.
Yes.
But yeah, that was a hell of a, that was hell.
Oh my God, I can imagine. That sounds so fucking lame.
Well, long story short, with that school, I got into all kinds of shit, while I was there. I might as well make it fun. But anyway, long story short, I ended up dropping out before that year was over and repeated it at a public school. And this time, the white people there was more of what was more Jewish people, upper middle class Jewish, that really wouldn't look twice at you unless you were somewhat useful to them, and the middle class black crowd. So it was that kind of crowd. So it was hard for me to know which crowd to end up blending with, but I usually ended up with the musicians and stoners. Every now and then I'd make friends with the jocks because I'd always get into fights with them and then drink with them on the weekends.
Right. Right. No, that's understandable. And so okay. That's what any of that? What about your school? I guess we're gonna get some horror stories with this. How about you, James?
I was either a loner or a one of those obsessive Magic the Gathering card playing nerds.
Right.
Which is not surprising because
I have a brother that's like that.
And so tell us about your brother, Daniel.
Oh no, he's my brother. He's been well, actually he's friends with all these other game geeks that he went to high school with. In fact, they're all still, I believe they're like a couple of them living in a couple of houses together. Some of them have their families too, but they're all so close. But yeah, they're all still hanging out, still all doing the same stuff. Video games, card games like Magic, that type of stuff.
Mm-hmm. Wow.
But yeah, they were big time game nerds. But I was into a lot of the anime stuff that they ended up getting. Of course, I ended up watching all of that tentacle porn shit. It's like, oh man, so it's the same.
Oh well, there we have that, and and of course Brendan Zogit's still in the shower. He's basically discovered that if he strokes it more than 3 times, he's playing with himself. Okay, that's delightful. And
well, you know what they say about tentacle porn? It's that's the apex of spiritual enlightenment.
There we have it. Yes, it's one of those. I don't mind tentacular penis porn. It is what it is. Like so many things, there's only so far you can go with it. But it's amazing what you can find online these days, as opposed to back in the old days buying video cassettes and everything. The world I grew up in, and it's amazing how long it took me to change and to adapt. Of course, it really took the death of my parents before I could adapt to computers, because there was simply too much to deal with in their case otherwise. I'm just, all I can say is, now with this book out, it's pretty incredible, what we've packed into it. And yet, strangely enough, of course, when Peter's with us, it's kind of like I guess he's had his fill of the book, so he doesn't speak of it very much when I was bringing it up, but when I speak to him privately, I'm sure we'll cover some things. Everything indicates that it's going well and that people are very interested in it. So
it's very well written, and it's gripping.
You read it electronically? You read it on the?
I'm still reading it. Okay. I'm still in the process of reading it because most of the time I spend when I'm outside is spent walking, and most of the time I'm spent when I'm at home is spent like either behind the computer or writing spells while behind the computer, either watching something or trying to create music or something. So when I do get to read it, like when I'm on the train, or when I'm on the bus, and or when I'm waiting for the ferry to come. Which today was a very unusual day because it's like as soon as I got to as soon as I left my appointment, the bus was there, and as soon as I got off the bus, the boat was there, and everything was timed so perfectly. It was like, holy crap, everything good really does happen in 4.
Wow, there you go. And so with and again, forgive me, you're accessing this through Kindle, right? So
Yes.
Okay.
And I'm able to see the pictures, and it is very interesting, having.
Oh, by the way, I was curious. On Kindle, are they in color?
Some of them are, some of them aren't.
Okay.
In Kindle, most of them are black and whites.
All right. So some of them are in color, but some of them aren't. But it's mostly black and white. Okay, just curious. Yeah, because in the book, of course, they're all black and white. But
all right, yeah, they're all black and white in Kindle. Then they're probably all black and white in Kindle. I say the reason why I guessed some of them were color was because I didn't read the entire thing yet, so I'm not sure if he put any images in it that were of color or not.
Well, they were all originally, but I think they've all been monochromatically toned so that you get in Kindle what you get in the hardcover. I think.
Yeah. It would be the same thing. It would definitely be the same thing. So, but other than that, it's the context you put everything in is great, and this is very important because it shows people that wars don't happen overnight. There were several things that were building up to everything until it was officially declared. I mean, it was almost 8 years from 1937 when they had decided they would officially declare America was part of World War II. I mean, so this is very important because in lieu of current events, what we're seeing is the same kind of buildup, and I suspect there's a lot of events that are going on that are slowly setting the stage, through skirmishes, different deals, different alliances, or different people leaving certain alliances and whatnot. So what this does is it puts into context, it throws out the myth that, wars happen overnight. And it's like, because I remember, because when I learned about World War II in like high school and whatnot, it was always something like the assassination of, what's his name? The Tsar of Prussia or something. And then this happened, and then this happened. And then everyone was at war. And it's like, okay. And so that's it. That's how they teach it. They yes. Literally teach like a sequence of a few events, and that's it. There's none of the sophistication, complexity, planning that went on behind the scenes. None of the way things happen in real life. It's like in school, they almost give you like a fantasy of what reality is.
Yes, I agree, and so. Very much appreciate the fact that you kind of bring up the fact that we're giving a much more in-depth perspective. The school, of course, is just going to give you a kind of it's just awful the way it's taught, and of course they don't provoke any real interest in history by doing that. Anyhow,
well, I think that's the point. I think that's the point because if you start to if you actually grow in interest in history, then you're going to start questioning their narrative, and you're going to start seeing the inconsistencies of the narrative.
That's right. Yeah, and thank you. And and I don't think obviously these teachers aren't part of any. Shall we say conspiracy? They're just victims.
Oh no! They look. Most of them are more worried about the fact that they're not making enough to be able to pay their basic bills, or get their basic needs met. So most of them are stressed out adults doing jobs that they have to sort of plow their way through, like everyone else in the real world. There's nothing glamorous about it. But I mean, granted, I can understand that there's no, I'm not saying there's a grand conspiracy, but they had to learn from the same shitty freaking books that they're giving us. So I mean, they really don't know any better, honestly.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So
there's no incentive to try to pry either.
Yeah. Thank you, and deeply appreciative of you bringing that up. Now, Daniel, I mean, obviously you went to school as well, and all that. Share with us some of your. I mean, obviously you have an interest in history, or you wouldn't be here. What impacted you in school to even take an interest in history?
I skipped a lot of it and spent a lot of that time in the library.
Cool. In other words, you were skipping classes and just learning yourself.
Yep. Great.
That's to be admired. I mean, I think that's probably you learned more that way than you would have staying in the classes.
Well, I mean, even with the money my mom spent for the community college classes, I mean, I barely passed some of those classes, but I skipped a lot of them just to hang out at the library. But I was actually reading some of that shit.
Mm-hmm. Good. Yeah, very proud of you. I'm so glad you did. And so aside from all of that, certainly you two gentlemen can hold the stage for a few minutes with each other while I kind of take my earbuds out and do some lines of coke or something. Get myself up so I can do the monologue and get started on the monologue sometime soon enough. It's about 1:06 a.m. where almost all of you are at, about a little after midnight where our man Daniel is at. He probably won't be able to stay with us too much longer, but I certainly appreciate the time you have spent with us. Our man Jameson will be with us for, a few more hours, Jameson, I take it, and
Yep.
Yeah, so, and then I'll, have to be into my monologue at that point. Obviously, I have to get started soon. Let's take a look at the live stream. We've been on for 5 hours, so I should start.
I have good news. Oh. Really good news.
Oh, wow.
Brazil's president, Bolsonaro, apparently has an intestinal blockage. Let's hope that fucker dies.
Yeah, I have to say yes to that. I have
After
to say
10
yes
straight days, he had 10 straight days of hiccups.
Holy shit. There's no one who deserves that more. He really is. By the way, for people who don't know Bolsonaro, trust me on this. This is a horrible, horrible human being. And he's wished nothing but the worst on others. And actually has brought a fate of horror upon others. So if you don't understand my attitude towards this, you're not familiar with Bolsonaro or his crimes. And his crimes are against all humanity because his crimes are against the Amazon, which has got to be considered a human heritage site. It's a heritage site for all humanity. It cannot be considered the property of Brazil. Anyhow, Veronica Berrera is with us. She says, Buenas noches, Douglas. Hello, everyone. Yes, buenas noches a todas, Senora
Hola.
Veronica. Love you dearly, honey. Now, she shared this publicly already. She's recently been officially terminated from her job teaching. So she's left a very toxic environment. Happy to see she's in a much better space. Brandon Young brings up the fact that Noam Chomsky told him that teaching is like playing the violin. Yes, well, there you go. And of course, Brandon's aware, of course, that Noam Chomsky is okay. He is what he is. I don't really like him, and yeah. Brandon knows that. Yes,
he has a lot of good points, but he's funded by Wallace, the heir of Wallace.
Yeah, that's right. There you go, and that tells you everything you need to know. And but Brandon knows that. Brandon was more fascinated with Noam Chomsky's linguistics than he was with his politics. But yeah, how would I say it? Daniel is aware of course, the Chomsky shtick. So how did you, become aware of just how sleazy he was in some
Well,
well, it's interesting. I'm sorry, I said Brandon. I meant Daniel. I mean, I know obviously, because you do a lot of the searching, but Daniel is a bit more interesting because in this regard, because he hasn't had the life online that our man Jameson has had. so Daniel, if you've encountered Noam Chomsky and apparently saw right through him.
No, Chomsky? No, not me. No, not
Okay.
not me personally.
Okay. No, I mean not personally, but I mean you've encountered his work, right? No?
Oh, I've read a couple here and there, but it wasn't long enough to stick.
Oh, okay. No problem.
But I mean, I just knew that he was some real known professor guy that I wasn't going to prepare to disagree with or whatever, but to respect him. But no, I haven't really delved into him too much.
Okay, yeah, you aren't missing shit. That's Chomsky is like he's boring as hell, and it's pretty monotonal as well. And of course the like I said, with Brandon says yes, Brandon, yeah, it's his linguistics. It was like I said, Brandon was he learned far more from Noam Chomsky concerning linguistics than that's what he's interested in, not the politics so much, because the politics they're insightful to a degree. It's just, in the end, Noam Chomsky is an ideological communist, and he thinks very much along those lines, and that's where Jameson can come in. Jameson can tell us a little bit about his fun.
and this is one of the reasons why he's always in his speeches, sometimes too eager to exonerate the Soviet Union and Russia from their own crimes. That much did stand out from some of the things I listened to. And I'm like, dude, really? The Russians? Of all people? Geez. I mean, I can imagine if you were saying Taiwan, but Russia?
Yeah, thank you. Honest to God, I mean, that's like if any Russian had any grounding in reality, and most of them do, they'd be the first to tell you how fucked up Russia was.
That's why they come here.
Yes,
that's why they come here.
Yes. But then of course you get these kind of. You get a bizarre state of mind where someone will say, well, it was better under this person than under Stalin, or better under Stalin than under Khrushchev. They start grading, their suffrage, that they experience. PJ Cornell was doing that, I noticed, and it's kind of like, well, I can tell you it's a little better under Putin than it was under Yeltsin, and what was it? Yeah, yes. Then when he brought up that little bit, not that I'm condemning him because he's not in the chat room tonight, but I noticed the other day, I didn't even see the stuff he wrote until later. I didn't see it till I was looking through the chat room later when I was catching up, and after the show, because I often don't know what people are saying when I get into monologue. I tune out to what's in the chat room often, and when he was like saying, "Oh, it'd be fascinating if Douglas Dietrich and Jordan Peterson could have a conversation." No, it wouldn't.
Oh my God.
Yeah, and it's like
Jordan Peterson is not an interesting guy to converse with.
Yeah,
right. I had a friend who was like a cultist of his once, right?
Oh, tell us about this. Yeah.
And he was like so hyped on him. He was like, "Oh, I love Jordan Peterson," and like he tried to get me to read his books. And because like I have my own like big teachers that like know more obviously about like in my eyes I think they know more about stuff.
Well, everything. Let's just say they're more about everything than Jordan Peterson.
And I know more, and I know about you, and like so many other people that are like actually respectable. So I was telling him, I was like, dude, like, do you even know like who's this guy work for? Like, who is this guy? Like, right? And he was trying to convince me that he was like this great guy. And then like a year later, Jordan Peterson ended up having like that where he was like he got admitted to the hospital because he was like addicted to Klonopin, which is like basically this super strong like antidepressant type thing, benzodiazepine, and like and he was like he like almost died from it or something, and I was like, here, this is like proof that this guy sucks. Like something's wrong with him. Like he needs to like numb himself, and he's like he's a millionaire from his books. Like why does he need to like numb his brain out?
There's something pathological, but go on. Yeah.
And then my friend was in denial, but then like he finally stopped talking about him. So I think I finally got to him. I was like, this dude he doesn't know anything. Like he was just talking out of his ass. Like,
yeah, this is what he does. And then PJ Cornell, here's what the funny thing that PJ Cornell was saying that is so typical was when I was like bringing up the fact that I was just having fun with it, and because it is, in the end it's quite funny, but that's part of his threat is that Jordan Peterson will say things that seem totally innocuous, and he'll make them like a point where follow this and your life will change bullshit. And so yeah, and so he'll tell people to do stupid things like clean your room and stand up straight and pet every cat you see.
Pet every cat. It was funny. I'll tell you what my friend was hyped on. He was like, this guy was the only guy I've ever seen that said not to yell at skateboarding kids. Like, that was in one of his books. Like, don't complain to skateboarding kids because they're just, living their life. And and so that's why he was like so hyped on him.
In other words, he felt that this was the only adult who somehow understood. It's so incredibly stupid, and it's just like, this is part of the Jordan Peterson.
I think that's part of like the mind programming with him, like Jordan Peterson. Like he was using like little things like that and the cat and stuff. So people would be like, oh, okay, like this guy's more chill than I thought, or something.
That's what it's all about. I mean,
he's trying to pull a Alan Watts.
Yeah, it's like that.
Yeah, exactly.
But
without
then,
any of the clout or
but then
respectability.
But then PJ Cornell was in the chat room, and when I brought these things up, I'm saying them, of course, in this obviously facetious manner. I'm relating this shit, and then he says, "Oh, but it's metaphorical." And he says, "Oh, when he says clean your room, it means get your shit together." This actually makes it much worse. That means that when he says,
I read the book, and that's not what it was, but
anyways, of course not. Yeah, but if you take it as metaphor, that means it's even fucking worse, because when he says pet every cat, stop and pet every cat you see, that means what he's really saying is hit every pussy that you encounter. Right. Yeah, that you're basically a predator. Every female pussy you encounter, make sure you plug it, right? That's what he's really saying if you're saying it's metaphorical.
And okay, this is, and I just want to qualify why I don't like this guy, is because he was the guy that popularized the all-meat diet. He's a fucking idiot.
Yes, that's so, right. He was the Neanderthal diet, right?
The Neanderthal all-meat diet. I'm sorry, but like even just like a normal like nutritionist can tell you that's just ridiculous. Like,
too much meat leads to colon cancer. I mean,
it can, but by the way, it's one of those things. My doctor's recommending I eat a lot more red meat because of all these situations we went into recently that I already shared. But that's different in my case anyway. The guy is doing what he thinks is best.
You're a vampire. Doesn't count.
I know. Thank you. I tried to share that with him, and
he nailed it.
Yeah,
I've mentioned this before.
Yes. Thank you. And
it's like my cat. Like I still feed my cat meat because he's a fucking cat.
Thank you. Yes, that's you understand, and people try to not understand. In terms of Peter, if you really want to see Jordan Peterson eviscerated, I did the episode on the Handmaid's Tale, and I just gutted him like a fish in that episode. So I'll just give you the link to that. Honestly, I'll put that in the Messenger box as well, because you can have some fun listening to that, because I really do spend
I think I heard parts of it. I was so happy. I was like, yes.
Okay, thank you.
I heard parts of it.
Yeah, I appreciate that, because the in terms of people, he's like literally influencing this crazy woman who wrote the Handmaid's Tale, and I went into why what they're doing is actually quite sinister, and these people haven't emphasized.
I feel like he's like the Canadian version of like a Satanist or whatever they have.
He is. Yeah, he is. He really is. And the funny thing is, I didn't title that episode as Handmaid's Tale episode, so I'll find out what it is, which one it is later. But like you said, you heard parts of it anyway. But later on, I'll dig up the link and I'll put it in the message box anyway for you. Yes. In the meantime, really glad that you came back with us, and what I'll start doing is asking.
After that last conversation, I had to wash really.
Yes, thank you. That's what the joke I was making. Then the joke I made while you were gone was that you discovered the fact that if you stroked it more than 3 times, you were playing with yourself. Yes, found that out in the shower. Just kept you away for a while.
I'm on like a what's called like brahmacharya right now, so
And
I can't do such things.
oh, there we are. There we are. Explain that to people so they understand a little bit about this kind of how would I say
Well,
it?
I'm kind of bastardizing the term, but originally, like, brahmacharyan means like you're celibate.
Mm-hmm.
But like, there's like, you know, I'm trying to like, what's it called? Like, store up the kundalini kind of energy, or I don't want to call it kundalini because that's offensive, but you know, I'm trying to store up the spinal energies, so I'm not even like doing that at the moment. So yeah.
Okay. Now, when you store this up, is this for some people do this for use in a cult sense, so they can perform more powerful magic, and some people. So what is your
It's more of just a like exercise and discipline, and and for me, it's like there's certain I don't know how to explain it, like certain Venusian characteristics I'm looking to attract, like, so basically hotter chicks, to put it in layman's terms. So in order to do that, I have to increase my what's the word, the psychic pheromones. So that's like one way to do it, and like, yeah,
I like that. No, that makes sense. There's a sense to that. Hey Daniel, how do you feel about that? Shouldn't he just like take some of that blue honey shit and start waving it in front of chicks' faces and saying, "Hey baby," you know? I mean, wouldn't that be a bit more effective immediately, or what?
Other than telling her that you got an 8-ball.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah. Instead of this,
yeah,
like, I'm saving up my spinal
Exactly
tap
my
for you,
point.
bitch. Yeah.
I'm looking for some more higher consciousness. I'm trying to attract higher consciousness. That's because the other ones, like exactly like Daniel said, you could just buy a bag of Coke and you're in it.
The catch is some of them aren't as attractive.
Exactly.
Yeah, I was about to say.
We'll see.
It's like, what's this? You remember Derek Talley? I got standards. Then suddenly, my kidney's blue.
Poor guy.
Oh, yeah, that was like, yeah, your standards are helping you a hell of a lot now, buddy. Yeah, that's like, shit. He wishes he had just anybody in his life at that point. You know, that's like,
for anyone, like, especially like in that situation, it's like, for anyone who's listening, it's like, if you want to increase your standards, like the best thing to do is take care of yourself. And
Thank you.
And like, you know, and especially nowadays, all the hot chicks are vegan, so everyone's gonna come to my side eventually. It's just a matter of time.
There you go. Or many of them are,
like cocaine.
or can be. You know.
Or I guess that's an opinionated thing from my side, but yeah, that's, in my opinion, the hottest chicks are vegan. So.
There we are. Yes, and by the way, you might have missed it when we spoke earlier. I mean, I think I showed you the picture of the one escort that my son had arranged around Halloween, who was an albino. And,
yeah, I tell people that story all the time.
Oh, but I don't know if you knew this part. I mean, Jameson and Derek both saw the photograph at the same time because I showed them on Skype,
right.
and I was just saying, you know, I'm reluctant to show this with the public because, of course, she went all out at Halloween and got into the satanic garb, and but anyhow, because she was an albino, then Derek said, "What does she taste like?" And I was like, holy shit, like, how am I supposed to answer that, even if I were willing to answer that? How do you answer a question like that? And where does that exactly...
You know,
you can take a culinary angle. I mean, who knows? I don't know.
Yeah, there you Daniel.
I was actually thinking that just in case Derek knew that she was actually an albino, that him saying what she tastes like is like a compliment, because you know them brothers don't like to go there for the most part.
Well, there you go. Yeah. And,
are you sure it's a compliment? Because in Africa, they were cutting off people's limbs and eating them.
Yeah, who were white.
They were
that's
albino.
right. If they were albino, that's correct.
So the first thing I'm thinking when he asked what she tastes like is, okay, this guy wants to go take a chainsaw and he wants to put her on a barbecue grill.
Well, you know what's interesting about that is, do you remember when Derek Talley was telling us about his all-white meatball and spaghetti dinner? He said, I use this all-white pasta to make the all-white noodles, and then he said, and then you use the chicken meat to make all-white meatballs. And I was like making a joke about a leukocytic meal. I said, like, you know, it's a kind of like, I said, I was joking that I don't think anybody got what I was saying, but I said it's like homeopathy. You know, homeopathy says the less you give, the more potent the response will be. And so I said this is like a homeopathic meal for people who are developing cataracts or losing their sight. You make the meal all white, and somehow that enhances the taste, right? And
Right.
you know, it was just, of course, nobody got it, but the point is, it was just such a bizarre thing to do. It was like, you know,
Right.
let's
I
make.
think I think that's code for he's cooking white women.
Yeah. You wonder. You wonder.
Yeah, that doesn't really make sense. Like, even from like a culinary standpoint, like, what the fuck are you putting in it? Like,
Said he would.
Yeah. Yes. Well, you remember? Does anybody remember his saying that aside from myself? His going into that. Jason?
Yes. And often when he went on these tangents, I would be like, okay, be right back. I gotta walk away. I don't really want to just hear his diatribe, you know, because the truth is, when he went on about certain things, he would just go on and on and on. Be like, and some days I just think about driving my truck.
He did
I
love that
wonder
job. He loved that
I
job.
wonder what she has under that dress. Is she made of meatballs or noodles?
Oh my god.
oh my god,
Yeah,
exactly.
but I have to say one thing.
But-
He loved that job. Go on. Oh, I'm sorry, Brent. You know, Brendan.
Oh no, I didn't realize you were referencing the albino person. I was thinking about that time you sent me a photo of it, so a photo of one of your weekend people, and then I was like, are they veg? And you were like, what the fuck is wrong with
That's
you?
right. That's what you asked about her. That's what you asked about her. Derek asked what she tasted like, and this lad here asked if she was a vegetarian or if she's, you know, I mean, you know, Jesus Christ. I mean, they're all warped. These guys are all fucking warped.
I
Well,
use that
he is a
story
truck
all
driver.
the time. Like, I was like,
Yeah. Yes,
I
He
tell
is
people
a
that
truck
story
driver.
about it.
that's right. So Daniel's saying he is a truck driver. So are you implying that makes his
Exactly.
appetite different or something? Or
Well, that just says a lot, because a lot of them are real perverts.
it's true.
Exactly.
Thank
Something's
you.
up with them. Yeah.
Thank
Something's
you.
up with them.
Yeah, and
So is it possible that the truck is used to store human bodies?
there's been serial killer scenarios where that was, I think,
Yes.
the case, and it's certainly been portrayed in films. They've showed films like that. So you know, now he was working with the hazardous waste. It was far more offensive that he was cheating on his eyesight tests, on his eye exams. That's what was far more, considering the fact that he's dealing with hazardous materials.
Honestly, I'm tempted to report him just for that.
It's over now.
Although I don't know who I would report him to.
Well, it's over now.
It would be nice if I could
There's
report him
probably
to the
so many
FBI or
truckers
some
like
shit.
Like, there's one driving by me right now, and it looks like he can't see. Like, who knows how many there are?
Well, what I mean to say is that it's too late for him anyway. He's never going back to driving a truck. I mean, ever. It's that's, you don't need to worry about him being on the road anymore. You know, if the guy's telling the truth about fucking, you know, the kidney dialysis, his own doctor told him that. You know, what was unrealistic was his idea was, you know, at this point, look, his life is one thing, and that's basically dialysis. So the idea that that he had about suddenly becoming a day trader, you know, I mean, good fucking luck. I mean, that's like the day trader bit was like, I mean, it would be something that someone on dialysis could do, but he didn't strike me as the type of person who just was that type of person.
Yeah, I mean, they are up early, that's for sure.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, there was always something wrong with him though, because his body weight, it was just always so high, and then when they made him lose that amount of body weight, and through the diuresis, through the pills that made him lose the body weight, which meant he had to piss all the body weight out, and it was all water weight. And so when he told us on air, this was like 2 years ago, when Justin White and I were just, we didn't say anything, but we talked about it off air later, was Justin White was saying, did he say he lost over 160 pounds in water weight? And I says, yeah, he lost the equivalent of my total body weight in water weight. That meant that he was carrying a whole nother liquid black man inside of himself that he pissed out and that all of that was waterway. He must have looked like, it would be like the Kingpin from Marvel Comics, except the pincushion version, where he's like all like the waterbed version, the water mattress version, where you poke him and he sinks and shit. It's like, and then and the fact that he would stay in the water for hours and hours at a time like that. And I said, with the way skin shrivels with that kind of exposure, you must look like a giant raisin when you emerge from the water after all that time. And it was just like,
Jabba the Hutt comes to mind.
It's just bizarre. It's just,
you know what? He would have been a perfect husband for Lorian and Fenton.
It was bizarre. Yeah. It was.
Oh my gosh.
I mean, I wonder if she's racist enough where that wouldn't happen. It's hard to tell with her because she's so sleazy in so many ways. It's like that you don't know what she's up to or what she would do. I'm not going to talk about publicly, but somebody approached me about her, and he has his own issues with her. Anyhow, I need to talk to him, but I've been so busy. I'll keep you all updated privately. That's like, I haven't kept track of her in forever, but I knew that whoever she's with, she's going to fuck them over. I mean, that's just what she does. And in my case, of course, I just, wrote it off. Of course, she stole all kinds of money. Of course, she tried to pimp me out to, a maniac. But anyhow. If you guys will take over for a few minutes, what I'm going to do is refresh myself and make certain I have enough liquids around myself to hydrate myself through the night, and then I'll start on monologue soon enough. But I really want to take advantage of just the gift of all three of you gentlemen being here to have you all kind of conduct a round table. One of the things.
This is probably a bad time to tell you I have to go.
Oh shit! You're kidding me! What happened now? Where are you going?
I have to do my nightly sky watching, so it's like part of the thing. So and my phone's like, it's not able to sustain. So
you're so fucking.
And I'm gonna get going soon too.
Oh God, you're. Oh yes, well, At any rate,
all right. Well, I can hold the stage and.
What? Daniel's not gonna leave that quickly. He's gonna leave
now though. Not now.
Yeah. He'll leave in a few minutes. So what we're gonna excuse Brendan, and what I'll tell you, Brendan, is timestamp this, and what'll happen is I'll try and enter this into the. Your message box tomorrow timestamped. It'll be easier for me to timestamp this because I'll have to look for the Handmaid's Tale episode. But yes. What I'll do is timestamp this for you because I do want to address the multiverse thing, and so I'll address that soon after.
I'm curious to see what you have to say about it. So listen.
Thank you.
Okay.
And so love you dearly, hugs, and
much love, everybody.
Yeah, and
Auf Wiedersehen.
Auf Wiedersehen.
Later, Brendan.
Yes.
Good night.
And bless you. So we're going to have the gift of Daniel with us for a little while longer. So why don't you two gentlemen hold the stage and bring up a little bit of what's going on in the world that I think is relevant to everyone. I think you both have a good instinct about that. And, even just casual stuff, talking to each other, everybody appreciates it, really. And so I'll go mute and I'll take the earbuds off and I'll tend to a few things and I'll be back in about, 10 minutes or so. All right? And
all right. So so what have how's the weather been like out there in Texas?
It's actually been getting a little bit better. It's not as hot as it was last week, so it's getting better and so far I'm hoping it stays that way because recently we also had a storm and a few rainy days, but hopefully hopefully that stopped for a while.
Yeah, and these rainy days they're like pouring. It's just like I've never seen anything like it,
Well, I don't mind them sometimes because they finish the rest of my yard chores for me. But if it rains every day, that would be a problem.
All right. How has So what's the situation with like COVID down there? Like, are things getting better or worse?
Well, so far it looks like people are still practicing distancing courtesy and all that. There will still be the occasional person that's not wearing a mask. Yeah, I figured they're either fully vaccinated or Republican, but so far, for the most part, they also keep their distance.
Yeah. Well, that's a good thing. Here, unfortunately, here in New York, nobody's keeping their distance, and while there are still people who are wearing masks on Staten Island, oddly enough, in Manhattan, nobody's wearing a mask almost. I mean, there's a few people, but most people are just like, especially around the areas where, white folks congregate, like almost no one is masked up. And I don't know if that's a good thing or bad thing, but there seems to be a rise of COVID coming back again globally.
Yeah, I can see that happening. But I believe now here in America, most of the folks in the red states are going to end up getting affected because most of them aren't vaccinated.
And the problem is most of them, they're willing to go into blue states to. Oh my God! I mean, I could totally see them trying to use their own bodies as biological warfare to try to inflict their damage on blue states.
No kidding.
I mean, they are that warped, and as long as, well, shit, and unfortunately, as long as Trump is still alive, we still have a very real threat on our hands to the entire United States as we know it. And that's not to say that, I'm completely in love with the country at all. Far from it, but I would rather not have this turn into a small version of Russia.
Nah, I doubt it. I mean, well, so far, because the thing with America is it has its geographical advantage where trade is concerned, because everybody's watching out for their place in trade world.
That's a good point. And there's a lot of foreign interest in America continuing on a stable route rather than it disintegrating.
Yeah.
And what you bring up is a very good point because I often forget that we are part of an international community, and I tend to think a lot of our listeners. Well, I don't think a lot of our listeners do, but I tend to think that maybe a lot of people out there, especially Americans, we seem to forget there's a world outside of the United States.
Cool. That's one reason I appreciate listening to Douglas Dietrich for all these years, is because of the geopolitical narrative.
Oh yes, I definitely love when he goes into things that are going on around the world rather than just here. Not to say that issues here aren't important, but it's just to say that I have a level of cynicism and sort of pathological hopelessness when I look at the American situation.
The one cynical view that a lot of third world countries, especially the Philippines, have about America during the Trump administration was, I think we've seen this show before, but now it's in America. We'll see how long that'll last.
Nice. And
but for the most part, countries all over were just kind of starting to feel sorry for what was going on.
Well, yeah, it doesn't make sense for the supposed policemen of the world, the sort of country that all these other people are aspiring to, just doesn't have its shit together internally. Internally, it's a mess. But and it was interesting because I think I was passing my parents watching the news or something, and they were talking about how America pulling out of Afghanistan would be a human rights abuse or something, and I was thinking to myself, America is a human rights abuse in and of itself.
Well, let's not also forget that even the death of George Floyd, the whole Black Lives Matter thing, it went full global. All the countries all over the world, they showed America what they were paying attention to.
Yes.
And the next thing you know, they're having parades. They're having, like, hell, even in New Zealand, there's people doing the haka, and then, and making parades, Black Lives Matter rallies, and whatever. Probably even selling merchandise.
Well, that's actually interesting because I'm wondering if they might have better. Well, I don't know because I've never left the country, sadly, but they might. Who knows? They might have better relations with people within their people of other races, in their borders than we do. I mean, there's probably a lot of places that do.
Well, let's see. When COVID first hit in 2020, let's see. Among all the world leaders that had succeeded in taking care of the COVID issue, were the leaders that truly took care of their people, and all of them were female, like the Prime Minister of Taiwan, there's Finland, Norway, New Zealand. New Zealand was at number one at the top as a top country that succeeded in taking care of their people.
I noticed that, and this goes to show that male leadership, for some reason, male leadership has a sort of cognitive bias where, for some reason, they just can't get shit together.
Mm-hmm. And that's why now, since Joe Biden is the president, it's not Joe Biden that they're mad at. They're mad at that colored gal.
Yes, and by the way, that was an observation that Jameson was making about the, I'm sorry, what's the name of the black African-American doctoress who was put in charge of our COVID czarina by our governor, Gavin Newsom, and now they're trying to recall him. And as Jameson was observing, they're really angry at her and taking it out on him.
They're angry at the fact that she's a woman of color, and they just can't stand the fact that a woman of color is of authority.
Yeah, and that he put her in such an important, pivotal position of authority in the midst of the preeminent crisis of our time. Really,
and this shows American racism. And this is something I wanted to bring up about our friend there, PJ Cornell, is that I told him flat out, listen, if you can't see the fact that you are privileged in this country, and if you're and I told him that I found his deflection of the fact that no, it's not, we whites don't benefit from it, it's the elite. I told him that deflection is just flat out offensive. And I told him it's for this reason that I won't discuss this politics and race with you anymore.
I can
and I
understand
told him
that. Yeah.
And I told him flat out, listen, my policy is when it comes to white males, I'm not talking about race with you. Don't talk to race. Don't talk to me about race or politics. That's it.
With some people, it has to be like that, and that's sad. By the way, got to get something out of my eye as soon as I sat down. Then, of course, this sticky ass, I think a lash went into my eye and is wanking it. I'll be back in just a second, but before I go, Daniel Arola, certainly you're free to leave whenever you wish, but definitely one of the things that I wanted to ask about just escaped my mind now, but I had remembered it for a moment. It would have been just the perfect thing to bring up with the two of you here. And I think that has to do when you were talking about females in power and how different things are for them and how they have different prerogatives and their agendas are so much more holistic as opposed to this competitive nonsense that drives nations to war and almost nothing else. They are so much better caring for the populations, being more nurturing. but it brought to mind something else. I forgot what it was. Damn. Well, certainly one of the things that I'll bring up is that multiverse thing, but oh my God, while we are gifted with Daniel's time, I want to ask him about something else while he was here. If not, I'll try and bring it up Sunday. Does it look like it's possible for you to join us, Daniel?
Yeah, I could join up with you guys later, as usual.
Yeah. All right. What time is that normally in terms of your central time zone that you usually become available, so I get more used to it and start looking for you at around that time?
It kind of gets random here. I mean, so far here and there because I keep myself busy.
Okay.
But
So-
I don't know. Probably. I could say 10:30ish around my time central.
Okay. 10:30 Central, which would be about that'd be about 11:30 where our man Jameson is at, and that would be about 9:30, 8:30 where I'm at. Okay. So I'll just start.
But you guys can still call me early either way. I mean, I still might be able to pop in randomly.
Good. So I'll just start calling you just regularly, so you can just jump on the call if you get the opportunity.
Yeah.
There we are.
Yeah, that'll work.
So wonderful, and that way I'll remember what comes on next. So do you still have a few minutes with us, or you have to go now?
Yeah, I gotta get going now.
Okay, so bless you. We love you dearly. Our best to all your own, and you take care. All right.
All right. Okay, yeah. I'll talk to you later.
Yes,
Good
look
night,
forward
Daniel.
to it. And
right.
so our man Jameson will hold the stage, and I will be back in a matter of minutes. And so take care of things, Jameson. I'm sure that you have
All
some
right,
interesting things
so-
to report on.
Oh, yes. This one I have a personal sadistic interest in. Folks, I'm not an evil person, but I do like to see evil people suffer. And Bolsonaro is one of them. Rio de Janeiro. After 10 straight days of hiccups, Brazilian President Jair Bolsonaro was admitted to a hospital Wednesday with an intestinal obstruction. But doctors said they would not operate immediately. Now, here's the interesting thing. This article comes out on, this is reported as of the 15th of July, right? 15 is 6, and Bolsonaro is 66. 666, nice signature there. Bolsonaro was admitted to the Armed Forces Hospital in the capital of Brasilia in the morning and was feeling well, according to an initial statement that said physicians were examining his persistent hiccups. 10 days of hiccups sounds like, that doesn't sound fun. But hours later, the president's office said the surgeon who operated on Bolsonaro after he was stabbed in the abdomen during the 2018 presidential campaign decided to transfer him to Sao Paulo, where he underwent additional tests. By Wednesday night, Hospital Nova Star released a statement saying the president will receive a conservative clinical treatment, meaning he will not go through surgery for now. Good. I hope he winds up getting megacolon and dying. Bolsonaro, who is both Catholic and evangelical, in other words, he's not religious at all. He's not Christian, folks. He's just nuts. Posted on his official Twitter account a photo of himself lying on a hospital bed, eyes closed, several monitoring sensors stuck to his bare torso. At the edge of the photo, a hand reaches out from an unseen person wearing what appears to be a black religious robe and a long chain with a gold cross. Because the piece of shit who's committing genocide in Brazil and destroying the lungs of planet Earth so that we all die somehow needs to be presided over by religious professionals. I mean, seriously. The 2018 stabbing caused intestinal damage and serious internal bleeding, and the president has gone through several surgeries since, some unrelated to the attack. In recent weeks, Bolsonaro has appeared to struggle with speaking on various occasions and has said he suffers from recurring hiccups. That is so cool. I apologize to everyone who is listening to me because I've been hiccupping for 5 days now.
By the way, I want to thank Brandon Young, for joining into the conversation earlier. One of the things that he said that's quite funny. I'm sorry, this is also cruel, but it's very funny. But he was like saying, "Where are the bodies, Derek?" And the Truck Stop Piss Club. Yes, that's right. Talking about the diuretics. That's right. The Truck Stop Piss Club. Oh my God! But that is hideously funny, and I thank you, Brandon. That is quite funny. I'm going to make a running joke of that at some point, and I know I shouldn't. It's just
We honestly got to get him on too at some point.
well, of course. I mean, he used to come on regularly. The problem would be, I guess, synchronization. I'm not quite sure what his schedule is, and he's been so busy since he became a father that I really worry about his health sometimes. So I hope he's taking care of himself. And of course, I was always worried about his health. There were a couple of times when he was on air with us, and of course, because of he suffered that injury when he was in that sabotaged automobile that put him in a coma for weeks. And so we'll have to bring him on again sometime just to relate that experience yet again, to drive home the point to people just how dangerous endangered people's lives have been by affiliating with myself. I mean, we know that happened to Amanda Ute and Brandon Young, and both of these are truly members of Team Dietrich. And so, yes, by all means, Brandon, we must have you on again quite soon. Okay, take it away again, and I'll putz and futz, putter around a little bit, get my things together while I prep to go full monologue. So all yours again. Thank you.
All right. I have the hiccups 24 hours a day.
Oh, shit. Oh, couldn't have happened to a nicer, more deserving, horrid person. Yes, go on.
I mean, he deserves every... Honestly, I'm no comment on what I will say is destructive magic works, folks. Anyway.
Well, if you're responsible for it, congratulations. Yes, go on.
Well, unfortunately, I have bigger fish to fry in the more immediate sense. And unfortunately, we'll just say that the son of a bitch who I have in my crosshairs is too horribly resilient to the point where it's just mind-numbingly...
Well, the anti-gods are on his side. Anyhow...
you and I can talk on that personally later.
Yes.
We'll just say that I've gained some insight as to how to draw something negative to someone without targeting that person directly. But,
interesting. Okay. Yes.
All right.
I get what you're saying, like a ricochet. Okay. And with that, let me go mute.
The following day, during his weekly Facebook Live session, Bolsonaro apologized again for not being able to express himself well due to week-long hiccups. Chronic hiccups are usually the manifestation of an underlying problem, such as an obstructed intestine that might require surgery, said Dr. Anthony Lemdo, a gastroenterologist at Beth Israel Deaconess Medical Center in Boston. Interesting. Okay, next time I have hiccups, I'm going to fear for my life. As a hypochondriac, I probably should not have read that. In some cases, part of the intestine might need to be removed. Anytime you're moving bowels, it's not a small surgery, Lemdo said, adding that in the case of repeated surgeries, as in Bolsonaro's case, interventions get more complicated. Good. Bolsonaro has been under growing pressure from a congressional inquiry into his administration's handling of the coronavirus pandemic. I love how they say alleged corruption. I mean, because the son of a bitch isn't corrupt, right? In the acquisition of COVID-19 vaccines, recent polls have shown record low approval ratings and indications he could lose next year's elections. He's going to lose a lot more than that. I'm just saying. On Tuesday night, a 20-minute encounter with the president in Brasilia, supporters repeatedly asked him to look after his health. And who would support him? A bunch of white dudes who go run around the rainforest with their guns, killing off people who are of color, of course. And you can probably find all those videos happening in South America on some website like horriblevideos.com, which shows a whole lot of gory shit and just some really bad encounters of humans and humans. Honestly, as bad as humans are and as horrible as humans are at killing, they've become a menace to, well, I mean, if we've become worse at killing each other based on the rising population, I would say that to offset that, we've become more of a menace to each other electronically, especially as far as the internet is concerned. All right, and here's the incompetence of the FBI. Watchdog. FBI mishandled Nassar USA gymnastics abuse case. The FBI made fundamental errors in investigating sexual abuse allegations against a former USA gymnastics national team, Dr. Larry Nassar, and did not treat the case with the utmost seriousness. Yeah, because they're enablers. The Justice Department's Inspector General said Wednesday. More athletes said they were molested before the FBI swung into action. The FBI acknowledged conduct was inexcusable and a discredit to America's premier law enforcement agency and all. The long-awaited watchdog report raises troubling questions about how the department and the FBI handled the case, and it highlights major missteps at the FBI between the time the allegations were first reported and Nassar's arrest. Now, my thinking is they probably dragged the thing out to sort of make it to so that some of the young women's claims were past the statutes of limitations, but I'm just taking a guess here. The Inspector General's investigation was spurred by allegations that the FBI failed to promptly address the complaints made in 2015 against Nassar. USA Gymnastics had conducted its own internal investigation, and then the organization's then president, Stephen Penny, reported the allegations to the FBI's field office in Indianapolis, but it took months before the Bureau opened a formal investigation. Yep, they were dragging their ass. At least 40 girls and women say they were molested over a 14-month period, while the FBI was aware of other sexual abuse allegations involving Nassar. Officials at USA Gymnastics also contacted FBI officials in Los Angeles in May 2016 after 8 months of inactivity from agents in Indianapolis. Yeah, they really don't care. You know, if it's a white guy doing whatever, they really don't care. You know, they don't care about women, basically.
Yeah, because I noticed that just as bad when it comes to bringing justice to black guys, aside from Bill Cosby, there's also that other idiot. Who's that astronomer? That
yeah, Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Yeah, that piece of shit.
Yeah, that piece of shit. Yeah. His face is still all over the Science Channel.
Thank you.
My father watches TV, and I'm like, what the hell is this dude? I'm like, knowing what I know about him, I can't stand the guy. You know.
Yes, thank you. And so it's just like you said, it's women. They just they hate women, really. And are just do everything they can to keep them down. So go on. Yes, continue with.
When they did respond, the report said the FBI officials made numerous and fundamental errors, and also violated Bureau policies. Among the missteps was a failure to conduct and investigate any activity until more than a month after a meeting with USA Gymnastics. Agents interviewed by phone one of 3 athletes, but never spoke with the other 2 gymnasts despite being told they were available to meet. The watchdog investigation also found that when the FBI's Indianapolis field office's handling of the matter came under scrutiny, officials there did not take any responsibility for the missteps and gave incomplete and inaccurate information to internal FBI inquiries to make it look like they had been diligent in their investigation. The FBI rebuked its own employees who failed to act in the case and said it should not have happened. Now, I'm guessing this was going on when Trump was in office, which means that the FBI was headed by a piece of shit who that piece of shit might have appointed.
Mm-hmm. That's right.
The actions and inactions of certain FBI employees described in the report are inexcusable. Oh, right, I read that already. The FBI has taken affirmative steps to ensure. The FBI has taken affirmative steps to ensure and has confirmed that those responsible for the misconduct and breach of trust no longer work FBI matters, the statement said. We will take all necessary steps to ensure that failures of employees outlined in the report do not happen again.
Fatuous, yes, that's the correct tone for it, by the way, is the total fatuousness of these bastards. And that's anyhow. So
it's like when it's like they have a generic wording machine for okay, come up with a good excuse that people are just going to listen to, and we're never going to act on it.
Yes.
No sincerity whatsoever.
Yes, all these organizations have that. It's something they perfect. Like the more you get a position of responsibility where you fuck up people's lives, they come up with these wonderful, just stupid generic dismissals, which is really what they are. So do go on.
The Inspector General interviewed an FBI supervisory special agent last September who said the original allegations reported by Penny in the USA Gymnastics were very vague, and who questioned Penny's credibility, describing him as a kind of snake oil salesman kind of guy.
To put it mildly, right? Yeah. What would make you say that? Yes.
That special agent also told investigators that the Indianapolis field office didn't appear to have jurisdiction to investigate because the alleged crimes did not take place in Indiana. That agent and an FBI supervisor in the office said they told Penny to contact local law enforcement, a claim contradicted by Penny and the chairman of the USA Gymnastics Board of Directors. The FBI said the supervisory special agent violated multiple policies and that the agency took immediate action when it learned that agent did not properly document the sexual abuse complaints and mishandle evidence and failed to report the abuse. The report also detailed while the FBI was investigating the Nassar allegations, the head of the FBI's field office in Indianapolis, W.J. Abbott, was talking to Penny about getting a job with the Olympic Committee. He applied for a job but didn't get it and later retired from the FBI, the report said. But why? Okay. Did I read that right?
It's kind of like the story where the guy was eating his son's shit out of the diapers. It's like that. I mean, how can you read it right? What is there right to read?
It's like the head of the field office wants to get another job at the Olympic Committee. Why does he want a job at the Olympic Committee rather than doing the investigation?
I don't know. It's all stupid. There's ask a stupid question, get a stupid answer, use a stupid organization to investigate something, and get nothing done, right? It's like honestly, whoever thinks I'm being unfair to the FBI, oh my God, you've got to be kidding me. Certainly it's. My own experience with them has been beyond negative. So it's one of those things that, I can tell you the question that you ask is, why do they show up for work? Really? It's wonder why they bother.
Apparently what they do take seriously is if you quote unquote threaten someone on Facebook.
Do they really? I mean, I don't know about
Yeah,
that. I don't think so.
That seems to be.
Yeah, you know,
They showed up to my house. They showed up to my house for that.
They did?
Yeah.
Did you really? You had FBI, and what? How did you handle that?
I told them, yeah, I was just angry at the person. No, I was not going to do any physical harm to the person. And then they wanted me to draw a picture of one of the agents who was sitting there. So I'm like, okay, well, whatever. No, I didn't think about it. I was just like, all right, well, I like to draw.
You drew a stick
so
person, right? That's what I would have done. You.
So I drew the guy. I drew the guy a portrait, and he was like, "Oh, nice." I mean, he seemed to be impressed by the portrait.
Wow.
Then they were talking to me about Silent Hill a lot. I'm like,
really?
What the fuck are we talking about Silent Hill?
Man, are you sure this wasn't like a drug trip or something? What the fuck?
No, because my parents said, because this is the funny thing. When the FBI agents were leaving, my father talked about how he knew Obama.
Uh-huh.
And the FBI agents...
is that like a delusion on your dad's part, or what?
No. He's a practical joker.
Oh,
when it comes to certain things. And so when he says these things, he's being humorous just to test like their reaction and whatnot. And they looked at him like really strange, like,
of course they would.
And then for some reason they gave me like the number. They gave me a phone number to their field office or whatnot. And they said, yeah, I'm agent this and this, and if you ever, have any.
So you were assigned a contact agent.
Yeah, and I'm like, well, what the hell am I supposed to do with this? So I never kept the number or anything, and I never really paid attention to it. So I'm like, yeah, okay. Why do they do this to everyone who threatens somebody on Facebook?
Well, fuck. I mean, it sounds like you got a social session. It sounds like you were really lucky. Like you were really gifted. I mean, fuck. People whose lives are threatened aren't given the time of day. But you were viewed as, I guess, the perpetrator and the potential criminal. So they were all therapeutic to you.
But you see, doesn't that seem odd?
Of course it's odd. It's downright sick. It's pathological. It's stupid as fuck. Yeah, but it sounds about the speed. Yeah.
What I expected was, granted, they did say, oh, this causes us some concerns and whatnot. But it's like, okay, it causes you concerns. It doesn't seem like the person who I sent the message to took it seriously. Because, I was able to friend her on Facebook like years later with no problem whatsoever.
Really? Wow. Holy shit.
Yeah.
It looks like you found a way to meet women then, after all. Threaten them and shit.
Of course. Well, the thing about her is we had a shitty fucking relationship. And I wasn't threatening physical harm on her. I was like threatening to hex her to death using my black magic, and apparently they didn't. Of all things for the FBI to respond to, that's just downright bizarre.
Yes. Well, you're preaching to the converted here. I mean, nothing else to say than what I've said. Obviously, their methodology is as fucked up as their priorities. So, not much further.
I don't know. I don't know if they even have priorities.
It sounds like they don't. Sounds like they got an endless amount of time on their hands, and so you've proven that. Oh well, there you go. So have you finished that particular story that you were dealing with? There must be other things, of course, you could bring to our attention.
Yeah. Well, all right. Well, the guy was ultimately charged, but they're just going into how it was mishandled. All right. Well, we have COVID deaths on the rise again. Oh, right. There was a flood there was extreme flooding in Germany and Switzerland after torrential rains. Apparently, one person died and one person is missing. And so I saw footage of that on these catastrophe
channels that you watch.
Yeah. It's always amusing to get news of that caliber, because honestly, nature's pretty damn amazing, and I'm not looking. I mean, I'm not. Yes, I feel bad for the people who it's happening to. Yeah, I mean, disclaimer there. You know, I'm not happy that that anyone's going through this, but really, one can only look at that power in awe and respect, honestly.
Of course. I mean, nature will have its way, and it will always win in the end. There you go. Do go on. Anything else that comes to mind? Of course, we've got, rising COVID here in the United States, and everything else.
Yeah. Well, based on they did say that the strain Lambda is of concern, but
by the way,
seems.
that's. Oh, sorry. Just you might check this out. There's a couple. I can't remember where they were, but this was an interesting story. Take a look at it. Couple dragged their feet on vaccines, then they got sick. Look that up. Couple dragged their feet on vaccines, then they got sick. That is a story that should be a lesson for anyone. Oh my God! Take a look at that, and then just do a casual scan through that for us. And that will help. Really put this into perspective for some people. I hope that they will learn from that lesson. Usual vaxophobic couple, and they're in some bumfuck rural area of the world, and they learned their lesson, and they learned.
Yeah, well, I mean, they're the typical folks I would want it to happen to anyway.
You have to admit there is kind of a Darwinian selection going on here, and
well, I mean, what I can say is they look like the kind of folks who would have a Trump sticker on the back of their car.
You.
So
this is unfair of us. We know we're making judgments on basis of appearance, but we're probably right. And
yeah. I mean, stereotypes. Hey, look. Well, they stereotype us all the time.
Yes,
I mean,
yes.
I'm supposed to be like, yo, what's up? I wanna sell drugs and fuck your white daughter. Because that's all black guys are to them. So I mean, so yeah, let's hit them back with their stereotype.
There we are. And what was I going to say? Yes, that I do remember now that one of the things that it just blew my mind about Brendan Zoga and made me realize just how quirky everyone is was, while I was weirded out by, Derek Talley saying what he said about that one escort, saying, how does she taste, when he was making these all white dishes that were, where the noodles and the meat were all white and shit. And then you really got to wonder. And then you got somebody like Brendan Zoga, like, is she a vegetarian? And it's like, oh my fucking God. It's
my gosh. Who cares if she's a vegetarian?
Thank you. I mean, these are
at
bookends.
That point,
yeah.
At that point, it's just like, okay, how many hours do you have?
Yeah. Honestly, these guys are like bookends. They're like bookends in terms of weirdness. It's like, oh my God.
And look, I thought I was celibate. Holy crap, they put me to shame.
Yes. And Brendan is storing up his spinal tap and shit.
Well, who knows? He might be able to release a Kamehameha like Goku from Dragon Ball Z or some shit.
There you are. That's right. When he hasn't nutted in a long time, it'll be like that spray on your windshield when your windshield wipers, you got that liquid that just squirts up to cover all the windshield. It'll be like that. That's it. That's what he's thinking. It's just, what a strategy. That's big plans in life. That's oh God.
Well, at least he's not like some of the people in the magic community who are like, I can't get laid. I'm an incel. I want to screw a succubi. And I'm thinking to myself, if a woman doesn't want you, why would a succubi want you?
Thank you. Yes. Oh my God. Now, anyhow, you shared with it was Judith Ager and myself at one point, or Laura Lee Solomon. It was with Laura Lee Solomon and myself at one point. You shared an experience with a succubi that you had, right?
I don't know if it was a succubi or if it were, but I do know
kind of a serpentine figure of some sort.
Yes, it was a serpentine entity, and it was like I don't believe. I don't know what happened with that. Honestly, I feel like whatever it is a part of me now.
Okay.
That's all I can say. It was something I didn't expect to happen. You know, I was just like trying to meditate, and all of a sudden it's just like it's almost like getting clocked over the head, and you're just not in your body anymore. You're not aware of your body anymore. And I was just like, she was like gigantic in comparison to me. It was like I didn't have a body, I didn't have a body, honestly, wherever I was. And it was like literally the most beautiful thing I've ever seen in my life. And then after that, a name came into my mind, and so I had decided, you know, to, in reverence to the entity I met, use the name to for the main character of my graphic novel.
Okay.
But whatever happened, wow. It's almost kind of strange how there's almost like a mental block for me to talk about it. I find that kind of weird.
Okay.
But what I can say is after that experience, I tend to think that whatever I experienced in sex afterwards kind of paled in comparison.
How did I know you would say that? Yes.
Yeah, it's something weird. It's like when you get taken, once you've experienced something in the astral realm or in this sort of formless realm, where you sort of like assimilate with another entity. It's like the physical analog, the physical analog of sexuality no longer seems relevant.
Okay.
I mean, it seems like something like, okay, I'm frustrated because too much testosterone is built up. I need to bust a nut, blah, blah, blah. Let's get this over with. But it's no longer a thing where it's like something one feels passionate about. It's just like, yes, it's one of the nuances of being in a physical body.
Okay. And by the way, people find this much more interesting than when you're reading news stories. So go on from here. Buy me some more time. You can go on with this and other experiences. I'm sure people will find it.
Well, there was an experience when I was 18, and this was when I literally thought. Now looking back on it, I don't doubt that it might have been Lilith.
Okay.
And I'm not talking about Michael Aquino. No.
Understood.
I'm not talking about the Aquinos. I'm talking about the actual entity.
Yes, thank you. Understood.
Because in that experience, I was 18. And again, I didn't. For folks out there, I didn't lose my virginity until I was 27. So I was a late bloomer, so to speak. But what happened was I was sort of pulled out of my body, and now in this experience I did have a body, and I was in this. I don't know. It almost looked like it was a Middle Eastern setting, and it was dark out. It was night, but for some reason there was light. It's like we were around a fountain, and it was like a fountain with flowing water, and we were sitting on the edge, and there was this naked woman. And she almost looked like she would have been of I would say southwest, Southwest Asian descent, maybe Middle Eastern descent, maybe
like Arabic, etc.
Yeah, she had long hair.
Okay.
Just the hourglass figure that every guy seems to get wet over. Well, most guys anyway.
You mean hard over women get wet, men get hard. Okay.
Oh, right.
Unless they have leaky bladders or something like that. And
well, at the phase of my existence now, wet, hard, what's the difference?
I should be saying things like that, dude. Come on, you're way younger than I am. But anyhow, so go on with your thoughts.
That was a good one. I gotta give that to you. But basically, next thing I know, she draws me towards her, and we're just having sex. I mean, she's so I'm sitting on this fountain and I'm holding her, and she's like, well, we're fucking basically, and she's looking, and I'm looking right at her, and face to face, and I'm like, oh my God, this is really happening. Wow, this feels so good. And the only thing I could think about is just how good it felt.
Mm-hmm.
And then I had an orgasm, and she did too. And the next thing I know, I'm back in my body.
Gee, that's a downer. Isn't that sad?
No, not at all. Because I had finally finished. I finished.
Okay.
I'm
being
time.
facetious. I couldn't resist that, but go on. Yeah,
Time has no. As we all know, time has no relevance in those states. You might as well be doing that for an eternity,
right.
Or you might be doing that for a nanosecond, but it seems like an eternity. The interesting thing is what makes it different from a wet dream was the fact that when I returned to my body, I didn't ejaculate in my pants. Mm-hmm. So apparently it wasn't a wet dream. It was an actual out-of-body experience with a female entity in a place I've never been to before in physical form.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
And I can honestly say it felt way better than what sex felt like when I finally did lose my virginity in the physical form. Way, way better.
Gee, that's just sad.
It is. Honestly, if I could do anything different, I would have lost my virginity physically first, so that the physical thing wasn't looked at as just a thing, At least if I had lost my virginity before that happened, then I could still have an appreciation for physical sex. But see, this is the problem with not being grounded in the physical world and being too in one's mind or too spiritually out there. Is that once you have the experience in that plane, when you come back to this plane is like disappointment. I mean, when I was getting a muscle biopsy done on my thigh, and they had put me under, and they had lowered my temperature, my body temperature, to the point where I would probably have been in a medically induced death, whatever. I had an experience where I was out of my body, and I saw a woman who looked very much like the character who I'm always drawing as my main character. You've seen her before. And I was thinking, oh shit, I have no body. It was just white everywhere. Mm-hmm. And I was like, I don't want to go back. I don't want to wake up. I don't want to go back into the physical world. Fuck this shit. I just want to be done with this. And she looks right at me and she says, nope, not by your own hands, buddy. You're not leaving here. And so here we and then I woke up and I was back and when I woke up I was my body temperature was still extremely low, and they were like, well, how are you awake? How are you still lucid? I'm like, I don't know, whatever. I was just really disappointed. I was depressed. Mm-hmm. I was so depressed that I had to come back into this physical humdrum. And so I suppose it's for this reason that I can't have these out-of-body experiences anymore, because apparently my sentence here is to enjoy physical life. Or shall I, to put it a different way, I'm to bring the spirit realm into the physical realm by being physical.
Uh-huh.
So I can't have fun anymore.
Well, there you have that.
And now you understand why I self-medicate.
Well, we all do what we do, so okay. To take it out of the self-absorption for a bit, maybe we should bring you back into some news around the world, or here in the United States. Now, you did find that article with that couple, right? I mean, you might take a look at.
Yes.
Tell us a little bit about their hell story, because I think it's an important lesson for people. You just need to scan through it and read out the juicy parts, really.
Louis Michael and his wife Patty Bunch. What an interesting last name.
Yeah.
Were both hospitalized last month with COVID-19 in Springville, Missouri. An ambulance first had rushed her with respiratory failure to an emergency room one day. He was admitted the next night. You might not make it through the night, she recalls a physician telling her. Michael remembers the doctor asking him.
Sorry, that's awful to hear. Yeah, you might not make it through the night.
About possible intubation. Do you want us to fight for you? Do you want us to do anything so we can save your life? Bunch, now recovery at home, says she felt helpless. You have no control. Coronavirus cases, hospitalizations, and deaths are rising again in Missouri, with the federal government deploying a COVID-19 surge team to provide public health support. The state's health department estimates that more than 70% of the virus in the state is more infectious and probably more dangerous, the Delta variant. Oh, bless India. There you go, everyone. Or this is the dance of Shiva.
Oh God, that's awful. I mean, don't be so racist, but that is horribly funny.
I only do it from humor
No,
point.
I just do it. I get it.
Yeah, I honestly, I respect them a lot more than I respect the
Well, we know that.
American
Yes.
American race.
Yes, yeah. Our culture, the American culture, such as it is, our anti-culture. So yes. So do go on.
The state's health department, Delta variant. The variant first identified in India accounted for 51.7% of all new COVID infections in the country over the 2 weeks that ended Saturday. The U.S. Centers for Disease Control and Prevention has estimated, and this is why I say they had opened everything up way too soon. You know, they everyone got too happy with their own freedom. And this is because we have a culture that has no concept of self-discipline or restraint. Robert Nodell, acting director of the Missouri Department of Health and Senior Services, on Friday acknowledged significant outbreaks of the Delta variant in north central Missouri and a similar surge in southwest Missouri. Vaccination, Nodell tells reporters, is now and remains the number one most effective mitigation step that every Missourian aged 12 and over can take to protect themselves, to protect their families and their neighbors. Dr. George Trᵫ Ŵoaumphyieorai, a state epidemiologist,
Yes, there we are.
Said Missouri had vulnerable hotspots where not enough people were vaccinated, and warned the state is heading towards widespread infection with Delta. Now, for folks who don't know, Delta is a strain that has been associated with that mycomycosis, which is that fungal infection that eats your skin off. Oh, that's really those images still haunt my mind.
Yeah.
Over the past week, Missouri's COVID-19 caseload was the second highest in the country, with 15.5 new cases per 100,000 people daily, or 108 cases per 100,000 people over 7 days, according to Johns Hopkins University data. Arkansas had the highest rate at 15.7 new cases per 100,000 people each day, the data showed. At Springfield Mercy's Hospital, the rapid spike in hospitalizations left administrators scrambling to borrow ventilators from other hospitals. At the city's Cox Health Hospital system, 90% of the coronavirus patients had the Delta variant. We're seeing a tremendous increase in the number of COVID patients in our emergency department over the past several weeks, said Dr. Howard Jarvis, medical director of the emergency department at Cox Health. He added, "We're going to get worse over the next couple of weeks. Certainly people are out doing a lot more things. I think there's a lot of people that have a lot less concern about the virus. Now we don't have a very high percentage in this area of people who are vaccinated." Yep, well, there you go.
But by the way, Sarah J says, "Love you. Is it just me or does George Norrie's mustache look like it probably smells like a bus station toilet? That man is the worst. Douglas could do 100 times better job hosting Coast to Coast. Love you, Douglas. Oh my God, honey. You have my heart. I'm yours. Jesus Christ. Love you in return, I assure you." And Sarah Thomas says, "Sometimes I want to live in my dreams." Yes, I mean, of course. Well, if we got shit like what was going on with Jameson earlier, I mean, yes, why would you not want to? I mean, obviously, that's a place that he's found certainly far more rewarding in terms of a
Yes.
sensational experience.
Unfortunately, this nightmare angel has been cast down into the world of man to do whatever the hell he's supposed to do here. So
Yes, well,
I'm one of you. I'm one of the humans now.
well, you're definitely doing what you can. I mean, you've held the stage. I'll certainly take over. This is, I've got to do my part here, and so we've got a little less than 6 hours left. But I'll do everything that I can, and certainly try to explain to people some aspects of what I can. Probably will save what I was saying about the Vulcans and closing up with them for some other time. It's amazing that I found that so many people responded positively to the last transmission. Honestly, I thought that just by kind of doing a book review just to pass the time and burn bandwidth, that I was doing my worst. Not that I want to go in that direction again tonight, but just closing some thoughts on it, perhaps.
I think you did really well with that, honestly, because I mean, what's his name? Oh my gosh. I can see his face, but I can't see the name. Rumsfeld. He was a real piece of shit.
Yeah, thank you.
And you drove the point home really well.
Thank you. It's a point that needs to be made, but still, it's one of those things where it's when I was going into the book reviews of what two people were saying about the so-called Vulcans that were working for him or on the side of the devils, the Bush administration and whatnot. It obviously was something that is, not everybody's going to tolerate that or find that all interesting. But in terms of, what you're going through now, hopefully people understand that we're in a pretty serious situation. And most of these people who are not getting their vaccines, look at how they're suffering or have the potential to suffer. And really, it's just... it's not something you want to deal with. Then you have somebody like George Norrie, and this may be why this young lady brought that up, who's saying, "I never take vaccines." Well, hopefully, what will happen to him has happened.
He will get COVID and just drop
Yes,
like a fly.
yes, and this is yeah. Go on.
Yeah, maybe he'll get luck. Maybe he'll have a meeting with Peter Lavenda and spread it if we're lucky. I don't know.
Yes, yeah, it's definitely something to think about. It's one of those things where you're just frustrated with these kinds of people and how they have a total monopoly on the on the system when it comes to the media. So, okay, give me a second here and let me take a look around to see if there's anything else. There really is too much to do in terms of addressing with any kind of, shall I say, analysis. And, it's this overwhelming amount of analysis that sometimes gets me stuck into something that's just so much more comfortable, which is kind of like... just get out there and and just start talking. And once I start talking, I fall into the zone. But when I I'm trying to figure out where do I start with tonight. Obviously, when it comes to tonight, I remember that on the anniversary of Operation Barbarossa, I was definitely trying to describe the Cold War, how it started with this myth that, of course, the Soviets won the war for the world, how they saved the world from Hitler. And of course, we're very fortunate that our man, P.J. Cornell never went in that direction. So that's important. So he's not totally asinine. But, he does skirt around some things that we just find really, shall we say, just unnecessary. It's just unnecessary to
Yes.
go into some of these subjects that he goes into, because it's but he's interested in this sort of thing, and by that I mean he's like he has his own agenda, and that's all right. And one of these days I might have him on to talk, but I would of course outline to him that this is not, we're obviously on very different tracks of logic. And okay then, so I figured out something. Let's just start with the diving into it. Let's start with the so how many hours do you have with us now before you leave? Just let me know when 15 minutes before you leave, okay?
All right, so that will give me approximately 4 hours and 10 minutes.
Okay, great. Well, that's a lot of time. So let me get started and just take it from here. I'll start with going into the ad that I always do for our dear friend. One among the creepiest true crime tours in America is the Tucson Murders' True Crime Tours. And by the way, before I get too deep into the ad, thank you again, Jameson, so much for doing what you do. Love you dearly, like a son, and as I do Brendan, and of course, all of you wouldn't be able to do any of this without everybody pitching into doing and doing what all of you do. And I'm glad that you've taken on the bit about kind of the voice acting. It's actually, you do that well, much better than you used to. As a matter of fact, I can actually understand some of what you're saying. So, and that's a positive. So once again, one among the creepiest true crime tours in America is the Tucson Murders True Crime Tours. The Tucson Murders True Crime Tours provide us historic crime investigation into forgotten lost crimes in Tucson, Arizona. These small private tours are hosted by the Mr. Bairn Astenius, a true crime researcher and enthusiast who will personally take us to real historic crime locations related to these crimes in Tucson, relive these events, and hear the untold stories behind the stories. The Baron Ben specializes in the seemingly ever-developing case of the late serial rape killer, Charles Howard Smitty Schmid Jr., alias the Pied Piper of Tucson. An aftermath tour. See theunfinishedman.com for excerpts from his yet-to-be-published book of that same title, The Unfinished Man. And, of course, you can also access scenes from his cinematic documentaries currently in production at theunfinishedman.com. But other cases, such as the strange case of Morris Brady, the Dr. George Marvin Tejeardine case, and the Red Rapist, are also within his repertoire, as in fact are all the crimes that shocked the Southwest throughout the 1960s. The very decade I myself entered this vale of tears. These devastating crimes stained a city so deeply they may never be removed. For tour information, contact the TucsonMurders.com or telephone the Baron Ben Astenius personally to privately guide your tour at 1-520/323-3406. As for the website, understand that you spell Tucson as Tucson, Tucson, put the word "the" in front of it, the TucsonMurders.com. And as for the telephone, where you can privately contact the Baron Ben to personally guide your tour, that's 1520-323-3406. Okay. Getting right into it. Understand that Bastille Day is France's national holiday, and that was today. And basically, I'd like to go through that and some other very personal, important things for myself, like the concept of the sobriety holiday. sobriety birthday, which Judith Agrid is hopefully celebrating. God bless her. And when it comes to that, we can go into perhaps the multiverse from there, or perhaps I can wait until a day when our dear friend Brendan Zogit is back with us personally. But when it comes to France's National Day, a lot of people would be asking something silly, like I noticed, where a lot of English speakers were asking how to say Happy Bastille Day in French. It's really not something you would say at all, because the most common misconception is that Bastille Day celebrates the birth of the French Revolution after storming the Bastille political prison on July 14th, way back in 1789, albeit this was still after 1776, not long thereafter. But remember, the French Revolution was inspired by our own. Ours truly was the shot that was heard round the world. It began the Age of Revolution. And it was a revolution, of course, in America for all the wrong reasons. All the wrong reasons. To preserve slavery, to commit to Indian genocide, to conduct imperialist expansion. Everything that you're taught is evil is exactly what the American Revolution was fought for. And of course, the Americans never should have won. But evil did triumph that day, and it resulted in centuries of revolution ever since. And nevertheless, what happened in France did happen, and it's viewed as a symbol of freedom and democracy. So it brings people together in celebration through firework displays, parades, and parties. Obviously, this was very subdued yesteryear because of the COVID-19. But this year, it was certainly festive enough where we were at here in America, dealing with a large community of French people who were doing business with my son's husband. Now, and of course, those French people refer to the day that was yesterday by now as 14 juillet, and the 14th of July. And I'm sure I'm mispronouncing that terribly in the headspace that I'm in right now. Or Les Fêtes Nationales, that, of course, is called Bastille Day outside of the nation of France, but never within the French Republic itself. And so, of course, there's no denying that the storming of the Bastille in July of 1789 was a major event in the French Revolution. And because this day is on the solar return thereof, the dated anniversary, most English-speaking countries mistakenly believe that this is to commemorate the anniversary of that incident. But it actually represents much more than that, and it's far more important than that. And again, while that was a political prison and a symbol of the monarchy, in fact, the origins of the National Day of France is much more complex. It's synonymous with a different historical event, the Fête de la Fédération, and that means the Festival of the Federation in English. And this was a mass gathering held on the 14th of July in 1790, a year after the people of Paris attacked the Bastille. And so citizens planned to steal weapons and ammunition from the grand medieval fortress to fight the royal soldiers stationed in the city, as the revolutionaries viewed the Bastille as a symbol of the monarchy's corruption. They were, of course, unhappy with King Louis, I believe it was the 14th, and his reign, and that had been dominated by food shortages, high taxes, and the country was on the brink of an economic crisis, if not outright collapse. And so it is, shall we say, just one of those periods in history that is, I look back at it with ambivalence. Of course, I'm very much a monarchist and much prefer that these monarchies are acknowledged. And by the way, it was Louis XVI. I always have trouble even with the Roman numerals that I try to rearrange in my head. And I remember now it was an XVI, if we were to look at it in the Roman numeric system. So King Louis XVI was the last of the reigning monarchs until Napoleon Bonaparte was expelled, and then the British reinstalled the Bourbon monarchy for a time. But of course, they ended on a fairly negative note, and when they were reinstalled in France, they were not necessarily positively welcome, and were chased out by Napoleon in short order. And after he was once again defeated at the Battle of Waterloo, you had a recommencement of, the first assertion of a true republic, I guess. Certainly more so than the First Republic, which was probably France's most criminal regime. Now, in keeping with that First Republic, after the outbreaks of violence in Paris, an armed mob stormed the prison on the morning of July 14th and freed the 7 remaining prisoners who were being held there. It was but the addressing of an injustice. It had nothing to do with an entire nation celebrating this every year. It's obviously not that big a deal. But their actions ignited the French Revolution, which led to the monarchy eventually being overthrown, and Louis XVI and Marie Antoinette, his wife, being executed. And, of course, he deserved it. She did not. But 1790's Fête de la Fédération is just as important in the history of Bastille Day as the storming of the prison itself. Because that mass gathering, attended by tens of thousands of people from all provinces of France, was organized on the first anniversary of the attack on the Bastille. And that was designed to see in a new era, which made way for a French constitutional monarchy, which should still be extant if there were an ideal world, and hopefully may someday be reestablished. So the people converged on the Champ de Mars in Paris to attend a military parade led by Lafayette, who had helped the Americans in their revolution. And this was a mass and collective oath-taking. King Louis XVI and Marie Antoinette gave short speeches, believe it or not. Of course, less than 3 years later, the king and queen lost their heads in the guillotine, and the constitutional monarchy became the first French Republic. So, obviously, the National Day is celebrated on the 14th of July each and every year, which is why it is known as 14 Juillet, and or Juillet. And in 2021, Bastille Day fell today, this Wednesday. Well, when the transmission started, we are, of course, now into Thursday, and so it was yesterday at this time. Just as it was yesterday in France, by the time that, I returned here to conduct the transmission, to host the transmission, because I had been celebrating it basically on Saturday, when it was, as far ahead as they are in France. They were celebrating the night before, the eve day thereof, and then celebrating here. Not that I went to France, mind you, but we did travel pretty far out into the place of California where there were some ceremonies and celebrations taking place. And of course, we had to be very cautious about not violating certain conditions where wildfires could get started, because there's already enough of those burning in California. In fact, we've had more wildfires burning in California this year than ever before, but we say that every fucking year. And one of these days I've got to really cover that and talk to people about what's going on in the wildfire world of California and the heat world that is overtaking, the world in general. I do have to address that at some point in the near future, perhaps this Sunday. So in terms of, if you're wondering just how Bastille Day is celebrated, well, it's like the 4th of July, a public holiday in France with millions of people spending time with family and friends, marking the day with the fireworks, parades, and parties. Well, at least in normal times. And of course, at this point in history, After massive and multiple social changes, the Fête de la Fédération is now the oldest and largest military parade in Europe. And it's still France's showpiece event, where you have around 4,000 military personnel and police taking part in the event held on Paris's Champs-Élysées, and the French president making an appearance. Of course, the annual parade was canceled last year in the wake of the COVID pandemic for the first time since World War II. But it returned in a scaled-down form this year, with 10,000 people in the stands instead of the usual 25,000 to make sure everybody had their space. And people needed to show vaccination passes or a recent negative test to go at all. And all of the spectators were expected to be wearing face masks. And there was classical music, a concert thereof on the Champ de Mars at the foot of the Eiffel Tower. And the firework display went ahead. And of course, it wasn't just confined to France. Wherever there were French citizens around the world, as happened here in California, there was a hosting of their own events. Now, oftentimes the words liberté, equalité, fraternité, or brotherhood, the three core beliefs of the revolution, are heard during these celebrations. And of course, the French flag which is a red, white, and blue tricolor, in case you never knew that, and the country's national anthem. They're both symbols of the revolution and Bastille Day, and it's one of the most violent national anthems in the world. I mentioned earlier, of course, about the Communist Chinese national anthem and just how it was all a anti-Japanese war song, for the communists, that is. For the French national anthem, it's positively bloodthirsty. You know, they're going to come for you in the night. They're going to slice your throats. So you must struggle. It's just, and you have no idea just how I don't know how to frame this. The French technology, yeah, Jameson says it's nice, it's real metal, yeah. But the French technology, oh my God. I mean, like, they've got like recent renditions of their national anthem that you see on YouTube. And honest to God, they're just, the quality of the videography is appalling. It's like they've only recently begun to catch up to any form of videography or televisual technology. It's very bizarre. It's like everybody's still watching vacuum tube television over there or something. But if you, again, when it comes to greetings, this much is important. If you were to wish somebody happy Bastille Day in French, just remember that's not how it's referenced. It would be pretty unusual to wish someone a happy Bastille Day if you wished that upon a French person, which would sound like this, something like Bonne Bastille, the chances are they would not have a clue what the fuck you were speaking about, and they would just look at you like another crazy American. So don't ever do that. The correct way to greet someone on their national day is by saying Joyeux 14 Juillet, and or something like Bonne Fête Nationale, both of which roughly translate to have a good national day in English, something like that. And so that's how the French people refer to their day, of course, 14 Juillet, or Juillet, as in Juliet. It's almost like Juliet, but more like Juillet. And for the July, like 14th of July, basically, you're saying. Or, as I said, La Fête Nationale, as opposed to Bastille Day. So there you have that. And of course, now in terms of a sobriety birthday, and again, this is near and dear to my heart because of Judith Eggert. One of the things that Judith Eggert gifted myself with was a big pack of the Alcoholics Anonymous big books. And so you have the big book of sponsorship, the articles of alcoholism, addiction. I don't need to go into all that with all of you, but it's all part of the 12-step program, recovery. And so this is something that, in my company with her, I've learned to respect this. And therefore, I'd like to go into why why you should be celebrating your sobriety birthday. It should be one of those annual milestones that you celebrate if you choose to go sober at any time. Of course, all of us choose to recognize significant life events and milestones with celebrations, marriages, birthdays, pregnancies, anniversaries. These are just a few of the life events many of us celebrate regularly, but they all have one thing in common. They each signify personal growth and progress, which is something to be proud of. So if you're currently enrolled in a drug and alcohol rehabilitation program, or transitional housing program, or what has been referred to as an IOP. And some of these, by the way, I've been investigating only recently. And this is, of course, simply, not that I'm investigating to turn myself in, by the way, which is a condition that was put upon me by Judith Ager, was that I turned myself into a rehabilitation program for 6 months, which was cute. And she doesn't understand that I don't need that I'm not addicted. But anyhow, an IOP program is an intensive outpatient program, in case you're unfamiliar with that. And that's a kind of treatment service and support program used primarily to treat eating disorders, bipolar disorder, unipolar depression, self-harm, and chemical dependency that does not rely on detoxification. Oh, and by the way, our friend Jameson was talking about that 21 days is bad enough. 6 months? Fuck, man. Yeah, well, Judith Ager thinks I'm at the worst of the worst when it comes to addiction. But again, the intensive outpatient program is intriguing in the sense that this is something that does not rely on detoxification. So that's interesting. It's a very different approach. We're talking about a in-depth behavioral health treatment program that is personalized and customized and multidisciplinary. So it differs from traditional outpatient counterparts in terms of time commitment and so many other things. It's something that is another option. It is another option out there for people who have these problems. So there you have that. And oh my God. So your sobriety birthday, it should be one of those annual milestones, regardless of what program you've got yourself in. And it's one that you should celebrate, because this date, whichever date it is for you, it carries a powerful meaning and purpose, and it's important to recognize that as you continue a life in recovery. And if you've never considered celebrating your sobriety birthday or aren't even sure what it is, you might just choose one. First off, let's define what a sobriety birthday is. Of course, remembering and celebrating any milestone is not a new thing. And sobriety milestones, well, people in recovery have been celebrating their sobriety milestones for decades. One of the first references of a personal sobriety memento dates back to the mid-1940s, and it was carried by Clarence H. Snyder. Now, this is a bit of AA history for you, and this was important to Judith Ager that I learn it. So I actually did, and if somebody could relay it to her that I actually did so, one wonders if she would be proud. At any rate, it's not a formal celebration. The memento that was carried by Clarence Snyder was a reminder of the progress and growth that he experienced over time in recovery. Of course, he was one of the original founders of the AA, And this becomes very much a kind of community, a kind of church that people are a part of. It becomes their support. And so in that sense, it's a good thing. And it's also known as a sobriety anniversary or a sober anniversary, recovery anniversary, sobriety milestone, whatever. But it serves as a reminder of the progress that one has made. And it can be the last day you used drugs or drank alcohol, or it can be the day after you last used. Or if you prefer, it could be the date you first entered a drug and alcohol rehab treatment program. And basically only you can determine which of those dates or what date will serve as your sobriety birthday. But the most important thing is that it carries special significance for you. So for Judith Agard, it was this date yesterday, the 14th of July. And as you well know, relapse is also part of recovery, but it does not signify failure. If you choose to remember more than one sobriety anniversary after relapsing, that too is up to you. And for some, doing so may serve as a reminder that recovery is a continuous lifelong process and worth fighting for. So again, if it comes to the choice of... Jameson is asking if we can have a relapse anniversary. God, for you, Jameson, that would be every other day, right? I mean, honestly, with most people, it would be. Yeah, don't take that personally. It's like Mark Twain said, it's easy to quit smoking. He said, what is it? Something like, I do it every other day. And anyhow, so again, if people aren't exactly sure what date they should declare their sober anniversary, again, it comes down to yourself. You create your purpose in life, and your sobriety anniversary would be the day you started your recovery program, the day you got physically sober and stopped using drugs and alcohol, the day after your last relapse, or the day you decided to finally seek addiction treatment. Some people in recovery may also choose not to have a sobriety date. That's fine as well. But there's a significance. If you've never considered celebrating your sobriety birthday or anniversary, there's reasons you really should consider starting, because it reminds us to be humble. All of us have done things we're not proud of. No one is perfect. And whether you've been sober for 2 months or 12 years, we should all remember that we didn't get here on our own. And most of us have probably had a whole group of people supporting us, cheering us on, providing encouragement and counsel along the way. When we look back at our sobriety birthdays, we should remember that our success is not a reflection of how great we are. Rather, it is a reflection of all the care and support that was poured into us by others. And so celebrating a sobriety birthday actually provides an opportunity to thank our mentors and our peers. It would be impossible to celebrate our successes without celebrating our mentors and peers, because without them, we wouldn't be where we are. And if you haven't ever thanked your mentor, your sober coach, or your peers for their support, your sobriety birthday is the perfect time to do so. And whether you simply say thank you or write a letter or treat them to dinner, it's important to recognize those who have helped you achieve success in sobriety and who continue to do so daily, because of course it's day by day for the rest of your life if you're following the AA philosophy, which Judith Agard does. And of course, I'm different. My experience was different with my dad. My dad, who of course was an alcoholic, he quit. And that's just simply not in the reality paradigm of people who follow the AA program. They feel that someone goes into remission, but they are always alcoholic. And so you're simply suppressing the symptoms. And that's how they interpret what my dad accomplished, was that he suppressed his symptoms until the day he died. So they look at things very differently, and that's to be respected. It's how it's worked for Judith to this point. And so Definitely. From her, I would I learned that celebrating a sobriety birthday, it reminds us of what life used to look like, which she shared with me, and what it looks like now. And looking back at the days when you were still addicted really helps you to see how far you've come since then. And although recovery is a long and slow process that requires unyielding efforts, you've no doubt made some incredible progress spiritually, mentally, physically. So looking back at those times reminds us that anything is possible and that it's never too late to change, even if you think there's no way you can ever come back from what you've done. So, and it encourages us to reflect. Such anniversaries, they give us an opportunity to reflect on how we've grown, what we're feeling, why we continue to fight for sobriety, how our lives have improved, and the goals we'd like to achieve for ourselves. And so your sobriety birthday is a great excuse to discuss these things with your counselor, your family, your support group, or your best friend. In doing so, you may also become a role model or a source of encouragement for someone else who is struggling to maintain their own sobriety. And if you've decided you'd like to celebrate your sobriety birthday, but you're not sure how, well, things that come to mind would be that, well, if you're part of the AA, like I saw with Judith, you would get this 1-year chip or token at your next NA or AA meeting. If your NA, by the way, is Narcotics Anonymous, for those who are unfamiliar with these programs, and AA is Alcoholics Anonymous, as opposed to NA, the Narcotics Anonymous. If you're enrolled in a sober living program and attend local NA or AA meetings, you would make sure to get your 1-year chip or token. So this is a meaningful yet low-key way to acknowledge your achievement and celebrate it with your support group. And of course, at that point, you'd want to go out to dinner with your family or your sober living housemates. If you're part of a transitional living program, you would celebrate your sobriety birthday by planning a special dinner out at a new restaurant or at your sober living home in times like these. If you're still under lockdown or quarantine, or the restaurants just aren't open yet, or they've all closed, which is the case in all too many neighborhoods, you could also plan a dinner for a select group or of family members. And it doesn't have to be anything fancy, of course, but celebrating with dinner can be a nice way to get everyone together and remember all the progress that has been made. And of course, treat yourself. Buy that pair of shoes you've been eyeing, or splurge on that new video game you've been drooling over. Or if you don't want to celebrate with a huge event, grab a friend and head to the mall to treat yourself to a small shopping spree. I did learn from V that my medical cosmetologist that Judith Eggert had purchased herself a Chanel bag. And V had to teach her how to say it because she called it a channel bag, which was really cute. Anyhow, of course, you could also volunteer if you'd rather celebrate your sobriety birthday by giving back. Find a cause or a charity you're passionate about and volunteer for a day or a weekend, or better yet, invite your sober living housemates to volunteer with you and let them know why you'd love for them to join you in celebrating your sobriety birthday. Or you could simply indulge yourself with a special dessert. I mean, we all know that nutrition is an important aspect of recovery, but so is balance. So you could celebrate your sobriety birthday by baking a special cake to share with the other residents in your transitional living home, or treat yourself and your sober coach to an ice cream sundae, or bring a dozen donuts to your next IOP or intensive outpatient program meeting. Everyone, of course, deserves a treat every once in a while, and your sobriety birthday is the perfect opportunity. So if you're celebrating with someone else, this someone else's sober anniversary, such as a spouse or a friend or a sibling, there's ways that come to mind to make a recovery anniversary extra special. treat them to a dinner or a nice night out, or give them a gift like a new journal, because this is what recovery people do. They maintain journals, or a gift card, or a bouquet of flowers, make a homemade sobriety greeting card, write them a heartfelt letter filled with encouragement, bake them a sobriety birthday cake, offer to help them tackle a big project at home, like organizing the kitchen cabinets or cleaning out the garage, or provide free childcare so they can spend an afternoon however they wish, make a monetary donation to a nonprofit organization or an addiction recovery foundation of their choice. As to what to say, kind of like what I told you about the French national holiday, you don't go around saying Bonne Bastille and looking like an idiot. What exactly do you say to someone on their sobriety anniversary? Well, if you have a friend or a loved one that is celebrating a recovery anniversary, you may not know how to congratulate or encourage or affirm them. But as a supportive loved one, you don't have to say anything profound or extraordinary. A simple encouraging statement will probably mean a lot to them. Now, of course, in terms of some examples of what to say to someone to express your support and excitement on their sober anniversary, something like, "You're doing great. Keep up the hard work." Or simply, "Congratulations." Or, "Awesome job." Or, "I'm so proud of you." Or, "I'm happy for you." Or, "Look how far you've come. You have done some amazing things with your life in sobriety." Or, "Way to inspire others who are addicted." So just happy sobriety birthday to you, I think, would be fine as well. But regardless of how you choose to celebrate your recovery anniversary or the sobriety milestones of a loved one, it is important to do so without alcohol or drugs. Recognize and share the achievement with friends, family, your support group, and be proud of the progress you've made thus far. Now, of course, I'm a different species of animal, and it's not the same for me as it is for humans who really do have to get over this sort of thing. Honestly, if I were impacted in the same way as baseline humanity, I would have been dead many times over by now. It truly is not a case of competition or trying to prove that you can do what I do. You simply can't, because, well, we are of different species, and the idea of competition is absurd. So it's, God, just the way it is. And that doesn't mean it's fair, but it is the way it is. Believe me, I've got plenty of challenges you don't want. As I'm concerned, if I become more dependent on blood, then, oh my God, I don't want to get to that level of dependency where I seem to be having more problem processing the nutrients out of solid food. Well, we'll see what happens after this. Hopefully, with the correct kind of supplementation, we can change all this and get me back into a kind of balance here. Now let me see what I can get into next by checking the numbers again of the audience. And, oh wow, got a nice message from somebody here that was, let's see, I think this was sent into DDD, and he says, "Thank you for all the information. You're one of the most intense and interesting people out there. Bless you. Deeply appreciate you." And oh my God, got another message here that I just now noticed. I thought I answered this before, but thank you to Tom Tomsey. And let's take a look at that. He has a fairly interesting icon, Facebook icon, and the problem is that you can't access the pages directly that these people are writing from. by the way, Bob Oliver has been, writing me forever, poor guy. And I just haven't responded to him because I'm afraid to. And he seems to be like on some kind of trip that I'm not sure I'm interested in. But here, let's acknowledge our lovely Veronica Pereira with her new Facebook picture. And let's see if we can search Facebook for Tom Tomsey, just out of curiosity. God bless him. And so, not seeing something directly, but I will look for him again some other time. At any rate, thank you, sir, and bless you. Let me see if I can. I should have written something there, shouldn't I? So let me just press back here. Bless you, sir, and move on with the night. Okay, press the enter button. Okay, now let's check into, see if this even switches back. That's good. Check into Livestream. And with that, we've got 7 hours past, leaves us 5 hours left. Let's get into that. And Amor Fati is back, saying, Hola Douglas, buenas noches, caballero oscuro, dark night, because you're a nocturnal. God bless you. Que Dios te bendiga. Thank you, sir. And all the best wishes be unto you. And let's take a look at the messages, see if this has been accessed. I was actually shocked at a little something earlier, but anyhow, it doesn't look like she's accessing her messages yet. And that's fine for now. Now, should I go into the multiverse or something that is more to the point of what we were speaking about earlier? Oh God, Jameson wants me to go into the multiverse, which almost means I shouldn't. It's honestly, if I go into that, I might not be able to finish any arc of narrative that I start otherwise, because it does take time away to rant a bit about this. But all right, all right. So let's do it. Anyhow, first off, the one thing that I notice is that this is really becoming prevalent in all the fucking comics in particular. And the comics universe is something that Jameson Reese is intimately familiar with because, of course, well, these nerds and geeks. I mean, they're all over the place now, and they're what we have to blame for the Avengers Endgame franchise and all the rest of that shit, which I couldn't even stand to watch. I mean, to me, that looks like just a big color clusterfuck where you just... And especially what they did to the Black Widow character is just unfucking forgivable. I mean, she dies in the goddamn series, so then they make this movie about her as what? A prequel before she dies? So what the fuck is that? I mean, that whole thing is just so crazed, and the treatment of this this female character just to add depth to her is it's just, after they had her singing lullabies to Big Green Monster Man, it's just, I'm sorry, it's just awful. I can't deal with it. It's offensive. It's literally offensive. It is an insult to all femininity. I think it deserves nothing but contempt. The shit that they've pulled with this. It's again, we could take this as in the direction of something that's actually funny, but it's not. It's just sad and disgusting. So there you have that. Just I couldn't stand how skewered this whole thing was. The idea of Black Widow with the franchise, and beyond that, like I said, they changed her nationality. She was Hungarian in the comics, but nobody knows what Hungarians are in the stupid North America, and so they, say she's Russian because Americans love Russians. So then you've got her with the the name of the Romanovs, the name of a Tsarina, where Marvel, of course, did this, as did DC. The Americans have a fascination with royalty, so they imbue these characters with royalty, and then they make them part of a populist Soviet murder machine. And it's just, I'm sorry, it's like, you know, she's been the sexy Avenger all this time. And so she's been short shrifted for years. What has it been? Over a decade at this point that franchise has gone on. It's after a decade of fetishization, it's just, and then she's dead. And then they make a prequel, and you watch that knowing someone is going to die. It's like, what the fuck? It's just stupid. It's just awful. And so they could have escaped by pulling a multiverse trip and saying, well, in this universe, she's not going to die. It's you know, but anyhow. This is just touching the tip of the iceberg with that. The problem is, as I said, how did we get here? What do we do at this point? Well, with all this multiverse, like what I've just suggested, this is what Jameson Rees says. So let's start from that. Multiverse trips are, let me read what he wrote. They're more or less covers for shit writers. Yeah, but you'd almost wish they'd used it in this case. But otherwise, the multiverse is an imagination killer. The multiverse idea is rotting culture. What looks at first glance like an opening up of possibilities is actually an attack on the human imagination. You might not like what I'm about to say about the multiverse. Oh, but don't worry, you've already had your revenge. If there are an infinite number of parallel universes, there will be any number of terrible dictatorships, places where life has become very difficult for people who like to string words together like myself. Somewhere out there, there's a society in which every desperate little monologue like mine comes with a tiny, unremarkable button. Push it, and the speaker will be immediately electrocuted to death. But maybe your hate is also more visceral, on the level of one of my gang stalkers. You already know I'll die someday, but you want to see it happen. You need to see me groveling. And you can if you want. Fly upwards from the plane of our solar system. Keep on going through the endless huddles of galaxies, never forgetting your purpose, until space and time run together. Oh God, I forget the Kabbalistic terms. Oh, jeez, how could I do that? Maybe Jameson can help me out here. But of course, we go into the Kepher, the ultimate span of God. Of course, the various domains that will carry us into the multiverse. And of course, when it comes to, Kabbalistic doctrine, the Kether is the crown, where Binah and Chokmah, space and time, form that continuum of Kether and become God itself. That's what you're aiming for, because that's when you yourself will become God. And, of course, at that point, you always would have been God, because you're beyond time and space, right? And once you eventually find yourself in another universe, on a damp patch of grass and broken concrete, unwatched by whatever local gang or galactic empire rules the city, rising in foggy shapes beyond the marshes, there you'll see a creature strangely similar to yourself beating me to death with whatever bits of scrap are lying around. Somewhere in all the possible worlds, you're skipping about in a luxury yacht while I'm chained and terrified to the bow, gasping through mouthfuls of seawater. Somewhere your band of riders burned my village to the ground, and you're drinking a toast to the gods, or the anti-gods, from my jewel-encrusted skull. You can want all of this, and there's no need to feel guilty. It could happen, so it happened. And that's all. Now, most interpretations of quantum physics tend not to leave many cultural ripples. They're strange and complex, and there's too much algebra, and it's just not very sexy. For the vast, dim hordes of laypeople, myself included actually, all you need to know is that it has something to do with putting cats in boxes, and we call it Schrodinger's. But I've gone in depth into that in the past, and pretty much blown your minds out of the water with the fact that, yes, there was and is a Schrodinger's cat. Developed by the Reich, brought into our world. But for a few devoted mystics, the main lesson is that you can get whatever you want if you wish for it hard enough. The many worlds interpretation is different. It's everywhere. It bubbles like universes through pop culture because it taps into something very basic. Unlike all the others, it seems to approach us not as ungainly lumps of seething quanta, but as human beings. Because everyone has regrets. Everyone has done things they wish they hadn't. Everyone wonders what might have happened if things had gone another way. The many worlds interpretation consoles us and wards us off, all at the same time. Because everything really did go the other way. You really can be happy. But not here. Never here. It might be true. I'm not really interested in the science of multiverse theory so much as its impact on the way we think about ourselves. But it helps to state the problem. That problem is wave function collapse. At a quantum level, particles don't exist as solid objects in space, but as probability waves, describing the various positions that could potentially be occupied. This is demonstrated by the famous double-slit experiment. Set up a laser to fire electrons, one by one, at a screen through a metal plate with two slits, and then see where they land. If each electron were to pass through one slit or another, you'd get two straight bands of light. Instead, you get a pattern of rippling bands. Interference. As if, rather than one particle, there had been two waves. The electrons have passed through both slits simultaneously. However, if you set up a recording device to monitor the slits themselves, the wave function collapses back into solidity. All that's observed is one electron passing through one slit. The hidden question: who decides which slit? In his 1951 book, entitled Der Evangelische Glaub und das Denken der Gegenwart, the Deutschen, well, obviously German, academic Karl Heim gave us a perfectly workable answer. God did it. The Almighty, in his infinite benevolence, carefully tends to the waveform collapse of every particle, working on the tiniest levels to create a world kinder to the human life he created. Now, Heim's work has been enormously influential in the field of theology. But for some reason, it's generally rejected by the scientific community. Well, that reason being their anathema to theology. Instead, thousands of physicists, big names like Stephen Hawking, who called it trivially true. I can't do his accent because he's got a machine voice. Brian Greene. And, of course, our favorite black serial rapist, Neil deGrasse Tyson, included, all pay lip service to the many worlds interpretation. The particles still passed through both slits, one here and one in another universe, created especially for the occasion. It certainly sounds more scientific than Heim's theory, which tries to shoehorn a Bronze Age concept of a living God, a God beyond living, into an increasingly inhospitable reality. The only snag is that there's actually very little fucking difference. These idiots, and yes, I'll use that term for these greatest minds of our age, Stephen Hawking and Brian Greene, and, especially the house nigger among the brains, Neil deGrasse Tyson. Oh my God. What they're saying is tantamount to a faith in fucking God. There's no way we could ever carry out any experiment to test for the multiverse's existence in the world because it's not in our world. It's an article of faith, and not a very secure one. I'd put my faith in God instead if I were you. What's more likely? A potentially infinite number of completely useless parallel universes, or one perfectly ordinary God? There's nothing wrong with faith. Obviously, I have it myself. But if it's not recognized for what it is, then monsters start to spawn. Not in some distant reality across the veil in another universe, but right here. No religion is complete without a moral code, but how do you live ethically in our shapeless foam of worlds, invisible to telescopes, but throbbing close at the moment of every decision? The butterfly effect. In the year 2014, The New Scientist, that's a magazine, published an article titled Multiverse Me, which reminded me of the Minion movie Despicable Me. In this case, not the Minion movie, but in the quantum column, revealing that various lonely boffins takest succor from the fact that alternate versions of themselves are leading fun lives full of emotional and sexual fulfillment instead of solitudinous slogs through the stupid infinity of high-level algebra. This is why the multiverse has become pervasive. You have a bunch of pencil-necked, pinheaded physics and mathematics majors who have taken comfort in the fact that though they never get laid, that though nobody likes them, that in a multiverse of infinite possibilities, they're complete and total studs, and everybody invites them to every party. They're not jealous. They want the best for their alternate selves. They want them to be happy. How can you help? The answers given are all cop-outs. The scientists have decided to keep on living as if the multiverse didn't exist. One says, the multiverse tells us that we should behave as if we were valuing the risks according to probabilities in a classical universe. Because if it does exist, the implications are horrifying. Right now, infinite versions of yourself are dying in really horrible ways. Not in spite of the fact that you're lazily giving answers to a New Scientist reporter, but because of it. Every second you live, their suffering increases. If you stand on a cliff edge and decide not to die, how many billions are smashed upon the rocks? Jump now and save them all! But as much as I might think these calculations are faulty, the multiverse is on the side of its believers. Just invent another universe for you to be right in, and you never need to be wrong again. It's a fringe community, but there are tens of thousands of people who subscribe to a grotesque, delusional pathology called the Mandela effect, popularized by Art Bell and Coast to Coast AM via the George Norrie. This is a comparatively new name for the phenomenon previously known as being wrong about things. As Jameson Rees says, Aquino's thought form. Now, the Mandela effect theory is new in the sense that it's been around since, Nelson Mandela, which is the fucking 1980s. And said theory posits small quantum fluctuations that allow people to slip through the cracks between universes, arriving in a world where everything looks so similar that they don't realize this is not their real home. And these people are not their real friends. It's not until something big happens, Nelson Mandela's funeral, for instance, that they notice. But didn't he die in prison in the 1980s? Surely I can't have been wrong about that. There must be a simpler explanation. I'm a voyager from another world. Don't laugh. It might have happened to you too. What kind of color is chartreuse? Red, right? Wrong. In this universe, it's green. And you're a long, long way from home. The Mandela effect is ludicrous, laughably ridiculous. It is downright fucking batshit crazy, but it has its roots in the philosophical precursors to multiverse theory. What looks at first glance like an opening up of possibilities is actually an organized assault on the unreal. The delicate networks of falsehood, the boundlessness of contrafactuals, the imagination as such. It goes back to Leibniz, who got analytical philosophers talking about contingency in terms of possible worlds for tedious centuries. Actually, it goes back to Democritus, 25 centuries agone, 2,500 years ago, folks. But there's no purer instance than the modal realism of David Lewis, whom, in a series of books, the Princeton philosopher argued that contrafactual statements, there is a possible world in which chartreuse describes a shade of red. If the author electrocuting button existed, I'd be dead now. That would have been his perspective as the writer of such works. Of course, you're wishing you had the button to push that would eliminate my speaker and have my microphone turn into my electric chair. Now, in terms of David Lewis, again, a philosopher at Princeton, not to degrade philosophy, everything is philosophy in the end. The entire school of mathematics, all mathematics, is but a sub-branch of the philosophy of logic. Science itself is a philosophy. It is not a reality. It is a way to handle reality. We are all philosophers. However, as one man once said, I'd rather have a bartender in front of me who's a philosopher than a philosopher in front of me who's not a bartender. Because, as I said, the Princeton philosopher David Lewis's contrafactual statements could not be intelligible unless they refer to an actually existing state of affairs. If the speaker murdering button doesn't exist here, it must necessarily exist in another universe. What this means is that the human capacity to imagine a different world is really nothing of the fucking sort. It's all just the same washed out reality. And your hopes and dreams are as drearily physical as a sack of potatoes. I've had a sack of such potatoes gifted to myself, and I eat potatoes raw, but not often enough, and they're already beginning to sprout. Want to write fiction? Want to build a better life? Don't bother. Everything that could happen has already happened, and nothing can ever change. The multiverse is a prop, a way to explain away things that cannot otherwise be explained. It's supposed to induce a Copernican vertigo, your own tininess in a hall of infinite mirrors, infinitely reflecting an infinity of yourselves, where every reflection can strut around asserting its primacy. But in fact, it's a strangely comforting doctrine for the insecure and the impotent. Go back to the double-slit experiment. What the God did it theory of waveform collapse and the many worlds interpretation both do is cut out all the uncomfortable messiness of life, the contingency that spectral could have, trembling on the other side of what is. If there is a divine hand that chooses, or a cleavage in the universe that delivers both results, then there's some kind of order in the universe. The multiverse excuses every injustice. It's all been made good somewhere else in the static infinity of the possible. Leibniz was right when he said that we live in the best of all possible worlds. His only mistake was the axiom that there's only one of them. Drop that, and his theodicy becomest a limpid tautology. We live in the best of all possible multiverses, because, by definition, no other multiverse could ever exist. All wrongs are balanced out, and all things happen for a reason. We live in a sensible world and not a wild one, a meaningful world and not a stupid one. But look around you, at whatever strange world you happen to be in, with its death by audience feedback, its arbitrary empires, or its close and sweaty tents humid with blood. Is that even really true? Of course not. The only way the universe can becomest any better is if you do something about it. That is why the multiverse must be condemned. It not only discourages all action, but renders it meaningless. And as Jameson Rees says at the bottom of it all, it is the nihilistic philosophy that has led so many in our time to, in one way or another, serve the anti-gods and their vapid cults. This is why you see so many people drop away from my own company and take up the stand of entropy and disintegration. This is their world, a world that they believe is infinite. And therefore, there's no need for them to do anything about the world they live in. Why care about the end of nature? Why care about the wildfires consuming our forests? Why care that the heat waves are going to kill more and more as our world turns into a second Venus? Because in a different universe, the anti-gods tell us that we live in a pristine Eden, an Elysium of eternal rebirth. This is the death of God. The death of God that the cults of the kings of Edom have perpetrated through the murder of your mind. And of course, we saw that realized in the Gulf War. I spoke of the so-called Vulcan intervention. That brings us back to the Gulf War as it was, when you had the situation that developed. I think if World War II was symbolized by that raising of the flag on Iwo Jima, a false image that was entirely acted out for the sake of the stage by the American Marines, so that they could propagandize themselves into a statuesque caricature of losing World War II, turning it into a victory in the minds of their victims back in the States, because they were unable to conquer or even defeat their enemy across the sea. The equivalent of that for the Gulf War, the third Gulf War, the first being between Iran and Iraq, the second being Operation Desert Storm, but the symbology of the fantastical notion of winning a war at all, even though no war had been declared, nor ever could be, because the Americans lost World War II, was the toppling of Saddam Hussein's statue in Iraq, by which the U.S. military made their myth. It was in 2003 that the destruction of one particular statue in Baghdad made worldwide headlines and came to be the symbol of Western victory over Iraq. Of course, one could argue there was so much more to it, but I would tell you there was so much less. The abiding image of the Iraq War in 2003 was the toppling of that statue of the country's dictator, Saddam Hussein. It was an image, just that, relayed across the world as a symbol of victory for the American-led coalition and liberation of the Iraqi people. Of course you know that's not the truth. Putting up a statue is, in and of itself, an attempt to create a story about history. During the invasion of Iraq, the pulling down of a statue was also an attempt to create a story about history. The story of Saddam's statue shows both those possibilities and the limits of the making of a myth. Now, Operation Iraqi Freedom, as it was called by those running it, began on the 20th day in March of the year 2003. and it was led by the United States at the head of a coalition of the willing, including troops from Australia, Poland, and the United Kingdom. Now, President George W. Bush the Younger, the senior Bush's mini-me, claimed that the aims of the operation were clear: to disarm Iraq of weapons of mass destruction, to end Saddam Hussein's support for terrorism, and to free the Iraqi people. The people of the United States and our friends and allies will not live at the mercy of an outlaw regime that threatens the peace with weapons of mass murder. It's a fight for the security of our nation and the peace of the world, and we will accept no outcome but victory. Now, of course, this rationalization and justification for war was hotly disputed at the time and has been ever since. Nevertheless, invading troops moved quickly through the country. They arrived at Baghdad on the 7th day in April, 2.5 weeks into the ground campaign, and 'twas there that the statue of Saddam stood in Firdosh Square. Firdosh means paradise. Paradise Square, right in the center of the city. 48 hours later, it would comest crashing down. Now, in 2020, statues across the world were pulled down in an extraordinary wave of iconoclasm, a smashing of the icons. That's what they used to call the Bolsheviks who smashed church icons to show their disbelief in the wrath of God, that they had found themselves above God as anti-theists, and ultimately, therefore, rendered themselves the tools of the anti-gods. There had been such waves of iconoclasm before. Even the Soviet Union during the English Reformation, the French Revolution, both anti-church revolts. And, of course, another one in the fall of the Soviet Union and the smashing of the hammer and the sickle. But the 2020 iconoclasm of but yesteryear, with our Confederate statues and rebel flags, well, Confederate States flags, even though they are battle flags, really, so I guess we could go back to the rebel. That was global. Across former imperial powers and their former colonial possessions, from the United States and the United Kingdom to Canada, South Africa, the Caribbean, India, Bangladesh, and New Zealand, Black Lives Matter protesters defaced and hauled down statues not only of the Confederates that we knew of here, but of slaveholders and imperialists all over the world. Now, if I remember correctly, Edward Colston, you can look him up, he was hurled into the harbor in Bristol, England. Robert E. Lee was covered in graffiti in Richmond, Virginia. Christopher Columbus was toppled in Minnesota, beheaded in Massachusetts, and thrown into a lake in Virginia. King Leopold II of the Belgians was set on fire in Antwerp and doused in red paint in Ghent. That's in England. Or maybe in Wales. I always forget, and they get really touchy. In the end, I just say, fuck them. They're all white anyway, and I can't tell them apart. And even though they all speak different grades of English, you can't understand any of it anyway. Winston Churchill, I'm happy to say, was daubed with the words, "is a racist," in London. Now, some feared that this was becoming a frenzy. In the United States, Confederate statues had long been a focus for public interest and protest, but soon statues of national icons and progressive figures were attacked too. Protesters in Madison, Wisconsin, they tore down the Forward statue, celebrating women's rights. And they tore down a statue of an abolitionist in counterattack. A statue of the black abolitionist, Frederick Douglass, in Rochester, New York, where my late and sainted sire, the man who raised and guided me, George Joseph Henry Dietrich, was born, was not clean off its base. It was unclear whether the perpetrators were confused anti-fascists or some kind of neo-pseudo-fascists retaliating for the removal of Confederates and slave owners. Altogether, you could say that all of them had one thing in common: proactive ignorance. Now, the backlash was led by President Donald Trump, who signed an executive order declaring, "Many of the rioters, arsonists, and left-wing extremists who have carried out and supported these acts have explicitly identified themselves with ideologies, such as Marxism, that call for the destruction of the United States system of government." Now, his order reiterated that those who damage federal property could face 10 years in jail. Boris Johnson, the British Prime Minister, Bojo the Clown, went on Twitter to say that those statues teach us about our past, with all its faults. To tear them down would be to lie about our history and impoverish the education of generations to come. Bear in mind, these were the British and American troops who encouraged the Iraqis to take down the statue of Saddam Hussein. I guess that's a good statue takedown. Oh, but suddenly when you're aiming at Churchill and George Washington, somehow this is bad. Help me out here, Jameson. Am I missing something? There's something I'm missing, right? Is there a piece of this puzzle that we just haven't found to fit into this yet?
Yes, it's called Western hypocrisy.
Thank you. Well, the British Conservative government announced that it would amend the Criminal Damage Act. So anyone damaging a war memorial in Britannia could also be looking at 10 years in prison. Museums and civic authorities, they were all quick to react as well, though often in a different way. The day after the slave trader Colston's statue was pulled down, the Museum of London Docklands removed its own statue of another slave trader, Robert Milligan. In the United States and the UK, right-wing Republican and conservative administrations took the opportunity to position themselves as the champions of American and British civilization, which is a misnomer if ever there was one. It's kind of like what Gandhi said when he was asked about Western civilization, and he replied, "I think it would be a good idea." The last defense against barbarism was how they worded their stance. Their last defense against barbarism and political correctness, which they equate with barbarism in the same fucking sentence. I'm not misquoting them here. In September of yesteryear, the British Culture Secretary, Oliver Dowden, wrote to museums, threatening them with funding cuts if they took any actions motivated by activism or politics to take down their slaveholder statues. On the face of it, the attacks on statues in 2020 followed a pattern. Those who cheered on the protesters pulling them down tended to be younger and more socially liberal, while those who were dismayed by the destruction tended to be older and more conservative. If you look more deeply into it, though, the issue of statues is far more complicated. When statues of Lenin were pulled down all across Ukraine in 2014, and when the Firdosh Square statue of Saddam Hussein was pulled down in Iraq in 2003, many older Western conservatives, those same right-wing reactionaries, rejoiced, like the radicals they really are, while some younger progressives were far less sure about celebrating, and we're asking, we're celebrating what? When the Islamic State of ISIS destroyed ancient statues in Palmyra in 2015, there was condemnation across the universal political spectrum. Many of those responding to these events were the same people who responded very differently later when statues of Confederates and slaveholders were the focus. Statues are not neutral. They do not exist in vacuums, despite being inanimate matter or material. They carry a soul. Our reactions to them depend on who they commemorate, who put them up, who defends them, who pulls them down, and why. Now, Saddam Hussein himself joined the Ba'ath Party, the Resurrectionist Party, in transliteration, at the age of 20, and in the next 2 decades rose through the ranks, seizing power in 1979. His ambition was great: to assert leadership of the Arab world and control the Persian Gulf. He invaded Iran's oil fields in 1980, leading to a long, expensive, and destructive war. He invaded Kuwait in 1990, earning the condemnation of the United Nations. In January of 1991, I myself was part of a military response from an international coalition led by the United States, but including Egypt, France, Saudi Arabia, and the United Kingdom. Now, to the ignorant of the world, it became known as the First Gulf War, even though it was the fucking second. And Saddam was forced out of Kuwait. Internationally, Iraq was humiliated, but nobody knew that in Iraq itself, where Saddam Hussein held a victory parade. Because in that part of the world, when you defeat an enemy, you drag them naked behind a caravan of horses through the streets. He was still in power, fully dressed and armed, and able to say, "I'm still here. Where are the fucking Americans?" Nevertheless, northern and southern sections of his country were declared no-fly zones, where air traffic was policed by American, British, and French forces. The country was slapped with ruinous sanctions and was banned from developing nuclear, chemical, or biological weapons. Internally, it was stricken with rebellions that were sponsored, funded, armed, and supported by the American war machine, notably undertaken by Shia and Kurdish groups. Saddam Hussein responded by putting these down brutally with massive, lethal gas attacks that took out entire populations. As president, Saddam had modeled himself quite intentionally on Joseph Stalin. Both were peasant outsiders who, with exceptional ruthlessness, had made their way to the top. Saddam imitated Stalin's style of propaganda. I know I worked with his department over a summer vacation in which I helped to win his goddamn 8-year war. Promoting images of himself smiling and enriching the Iraqi people. A benevolent uncle, Uncle Saddam instead of Uncle Sam. He even grew a similar mustache. If you ever wondered why Saddam Hussein sported that goddamn mustache, that's a Stalin mustache. It would be like someone intentionally growing a Hitler mustache. Yet, nobody in the United States or the West ever realized, hey, the rest of the Arabs don't do that the way he does that. And like Stalin, Saddam Hussein raised vast numbers of statues to himself. Many Islamic traditions ban the representation of human figures, particularly religious figures. In terms of Iraqi history, however, Islam is a relatively recent arrival. Mesopotamia, as the region was once known, has ancient and glorious traditions of art, inclusive statuary, stretching back thousands of years. Representations of figures are therefore deeply embedded in Mesopotamian culture. There could be no ban upon them. Under Sadaim's rule, it was possible, even necessary, to make images of him. All schools, public buildings, and businesses had to display his portrait. Sadaim's iconography was a distinctive blend of military swagger and historical references. Some of his equestrian statues depicted him with sword drawn, pointed in the direction of Yerushalayim, Jerusalem itself, meaning that he ultimately intended to liberate the Holy Land, instead of from the Christian Crusaders, this time from the Jews. His rearing horse was flanked by rockets. He was occasionally sculpted wearing the dome of the rock upon his head, the Islamic shrine refashioned as his helmet. His images used costume and props to link him to Hammurabi, the Babylonian lawgiver, Nebuchadnezzar, the enslaver of the Jewish people, various caliphs, Saladin, the defeater of the Christian Crusaders, who, like Sadaim himself, had been born in Tikrit, and even Muhammad himself, peace be upon him. The essence of all these historical figures was supposedly distilled down into the person, the embodiment, the mortal incarnation of Sadaim, uniting the Iraqi people and Mesopotamian history, reaching out across Southwest Asia and the crescent of the Middle East. After the Gulf War in 1991, sanctions imposed by the international community banned all trade with Iraq except in humanitarian circumstances, which were never honored. Among many hardships, this made it difficult for artists and sculptors to access any materials. One way to get paint, canvas, bronze, and stone was to paint pictures or make sculptures of Sadaim. If the art was right, the regime would provide. While the Iraqi people suffered under sanctions, Sadaim built vast palaces filled with monuments to himself. It's actually unclear how many statues of himself Sadaim put up in this period, though it be evident there were hundreds in Baghdad alone. There was nothing special in that context about that statue of Saddam that was put up in Firdosh Square in April of 2002 to mark his 65th birthday. Firdosh Square is not the most important location in Baghdad. I know. I was there. And the statue was unexceptional in and of itself, a bronze standing figure 12 meters high, weighing around a ton. The fact that it was not a big deal may be one reason why, since its destruction, there has been confusion as to who even made it. At least 2 different sculptors have been credited with creating that statue, with 2 completely different narratives. Your Mandela effect, eh? Your multiverse bleeding into reality. Yet this is characteristic of the story of Saddam's statue in Firdosh Square. The boundary between what is real and what is fake would soon disappear altogether through the filter of Western ignorance. You know, the French philosopher, there we are, back to philosophy, Jean Baudrillard defined hyperreality as a state in which you cannot tell the difference between reality and a simulation of reality. In 1991, when I was still in the Marine Corps, at the time of the Second Gulf War. I can never overstate that enough. The first being the decade conflict between Iran and Iraq. That was when Jean Baudrillard wrote 3 essays touching on this very theme, later published together under the title The Gulf War Did Not Take Place. Digest that. In that work under that title, Baudrillard argued that the relevant events in the first couple of months of 1991 were not really a war. Not in the sense that war was commonly understood. They were but a simulation of a war. There were 12 reasons for this. First, the events were carefully choreographed through the media and meant for popular consumption from beginning to end. The coalition military controlled which images could be shown and which journalists were allowed to report. The television-watching public audience in the West was shown non-stop video footage of firework-like bombings and point-of-view shots of missiles heading to their targets. The effect was that of playing a computer game. Clean, surgical, sans any human consequences. No blood, no guts, no exploding babies bursting out of carriages or cribs. No senior citizens disconnecting from their life support machines while hospitals blacked out, gasping in the darkness till they died. Second, Baudrillard argued, the outcome of the war was never, ever in doubt. It was won in advance. The coalition was always going to win, and Saddam, for all his posturing for all those years till then, was in no position to fight back. This simulated war was, I'll read from Baudrillard's essay, again titled The Gulf War Did Not Take Place. He said this simulated conflict, this conflict simulation, because it was never legally declared as war, was stripped of its passions, its phantasms, its finery, its veils, its violence, its images, war stripped bare by its technicians even, and then reclothed by them with all the artifices of electronics, as though with a second skin. The hyperreality of the Gulf War that Baudrillard described caught the imaginations of writers, artists, and filmmakers. It looked ever more prescient as the internet began to connect the world right around that time. Bear in mind, this was when the internet was stretching its tendrils, the strands of its web. This time in history was when that was ongoing. And we saw the electronification of reality into simul matrix. Excitement and anxieties about real versus virtual experiences grew. A hyperreal war was played out in the 1997 political comedy, the film entitled Wag the Dog, which was loosely based on a 1993 novel, in which an American president creates a fictional war abroad to distract from a sex scandal at home. Hyperreality was the basis of the 1999 action science fiction blockbuster The Matrix. And the character Morpheus is quoting Baudrillard when he says, "Welcome to the desert of the real." I bet you fucking didn't know that. In 2003, when U.S.-led forces launched Operation Iraqi Freedom, invaded Iraq, the situation would be different. This war would be fought both in the desert of the real and in the real desert. A ground invasion was the focus. Resistance was put up by Iraqi forces, and territory was occupied by the coalition, though this war, too, was effectively won in advance. The Iraqi spokesman, Mohammed Saeed al-Sahaf's lively and entertaining press briefings claimed that Saddam was winning, but it was pretty easy to tell that his attempt to create a simulation of victory was not reality. If you might remember what he told international camera crews on the roof of the Palestine Hotel, he said, "Baghdad is safe. The battle is still going on. Their infidels are committing suicide by the hundreds on the gates of Baghdad. Don't believe those liars." And right behind him, viewers could see Iraqi troops fleeing from American tanks on the other side of the river. And al-Sahaf himself became something of a celebrity, nicknamed Comical Ali. That was a play on Chemical Ali, Saddam's intelligence chief, Ali Hassan al-Majid, who had ordered the deployment of chemical weapons against the Kurds in the 1980s. From Chemical Ali to Comical Ali, bringing down Saddam's statue was an even greater feat of hyperreality, because it would be presented as the flag raising on Iwo Jima of the Gulf War. Presented to the world as a climax, the triumph of Operation Iraqi Freedom. The coalition forces were cast as liberators, allowing the Iraqi people to rise up at last and tear down the most powerful symbol of the dictator who had oppressed them. But as you've been learning from myself, what you've never learned before, the reality was not so simple. Since they had invaded Iraq on the 20th day in March, coalition forces had been pulling down dozens of statues of Saddam. Exemplare gratiae. On March 29th, British forces had blown up a cast iron statue of Hussein in Basra, which is, of course, as I said, the only place the Brits could take because they didn't have a long enough logistical line to move any further than the coast, and it's a port city, albeit the major port city and the only outlet to the sea, really. That's all the Brits could take. And when asked why they blew poor Saddam up in effigy, well, a military spokesperson for the Brits said, "The purpose of that is psychological, to show the people he does not wield influence, and we will strike at any representative token of that eroding influence." But no one filmed that event. How'd they fuck that up? So while it was reported by the BBC and other news organizations, they had no footage. And either people could choose to disbelieve them in Iraq itself, thinking it was just another British colonial lie. They might have known better about the reality of its disintegration in Basra, but it made little impact outside Basra itself. On the 7th day in April, the day that the fall of Baghdad began, American soldiers seized the Republican Palace. Their commander ordered his troops to find a statue that could be destroyed and to wait until Fox News, no other media but Fox News, was the order, arrived before they began to destroy it. Soon enough, they found an equestrian statue of Saddam. The Fox television news crew turned up, and the soldiers duly fired a shell for mom and country. The footage was not exciting, just Americans destroying stuff. Hell, you see that anywhere you fucking go. And no crowd of any grateful Iraqis. Matter of fact, those that showed up were throwing what looked like grenades at the Americans and didn't seem too grateful. So it didn't get much play. That same day, U.S. Marines and Iraqi civilians brought down another Saddam statue in Karbala. The next day, British troops took out another one back in Basra, where they were stranded for several decades, if you remember my description in a recent transmission. The one before last. Or was it the last transmission? I don't remember by now. The one before last, I believe. There were so many statues of Saddam in Iraq that they were being felled on a daily fucking basis. Every goddamn day. Let's take down another statue. It was like, I guess, eating peanuts or potato chips. Once you started, you just couldn't stop. It just felt so good. It made the conquerors feel as if they were accomplishing something. A number of international journalists who were covering the invasion moved into the Palestine Hotel on Firdash Square, where Mohammed Saeed al-Sahaf had held his amusing press conferences. They had been relocated from the Al-Rashid Hotel closer to the city's political center after much of it had been destroyed by bombing. Though the Palestine Hotel was known to be a media refuge, an American tank intentionally fired a shell at it on April 8th, claiming they had mistaken a camera on the balcony for an Iraqi spotting device, but actually attempting to discourage the journalists because they kept reporting that the Americans were doing absolutely nothing. The terrorists were running the countryside, but all the Americans and British were doing were pulling down statues. And so the Americans struck back, and 2 journalists were killed, 3 were injured, and the rest were understandably outraged. It was fortunate then that a story would come along to distract them from their anger at the Pentagon the next day, and that it would happen on Firdash Square, right outside their hotel. Can you believe that? Oh my fucking God, what a coincidence! Who do you think organized that? Fortunate, but not planned by the Pentagon. That would be giving them too much credit. The story was created spontaneously by American soldiers on the ground. It was spun into a full-blown global event by the international news media because they had no more hotel to sleep in, so they were all bunked outside when the American troops said, "Let's give them a show!" And they said, "This is the next best thing to when we raised that flag on Iwo Jima." You know, the one that was opposed for the cameras and not raised in combat. And that everybody involved really wasn't there. In fact, the U.S. Marine Corps admitted that many of the people they gave credit to for raising that flag simply were not there. You can look that up. On April 9th, 2003, Lieutenant Colonel Brian McCoy, in charge of the 3rd Battalion of the 4th Marines, was told by a journalist at the Palestine Hotel that there were no Iraqi forces in Firdash Square. Simon Robinson, a reporter for, if I remember correctly, Time magazine, said McCoy knew that the journalist would be there, so there were going to be opportunities. The lieutenant's words. Lieutenant Colonel, excuse me. You know, the rank that Aquino was when I worked for him. And so Captain Brian Lewis, the leader of McCoy's tank company, blocked all the streets leading to the square. Gunnery Sergeant Leon Lambert, in an M88 recovery vehicle, an armored recovery vehicle, an ARV, radioed him with an idea. should they pull down Saddam's statue? Well, Lewis replied, no way. Well, then the Lieutenant Colonel McCoy went into the Palestine Hotel to meet reporters. And just after 5 p.m., Lambert radioed Lewis again, telling him that now local Iraqis themselves wanted to pull down the statue. There were a few of them in the square, and a lot of journalists. So bigger and shit, it's like flash mob. Hire a crowd time. Lambert's claim that some Iraqis wanted to pull down the statue is corroborated to some extent by Qadim Sharif Hassan al-Jabouri, a local mechanic. Qadim claimed that he had once fixed motorcycles for Saddam and his son Uday, but there had been a dispute over money, and Uday had him thrown in prison. So Qadim told the BBC, the British Broadcasting Company, 14 or 15 people in my own family were executed by Saddam. And when he heard American forces were coming, he was happy. He says he took his sledgehammer and left his nearby garage to go to Firdash Square. Now, when Lambert asked Lewis, if a sledgehammer and rope fell off the 88, would you mind? And Lewis replied, I wouldn't mind, but don't use the 88. And Lambert says he gave the Iraqis his sledgehammer, though Qadim claims to have brought his own. It's unclear then whether the idea to attack the statue came from a relatively low-ranking American soldier, from an Iraqi civilian, but I can tell you it was from both. A confederacy of dunces seeking fame for each themselves. And so Qadim began to hammer at the statue, but all he could really do was get a couple of plaques off the base. Lambert's rope was thrown around the statue's neck. There was little chance of this small crowd toppling such a large bronze, and so a full hour went by, which has got to be boring as hell to watch. And Saddam was not budging. And Lambert told the journalist, Peter Maz, who wrote a detailed investigation of the felling of the statue in 2011, the year of my late and sainted Cyrus, Diana Dietrich's death. He said in that very exhaustive and well-nigh definitive report that we watched them with a rope, and I knew it was never going to happen. They were never going to get it down. Now, at this point, the handful of Iraqis having a go at the statue seemed inclined to give up and go home. And just then, McCoy came out of the hotel and said, I realized this was a big deal. You've got all the press out there, and everybody is liquored up on the moment. Not to mention drunk as hell. You have this Paris 1944 feel. You know, when we liberated the frogs from the krauts, and we let de Gaulle roll his little tanks in there, having never tasted combat, just so the French could retake their own fucking city. Yeah, I remember thinking the media is watching the Iraqis trying to topple this icon of Saddam Hussein, and, you know, these sand niggers can't do shit. They're helpless without the white hand of Uncle Sam. Let's give them that hand. Those were his words. And McCoy radioed a senior officer who authorized him to involve the troops directly in pulling down the statue as a combat operation in the field. Yeah, the statue was now the enemy. They couldn't do shit about any of the Iraqis with guns, so let's pick on Saddam's statue. And McCoy told his troops they could use the M88 recovery vehicle after all, providing there were no fatalities. And around 6:50 p.m., by the way, you notice he had to emphasize that, providing there were no fatalities, because, you know, these Americans, otherwise, they're just going to kill everybody in sight or see how many people they could get the statue to fall down on. So, it was around 6:50 p.m. that day when the M88 drove away from the statue, dragging it face forward with a chain around its neck. And slowly, the bronze bent forward at the knee and the ankle, and Saddam's huge figure bobbing for a few seconds in a horizontal position as what was by then an almost non-existent crowd of Iraqis whistled and cheered. And finally, the statue snapped off its plinth, leaving its feet behind. Iraqis all ran forward, jumped on it, and danced, and it was crushed to pieces. And that morning, the photojournalist Patrick Baj had been in Saddam City, which is a neighborhood of Baghdad, later renamed Sadr City, and a real bloodbath, where the insurgents were actually hiding their stores of ammunition and weapons in the cemetery, where they had uprooted all of the graves, emptied the coffins of all the bodies, and stored an endless amount of ammunition and firearms before the Americans could confiscate them among the dead that were by then displaced and are said to, in spirit, be disturbed enough to roam the streets of Baghdad to this day. And it was out of those graves they dug various foxholes and spider holes and a tunnel connecting grave to grave, by which they ambushed the Americans at night out of the cemetery and dragged them down to their deaths in what many Americans were convinced were the rising dead of Iraq itself coming to exact their vengeance. Now, that's cinematic. That's real war. At any rate, in Saddam City, within Baghdad, that's where the photojournalist Patrick Baj had seen an Iraqi man who had pulled down a different Saddam statue, and it was tied to the back of his car with a cable. And whenever the man saw a group of people, he would stop. And they would all crowd around Saddam and start hitting him with their shoes. Now, remember, shoes are considered dirty in Southwest Asia. It is the ultimate insult to show someone the soles of your shoes. And it is a violent knife fight if you are to hit them with the shoe. That is something that can be responded to only with your death. In 2008, an Iraqi journalist would make international news when he threw his shoe at George W. Bush because he was able to insult the President of the United States with what should have resulted in a personal challenge and a knife fight to the death, and little George W. did nothing but duck. In fact, he ducked so well and so immediately that you realize he had a lot of experience in dodging shoes being thrown at him. And that's when you realize his wife must have done that to him a lot. Now, in terms of what Baj was writing about this guy dragging the statue of Saddam all the way around so everybody could shoo him in effigy, Baj sat down to write, the image was all the more strong because there wasn't any American soldier in sight. Just the locals expressing what they felt about their country's long-term dictator. So he hurried back to his room at the Palestine Hotel to send his pictures to his editors, and then he heard a commotion outside and witnessed the Firdosh Square toppling. Only one of those Saddam topplings made the front pages, and it was not the one that the Iraqis had done for themselves, any more than the American flag being raised on Iwo Jima in combat was ever photographed or filmed. And instead, the fake staged one was. So there was a real flag raising on Iwo Jima, and there was a real story back in Iraq about pulling down a statue in Saddam City. But in both cases, the American media, in the case of Iwo Jima, preferred the fantasy because it was so well staged, and even racially inclusive, so it could be propagandized as saying, look, we got an American Indian, a spick, a nigger, and a white raising the American flag on Iwo Jima. Obviously, that's something that couldn't happen in the highly segregated American military, except by staging. Just that alone makes it a fucking fantasy. And the world's media preferred the simulation in Firdosh Square. As 2 hours of non-stop coverage of Firdosh Square were beamed around the world that night, the news networks desperately wanted it to have a meaning. Wolf Blitzer of CNN described the footage as the image that sums up the day and, in many ways, the war itself. And over on Fox, the anchors all agreed, this transcends... Well, this is Brit Hume I'm trying to imitate. This transcends anything I've ever seen. And his colleague agreed, though I don't remember their name at all. The important story of the day is this historic shot you're looking at. A noose around the neck of Saddam, put there by the people of Baghdad. But it was an American fucking rope, put there by American fucking soldiers. Or rather, Marines. You know how they like to disambiguate themselves, meaning that they're worse. And between 11 a.m. and 8 p.m. on April 9th, Fox News replayed the footage of Saddam's statue coming down every 4.4 fucking minutes. This is the new Marine Corps Iwo Jima. CNN, being a little less patriotic, replayed it every 7.5 minutes. Nevertheless, the coverage of Firdosh Square, which heavily implied that the statue had been pulled down by a large crowd of cheering Iraqis rather than a few straggling drunks watching while American armored cars did the job for them, suggested that the war was over. Just like the flag raising on Iwo Jima before the Japs won. The hated dictator was symbolically ousted when his statue fell. In reality, it was not the end, of course. The fighting was still ongoing. Armed engagements were underway in Baghdad and northern Iraq while the pageant was proceeding in Firdosh Square. Saddam himself would not be captured for another 7 months. Stories abounded that he had body doubles. A German TV show suggested in 2002 that there were at least 3 of them. An Iraqi doctor claimed that the real Saddam had died in 1999 and had been played by doubles ever since. This was so he could cover for his patient. The Dutch researcher Florian Gotka wrote, Saddam had already multiplied his body and extended his presence throughout the country through his statues. And by the same token, by living through the multiple living bodies of his doppelgangers, he would become more than human. He would extend his presence into the realm of myth. He would even be able to survive his own assassination. But Saddam's omnipotence was an illusion too. And when the real Saddam was dragged out of the spider hole he'd been hiding in, it was like the moment in The Wizard of Oz when the curtain is pulled back. Suddenly, everyone can see that the wizard is not some all-powerful demigod, but an ordinary little man who has made his own myth. The real Saddam, scruffy, hairy, wizened into an Elmo doll, a Muppet Man, was a world away from the proud statues showing him astride rocket-powered horses. At the time, the fall of the Firdosh Square statue was presented as a satisfying end to the story of the invasion of Iraq. In the weeks after it came down, coverage of the Iraq War on Fox News and CNN decreased by 70%. On the 1st of May in the year 2003, Bush Jr., the mini-me, stood on the deck of the USS Abraham Lincoln, nowhere near Iraq, but safely off the coast of San Diego. And I bet you didn't know that. And he delivered a speech announcing that major operations in Iraq had ceased. And everybody thought he was floating in the middle of the fucking Persian Gulf. It was, the little Bush said, in front of a giant stars and stripe banner repeating the message, "Mission accomplished!" A historical echo there of Joe Rosenthal's iconic shot of U.S. Marines raising the American flag on Iwo Jima in February of 1945, of course. And that photograph was widely assumed to signify that victory in the Pacific was imminent, when in fact the Battle of Iwo Jima would go on for another fucking month. And 3 of the 6 Marines in that picture would die in that ongoing battle. And the war in the Pacific would not end until September of 1945 in terms of proactive prosecution of hostilities, and of course would not end at all until 1952, with Japanese victory being total and American surrender being all but consummate. So back to the French philosopher, those French philosophers that Jordan Peterson hates so much, hates so pathologically. There's a reason he hates them. Because Baudrillard's argument that the 1991 Gulf War did not take place was, albeit not an exact fit for the 2003 invasion of Iraq, still very much a way to contextualize the catastrophe. But the end of that war, as signified by pulling down the statue of Saddam in Firdosh Square, was a perfect Baudrillardian simulation. The media turned an impromptu performance by a few American soldiers, literally drunk at that time, into a highly convincing I almost said terror vision, but a television series finale, in which the Iraqi people defeated their dictator. It was reported in broadcasts and newspapers round the world, and not a moment of it was true. It was all fabrication and fantasy. For those troops fighting that war, and those civilians living through it, the war had only just begun. The coalition had no plans for how to end it, not a single coherent vision of the Iraq they wanted to emerge. Saddam himself would be tried and hanged at the end of 2006. But American troops would remain in Baghdad until October 21st of 2011, that year my mother died. 8.5 years after that statue's toppling. 8.5 years in which thousands of coalition soldiers and ultimately millions of Iraqis would die. Hundreds of thousands in direct combat, murdered by Americans. Often women and children killed for fun. And those who resisted the invaders until they left. In defeat, in retreat, and as usual, American disgrace. But their public at home thinks they're the greatest. After those troops left, Iraq remained divided, damaged, and completely unstable. In the year 2014, American soldiers would return to take on the threat posed by Michael Aquino's own co-religionist, Paul Vallely's ISIS, funded by John McCain, among so many others, which had emerged from the wreckage to make things from bad to worse to literally unsurvivable, inhuman hell on earth. Now, I used to watch Arabic news. You know, they took it off from access. But I speak Arabic to a degree, as people know. And when I was watching the Arabic news when my mother was still alive, because we had cable television, and I paid hundreds of dollars for all the foreign channels. We kept them all operating so I could look around while caring for her throughout the month. And that same little mechanic who said he lost so much family to Saddam Hussein was interviewed years later. And he said, now when I go past that statue, I feel naught but pain and shame. I ask myself, why did I topple that statue? Saddam has gone, but in his place, we now have 1,000 Saddams much worse than he. I'd like to put it back up, to rebuild it, but I'm afraid that I'll be killed. He went on record to say that he regretted the fall of Saddam's regime, and that what came after was naught but disaster after disaster after disaster. And all he wants is that statue back to give him some small sense of comfort. In the state of hyperreality, it is impossible to tell the difference between reality and a simulation of reality. The thing about reality, however, is that it continues to evolve. Sooner or later, the simulation begins to glitch. And then, ultimately, falls apart. And that is why our book is The End of Your World. The Roswell Deception and the Demystification of World War II is the end of the matrix that has kept you in prison for what's going on nigh 100 years by now. But I need your help. It's your war, and you've got to fight it. So it's up to you to make certain that other people know about the book. That you buy it not just for yourself, but to gift it unto others. The most important gift you've ever given anyone, and I'm not exaggerating. A gift that will liberate them from the hell of the matrix that has kept them in ignorance, in a meaningless matrix of lies for their living memory. Most of all, give it to the seniors. Any survivors of World War II, Korea, or Vietnam, especially veterans, give it to them. And going into the chat room, Amor Fadi says, so good for you to speak of addiction, mental health, recovery, etc. Thank you. And he asked if I heard of Virginia Satter. I have not. Or Gregory Bateson, most certainly. of course. And that, of course, is a psychologist or a researcher into psychology with his own map of the mind. Tom Thompson says, thank you. Of course, I did acknowledge him. Bless you, sir. Amor Fadi says, so interesting about the double slit experiment. Nathan Brooks, bless him and his family. He says, greetings, DDD brethren. Bazaar HD is, of course, our friend George Knight. He says, much love unto you, Douglas. Sending my love to all the team. God bless him. Love you too in turn. Karen O'Connor says, morning, Douglas. Karen and Barry from Ireland. Just had our baby girl, well, a few months now, so we're sorry we're not on to hear you. Haha, baby Lily Louise. Beautiful. So proud of you. So happy for you. He says, okay, 9:24 a.m. Have to go. Doctors, have a nice night, day, wherever you are. Love from Dublin, Ireland. Thank you so much. Mwah. And, of course, let's see now how we're doing in terms of time. 9 to 10, 10 to 11, 11 to 12. Got a little over 3 hours left. Again, I'm going to need your financial support. And having a hell of a time right now. Won't even make rent unless I have some intervention. And I need checks and money orders. Send them to my address, which will be available for you at the website, douglasdietrich.com. And make certain that if you're unable to access it on the website, that you very definitely send it to 1242 Green Street, 1242 Green, as in the color green, and that would be San Francisco, California, and the zip code is 94109. Once again, that's 94109. Add a dash and a zip 4, that would be 1925. 94109-1925. And again, that's Douglas Dietrich, 1242 Green Street, like the color green. And then make certain that you can look that address up yourself by going to douglasdietrich.com. And of course, you can find it more specifically when you look up, let me see now, the exact address for the physical mailing address, which is on the douglasdietrich.com website. You can, let's see now, in terms of finding the actual address on the website, go to douglasdietrich.com/donate-2. That's douglasdietrich.com/donate-2. Mail either checks or money orders, never cash, to the personal residential address of the Mr. Douglas Dietrich, which itself be listed there. And of course, if you want to avoid the middleman and prevent those predators at PayPal from pounding out their preferred income by compromising your contribution, use any other debit or credit card other than PayPal by pressing the red donate button at douglasdietrich.com. And then that should enable you to get money to myself without a middleman. I actually don't know if there's any way to monitor that. I don't believe anyone has either donated towards that, or if they have, I've never received it, so I maybe should stop saying that. But if you use PayPal, in order to prevent them from taking out any part of your contribution, from taking their pound of flesh or taking their blood cut of money that you would want to be going to myself, or you wouldn't be contributing it, you must indicate myself as friends and family. You can do this through the yellow donate button at douglasdietrich.com. Now, we know that works because it gets monitored by PayPal and goes in there. Matter of fact, if somebody's donating through the red donate button through any other credit or debit card, I'm presuming it would go to my bank account. I think is what it's supposed to do, but I'll have to ask Selena Khan about that. I've never really bothered to ask. And So in terms of the best way to get it to me is PayPal or by check or money order. I need both. I need some money in PayPal, and I need money via check or money order. So either way, do send it. And with PayPal, indicate myself as friends and relatives, because there's no other way they're not going to cut into it. And that's why I said if you find that distasteful, just send a money order, or like I said, any other credit or debit card using the red button on the on the DouglasDietrich.com website. And but remember that the PayPal will be easy for me to access, and God knows I need it. So whoever can contribute now, please do so. And I mean, like, as soon as possible. And if you got an opportunity to contribute again before the end of the month, then do so again. I'll need all the money that I can get this month. And so definitely have been hit hard by going back and forth between that dentist forever by now, since the fourth day in May. And this is something, of course, I'm also contesting, and it's wasting an enormous amount of time and energy. And so there we have all that. And without even needing to go into that, they're basically holding my permanent crown hostage in a student's locker and demanding $1,000. And of course, I'm fighting that every step of the way. They're basically criminals at this point. And yes, I'm filing my complaints with the American Dental Board and the California equivalent thereof, etc. Need to contact the Better Business Bureau as well. Of course, all of this is just distasteful and a total waste of time and energy, and you just feel sick doing it because, of course, you'd rather be doing anything else. But this is something that I have to do, and so I need your help, and I need it now. So to help make certain that I maintain my domicile and my well-being, and have enough money to actually get some supplementation so I can deal with basically malnourishment without having to start, it's one thing where I can't mug people anymore like I used to, simply because almost nobody carries cash. I certainly don't want to get to the point where I'm mugging them for their blood. All right, so hopefully you understand that. Certainly, if you've been listening, you would. And if you've just started listening, well, go back through all the past transmissions that you can find and have time to basically listen to, and you'll learn. And you really should learn, because otherwise you'll never escape the Matrix, and you'll forever remain in this delusion where you're going nowhere. All right, then. My thanks in that regard. And let me see if I can get back onto a train of thought. Something that'll take us through. I really can't believe this. Most of the time I'm about done at this time. How is it that we have so much time left? I think Jameson Reese is still with us. It's bordering on 9 hours. And literally we have 3 hours left, and usually I'm
Douglas Peter's here.
Oh, wonderful. How are you?
I woke up. I was listening for about the last half hour or so, but it was a little such rapid fire. It was hard for me to follow the whole context.
I'll
plus I was multitasking.
Understood. I'll timestamp.
It's what I woke up with a couple of titles I wanted to share with you.
Oh, please. Yeah.
One was I like that subtitle, but either Satan's Apprentice, the expose of the Satanic Panic, something like that, or the Devil's Disciple.
That sounds good. I mean, that's classic. Yeah.
And these are, but see, the interesting thing about either one of those titles, I mean, this I can, kind of sink into these titles, because they don't outwardly add. They're much more refined than just the typical Satan stuff.
Right.
The apprentice, it's like the sorcerer's apprentice. But the thing is that the devil's apprentice applies certainly to Aquino, because there was no more fastidious apprentice than Aquino. But it also can apply to his attempt to make you an apprentice, because you were an apprentice to some extent. So it's expositive in that way. It says it, but it doesn't say who's the sorcerer. I mean, who's the apprentice. It says, and as great as he thinks he was, he wasn't even close to being Satan. He tried.
Yes.
He tried.
That's right. I think you're coming from the right direction, and I'm so glad to have you with me this morning. Honestly, it's
I woke up with this. And also I woke up with a dream.
Uh-huh.
I mean, I had a dream that I was in front of Phil Donahue. Remember Phil?
Of course.
He was the one who interviewed Aquino. I think it was him, or was it Geraldo? I think it was Geraldo. I can't imagine that he didn't have these guys on. But in any case, he was going to interview me, and I'm thinking, like, I'm looking at him and said, you're kind of, I didn't say it like this, but you're washed up. What are you doing? You're looking for an audience, and you're coming to me. This because he's like Standard Media. And then he started to interview me, and then he kind of morphed into a combination of Mike Wallace and Dan Rather. So these are all Standard Media. So this suggests that the workings that are in motion right now to have this more expose of my work is in motion. And I was talking to him about Preston Nichols and Preston's weird garage. Preston had one hell of a weird garage. Well, it was a standard garage. It was a big garage, but then he expanded it to where it went all the way back to the fence. And this was not I guess what you call a short yard. The yards where he lived kind of extended farther back than a normal Southern California yard. So the garage just went back. So when you were inside, you went into a green room. What he called the green room because it had AstroTurf for acoustics all over it. That was the music room where he'd play music. It had sort of a handmade platform, which was like a couch with pillows, where one usually sat. He'd have a chair. He'd have a chair for himself with different and speakers around it and stuff. And that room was usually fairly uncluttered. In the back of that was a workshop. I saw it very cluttered. I saw it cleaned beyond belief,
Wow.
with equipment in it, equipment that he would be working on. And then that was kind of that seemed to take off most of what might have been the original garage. I don't know. And maybe not. And then you kind of went into this door, and then you went into a corridor of radio equipment on shelves that had an infinite quality. It seemed like you were in there, you were walking through forever. And then all of these radio devices were like, none of them were ever turned on. Rarely, if ever, would he take one and do something with it. They were there for radionics purposes. They were there to just be there and gate in what the hell ever. And you felt an energy, for sure. It was an energy. And then this is something I really can't replicate. There might be some videos of it, but you went, and then one time, one of Preston's friends I called Mr. X told me that he had equipment in there, which was from the Philadelphia experiment, actual radio equipment that was actually used on the Eldridge and also at Montauk. And Preston didn't like to talk about that. He did not like to talk about that, which gave me he didn't really want to admit it. And there's two reasons for that. One is because he didn't want anybody to know it. And two, because maybe he was worried about people claiming that he had something that didn't rightfully belong to him.
Right.
And there was that aspect. So I never pressed him on it. But boy, was it weird to walk into that room. And then there was another, and then it would extend to another room, and there was just an infinite quality. And this would look like junk to most people.
Right.
And for most people, it was junk. And he said, and one time, one of the first times I was in there, second time I was in there, I saw this really weird piece of equipment that had a sort of a spiral in it. And I said, "What is that?" He said, "It's a time accelerator, but don't ask me about it because it's too complicated to explain to you." And then I mentioned this to my editor, Odette, and she knew about a time accelerator because her husband, she had seen one before at Columbia. She had, I don't know if it was through her ex-husband or not. He worked on one of the lunar projects, the LEM. She said he was driving around with the LEM, the one that went to the moon. I think it was the very first one.
The moon buggy?
Like, well, the LEM, the lunar, the thing that it was a substantial part of it, and he was driving around with it.
Wow.
Like she said, it was, it was unbelievable what he was doing. He was a crazy guy who worked for, I don't know if he worked for NASA, Grumman, but he was also, she said, a big drug peddler down in Miami. And he was a top scientist, and they called him Captain Midnight.
Well, there you go. Go on.
Yeah. I mean, and he was a very abusive person. And while I'm on the subject, she said that he used to, actually, when she lived with him, they were in Queens, and Bobby Kennedy used to come over.
Wow.
And the reason he came over was to get LSD, because he used to make it. They had it in their sugar cubes, his sugar cube, or whatever in the I think it was in the refrigerator. And Bobby Kennedy, she said, would get very angry with when he'd get very angry, and he obviously had a lot of anger inside of him.
And was you mean, was there a reason he was getting angry, or is it just the way he was?
Well, she attributed to the LSD.
Okay.
It made him very angry.
Okay.
And
why was he taking it?
Well, he was just, and also, I think she was the one that told me this, that if they were in a restaurant and he didn't like the food, I don't know but he would just take the plate and insult the waiter and just throw it down on the floor. He was a very powerful man. In fact, I have read or heard people going, I forget who it was, fairly recently in detail about how he literally had Marilyn Monroe killed because she was a super security risk. She wasn't just a security risk. She was a super security risk, not only to his brother, but himself. She could have had the whole Kennedy empire crashing down.
Right.
And she was involved with Giancana. This is Gianni Russo is very entertaining guy who played Carlo in The Godfather. He's done several YouTube videos and done a book. I think it was Dennis that pointed him out to me, but Gianni Russo was he brokered the Godfather movie, and that's how he got the part of Carlo. He threatened to kill Marlon Brando because Marlon Brando didn't want a green actor playing his son-in-law. And nobody was supposed to talk to him, and he took Marlon Brando back and basically said, "Look, I'm gonna kill you if you didn't give me this part." And I don't really think Johnny was a killer. In fact, one of my friends who knew him, now he was a restaurateur, and he did have a gun. He shot one of the Colombian guys, that was a whole nother problem. That didn't make him a killer. It made him, he was defending a woman that this guy had slashed in his restaurant.
Jesus.
But but he he had worked for Frank Costello because he was a kid whose uncle knew Frank Costello. So he was embraced by the mob and was sort of a messenger boy. But knew everybody. He brokered the Godfather movie.
Right.
So, and he told the story. Marilyn Monroe was his first sexual experience. He was a colorist. Frank Costello got him a job as a or I think the prepper. He was washing the hair or something like this. And Marilyn, he says, you'll get a lot of pussy if you go here. I'm going to give you a lot of pussy. After he'd been doing work for him. So he got this job as like a 16-year-old, and he used to do Marilyn's hair when she was in New York.
Wow.
And she liked him, and she could relate to him because they were both kind of orphaned.
Right.
And that was his first experience. So he knew all this. He knew everybody who knew everybody. And he's fascinating to listen to. So, Marilyn. So anyway, back to Kennedy. He was insolent. And then the people I knew that knew him knew the family, and they had said they had gone to dinner at Kennedy's house, Robert Kennedy's house, and that the kids, I mean, God, he had like 9 kids at least, and you go to dinner and they were just constantly so misbehaved and yelling and rah, 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 rah. It was like a madhouse.
Wow.
Just a madhouse. They were completely insolent and ill-behaved, at least when they're around each other. Right. So you could see where that was a reflection of the father, who was because how they interacted with the family is different than when they go out in the world. They're entitled and they're privileged, and you don't know how this is going to manifest. And you can, if you see Robert Kennedy, who could obviously be very gracious, and he had, he had California by storm when he was just before he got shot. I mean, people loved him. He'd go out with Cesar Chavez into the fields of the grapes of Central California, and the people loved him because he'd be out there with Cesar Chavez reporting his cause.
Right.
If somebody like McCarthy, who was at Eugene McCarthy, would try and do that, it just didn't work. Kennedy had a media charisma, Robert Kennedy, that far even exceeded his brothers.
Right. He had this blue collar kind of, the working man's kind of, ambience. Go on.
Well, yes, particularly in California. And the minorities loved him. And this was also the timing. He had a timing that his brother didn't have. His brother was just a, cute guy that would look so much better than Nixon and just, and he had the labor unions on his side, and particularly through the mob. But Bob, because of all the stuff that happened with JFK being killed, the Vietnam War, Johnson going down the tubes, RFK was riding the crest of this. He was riding the crest and absorbing. He was a magnet. Martin Luther King had just died. Yeah. So it was like, who do you turn to? You turn to this guy because he symbolized the times. And even though he had all these faults that I'm alluding to, he was the man of the times. And had he been elected, he would have carried an energy and a hope that was seemingly great, but it was fleeting. It might have, he had too many things working against him, just as his brother did. And this doesn't even have to do with the so-called Kennedy curse. It just has to do with all of these powerful forces. He was an active advocate in UFOs. He belonged to UFO clubs. But when it came to Marilyn Monroe, he was, he had an aspect to him that was like she was endangering national security. I forget what Gianni Russo says about it, but up in Calneva Lodge or wherever it was, Giancana was there, and apparently him and Sinatra were passing her around, and
Right.
there might have been some MK Ultra involvement there too.
Oh, that goes
with
without
Marilyn.
saying. Yeah. Go on.
Yeah, he like active weird shit. I forget the stories, and Peter Lawford was like the go-to guy in Santa Monica or Malibu, wherever he lived, and so he was involved, and this. And there, I don't know if this was before or after. This must have been before the Frank Sinatra incident that we were talking about the other day, when Frank Sinatra, Kennedy didn't come to the heliport in Palm Springs at Frank Sinatra's house. So there was a lot of heavy stuff that went down, and this was raw survival on RFK's part of being taken down. Because from what little I know of Marilyn Monroe, her beauty worked. She wasn't the beauty trafficked, it generated, but she also had a very inviting quality on a personal level. She was a very lovely girlfriend, if you could deal with the so-called wild side of her.
Well, also her neediness as well. She was very needy, and of course she was basically, from people who met her, they told me that she looked like she had searchlights behind her eyes, very bright eyes, and very full of life, vivacious, etc. It was there's all kinds of things that they would say, and certainly my mother felt that she was just simply surrounded by slime, of course, and my mother was much more sympathetic to her. She never met her, but she just had that feeling about her. It was just the impression that my mother had of her. Yeah, by all means, go on.
Well, this is a question I have. There is a persistent rumor that Anton LaVey, that they had an association, and I think it had to do with her working at a topless place. This is before she was famous.
Of
In other
course.
words, she was. I don't know if you've ever heard or know anything about that. It's not really been, and I don't even know why he would claim it.
Well,
I know why he would.
thank
claim
you.
It,
Yeah, I was about to say.
but it kind of smacks of being true, just because of the nature of both of them.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying, and not only that, but the magus Anton Szandor LaVey had a quite confirmed and well-documented relationship with Jane Mansfield, so it's certainly not out of the running at all. I certainly believe it. I've heard it only to the extent that you have. In terms of Marilyn Monroe, there's kind of a mythos about her, in the sense that it's basically like a superhero origin story. It's like Superman crashed to Earth in basically the capsule that was sent from another planet, and he lands in the farmer's backyard, and the farmers raise him in the good old American sense of morality, where he will never kill anybody and be a good person. It's like Marilyn Monroe is like, or Captain Kirk, of course, the salt of the earth. They had to have all of their astronauts. It was the same way in the Planet of the Apes. All the astronauts had to be farm boys. And they got this from the old, what was it? I think one of the astronauts who walked on the moon was supposed to be just that, one of these like farm boys who suddenly, through his military career, ultimately walked on the moon, that kind of shit. So they tried to make all their astronauts like that, salt of the earth, and that was a big factor in Captain Kirk's background, was he was supposed to be from this little farm town. And the same thing with the man who was in the Planet of the Apes, certainly the TV series. He was a farmer who was able to identify when cows were pregnant and shit like that. So Marilyn Monroe had this bizarre origin story that I never believed, that she was this farm girl who was discovered. Okay, and that just didn't make any sense. So I'm all down with the MK Ultra rumors that whatever she was, I'm not saying she was a product of a lab experiment, but there are rumors out there that she was polydactyl and had like extra toes, if not extra fingers. She had extra toes that she was supposed to have like 6 toes on each foot. Is one rumor that was out there. And of course, these days, of course, it's gone all the way to just crazed rumors from some really irate or jealous woman that I saw on Facebook. And I never saw these before until recently, where they were trying to claim about her like they did about Michelle Obama, saying, oh, she's really a man. And so that's just sour grapes. But Marilyn Monroe was definitely magical, and she had that magic about her. I know that much from people who did meet her. One of them was a gay photographer who was very interested in myself as a subject. And this is a twisted story in the sense that it was the most innocuous story in that. I'm sorry. There were I thought something, I heard something, but
I didn't say.
Okay, yeah, there was this Chinese company of just dealing with employment for Chinese people, these two sisters, and they were very helpful towards me in a certain sense. And then they said, oh, maybe this photographer can help. And it wasn't like they were necessarily trying to pit me out. They were friends with this photographer. Of course, it turned out he was this gay guy. Well, it's San Francisco after all, and I was not surprised. And he and his other gay photographer, and they were all just into this like photography trip with the with their these models. And by the way, one of the things that they pointed out was that I was not that pretty as far as they were concerned, and that was fine by me. And so it was just this whole bizarre situation. But the interesting thing about it was, the one thing I got out of them was that this photographer who was very, this is why the Chinese women were introducing me to him, because they thought that this might be a career for me in modeling. But they were going in a different direction, obviously, and it was more pornographic than mere modeling. But one of the things that they made the reputation on was they had worked with Marilyn Monroe, both the gay white guy and the gay Chinese guy who was his friend. And so they were pointing out the fact that she, it was like she had searchlights behind her eyes, and that they were extraordinarily bright, and that she was, of course, just very engaging in personality. And there's this weird thing about gay guys. For some reason, they love glam queens. And even though they really hate the female body and have all kinds of other problems or issues with women, they, for some reason, love glam queens. That they manifest something that they yearn for, or something they wish to see.
Why do you think that is? Because you're right. It's also true that women are great suckers for gay men, not in terms of liking them, well, in terms of having relationships with them and not realizing they are gay. This happens, quite a bit when,
Yeah, it can be that way, and there's also
they like the men because they have a feminine quality about them,
right?
That they can relate to, or the man can be just so good at fooling them, and they get married and they go, God. And because the guy looks attractive, and then what have they walked into? And they actually become quite horrified at the situation. And why does this person want to marry them? Sometimes it's to have an ostensible, and especially back in the day,
cover.
Have an ostensible cover, and they're being used in a way that a normal person wouldn't fathom.
That's right. No, that's absolutely true. There are those situations. There are also the fag hags and hag fags. The fag hag is, of course, the gay guy the fag hag is actually the woman who hangs out with gay guys because she's comfortable with them and doesn't want men making passes at her constantly. So that's usually the attraction for just having gay friends. And then there's the hag fag, who is attracted to women as a gay man, only in the sense that he's leeching off them in terms of getting that feminine energy and that kind of reputability, where he's able to meet other gay men, etc., who are comfortable. It's kind of like this feeding process where they feed off each other. It's not necessarily anything negative at that point. It's far more negative in the scenario that you're describing, which was much more common before gayness was normalized. So at least the one, I guess, profit or advantage to gayness becoming normalized was to eliminate some of that. You know, the truth is it's not eliminated at all, because as I've explained to you, I knew all too many people. The great example primarily that comes to my mind being Olaf Phillips and Clyde Lewis of, you know, the Ground Zero radio program. The first people that I went public with in terms of a greater, shall we say, distribution of than what I had to that point. And they were a gay couple, Olaf Phillips and Clyde Lewis, and everybody could see it. And they were both married. And, you know, one got married and the other one was already married, even to the point of having children. But in his case, he explained it with blunt and brutal honesty to myself, like, you know, I don't care about my fucking bitch. I married a little flip, and I had to, you know, half-breed runts with her just so I could maintain, you know, my place in the getting his inheritance.
Did he refer to them as half-breed runts?
Oh yeah. He hated his wife, and yeah. Go on.
What the commonality in Hollywood
You mean, yeah, go on.
what we're talking about here is gay people in Hollywood. I mean, obviously there are a lot of Jewish people in Hollywood. It's got a reputation for that.
Yeah.
And certainly not all of them are bad. They're very renowned for being in the entertainment field, Jewish people. And this goes into comedy. Most of the comedians are Jewish. They're pretty good at it. Some of it can be really funny. Some of it can be, you know, I mean, I find the Neil Simon stuff nauseating.
Well, I think it just gets tiresome when it just simply becomes too much of an inside joke, when it becomes too Jewish, when they're constantly referring to bar mitzvahs or some other very particularly, you know, they're obviously a very neurotic and self-reflective.
It's not even when they're referring to their specific, you know, religious culture, just their habits.
Yeah.
It's kind of like, I don't want to have these habits. I don't think these habits are funny. I don't want to relate to it. It's not, it has nothing to do with it because, you know, it's like you can watch a movie about Japanese culture or Chinese culture where it might be kind of very different, or Italian culture, or even British culture. And you're kind of watching as, well, this is the way these people live, or gypsy culture, whatever it is. You kind of tap into it and vicariously experience it, and you might not enjoy it, but it's saying, oh, this is what the person's going through. Yeah, when it comes to that sort of thing, it becomes like, it can be, I found it quite nauseating, particularly Fiddler on the Roof, which I saw in San Francisco in high school.
Whatever possessed you? Was that just something they forced you to watch? Like you all sat down on a rainy day?
Kind of, you know, you kind of had to, you know, there was an agenda. It was for people with, you know, who were part of the California Scholarship Federation, which you had to get certain grades.
Uh-huh.
And you had an optional field trip to San Francisco, which was kind of old hat to me, but it went, you know, it was a day off from school.
Right.
So, you know, my friends and I, we had a fun day. But one of the options was go see this. I didn't know what the hell it was, you know. I didn't know what Fiddler on the Roof was. I never heard of it. And it was some famous guy playing the lead role. And I said, and in the audience, now maybe there were a lot of Jewish people in the audience.
I would expect that, yes.
They loved it.
Oh, God, they would.
Sucked it up.
Of course.
And I'm sitting there like, this is rank.
Yeah,
it's
thank
rank.
Yeah, thank you. Yes.
Because because it was so antithetical to the times.
Yes, yes.
Now this was like, 1970, probably.
Yeah.
Which the 1970 and 71 were the 60s. They're the same thing. In fact, it was starting to peak.
Yeah.
Around then.
Yes.
The 60s were peaking, and in their own way, but so it was so antithetical to the time. I remember one of the most fascinating adventures I had on that particular day was on Market Street. There was a science fiction bookstore, and we went in there, and they had all these pocketbooks, paperback books of all the great authors. I mean, I saw L. Ron Hubbard stuff. I saw all sorts of stuff. It was, it would have been just a collector's dream to go back in time and get some of those vintage titles.
Right.
I don't think any of us bought anything, and I was with the one guy who taught me so much about science fiction. He was a real brainiac, and but we went to this play because you walk through Chinatown. What else can you do? You walk through Chinatown. There's one event you can go to this. We were kind of on our own, and there was that option provided for us, and we took it. I don't know what the hell we would have been doing if we didn't do that. You walk around Chinatown, and what else is there to do?
There's plenty of sites in San Francisco, and there were a hell of a lot more then than there are now. But I know what you mean.
Yeah, but we didn't have transportation.
Understood.
We had a bus we had to get back to.
Yeah,
and you can walk. I think it was at the Opera House, if I'm not mistaken, which isn't that far, if I recall. I think we walked there. But yeah, so it was a fun day. There's no question about it. But that was a day that will remain in infamy.
Yeah, that's right. But for that, and by the way,
to get back.
Yeah, I wanted you to kind of tell people what the film was, because it's so fucking funny in terms of that you suffered through it. It
wasn't a film; it was a play.
Okay, you went through the play. By the way, they made it into a film, right?
Yeah, that was years later.
Yeah, that's right. But you suffered through the actual play, which is even funnier.
And through the guy, I forget what his name was. He had like one name, and he played the lead character, and he was a very good actor, the singer, he was very good. The performers were all good, but it's like
but it's a repulsive subject in the sense that it's so monotonously just self-focused.
Self-referencing.
Yeah, self-referencing. Thank you. That is the entire neurosis of Jewish culture, is the self-referencing aspect of it that is so consuming. And so you just this is why they are an enclosed culture to this day, is because nobody can stand that shit. It's just when and for me that manifests mostly in just the fact that everybody still eats their shit up, in terms of, say, for instance, that idiot Harry Turtledove, who is Jewish, and he writes that into his science fiction books, and it's just like when you look at it, his science fiction books, it's just I can't get through it. It's just every other person in there is Jewish, and after a while you say, this guy's supposed to be writing about this. Is the thing that hit me was, of course, people were telling me, because they would tell me I'm stuck. They say, Douglas, you know so much about World War II. Whenever there's these popular culture manifestations trying to present or represent World War II, you just have to read it. You're stuck. It's like you're obligated. And so, in a sense, I maintained that for as long as I could, until it became just too much. It was like, somebody who was a Star Wars fan as opposed to World War II, back when Star Wars came out, there was only one or two books that came out because they hadn't really prepared for the media blitz on this yet. Yet you had the strange things like they had been prepared, but it was like they were churning out stuff at Marvel Comics, which had its hold on the license that they shared with George Lucas because he granted them that, and so they were helping to propagate it. But that's like once a month, and then they had a few novels. But other than that and all the toys coming out, it wasn't like there was much media. And then of course it's just far too much for any one person to digest or absorb. So it's just an industry that caters to, you have to focus on one aspect of it. And so in terms of the original series of Star Trek, same way. But with World War II, there really wasn't the overwhelming public permutations until fairly recently. And in that transition point before it got to the overwhelming aspect of everybody making their own fantasy about it, this was like something that came out, and this guy was a history teacher, Harry Turtledove, a Jewish guy, and then he wrote about World War, and it was, what if aliens invaded during World War II? And because people knew what I had said about aliens, they said, why don't you take a look and see what this guy's saying? Well, anyhow, this was a real bestseller. All these people were buying it, and he is just laughing up, I'm trying to think of some Jewish article of clothing that would be the equivalent of a sleeve, but he's laughing up his sleeve because he was just making money off selling these fantasies to neo-Nazis and Klansmen, because every one of his books he sold always had a Confederate flag or a swastika on the cover, and this is how this fucker would sell, because you just put that on the cover and everybody buys it. But especially a lot of the Klansmen and neo-Nazis and shit, just because they see that on the cover, and all kinds of other people would buy it too, just because it's a provocative cover and lurid, and then they buy it. And so everybody's buying his books, and he made all this money, but they're just crap. And aside from the fact that you would know that, you would assume that, it's the manner in which they're crap. It's like he says, it's about World War II. No, it's not about World War II. It's about a bunch of Jews all over the world. It's like, oh, let's see how the Jews are doing here. Let's see how the Jews are doing there. Alien invasion be damned. All he's talking about is, oh, the aliens and their interaction with various Jewish communities all over the world. And I'm like, what's this shit? What the fuck is that? Who the hell needs that? It's like, why doesn't he just call it World Holocaust and be honest about it instead of World War? But it's not like the aliens are hostile to the Jews. He makes the aliens sympathetic to the Jews, and everyone else is secondary. So like, what do you know? Oh man, it's so fucking stupid. And so there you go with that shit. And I haven't been. Yeah, you get it. And,
well, I have a lot of Jewish friends who aren't of that self-referencing nature. They're just like regular people,
Yes.
But there's a certain, that's like the entertainment field plays off of that.
Yes.
And it's particularly New York oriented, and Woody Allen would play to it in the movie. I forget the name of the movie, but I've seen some Woody Allen movies that were just insufferable.
Thank you.
Because he plays to that, and the Jewish people love it because they can relate to it in some way, and by
the way, that's their elitism. He would render his films so that they were, what would be the word for it? They're inaccessible to anyone other than a New York intellectual. The majority of other people who would watch his films would not be able to get what he was saying, and then that's his way of just laughing at everybody else. So it's kind of like the joke.
Well, yeah, you don't want to get it because you don't want to be a part of that mindset.
Thank you.
It's not even about religion. It's about mindset.
Yes, it's an elitism.
It's about a mindset.
Yeah.
And you see how, what I noticed about Woody Allen, I think it was the movie Manhattan. I saw that movie once on a day off in Scientology, and I said, boy, this thing is, it just doesn't, it's like, it's repulsive. And
when was that produced? When was that released? It was,
I think in the 70s, 80s.
Okay.
70s.
Yeah, one of his older shit. That was before, of course, everybody caught on to his being a child predator. Go on.
But yeah, he was very popular, but it's like, boy, Woody Allen, he had a very successful career. his personal life was, I mean, you know, Mia Farrow went from, God, she went from Frank Sinatra to Woody Allen. I mean, you know,
why would you do that? Yeah, what she
machismo Italian to neurotic,
Jew,
wimpy Jewish guy.
Yeah, she must have really hated herself. Like, in both cases.
Well, her son is now, you know, he's kind of like, he did a very objective view on January 6th.
Mm-hmm.
He did a very objective view that was not favoring any sort of liberal bias, although he would seem to be. And I haven't heard about him since. I mean, he's still around.
Probably.
A very objective article asking real deep questions about January 6th. And he, you know, and then that's the last I've heard of him. I'm not that he's not doing stuff, but I mean, you know, he kind of was in your face all the time.
He might have,
Ronan Farrow.
He must have rendered himself persona non grata by doing.
Well, I mean, that's the way it seems. Just like AOC, you know, I don't hear too much about her anymore. But I mean, she's still there. He's still there. But I don't, you know, I'm not getting him in my face all the time if I go onto Yahoo or whatever I go onto. So, but anyway, what I realized that the whole thing about that Woody Allen movie and Woody Allen in general is neurosis.
Yes.
It's neurotic.
Yes.
And I remember walking out, I think, on a movie he made, Bananas, with my friend Doug, who you met when he came down to visit me in Ventura when I was still in the Sea Org on my vacation. And we went to that movie and I said, I think we saw it with something else, some other movie. Might have been the Chinese.
Yeah, to soften the blow, right?
I had to walk out. I said, I can't watch this movie. I had to walk out on
Thank you. I don't blame you. Yeah, that's something I would have done. I couldn't stand this. I couldn't find the funny either in his stupid future, whatever dystopia film that he made. Just everything he made. It's just.
That's I think the second movie I remember walking out on, and the other one, I think he was with me again. It was in Davis when we saw. They used to show two movies in those days, and the second movie was Stop the World, I Want to Get Off with Joel Grey.
Mm-hmm.
And he comes out, I think it was Stop the World, I Want to Get Off, but it was this, he comes out with this cabaret white face sort of French, you know, stuff, and he comes out, and it's just like it's just this campy, stupid sort of French cabaret.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm trying to think, was this the movie Cabaret?
It becomes that convergent.
It was a cabaret. It was a French cabaret, but it looked kind of like, reminded me of that stupid, what do you call it, right-wing prop comedian Gallagher. He's like extremely right-wing. It was a sort of like this, I don't know, it was really weird. And so I'm sitting there, and like, I'm in high school, and, you know, almost everybody in that audience is a college student.
Mm-hmm.
And I felt so proud of myself because I said, I just said, I'm getting out of here. I can't. And I got up and walked out, and I said, you guys, we're coming. You know, in other words, I never really saw myself as a leader in our group. You know, I mean, we all had our opinions. There wasn't really a leader. We were just friends. And I kind of like took the leadership. I said, we're getting out of here. I'm not going to watch this. I get up. And when I got up, the fucking whole audience started getting up and walking out. I mean, these were college students. Yeah. They were all older than me.
Oh, cool.
And they took my cue and just walked out, you know, because it was so bad.
That's good. Go on.
I think maybe and now this whole thing was rehabilitated on Broadway years later with Joel Grey, with the movie Cabaret. Maybe it was Cabaret. I don't know. I think it was Stop the World, I Want to Get Off. I don't know what the hell it was. But Joel Grey was like considered the darling of Broadway for a long time in his later years for doing this stuff. And of course, Broadway has its own appeal. But back to what we were talking about, the common denominator, according to John Travolta, is in Hollywood would be what really runs the town, according to John Travolta. Not said to me personally, because I never spoke to John Travolta, or vice versa. But he, according to court documents of these masseuses, he was alleged to have, acted inappropriately with.
Mm-hmm.
They told him, they quoted him as saying that the Jews, the people that run Hollywood, were homosexual Jews.
Well, that makes perfect sense, right? I mean,
finally,
yeah, go on.
Kind of got past that. That's what made his career.
Right.
In other words, he said, he just kind of got used to performing fellatio on them and learning how to swallow. And he said, he said it wasn't so bad. This is what John Travolta told these people.
I mean, seriously, it has to get to that point before you get anywhere. This is the point that I had made before was, and I think I said it while you were on the show with me at some point, that, when I was flown down by the, and I'm certain they're no longer around, but it was the, God, what was it? John Robert Powers School of Modeling and Acting. Yes, and that was, and the story behind that is so funny because I brought up the aspect of the dominatrix instructoress that I had, Sylvie Michelle Quagenbaum, who was born in French Caledonia, and she had the big pet boa constrictor that she fed rabbits to and shit, live rabbits, this monumental beast that, of course, could crush a human being just like that if it ever, got loose. We're talking about really reinforced double pane glass, super large tank that it was in, like you would see at the something you'd see at the Steinhardt Aquarium. And of course, she was so proud of me that I was being flown down for the trials for the next season of Beverly Hills 9210, and but then the guy was showing me the photographs, and I remember, when I was relating this to the gay guy who was arranging those stupid conferences, Brian William Hall, and I was relating the story to him, and his reaction was so stupid when I'm telling him, so the guy's trying to get me to have sex with him, and there's several ways that he's approaching the topic, and he was gracious enough where I really didn't take offense, but at the same time, I just couldn't go there, just not in the space I was in. And he was like saying, to make it in this town, look at all these men have had sex with me. And he showed me pictures, photographs of himself having sex with, who was the guy who was in Lethal Weapon. He was originally Mad Max, Mel Gibson, which explains why Mel Gibson just later on flipped and became this militant Catholic, reactionary, homophobic. It was just the way he had been used and exploited to get to the point where he got. Then, he decided to go off on his own because he had been exploited in his life. And of course, that's why Heath Ledger killed himself, was because, basically it was Mel Gibson and some other people brought him into the Hollywood scene out of Australia, just another Australian fuck bunny. And by the time that he woke up after doing the Joker role and saw his wife and kids and realized he'd gotten there just by taking it up the ass and sucking all that cock, he took a load of sleeping pills and killed himself. And, the other person that he showed me having all this sex with was Sylvester Stallone was one, and then it wasn't Sly Stallone. Sly Stallone was in some of the photographs that he had, but that was just basically porn because he kept them for Stallone's cock size, because Stallone was known as the Italian Stallion. And the other one he had sex with was Danny Glover and Mel Gibson, who wound up starring in the same films. And Danny Glover, of course, for all intents and purposes, came out as gay almost. He was so supportive.
You're talking about Heath Ledger here?
No. Heath Ledger is someone who was kind of brought into Hollywood by Mel Gibson.
No, but who are you talking about there? Who were you just alluding to right there?
The photographs that I saw this guy having sex with were Mel Gibson, Danny Glover.
No, who? The guy. This was just some guy.
Oh God, no. I'm not going to name him. I had promised not to name him because
okay.
he was always he was kind enough to me, and there's no point in, you know, I'm not one of those guys
No,
like
some guy. Okay, that's fine.
yeah,
I didn't
yeah.
know
He
who
was
you were.
to tell you, he was pretty much, he was connected to the production of Beverly Hills 9210, so he was very connected to that whole crowd of Glenn Larson and all those people who had just kept squeezing out all those, you know, television series that everybody in America was stuck watching because we only had 3 to 4 fucking channels. So, you know, at the time that we were doing from Battlestar Galactica to The Love Boat to Buck Rogers in the 25th century, this is all like pretty much connected with the same people, Glenn Larson and all these people surrounding him. So it was one of the producers that was pretty much directly connected to the Spelling dynasty, because of course Tori Spelling was the daughter of Aaron Spelling, and Aaron Spelling was tossing out a lot of these dramas like Love Boat and all this shit. So while Glenn Larson was doing a lot of the science fiction stuff, Dukes of Hazzard, and it was kind of like they had a duopoly going where they kind of monopolized a lot of what was going on in the television empire. Glenn Larson was doing the Buck Rogers, the Battlestar Galactica, Dukes of Hazzard, A-Team, all that shit, and then the Aaron Spelling was doing the Love Boat and the Beverly Hills 9210 and stuff like that. And so they each had their kind of empire. One was catering to the male audience and the other one kind of to the female audience. And but Aaron Spelling, you know, made certain his daughter was in the starring role. And so, you know, the guy was trying that as an angle too. He says, look, you know, you might, you know, he was just one of the producers. And I'm not like one of those kids like, I can't even remember the guy's name now, but the guy who was starring in House of Cards, that actor, you know, you get these people who come out of nowhere and they were all saying he was making passes at me, and you had, you know, once one guy came out, a bunch of other guys came out with that guy, and then, you know, he was dumb enough, instead of denying it, he said, oh, I might have done that when I was really drunk. And then when all the flash and bullshit was over and they were ready to bring this guy to trial, and then they said, well, you guys got to expose yourselves and come out publicly, then none of them would do it. You know, it's just really weird. It was like, what the fuck was all that? So they were just, you know, saying what they said about him. You know, I've got nothing against this guy who was trying to seduce me. I mean, like, he paid the ticket for me to get there. He paid the ticket to get me home. So no, you know, I'm not in the mood to start a scandal, which would start if I started naming him. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, that's not important who he is.
Yeah, but what was important, the point that was being made, was he showed me these photographs of him having sex with Mel Gibson, Danny Glover, and the muscle-headed bound Austrian guy, Arnold Schwarzenegger. It was those three. And when I was relating this to that idiot Brian William Hall, he was like saying, oh, I want to know who was on top. And I said, you know, it doesn't matter what positions they're in. The producer is always on top, you dumb fuck. You know, what the fuck, you dumb son of a bitch. And, you know, but he was like telling me, see how these guys got that where they've gotten is that you know, they suck and fuck guys like me. And I'm like saying, oh, yeah, I understand that. And, you know, I almost half expected this. In fact, I did expect it, but I kept wishing it wasn't true. And he handled that well. And, you know, it was all kinds of things. It must have been about, and of course I tolerated this for so long because I had no way to get home unless this guy bought my ticket home. And he was gracious enough not to press it beyond what must have been 6 hours we spent together, in which he was trying to entice me or excite me with, let's look at some gay porn, let's try this angle, like, you know, if you do this, you'll get direct access to starring, you know, opposite Tori Spelling, and then you might marry her, you know, a nice hetero relationship, and then, you know, you'll be in a rich family. Imagine the opportunity for that, you know. And it says, look, I acknowledge all this, but I'm sorry, I can't get it up. I said, I can't get it up for you. And, you know, no matter how much photographs he showed me of Stallone's penis, which, or gay porn, there was no stirring of the loins. So he finally was kind enough just to send me home. I mean, the real crushing part was when I got home and Sylvie Michelle Caugenbaum kicked my ass, basically saying, this is the perverted or twisted kind of definition of masculinity that exists in media, certainly at that point in history, probably always has been, and it will be for some time to come. She was basically saying, I thought you were a man and that you could suck cock and take it up the ass. And because I had failed in that regard, she lost all faith in me and, kicked me out of her home. Honest to God, it was, it's quite funny in retrospect. But comedic in this black comedy, almost Woody Allen sense. But obviously, I wasn't in any good mood about it at the time. She might as well have fed me to the boa constrictor, like I was another bunny rabbit. Oh my fucking God. And, there you have that. And, yeah, my point being is that when you take a look at all these macho guys, Danny Glover and the Mel Gibson and Sylvester Stallone, like I said, Arnold Schwarzenegger, Stallone probably engaged in all the same shit. It's just I didn't see photographs of him in action. It was all just, he'd shown his penis off, which this guy was maintaining as pornography on the side. But
well, I think he was, but I don't know that he was gay. I don't know that. I mean,
well, it doesn't matter that any of them are or not. They all go through this. And this is why I'm certain that when Mel Gibson, who brought in Heath Ledger to that world out of Australia, just a fucking outback boy from out of Australia, more meat for them to tenderize. Obviously, he went through that process. And I would rest my soul on the altar that he went through all that sucking and fucking. And then, unlike John Travolta, who must always have leaned in that direction anyway, because, obviously he became full-blown gay by the time he was later on in his career and quite open about it. He never bothered to hide it.
He officially, he is, no, he's not publicly gay.
Oh, really?
I mean, it's obvious. No, he doesn't admit that he's gay. Okay. No way.
But it's just something everybody knows.
Yeah, but
okay, and then with Heath Ledger, like I said, I'm sure that what happened was he finished that Joker role, and then by the time he woke up one morning, because that's exactly how it happened. He woke up one morning and looked around at everything he had, the wife, the kids, and everything, and then probably remembered how he got there, and then he took a bunch of pills and checked out. That's almost certainly an overwhelming.
Well, I think one of the things, I don't really know much about him, except that I heard that he did Brokeback Mountain. Mm-hmm. And that, with the famous line, I ain't no fucking queer.
Yeah.
I ain't fucking queer.
Well, there you go. There you go.
But it's like, what the problem with that lifestyle is, it's so dishonorable that you're lying and fooling people, and it can weigh on people's conscience, because they're lying and deceiving people that they have pledged to love, and when it gets into kids, it's like, God, it's a horrible show. Think how the poor kid must feel, that he had a father who was, he was just a the son of a beard.
Yes.
Kid is the son of a beard.
Yes.
And
yes.
It's like, boy.
Yes, there you go. I mean, that's got to be that must be. I can't even imagine. I can't. I can't.
I don't know Mel Gibson was gay or had participated that way, but what's interesting about it is, I was just thinking of him the other day, because my girlfriend was once put in a cab. I got somebody that she knew who was very gay and very influential, not a public figure, but he was related to a public figure, and that's kind of how she, worked with him. And he puts her in a cab in Manhattan, and Mel Gibson's inside, and they're just driving. He's just going downtown, and so he set it up for her to take a ride downtown with Mel Gibson. He was just kind of, doing her a surprise, here, have a ride with Mel Gibson. Mm-hmm. I should ask her about that. But the thing is, what I'm saying is, I'm thinking, like, how does this guy even know Mel Gibson? I mean, not that it would surprise me, because, like, she would be, Pavarotti would invite her over to have pastry. Because he's in town, he has nobody. He says, "Oh, come over and eat some pastry with me." And he had gout. He shouldn't have been eating pastry at all.
That's so fucking typical. Yes, of course. Well, the people we got, what else are they going to do? Of course, that this is what they do. They can't stop, right? That's why they have the gout. And
well, yeah, and he was I didn't know he was an incredible athlete, soccer player when he was younger. And when he learned how to sing, I think it kind of ruined his life, because then he got paid for, sitting around and standing up. But yeah, so it's and a lot of these celebrity people, or even they have nothing to do when they're in town. They're very, very game to do something, and they're very bored.
Yeah, it's bizarre.
But to get back to the Hollywood faction, is what you would have at the core is a satanic element, and where they've talked about, I mean, it's really brutal. I don't even want to discuss it, but there was that, and I think I've talked to you about this before, the movie The Devil's Reign. That's right. Which was John Travolta's first movie. That's right. As opposed to doing this TV show. Right. And what's so curious about this movie is it has all these people. It says a Satanist cult leader is burnt alive by the local church. He vows to come back to hunt down and enslave every descendant of this congregation by the power of the book of blood contracts, in which they sold their souls to the devil. He vows to come back to hunt down and enslave every descendant of his congregation by the power of the book of blood contracts. There's a book called Blood Contracts, in which they sold their souls to the devil. Yeah. So he's you see the book in the film. That's burned alive by the local church. Yeah. He's burned alive by the local church. What this means is his church. Yes, that's correct. Panic church. Yeah. Not some do-gooder church that burned the Satanists. Right. And what puzzled me, and what noticed it, really puzzled me, but what was so noticeable about this movie, it introduces John Travolta, who's barely in it. Right. Now, here are some of the people that were in the movie. Former significant, if not huge, stars. Yeah. Ernest Borgnine, yes. Eddie Albert. Yeah. Ida Lupino, who was a big star from earlier. Yeah. And William Shatner. Yes. Now, and I'm the other names I don't recognize. Anton LaVey is, of course, plays the high priest. Yes. Diane LaVey plays Priscilla Corbus. I haven't heard, but for people of that ilk to be in such a stupid movie where they didn't even seem to be that involved, it strikes me as they were doing this almost, their career, like Shatner's career was, not happening in 1975. Star Trek, the movie, hadn't, come out. He wasn't doing anything. Yeah. And so it's almost like when Ernest Borgnine, his McHale's Navy days were over. He was washed up. Yeah. He later, it's almost like they do what they're told, and they'll get some good roles. Yeah. That was, and this the case of Borgnine and Shatner. Eddie Albert, I don't really know what he did. Ida Lupino was pretty washed up by that time. Just old. Yeah. Just old. So, but these were big characters. Yeah, all in this stupid movie. It was absolutely bizarre, but from Aquino's perspective on it, because he knew about Anton LaVey's participation. By the way, if you take a look at that film, and especially if you
it's a short film, so you can watch it all the way through. You'll find it on YouTube, I'm sure. Certainly enough scenes from it. Well, you'll get the point. The book, Michael Aquino insisted, is quite real. They'll show you the book in the film of all these names signed onto that book. And Michael Aquino claimed he had that book, that it's a very real book, and all the names in it were various Hollywood moguls and actors and actresses. So you see this book with all these names signed into it. This is the Book of Contracts. And he had something very similar for the town of Roswell that was based very much on that book. And so a Book of Contracts. And so when you see the that film, believe me, it doesn't matter what your cosmology or belief system is. It's unless you're just completely drunk or high, it's very hard not to shudder at some point during that film. The makeup of Ernest Borgnine is quite grotesque, and they have him looking like he's all goat-like and everything. And he insisted that film was just like the people who were filming The Exorcist or the Damien Omen Thorne film, the original one. These various films, they all claim that there were horrible happenings, that that people were scared to death and they were scarred for the rest of their lives. In terms of, and people will think, well, they're just making that up to sell the film. But Ernest Borgnine swore that he would never do a horror film again. And of course, people asked him, why did you do this in the first place? What was your involvement with this? Aside from what you pointed out, of course, the desperate for any paycheck. But he was saying, oh, I wanted to stretch my boundaries and just want to do this horror film. But by the way, you will recognize John Travolta because he's the first of the, for lack of a better word, the possessed semi-zombie-like people to appear. And he attacks the main actor and actress. And I don't believe it was William Shatner. It was somebody else who came looking for him. There's a young couple. And so John Travolta attacks them. And then when you know what to look for, you do recognize him. So as you said, he's only in there for a few minutes. But that's like his opening acting scene. And so the other trivia, of course, that is infamous among people at this point in history, if you don't know about it, I'd be surprised, speaking to most of the listeners out there, but it's amazing, what slides by. But of course, that William Shatner mask turned inside out that you see in the film is basically they made a mask of William Shatner so they could place that over his face. So, like the rest of the people, he could have a face that melts off when it rains. So that's hence the devil's rain. So when the rain strikes, these people start melting. And by the way, that's an extraordinarily complicated scene for the special effects of the day, and that they concentrate the majority of the film on that. And it's, of course, worth watching in the sense that it's mesmerizing in its grotesqueness. So you see these people melting, and it's repulsive to look at, and it does what it does, shows pathos and everything else. But the point is that they shoved this mask of a kind of replica of William Shatner's face on himself, and of course the Halloween series where the serial killer Michael Myers starts when he's really young. He's got a Star Trek mask, a William Shatner mask. He puts that on, and that's the face of Michael Myers from that point forward, is a William Shatner mask turned inside out. And of course, that was supposed to have been inspired by The Devil's Rain. That is actually supposed to be like a mask that was based on the weird-ass mask that they made to be a second skin for William Shatner. That was supposed to be the basis for the Halloween film, in terms of at least an inspiration, if nothing else. And so that's why they decided to go with that weird William Shatner mask. And again, his presence in the film, the horrible acting, the what he's doing, nothing makes any sense in the film. Of course, there's no real logical sense. It starts with people melting in the beginning, and it's like okay, whoa, there's no rhyme or reason or sense to it, but everybody winds up pursuing this. It really is almost like Peter Moon is saying, it's just like an initiation ritual / culmination ritual of, okay, let's do something for Satan. And basically that's what it is. They got Anton LaVey there to do the advisement, and he provided all of the advice and creative oversight on the film. It very much is an ode and a kind of a tribute to Anton Szandor LaVey, and just like he was the eyes in Rosemary's Baby, and he's doing what he's doing in this film. It was how they just kind of kept themselves promoted themselves and stirred up interest in Satanism, and so there you have that. That's pretty much what it dredges out of my mind, the recesses thereof. But when I was, to put Mel Gibson in better perspective, it's obviously what he was doing did not sit well with him. He did not appreciate going through all the sucking and fucking of other men, and that's why by the time he attained superstar status, he was just going out on his own, making his own films, and at that point was becoming increasingly psychotic because of his post-traumatic stress disorder.
He hates Jews. He hates Jews.
Yeah.
And he's so
he's post-traumatically stress disordered. I mean, he
did the movie Conspiracy Theory. He did the movie Conspiracy Theory.
I'm not surprised. It sounds like something he would do. I barely remember what that was about, or even when that was released, but it had to be.
Oh, I remember when it happened because one of my friends, and I think she had me and Preston go see it because she wanted to do a movie, Montauk, and we worked together for a while. Mm-hmm. She was in the entertainment business. And I remember the Montauk project I think it was on the shelf. He had all these books. I think he was a cab driver and he was talking about conspiracy. So it was like, I think we got a mention in there. Of course, it avoided our topic, but this is conspiracy theory before conspiracy theory became, this kind of like cemented it as a meme.
Right.
That it was very shortly after our book came out.
Right.
About a year or more. It was more after that, but it became, and that's what made the conspiracy theory. Mel Gibson, and he did that.
That makes sense, and of course, just so and people might remember the rest of his odd behavior. He definitely, wanted to go all the way with being a normal heterosexual with a wife and a family, and as far away from gayness and Hollywood and Jewishness as possible. And that's why, I don't know if you were aware of this, but he bought a island in the Pacific, and he purchased that island, and he and his wife, who was a nurse, and what amounted to a whole tribe of children that they had produced. I mean, they had something unbelievable. I can't remember the number exactly, but the number...
With one wife?
With one wife. From what I heard, it was like 9 to 13 kids or something like that. It was literally unbelievable. But it was like a tribe, and it was like Lord of the Flies. I mean, he took them to this island, and they built their own like home. Not they built it, but they hired contractors to build their own home where they would have everything. I mean, they had a bowling alley. They have a fucking bowling alley. And so he was living with this woman and their kids out in this island just so, he could raise them according to his Catholic family values in the most militant and reactionary sense, because he was so, that was his response to what he had done to get to the point where he had gotten was so degenerate that he was trying to lead the opposite lifestyle. But of course it was crazed in its own right. And then what happened was, after she divorced him, because of course was like living with Osama bin Laden. Because and for those who don't know, Osama bin Laden had a wife who had many wives, but one of his wives who left him was interviewed on Western media a number of times, and she was talking about how Osama bin Laden made her and the kids like dig their own trenches in the ground and sleep in these slit trenches because he was telling them we must prepare for war, we must live as if we're at war. And of course, finally she said, fuck this shit, and she took off. And so that's how this woman felt about Mel Gibson. And then after that, he started dating younger people, particularly like young Slavic Russian chicks, and one of them recorded him, and that got him into a lot of trouble. You might remember that. She recorded him while he was like just, what would you call, excoriating her, on the phone. He was saying, you're a fucking slut, piece of shit, no good cunt, spread your legs to everybody. It's just like, just this vile misogynist, stuff. So it wasn't like he was heterosexual in any healthy sense. He was abusive. And so obviously nobody likes Mel Gibson and he's a train wreck. And so he's only quote unquote redeemed himself by, he has enough money where he can make these like, things like Apocalypto and shit, and these and that Iwo Jima film, and just do these like World War II films and stuff like that, and make himself like everybody says, oh, this is great, and he somehow redeems himself with that, whatever. But nobody still wants to be his friend, and so you have him.
He owns this island, Bago Island in the south. It's in the Fiji Islands.
Okay, there we are. Thank you. There, see, and there you have it. I mean, he purchased that. I don't know if he still owns that, but whoever purchased it after he left, you got a fucking bowling alley, and what the fuck are you gonna do with that?
He purchased it for $15 million from Japan's Tokyo Corporation. Now
there's something for
descendants
you.
Of the original.
Yeah.
Descendants of the original native inhabitants of Mego who were displaced in the 1860s have protested against Gibson's purchase. So I guess, the indigenous people were run off.
Either
so it sounds like.
Either that, or what, did they become like inhabitants of an island in which he was essentially the ruler, the sovereign ruler? I mean,
I don't know.
And beyond that, how did it shows you the power of Japan. I mean, if Japan was run out of the Pacific, again, I'm speaking rhetorically here. This is a rhetorical question. Everybody knows, obviously, the Japanese won the war. They own fucking islands in the Pacific that they're selling to people. The indigenous.
So it says Mego Island is relatively undeveloped at present and inhabited by a few caretakers of Indo-Fijian descent. So a few caretakers. It was a cotton plantation. There might be something really super secret about this island.
There must be.
Oh,
there has to be.
Because what the hell does he want to? Why would anybody want to go off to Fiji? I mean, the $15 million, and you got to maintain a whole island. You're going to need a lot more than $15 million to maintain this thing. It's like, I don't know how much money he's worth, and if I look up, it probably won't give a very accurate answer, but it'll
ballpark it. Maybe.
I mean, he was a producer,
but he was probably, if you ask me, I would, honestly, just speaking here as rumor. I mean, based on
$425 million, it says Celebrity Network, $425 million he's worth.
Okay, well, he's no billion.
He could afford to maintain that island, I'm sure, but still, you got to keep producing. You got to keep churning out stuff to maintain that wealth. It all depends what else he's got going. I thought he was Australian. It says here he was born in Peekskill, New York.
He was Australian. He was Australian. Definitely. The whole Mad Max was filmed in Australia. Fuck, you saw him.
But he was born in Peekskill, New York.
Well, there you go. Yeah.
How did he get to Australia?
God,
I mean, other than I thought he was an Australian.
I did too. I mean, well, he does have Australian citizenship. I can guarantee you that. So his parents must have moved to. He must have had Australian parents that happened to be in New York. It had to be that they were there on business, or they were there on a diplomatic mission, or like something involved with. Of course, you'd think they'd be in New York City, but
when he moved to Australia, to Sydney, when he was 12. So that explains why he doesn't really have a real Australian accent.
Okay, yeah,
got an American accent, and he moved to Australia. Well, I don't really know anything about this guy. Didn't really want to know too much about him.
Yeah, he was the sex symbol of his day. My sister had a crush on him, but yeah, he was he was. The whole thing was, one of these individuals that I worked with at the Presidio, who was an honest. There were so many child predators, and he loved Mad Max Beyond the Thunderdome. Well, he loved the whole series because, of course, there's the feral child theme. It was the Mad Max, the second film, which was the blockbuster, the sequel, not the original. The original, of course, is just a pain to watch, and it's not really something that's all that enjoyable. But the second film, that was an action film, that had a solid plot line, and that was the feral child syndrome was already attractive to the pedo predators, but they took it to the max when they did, to use a pun, when they did Beyond the Thunderdome, because that's where Mad Max winds up with a whole tribe of feral children. It's not just one feral child now it's a whole tribe of feral children. And I remember everybody at the Presidio military base watched it again and again and again. We had what did we call it? Video cassettes. We had video cassette technology at that time. They would wear the video cassettes out to the point where the tape would snap, watching all of the feral child scenes over and over again. This is also another favorite was, of course, Lord of the Flies, because of all the naked boys. I mean, it all came down to that shit, this kind of fascination, which, by the way, for those of you who don't know, Lord of the Flies was based on the William Golding novel, and that was about a Third World War, which is nothing other than the plot device. And because there's a Third World War, they take these kids and fly them to meet girls so they can keep breeding the human race, because the majority of the human race they predict is going to go extinct. So they are flying the boys to a place where they can start fucking all these girls, where they'll be isolated from all the radiation on a secure island, but then the plane crashes before they reach that island, and on the wrong island, all the boys are left with themselves. Now, William Golding goes very heavily into the degeneration of the boys, but the one thing he doesn't cover would be the inevitable male rape and homosexuality, really. A lot of the kids killing each other, but that's mild compared to male rape and what would become almost forced homosexuality by circumstance. And again, just think of that as how would anyone make a film of that? Well, they made films of it, and just a bunch of naked boys, a bunch of boy butts, all you see. And again, that was playing constantly at the Presidio military base. I know for a fact the motherfuckers were claiming they were showing it over at the daycare center. Of course, I never physically was ever inside the daycare center. I don't know if that's the case, but that was, what they were bragging about. And so you had the daycare center thing, and and just think about what I'm saying with Mel Gibson, and in that Beyond the Thunderdome, and his character with all the feral kids. Obviously nothing is shown in the film concerning that, but just the fact that the impossibility of children living with each other alone, other than, they would have been a lot more degenerate than they were. And but then they bring this adult male in and are counting on him to rescue them, etc. It was very appealing to that whole crowd. So it adds to, I could tell you how Mel Gibson's film went down at the Presidio. So that gives you an idea of what Mel Gibson was going through, probably in terms of what he was going through. I mean, look at the crowd that went for his shit. Of course, it was a universal sell, but you get my point. And, there's certain things added in there that you can say, oh, that's added for human sympathy. The sympathetic, thing is to go with the kids. But you notice there's no female lead. there's no female lead in any of the films. I mean, well, you know, you've got a femme fatale kind of distant witch in, I forget her name, the black woman who was, acting as the woman who ran Bartertown. But there's no love interest in any of these films. Certainly the first film was about he lost his wife, and then after that, there's no more, love interest. Now, that all changed with the latest Mad Max film, but that's not Mel Gibson. So that kind of doesn't count. That's kind of a world all its own. But I never really dwelt on it. But now that you think about it, hey, Mad Max, Beyond the Thunderdome, no love interest. It's just me and the kids is basically that's the theme of those films. So there you have that. Isn't that delightful? And aside from all of that, so he was left scarred for life. Heath Ledger killed himself. Danny Glover became a big supporter of the gay community. And as for Arnold Schwarzenegger, that guy's so fucking off in left field that, it's like he doesn't even count. He was married to a Democrat.
He was once quoted, and I heard the comedian Conan O'Brien making fun of him. Arnold said, he says, he was running for governor. He says, well, that's when we were all doing the big group sexting.
There you go.
And Conan O'Brien says, what? He says, we were all doing the group? No, he says, not me. But yeah, Arnold was saying about doing the group sex thing, which was, that was back in the 60s when all of the inhibitions were coming off of sexuality. So there was a lot of experimenting going on, and which is very different than in today's culture, where experimentation goes on, but it's not so open. It's very controlled and confined.
Yes.
Particularly in Hollywood. That was the era of Charles Manson.
Yes. I was speaking about that earlier, and just the kind of what was I using that as a parallel for? I was using that as a parallel for oh God, I can't remember now. I was talking about just the kind of people who were like I don't remember, but what I'll do is I'll certainly timestamp. I think tonight what I talked about for a period of time going into it was Brendan Zogit said I should talk about the multiverse. He uses that term a lot. And so I went into the multiverse and why I feel that that's a negative development in conceptualization. And I brought up the real world impact of that as occurred in Iraq. So I'll timestamp that for you. And I was curious. So the other day I had timestamped what I had said about Nikola Tesla. Did you find any opportunity to review that?
I did, but I find the subjects of what was his name, George John Trump, or is it John George Trump?
Yeah, it's something like that. John George Trump. That was it. Dr. John George Trump. Yeah.
I find him. I find his association with Tesla, and even Tesla himself, to a much lesser degree, kind of boring.
I hear you. I do understand that.
Well, let me say this, and I said, I really would have rather. I mean, it was you. Went into great detail about Donald Trump's uncle, but it just like the thing with Tesla was a genius. And I mean, I didn't even know about him, and I found it was very interesting to find out about him. But the thing is, Tesla is like it's like a fad word, and it's like the people that like Elon Musk doesn't seem to know anything about Tesla.
Of course not.
He's co-opting the name,
yes,
and is leading the way and these cars are horrifying to me. And they're saying, "Oh, what excellent cars they are!" And they. I mean, it's good that they don't produce carbon emissions, but they're not practical, and they're just not practical in terms of you can only go so far, and then you got to sit around in 8 hours and charge them up. I mean, unless you're going home every night, and then you got to have your own charger. It's like what? It's I mean, it just think if we go into a future where I think transportation is going to change because, okay, suppose I want to go to Montreal, which is about a 6 hour, well, it's going to be about a 7 or 8 hour, 8 hour drive, 7 hour probably drive from where I am. And I want to go to Montreal. Well, what am I going to do? I'll have to stop in Albany or thereabouts to get my Tesla charged up and then go to Montreal and then, get it charged up there, which they probably will have a different interface, electrical interface, and it's going to, cost more money. And it's like, what the hell am I doing? This is not the way to travel. So if you're only going to go around in a small area, it's great. If you're not going to go so far, but then you're going to have to spend the night while the car charges or sit there on the parkway. And, it just doesn't make any sense. I would think that would be more pragmatic is if we all have cars, unlike the one in that movie Total Recall where they have the robot driver.
Right.
Right. It's so stupid. I mean, is this the future, having robot drivers? What do you need somebody who looks like C-3PO driving your car for?
That was actually based. It was really weird because that was based on like on a child's toy that I actually had. The robot driver was made to look like a mailman. And so there was a child's toy I actually had that very kind of driver. It's a miniature, of course, but it was, they based that the look of the driver exactly on that toy, which was I would think it was rare. It was like a Japanese manufactured, almost like tin toy almost, or something like that. It was just...
Well, yes. So if you had cars that were, that would be different where, you just get in the car and it takes you. You just have so many cars going around. You don't even need your own car.
Right.
They just have cars that pick you up and take you where you need to go and safely get you there.
Mm-hmm.
That would, and if you didn't have drivers in cars, the traffic jams would be much more efficient because they'd all be plugged into a network instead of having idiots that just don't know how to be awake when they drive.
That's right.
This is becoming a bigger and bigger issue with idiots that don't know the rules, don't know how to drive, and just sit there lollygagging while the green light's on. And I notice I'm about the only one that will honk them. I'm not honking because they have road rage, because they got to wake up and move.
Yes.
Because they're not moving, or they're moving way too slowly. But that would be the future of transportation. But to get back to the Devil's Reign, this is apparently reportedly on the set where Travolta was introduced to Dianetics and Scientology. And the person who arranged for this, according to what's the was this woman, Joan Prather. It says she was in a show called 8 is Enough. I used to see her practically every day in Florida, in Clearwater. She was a very avid customer of Scientology in Clearwater. She was there all the time. All the time, so it seemed. But she was on the set. She was in that movie, and apparently she introduced Travolta. Somebody said there was a Dianetics book, had seen that on there. So that's apparently when he was. But I think he was a star. I don't know if he was already in I don't know when Welcome Back, Kotter happened. I think he was in TV before he was in Devil's Reign.
No, I think he was in Devil's Reign first, and then he got the TV later. If we look up when that was produced, and then look up when the series Welcome Back, Kotter was produced, that's probably how it goes. Let's look that up and find out. Because, of course, all the other people who came out of Welcome Back, Kotter, poor bastards, most of them went nowhere. It's so sad. And there you have that.
1975 to 1979, so that came right after The Devil's Reign. He had passed his initiation,
Yes.
and look at, I'm not a John Travolta fan and never have been, but if you look at what he had to offer as an actor, very capable actor, and he's multi-talented. He can sing. I think dancing is his best skill.
This made it look like that in terms of, I think that, who was it? You remember that was dancing back in the day, Fred Astaire and what was her name? Grace Kelly? I think Grace Kelly. What's that?
Ginger
Rogers, thank you. Ginger Rogers, that's it. Yes, Fred Astaire and Ginger Rogers. It was Ginger Rogers who said, when she saw the Saturday Night Fever franchise, she said, kids these days, they think they can dance with their face because they just did a lot of face shots. But I remember I told you that before, and you were pointing out that it still required a lot of coordination and discipline in terms of what he was doing. But still.
Totally different art form. Disco is a completely different art form than what Ginger Rogers and Fred Astaire did. It would be interesting to see them do that. But I'm not interested in dancing. It's just not my thing. So I don't know. Like Gene Kelly was a great dancer, and he had a huge issue being bullied when he was younger.
Really? Wow.
Yeah, because he was studying dance, and he claimed he wanted to be play for the Pittsburgh Pirates. Who the hell? I don't care about these people. It's like, he was a very skilled dancer. There's no question about Gene Kelly was a very multifaceted dancer, very skilled, good actor, and he certainly. But I don't know. It's like people, comparing Fred Astaire to John Travolta, they're totally different cultures. It doesn't work. You can't compare the two.
Apples and oranges.
And then if you look at the choreography in some of these old films of even from the 50s of Scheherazade, not Scheherazade, what's her name? Who was the one that did Herod, the belly dance? What was her name?
I don't.
In the Bible.
I don't remember.
The bad girl that got John the Baptist's head delivered to her. I forget her name.
Yeah.
She, if you see renditions of her or the dancing they did around that time period, and you go back in the 50s, the choreography is a complete, utter joke compared to what it is today. Like the Hollywood choreographers did not know how to dance or how to choreograph dancing in the 50s. And it was corny. Whereby if you go back into the 30s, it would have been a lot better. It was a lot more skilled. But as they say, comparing John Travolta to Fred Astaire just doesn't work. It's like, I don't know. It's like they're two different cultures, two different venues. But anyway, he was initiated through that movie.
Yes.
In some way, shape, or form.
Definitely.
And it just has added. It's interesting though that the gestation of Scientology happened on the set of The Devil's Reign. That's so symbolic of the cult connection with Scientology, and I I remember first learning of Jack Parsons. I was sitting at my desk typing a letter, and I don't remember if somebody told me about it or I was reading it. I think I was reading it. I think I had an article that somebody sent in showing all this stuff about Jack Parsons and rocketry, and that L. Ron Hubbard was involved with him. And I remember just thinking how ludicrous Jack Parsons was to be thinking he could do all this as a wizard. I just thought this guy is, I don't know. I just got a very cartoon image of who this guy was.
Well, I remember when I told you about how when I was speaking to God, what was the author's name? Jack Williamson. When I was speaking to Jack Williamson about that, I believe that was the author I was talking to. He was a very old man, and he was talking about Jack Parsons and all that stuff. And I remember you pointed out, of course, that regardless of the mania involved, that Jack Parson was simply one thing. You said this was something that had to be respected. He certainly had faith in what he was doing. So he definitely had a faith in magic. He definitely believed it would work.
Oh, he had an aptitude, and he created a residue. I mean, he created a legacy. And the thing about Jack Parsons is he was doing something. He was activating something. It's sort of like if everybody's sitting around looking at a baseball diamond and a baseball and nobody does anything, they just talk about it.
Right.
He gets up and he hits the ball.
Right.
Now, how well he hits it, how far he hits it, how good he is a different question. But he's actually doing something, because so much of the OTO work was sort of like, don't talk about it, don't do it. I mean, he was trying to do the extended, I think it was the fourth book of the law or the fifth book, whatever it was. He was trying to finish off the book of the law, trying to activate, trying to do something. And of course, this made him an outcast. But he didn't care. He was an outcast in chemistry. He didn't go to chemistry. He didn't get a degree in chemistry. He experimented. And I recently heard a tape, somebody had posted it of Hubbard talking about Parsons. And he says, Parsons was, he was chemist, but he said he was getting in trouble in school and stuff. And then some teacher took him and, talked to him, or they figured out, what's the problem with this guy? And they gave him a lab with some chemicals, and he just thrived. Some school teacher,
right? And
he was given a lab, and he was he had a acute interest in this, so he was allowed to develop outside of any sort of formal class, and he was self-taught, self-generated. There's also some very strange stuff about him in his genetics, and in his deep passion and interest in the occult. Here again, he was bullied as a young kid because he was rich. He wasn't, he had nicer clothes than the other kids. He was more dressed up than the other kids. So he could have, this is a rough thing to do to a kid, is to make him look rich, right, or make him look privileged. Donald Trump was very shrewd about that. He said it, military camp, because he was sent to military camp, but he would tell his parents not to drive up in a limo. Don't drive here in the limo. I don't want kids to see, He was self-conscious, appropriately so. He doesn't want to give that impression. Just he wants to be one of the guys. And so you immediately will be ostracized if you're, showing signs of wealth around kids. If you're your fellow kids, so this is a.
Well, that's if they're not wealthy like you are, then you will be.
Yeah, well, that's the other problem. Yeah, that's the other problem. So Parsons, and he was rescued from a beating by this guy, Ed Foreman, who became his lifelong friend. And he was the engineer or the mechanic of the bunch. Foreman was the mechanic. Parsons was the chemist. Frank Molina was the mathematician. And I'm trying to think who was the fourth guy. They don't mention the Chinese scientist, so we won't mention him because we don't know that much about him.
Isn't that sad and so fucking typical?
Yeah. What was the other one? I think Somerville. But see, it was basically Foreman and Parsons who were the two movers and shakers. Molina came in with the equations and stuff, but he was brought in. The other two guys were brought in. I think it was Ian Somerville, if I'm somebody like that. But they maybe not. Maybe it's close. But anyway, the other two were brought in by Theodore von Karman. And you know, there was part of the academic side of the crew, where Parsons and Foreman were the mechanic and the chemist. They made it work. They did the physical work to create the rocket. The others were giving equations and saying what could and work. And I think they kind of authenticized it.
Right.
But Parsons was actually somebody who could do something. And in this regard, and this is also true with Hubbard, Hubbard actually did things. He went out and created a movement. He created a therapy, and he capitalized on it. And he did it in a way that most people can't do. So there are doers and there are followers. And both of these guys were doers. And the fact that they were connected is sort of a very weird part of history, because you can't dismiss them. Can't dismiss them. You know, who were these strange characters? And you know, the rocket program, you had Scientology, or all this mental understandings, and then you had this occult connection behind them, which is just really. And then you have this idea of the Babylon working, which is to completely reinvigorate the goddess of the world, instead of. And I began to actually, after meeting Cameron, I delved into this world and this consciousness of the goddess, and we are so far afield from that. We are so far afield that you kind of look out there and you realize this consciousness is completely reversed. It's like we've got this world is driving in reverse with regards to that consciousness.
Yes.
Of the heart, soul, and the mind of the core of this. And it's like it's not even, it's almost like talking about vaccinations. It's not worth the time, because everything is so preset, preformed. You're invited to get on one side or the other with no gray in between. And there is no gray in between with the goddess. There is, I'm saying in this world, we have all this pandering to pansexuality, but with all this pandering to pansexuality, we don't have any attack on the institution of marriage itself. We don't have any defense for what would be true paganism and lack of, what do you call it, clothing. This is a very prejudiced thing in our world. But you can, but you've got to kiss the ass of every transsexual, transgender, homosexual. That's kind of the attitude. But it's not a true, which is anything far from a Christian culture, but it's not a true pagan culture either. So
it's definitely postmodern something. Yes, we have a postmodern pastiche, and like you said, pretty much what when you have the trend setting that comes out of Hollywood, this is what led to the reactionary nature of someone like Mel Gibson, where he said that these are basically all gay Jews. Certainly what you said about the experience of Heath Ledger with Brokeback Mountain. It used to be, of course, that back in the I don't know what it's like now in Hollywood because I haven't been paying attention, because in the past there was a potential I had for actually working in Hollywood, of course. And like I've said before, I'd much rather prefer to be doing movies than, you know, to me that would be a far easier way to make a living as far as I'm concerned than anything else. And, you know, the kind of environment I could actually adapt to. Obviously, I have a high tolerance level for out there behavior.
Well, Douglas, I'm telling you, if we can, if I can bridge the gap,
right,
to work with my producer friend, this guy, he could, if you guys could get on the same frequency, and perhaps you will, this guy is a makeup artist par excellence. He's genius in many fields, but he got his start in makeup art. His mother was in the theater.
Incredible.
And he could have, I mean, if he wanted to put you in a role, or even playing yourself, he could make an actor to look like Michael Aquino in white face. You know, no, this guy, he knows every detail of makeup art. It's not really what he's doing, but he knows it.
Wow.
Like you know, librarianing,
right.
And you know, so much of his skill is in graphics. His current activated skill is in doing incredible 3D graphics, and but it would it would be neat to see you to have his full arsenal and your full. You know, I don't know which way you go with it, but man, that's what he does, and he does well.
Well, there's more independence these days. Certainly a lot of people making indie films and the like, so there's always a potential for that if we could find...
Oh, this is something he told me. I'm going to ask you about this. There are so many deals in the works right now. Mm-hmm. This deal connected to this deal. And what deal seems to be coming through right now is a deal on Montauk, mm-hmm. Which is independent of any of the other things he's got going, which would lead to this. But there is this huge, and I know some of the people involved, and it's I'm not going to tell details about it, but it's mega dollars. Mm-hmm. And he tries to brief me on it abstractly, generally from time to time. And last week he was saying something about, well, it's supposed to. Yes, I've been assured by so and so that this money is coming, and I'm saying like, well, you see, if I'm going to send a check or to somebody, I don't tell them I'm going to do it. I just do it. You see, I just do it. Or like I say, okay, Douglas, I PayPal'd you some money. You know, and I just PayPal it. It's not like it's going to come on Tuesday and I'm going to get, you know, when I get paid by so-and-so, it's coming in. You know, there's not this accoutrement ensemble, a song and dance to go with the, it's going to be paid, I'm going to pay it. Oh, you're going to pay the money. I'm going to pay the money. You know, it's coming on a big bank wire. You see, you got to notice that the bank wire is being sent, or the bank wire, we've got the transaction for the bank wire. I don't know what you know, it's like, and I said to him, I said, well, any time I've seen stuff like this where big money is going down and I've been somehow tangentially involved with it, there's always this big talking about the money. There's never the delivery of the money. What is the talking about the money for? What is this on earth? And I remember once a company I worked for, I was given a letter of credit for like $350,000 or $450,000. It was to put together this computer system for a pet company, and it was, and I remember it was an irrevocable letter of credit. And then I said, finally, I think I said, what happened to this irrevocable? Because I was in charge of finances for the company, and I said, well, what happened? And they said, well, it was revoked. An irrevocable letter of credit was revoked. It's like, it's just nonsense. and then I remember this guy Dwight Lucky or Dwayne Lucky. I think it was Dwight. I don't know, Dwayne or Dwight, but he was like the forefronter of all these money people that were. It was this huge money to film fun films, and Montauk was tangentially involved in it with this producer I was working with, and he was telling me about Dwayne or Dwight Lucky and this guy, and I said, what a name, Dwight Lucky. And I said, and finally the deal fell through. Surprise. And as soon as it fell through, and this guy this is the first thing I heard. They're going to be giving some relief money. They're going to be, Dwight Lucky has told me that they're going to be giving, and I'm thinking, what the hell is relief money? If you're getting funded for $300 million to fund, 60 or 80 projects, why are you giving somebody relief money? What is relief money? So you can eat hamburgers, so you can wait for the rest of the money to come in, so you can feel better. Oh God, we got some relief money. We've been waiting this for we can't pay our electric bill because we need relief money. What relief for what? You gonna fund the movie or you're not gonna fund it? You don't give relief money. And then the next thing I heard that Dwight Lucky had died.
Holy shit! He wasn't so lucky.
In other words, all his hopes and dreams were in this big, huge mega funding he was doing. And mega funding is just ridiculous. I don't want to have anything to do with it because it's a world of its own. But this is what he's getting educated in the process. We're getting educated, and I'm getting educated via him, of a lot of stuff that goes down in the entertainment business that through people we know, or he knows, I've met, we're very lucky because you can, there's certain rules and parameters that if you talk the language of the business, they're completely disarmed. They're not going to snow you because they can't.
Yeah.
There are certain percentages, there's certain budgets. You can ask for what the budget is. And if they don't tell you or they don't want to tell you, but when you say, okay, what are the cards on the table? If you talk like that, they will treat you with X amount of respect because they cannot fool you.
Right.
It depends, and you have to know this to conduct yourself properly. But this is what I learned. So I said, what is this stuff about the bank wire? This is a deal that involves, I'm trying to think how much, but it's hundreds of millions of dollars. I think it's close to $1 billion, maybe even beyond that. And what he told me was that when, like, say, if a bank in London wants to wire a bank in New York so that I can be paid, well, if it's 5,000, 10,000, they just send a wire. The money. But when it gets into big figures, and I don't know where the cutoff point is, the money is not wired. The money is freighted by ocean in huge crates. Jesus. So you will have millions of dollars in cash, sort of like in the movie The Godfather when Fredo comes in with the $2 million in the briefcase to Havana. There's $2 million in the briefcase for his brother. Well, that's what they're doing, only it's hundreds of millions of dollars in pallets, in cash. This is how they transfer big money like that. It's actual paper transfer. And this happens all the time. Now, I'd never heard of this, and he never had either. But this is what he learned from, big money. And I wondered and I'm just telling you this, but I'm also, if you've ever heard anything of the way money transfers like this.
Yeah, vaguely, and certainly it's one of those things that doesn't surprise me what you're saying, because obviously This is how they were transporting much of the gold that was going back to Japan, was by ship. When the Awa Maru, which was a hospital ship, and of course had the large internationally recognized red crosses painted on it. This was, of course, taken by many Japanese refugees escaping the Philippines and trying to get back to Japan. The Americans, of course, they torpedoed it, and in violation of course, all international law, because it was bearing the Red Cross. But the captain responsible for that, of course, never was held responsible. It was indeed promoted for committing his war crime. But we know that it was loaded with nothing but women and children, because all the bodies washed up on Taiwan. So these were just Japanese refugees trying to get back to Japan. But at the same time, it was also carrying gold. Much of an incredible load of gold was inside of it, going back with the refugees back to Japan. And so you've now got this big hoard of gold at the bottom of the ocean that everyone knows is there, and no one's ever retrieved it. So there you have that. And when it comes to this kind of shipping of assets, from my mother's day, I remember this is just how it was done. So it doesn't surprise me that that's still how it's done. And only they're doing it with
gold is different. Gold is different than
understood. The fact that they're doing,
and you understand gold, but yeah, I mean, why do they? And basically, when it comes down to trust, if you say, I'm sending, if we send thousands of dollars to each other, the bank will adjust the debit. Mm-hmm. But when you're dealing with that much of amounts, how can you just say, okay, 100 million to you, 100 million to me? It's, switching digital reference points, accounting points, it could become very imbalanced if you don't actually have the cash that much.
Yeah,
you could really be cheated.
Yeah.
So it's almost like a necessity, and this makes cryptocurrency make a lot of sense from a pragmatic standpoint.
Yes.
Where
that's what it's good for. That's what it's good for. It's basically the only thing it's good for is laundering and or transferring huge amounts of money. And so that's you've hit on that. And of course, like I said, I've said this on this show, is that basically because of the ransomware attacks that demand their payments in Bitcoin or cryptocurrency, any kind of cryptocurrency, Bitcoin being a specific brand of cryptocurrency, that you just have to outlaw cryptocurrency eventually, because that's what it's used for. And the problem is you've got these idiotic people who run these gas companies and other vital necessities that are hit by these ransomware terrorists, and they pay them off, because it's cheaper to pay them off than to try and deal with the problem through the authorities and the time that would take. So you need to, of course, make it illegal for them to pay them off, in terms of really backing that up with substantial fines, and so that will cost them more than what they're paying the fuckers who are, fucking up the system and demanding the cryptocurrency payoff. But aside from that, just outlaw Bitcoin ultimately or rather cryptocurrency is what I say is really the only viable solution. And but other than that, yes, even for
about watching what's going on, and I've been looking at certain things with tech and finance, and the thinking process of what is going on with somebody like Jack Dorsey, the founder of Twitter, who was taken off the board. I don't know all the ins and outs of this man, but he is thinking so far ahead of the curve to create services far beyond Facebook. He's creating services that is like, in other words, that the bureaucracies can't keep up with. Like this was the problem with the Congress interviewing Zuckerberg. They weren't on his level. It's like It's like a bunch of people in a primitive tribe trying to evaluate some key aspects of American culture being brought into their tribe. They have no idea what they're talking about. The tribe only knows what feels good, what's obviously bad or good. And the service facilities that are being pioneered and put into society are so far ahead of the average person in the house. The person who has Alexa and who can monitor his thermostat remotely from another country, has his house computerized. This is nothing. It's nothing. This is not where it's happening. So there's going to be so many changes, like that will just outpace, and the youth will catch on faster. I'm not saying it's good. I'm not saying it's bad. It's just, there's a lot of advance, and it's very Uranian. It's very Aquarian. It's just like, wow, that it makes Obama's vanguard with tech, which was very brilliant for its time. He was the first president to use the internet for his campaign, was very successful. It was way ahead of its time, but there's stuff going on that just like, makes all this stuff wane. Now I don't know. I kind of like this title because it's light, and it's light.
Yeah.
The Satanic Fanatic.
The Satanic Fanatic. I think The Devil's Disciple was more my taste, but
well, see that the thing is, that's serious. Yeah. There is a movie called The Devil's Disciple with Kirk Douglas in it. It's based on a George Bernard Shaw play, but that movie or Satan's Apprentice is heavy. The Satanic Fanatic makes Aquino look like a fanatic, which he was.
Yes.
Not, but these are just thoughts.
Understood.
We weigh all of these things.
Right.
I just like it. The fanatic, the Satanic Fanatic.
Right.
Because that's what he was.
Yeah.
But it makes him comical. Yeah. Then again, he was not comical. He is and he isn't.
Yeah.
Because he did a lot of damage.
Yes.
And
yes. And the damage still has, we're still watching it unfold. I mean, honestly, and as a kind of dead man's switch, when he died, then so much was unleashed. I mean, really, you can sense it in the chaos around us. By the way, so when you listen to what I said about Tesla and John George Trump, did you catch the part where I spoke about Henry Wallace discussing the effects of Tesla, as particularly those dealing with the wireless transmission of electrical energy and the death rate? I did bring up Henry Wallace in that mix, as well as Vannevar Bush.
Well, you didn't dwell on him, right. And you mentioned FDR, wanting to see him, and
right, and Vannevar Bush, of course, which I believe you know quite a bit about Vannevar Bush, and
I don't know much about it, but he's one of the MJ-12 guys, or attributed to that. I don't know much. I mean, Forrestal, jumped out the window,
right,
or supposedly out the window.
Yes. He was pushed. He was helped. Like,
yeah. This is the problem when you get, and as they say, my friend who wanted to work at the top security clearance and defense, he was told by one of the people who worked, he says, why? And he was just gives so much inflection, like, you don't want to know what's going on here. You want top security? No, you don't, because it deals with really grisly stuff. So that's the same, the same situation. There's certain things you don't really want to be privy to, because it makes you, if not guilty party, it just depresses your consciousness.
Yes.
So, this in these higher levels of corridors of power, with like Wallace and Roosevelt, it's much grislier from what you've talked about. It's much grislier than anybody would even imagine, because there are aspects of FDR in the White House that just run into regular life, where people who would remember him matter of factually, or the people that you could go on the lawn in the White House in those days and eat, the staff would come out and eat lunch on the lawn, and you could walk up and sit with them.
Right.
And you could probably wander into the White House without creating too much of a disturbance, as long as you weren't creating a disturbance.
Right.
It was an open door situation.
Right.
And things were very much more relaxed. The fact that and that went back to the days of Lincoln.
Right.
The White House was not protected in the sense that it would be today, anywhere close, way, shape, or form. So, Trump, there was also, all the stuff that went on that was so sinister was done by people who were just, seems like most people were following orders, and there were few who were manipulators. And FDR was a master manipulator.
Right.
He was good at it. And Henry Wallace, he was so linked to Freemasonry that how could you exclude him from the punch? And then with the stuff about, agriculture and then of course the technology and Trump doing the medicine.
I guess now, from what I've scanned in our book, the one thing that I may have missed it. Robert Goddard, of course, as you know, I know you know this. He had relocated to Roswell to put his labs there and was launching his rockets there. I guess we didn't see a need to fit that into
he's mentioned.
Oh, it is mentioned.
He's mentioned.
So it is mentioned.
He's pictured because he was consulted as to what to do.
Right.
And he explained to them, per the book, that no, you can't spend money. It costs them nothing to send those balloons. It would cost too much to send the rockets.
Okay, so that's where it's mentioned. Okay, because I did see that, and I did see the photo, and I was skimming through that.
And that's about what's mentioned. We don't go into.
Understood. But it's enough. Yeah, it's definitely that's the incredible thing about what you did was that you. Oh, there we are. Yes, he moved his rocket lab to Roswell, New Mexico. Excellent. So yes, and
that Goddard was involved with witchcraft, and he said he didn't know too much about it, but he heard that he was very much involved with witchcraft.
Who said this?
That goes back to Massachusetts, I think. I think he was from Massachusetts.
Yes,
if I'm
of
not
course.
mistaken.
Of course. Who said this about him?
Preston Nichols.
That's amazing. I'm not surprised. And that's honestly, you've done so well with this book, so incredible. There's really no amount of praise that I can give you, again, that does it justice. And certainly, just smelling the book right now even is refreshing. Honestly, that new book smell and like a life's work. And honestly, it's there. Oh my God, it's all there. So.
It's gonna change if we can do these other books, and they can, it's just like I've gotten some nice response on the book, but now I'm kind of hitting dead matter, because it just it just kind of like hits the denial buttons in people, because if you say the change, it's like okay, because it takes a lag to get accepted. Hubbard said it takes 20 to 30 years to get an idea accepted in society.
Jesus. Let's hope that's been telescoped or condensed with the new technologies.
Well, certainly that will change things. But then what happens, what we're hitting up against is not just the lag of people, but the lag. AI has its own protocols, has its own stuff. And Joseph Matheny, I saw on one of his podcasts, I mean, this is me reading between the lines. He's done some mega work with AI and stuff, and I could see his own frustration with what's going on in the world today in terms of the same old bullshit. you know, and he said even many years ago, he says, look, we have the internet. What do we have to show for it? We've got Amazon.com. Now, Amazon.com is becoming a more and more incredible company, but is this the, you know, the peak of the internet? No. And he's talking about, you know, building a whole library, you know, kind of redoing the Library of Alexandria, getting all this information where all the information is not all sequestered behind paywall and this, that, and the other thing. But we're living in an age where this AI kind of has its own tenor, its own tune, and if you get on board with certain things, like if one had gotten on board with Bitcoin, one could have profited tremendously. On the other hand, the big problem with being rich in today's society is not the wealth, but where you are. It's like, what are you going to do with what is it? Society is so different. It's like, in some ways, it's less enjoyable. You've got to go out to the mountains. And the problem with going to the mountains is there might be too many people there, at least to some of the choice spots.
Right.
So you have to find new mountains. You have to find new places. And you know, it's just things are so AI has its own tune. When we do the book on Satanism and rhetorically, if not correctly, and I'm not trying to convince you otherwise, you had sort of said the third book would be getting into the AI and the Taiwan stuff, whereas I'd been thinking that was maybe the fourth book. And
good point. Yeah. With the third book,
it might be better to do that, because then we have consistency from book 2 to book 3, rather than breaking off into the Third Reich.
Right. Maybe. I certainly.
So we'll let it evolve. We'll let it evolve. But when it gets into that point of the whole Taiwanese thing, and the whole thing's changing, this is where, you know, okay, what do these books say? Those 3 books represent. And then even get past the satanic panic thing. This is stuff people don't want to think about, because they're part of the problem, not because they're bad people, but because all of the things they're subscribed to in their gray matter is negative, and it feeds this whole 666 culture. And this is, you know, reading Crowley will break you out of it and make you aware of it for a short time, and then people get pulled back into it.
Yes,
they get pulled back into it, sometimes much for the worse. Oh yeah, this is the world. It's crazy, and then well, you can't do anything about it. So it's almost like, if you can't beat them, join them. Right. And that's what happens, and it stirs stuff up in people.
Well, you notice that happens with many people, of course, who are in my company. This is either that case, or they're simply sent here in the first place to sabotage. But
well, we've seen that.
Yeah.
And Jameson's the opposite. He's turning for the better, as far as I'm concerned.
I agree.
It might be a slow turn, but in Qigong, slow is better.
Ah, so good point. He's a work in progress.
and Salman is you know, he's on the good side.
Yes.
So it's like, things have changed for the better. Yes. And but what do you expect? So it's like, if we can clean up, you know, exorcise all the negatives that you've been subjected to, yes. Haunted with, tortured by, and then you know, even the deeper aspects existentially of why you were brought into this in the first place, even born into this life, and what the hell were you to do? Were you supposed to make good for something, or to change something? You know, you dealt a great blow to Aquino. That was that's monumental, and it's not an award. You know, it's like, you know, the person who leads the league in runs batted in will get much more attention than you. And while that's an amazing accomplishment to knock in a lot of runs in baseball, it's nothing compared to what you did. And one's an athletic accomplishment. The other one is like, wow, it's a monumental. Now I was talking to my friend Doug the other night. We talked for the first time in a long time, and it was. We was talking about. Well, I was talking about mediums and talking about the dead people. I said I really don't like, the whole idea of conversing with dead people. I don't like it. I mean, it has its place, and I have a friend who is a medium to the dead, and I'm not against it. I'm just saying, why do you want to be digging this stuff up? It's when people are dead, they're better off left alone. I mean, you can think nice thoughts, you can pray for them, it's good. But he mentioned one of our friends, more his friend than mine, but I fondly remember him playing basketball, and I broke his nose. So when I go back and visit, we'd always talk about the time I broke his nose. It was just an inadvertent, altercation.
Oh, of course.
It wasn't a violent thing. You're playing basketball, and I remember I drove him over to the university medical center, and they took care of his nose, right then and there.
Right.
It was, I guess he was a student, but this guy had he used to play softball, and I guess they took out a lung.
Jesus.
Because he had cancer. So he still wanted to play softball. And what he would do is he would pitch. Now, pitch doesn't take a lot, he had half a lung,
right,
but he had a hard time running.
Right.
So they would have, especially for him, so he could continue to play, the other team would allow it, a designated runner. So if he hit the ball, they'd have somebody sitting there nearby to run to first base for him.
Okay.
And that was new to baseball, a designated runner. This is softball, not baseball.
Right.
But Bill Harkness was his name. And Bill, then years later, I said, how's Bill doing? I said, does they still have the designated runner for him? He says, well, his one lung has built up, and now he can run. So, he could run on the one lung.
Holy shit. Yeah, that's true. It can't compensate if you, but what was in the, this is what puzzles me, because as you know, I guess they just sealed him up good, because, oftentimes you have one lung taken out, and, most people die. Sometimes the other lung can compensate and do that. So he's very fortunate, and he's still alive?
No. He passed away several years ago, but he had this, what do you call it? The cancer was in one lung, but see, the lung, most people breathe with about 5% of their capacity. Mm-hmm. So if you get one lung going at full capacity, you're going to be, better than most people.
Good point.
That's the good news. But anyway, this guy, in fact, I think my friend said that he kind of got mad at him because he really was like this guy, like he was a little bit older than us. Mm-hmm. He was really good looking, and he was a good athlete. Mm-hmm. And let me say this, he might have been better than us. He was certainly no worse. He was a good athlete. And but as life went on, and I would see him because I go out there and we go see to Candlestick Park together, like old times. Mm-hmm. And so it was always friendly, and he'd say, "Yes, how are you? You were going to be an auditor, I remember." He didn't even hell know what an auditor was. Wow. He might have thought it was an accountant.
Right.
It didn't matter. And so anyway, my friend said he became the czar of recreation because he would play softball, he would play, and he'd work at a cannery. And you could work at and what they used to do, and this is what kids did college or after, when they were just loafing during the hippie days.
Yeah.
They would get a job at Hunt's Tomato Cannery, because this was a farm area, and they'd work there for a decent wage, whatever a decent wage was, not a great wage. And he did some of this himself, worked at the sugar factory, and there would be a seasonal season.
Yeah.
So you work at the cannery, and then you collect unemployment and sit around. And then the sugar season comes, and you work for the sugar company. Unemployment.
Right.
So you work the system. And you could have a nice apartment, and this guy apparently did that his whole life.
Wow. Holy shit.
And he would then he would play games, baseball, and he was always organizing board games or he was like, and my friend called him the czar of recreation. And he didn't really do anything in his life, but work routine jobs, and often on unemployment, and just enjoy life.
Right.
And there's something to be said about that. Like, who's to judge?
Right.
Because I went back to visit, and they corralled me into playing a softball game because they needed an extra player. It was a co-ed game. They said, we need a right fielder. Come on and play. And so I played with them, and I saw some of my old classmates, and this is many years, 10 years later or whatever. And I said, man, this is idyllic. This is a beautiful neighborhood. I could be out playing softball and enjoying myself in an idyllic center instead of going in and working my ass off in Scientology.
Yeah.
I said, I could be out here in paradise, suburban paradise. And, I never really regretted it.
Right.
Because what do you have? You have suburban paradise. It's nice people, blah, 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 blah. So, so anyway, I don't remember exactly how the story went, but he was telling me that I don't know if he went to a psychic or something, some friend of a friend. It was, but that he said Bill came through. This guy Bill, who passed away years ago, and he came through, and it was unmistakable that he was coming through because he was saying stuff
no one else would know, of course.
Yeah, because one of Doug's other friends who knew Bill, I didn't know this guy, they used to watch football together, I think on Monday night, and so he says, I always put a chair out for Bill. I always put a chair out for Bill, and Bill sort of knew certain things, that this Bill coming through knew certain things that he shouldn't know. But this is the interesting thing that he said. And Bill was not a spiritual guy, he was just a regular, nice guy. I mean, you liked him. You could not like him. And he said, death is a snap. A snap, no problem. That's what he said. Death is a snap. Now, that's the whole message here. I give this whole preamble about Bill, just this, regular guy who suffered cancer.
Right.
He suffered cancer, but he came back and he played ball again, and he was still Bill, and he loved his friends, and his friends loved him. And he dies. Says death is a snap. And it makes things on this plane seem so ridiculously irrelevant.
Yeah. When
somebody says something like that. Like one of my friends who does talk to the other side all the time, she said, oh, well, yeah, when a person passes, they don't care. You don't have to worry about your will because you just don't care afterwards. Right. That's not totally true either, because I have a friend who was cheated out of her mother's inheritance. Yeah. Or part, not the whole inheritance, but of it. She owned a tattoo shop, and the partner screwed the daughter out of it, and the daughter and the mother let the daughter know after death that she was really sorry that she didn't leave things behind properly with the tattoo shop. But the mother also came to me because the daughter was having issues with her relationship, and the mother you know, came to me and let me know that she wants me to look after the daughter, which I did, and I will continue to do that.
Wonderful.
Yeah. So I'm saying is, but the point is, she really did care about her daughter.
Yes.
And she's and this was a very special, unique woman. She ran a tattoo parlor and had all the young kids would just come and hang out at her place because they could relate to her. She was like, you know, the big mama.
Right.
And she has a special personality. So, but the thing is, death is a snap. Death is a snap from my old friend Bill Harkness, you know, and it's like, okay, so, you know, you might think what you're doing in life is very meaningful, significant, but all you're doing, no matter what you're doing, you're kind of like trudging in the fields to grow crops. You know, they used to grow crops and live or die whether the crops succeed.
Yeah.
And you better be hiding some stuff on the side to make sure in case they don't work. And this is kind of what we're still doing. You know, you're struggling to pay the rent. You're struggling to live this unique life you have in San Francisco. You know, doing the same thing here, trying to finish, you know, the inside of my house, which is, you know, got some good momentum going on that. And, oh yeah, I'll have this great accomplishment. And in the long run, it means more to me than it does to anybody else.
But it's what gives your life meaning while you're here among us. Yes. And it's important to have that.
So we all have that.
Yeah.
And then when we end up, we go by, okay,
Yeah.
you know, you could become so much more wise and have such a different perspective. Like, why were you doing that? Okay, I'm here. Why would I? It's like what might seem ridiculous to one person might be one of my biggest realizations in Scientology, in Dianetics in particular. What came to mind when I considered the whole panorama of existence is that in past lives, or whatever you call these things, I didn't take life seriously enough. I thought it was all sort of like a game that could be erased.
I don't blame you. But go on.
That was a big mistake, because what happens is it allows you to be irresponsible
Right.
for your considerations and your acts. And in other words, if it doesn't count, you know, I can just throw the liquor bottle through the window. Who the hell cares?
You know, that's what I was bringing up tonight with the whole multiverse concept. Go on. Yeah, please go on.
Throw the liquor bottle through the window. And there are times when that can be a complete form of art and elevated consciousness. But by and large, no.
Yeah.
No. There's consequences, because consequence means with sequence.
Yes.
You have a sequence. Now, there's also something called non sequitur.
Right.
But when you're playing in this game, it's good to think good thoughts, not only for people, but about yourself.
Yes.
And then when you begin to accrue some pleasant advantage from it, it becomes all the more paramount. So I think that by being careful in regards to this is better than not being careful. And then you have the case of somebody like Neil Cassidy, the famous Beat Generation phenomena, who was part of Ken Kesey's group, the Merry Pranksters, and a close friend of Jack Kerouac. He was at an incredibly brilliant mind, but he was always high on one drug or another.
Of course.
And couldn't keep a straight life enough to keep his family together. And the people that he loved suffered the consequences of his, crazy ass behavior.
So sad.
So in other words, yeah, sad, and yet he's heralded as a icon of sorts.
Yeah, but that's for people who really are kind of covering for his ass by not emphasizing his irresponsibility. I at least
they never fail to mention that. but he was a remarkable phenomena. But then what is the trade-off?
Yeah.
What is the trade-off? And that, to become, becoming an icon is of really questionable value. Jack
Yes.
Kerouac, a drunk who was over Catholicized, even though he was like a leader of the Beat Generation. Neil Cassidy, William Burroughs, and Burroughs. All of them had wives, but all of them were gay, but not gay in the sense that they needed a beard or wanted a beard.
Right.
It was something that they experimented with and could relate to. It was just a very, the gayness of those people, particularly Kerouac and Cassidy, was different than Ginsberg and Burroughs, who seemed to be gay to the core.
Yeah.
But their gayness was sort of like almost like a existential statement of the times. I don't, because they were much more than like Kerouac was into right-wing politics and football when he died, the later years, I think, which went on in St. Petersburg. And Cassidy was also athletic, and he was, but he was just blowing his mind and blowing everybody else's mind. He was gay because anything goes, rather than because he was just wild, completely Uranian. These characters were, and certainly they left an impression on everything they touched, particularly the city of San Francisco, which they kind of they were there when San Francisco became San Francisco,
right,
in a modern sense.
Yes.
And it's when San Francisco becomes San Francisco in a modern sense, it's not the Golden Gate Bridge. It's when two things happen: the Beat Generation and Tony Bennett's flip B side of a record he made, which had I Left My Heart in San Francisco. It was a B side of a record. It was not meant to be the hit.
Interesting.
It became the hit.
Right.
And that was right when that song came in is sort of when the Beat Generation was peaking.
Right.
And then 10 years later, you'd have the John Phillips song, all those who come to San Francisco wear flowers in your hair.
Right. Right.
And that kind of ended, well, that was the complete nail in the coffin of the Beat Generation.
Yes.
Which was faded out by then. And then you had the hippie generation. And then by 1989, I was visiting, it wasn't 89. It was 89. I visited San Francisco with my wife, and the Panhandle still had hippies on it.
Well, there was still Buffalo in Golden Gate Park. Yeah, go on.
We saw the buffalo when we were there last October.
Yeah, but they're they're dwarfish now. But yeah, I don't think
they were dwarfish. I think they just looked dwarfish.
Okay.
Our perspective. I don't think they were dwarfish at all.
Okay.
I think that was just, I saw the same thing you did, but I don't think they were dwarfs. I think they were real size buffalo. It was just our perspective.
Okay.
We could look that up. But the Panhandle, so there were hippies in the Panhandle of Golden Gate Park in 1989. When I was there with my daughter, God, where was it? I'm trying to think. This must have been, it was much later. It must have been 2006, 2000, maybe 3 or 4. But I couldn't believe how much it had changed. It was now not it wasn't liberal. There was no trace of anything hippie. And this was in Haight-Ashbury. It was the only time I ever walked into Haight-Ashbury because my daughter wanted to see thrift shops. She loves thrift shops, and this is where they are. Mm-hmm. So we went to Haight-Ashbury and walked up and down and looked at the thrift shops, and there was still street people. But,
right.
The people inside, I went in to get something. I started talking to somebody, and, oh, man, these people are like the total opposite of what San Francisco used to be.
Right.
They're
No,
not
definitely.
even open-minded. They're not even open-minded.
Yeah, yeah. No, it was. I was walking through there with Judith Agert, and this was, you know, it was like regular boutique shops you would find, you know, on Union Street in some of those cases. And yeah, when you're talking about the homeless people, the real tragedy is the real young homeless people are right there at the end where Ashbury runs into the Panhandle and the end of Golden Gate Park. And then you get these, for some reason, all the young homeless aggregate there, they congregate there. And I'm talking about like people who are underage, and then they'll, you know, run up to car windows and beg for money and stuff like that. So, and these are white kids, like runaways and shit. So, you know, very sad.
Yeah, but it's a reference point.
Yeah.
You know, it's where kids used to go 50 years ago.
Yeah.
They still go there.
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah.
they still go there, and there was really nothing there in the 60s for them to go to. It was a scary place, although I didn't walk down there. You would, my parents or whoever I was with would do an obligatory drive-through of the place because it was the place to go. It was the place to see. It was the main sightseeing place in San Francisco at the time.
Weird.
So if you went in, often go by there, and sometimes you just go by there because it was on the way to where you were going, but it was disgusting. It was
Yes.
It was drugs
Yeah.
and people, long hair, sitting next to shop, just sitting on the street and just looking like homeless bums with long hair and acting just, I guess the quote was quote unquote free.
There you go. You can have it.
It was freedom. This was the apex of the LSD hippie generation.
Yes.
It was like, wow, we're all free. Look at us. We're free.
Yeah.
We're not bound by society. And they weren't bound by society. They were living on the street or posing on the street and
But they're bound by society, all right, because they're totally bound on society's largesse. Otherwise, they'd truly starve to death and freeze to death. They needed all these social programs to stay alive. They could fool themselves and rationalize it away by saying that it's somehow more socialistic or communistic in such a manner that appealed to them. But it was really just the welfare state that kept them afloat.
And as soon as the Grateful Dead got some serious money, they moved the hell out of there.
Of course. That goes without saying.
It was very cheap, and it was very cheap. But yeah, in other words, why would you want to live there, particularly if you were a magnet for fans coming to see you?
Yeah, of course you could.
And when they left, you know, it had no cachet whatsoever.
Yeah.
If it had any
at all, yes.
It was reputation. In fact, it was a high crime area before that, and it was a poor area before that. And that's why people gravitated there, because they could live there inexpensively.
Yeah.
And then you'd have people exploiting that by renting, you know, becoming slumlords.
Yeah.
Slumlords to hippies.
Yeah. There you go.
And
yeah, go on.
I don't know how it got created as such a mecca of, you know, you have another mecca in the Southwest called Sedona, Arizona.
Yeah,
that
for the new age. The new age.
For spiritual of all sorts. And they have also their quote unquote street people. I don't know now, but this one woman who was very privy to this told me that this was Helga Morrow, who somebody wants me to ask about Helga Morrow, although I didn't really, you know, she had stayed with me, but I wasn't like close with her, didn't want to be close with her. but she had told me.
And the reason for that, was she physical or emotional? What was it that was the?
No. She was. I would say inappropriate. I'm not talking about sexually inappropriate. She was just
kind of reminds it. Do you mean like Jameson just kind of blurting out, "I want everybody dead," kind of inappropriate? Just No,
I know what it was. Is I took her and treated her with respect and kindness, because her father was involved in a project, and but part of her was trying to become a star, and she was forcing herself into the this documentary that we were doing, and she was trying to insert herself, and the producer was just, he didn't want to have anything to do with her. Now, I was not against her being in it. I thought she had something to offer. He said, "I don't want this person. Get this person the hell out of here." Wow. Because she was trying to impose it. But that wasn't what bothered her with me. Is that I had told her, what I was working on, my new book, was Montauk Revisited. And this was going to be the title. And I was sharing it with her. I said, "That's my title. Don't tell anybody what the title is. I mean, that's what I need." And she fucking went and used the title in an article she wrote.
No.
And I said, that was dishonorable.
Yes.
Yes. It was her idea. Yes. She also put stuff in the article I told her not to put in.
Right. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, that's I get it. So it
doesn't matter. Yeah. It doesn't matter. It never mattered, because nobody really cared about either one.
Right. But still.
But it's like, if I tell you, not to bring me tuna fish, don't bring me tuna fish.
Yes.
So that's why I didn't like her, because she was dishonorable in that respect. And I wasn't testing her, but certainly. But what she said was that in Sedona, she says, "Oh, you should go out." And I never went out to Sedona. I mean, Sedona is beautiful. My mother was born not far from there, and I would love to go see her birthplace of Jerome, Arizona, which is now a tourist site, a mining town, and Sedona is beautiful. I wouldn't mind seeing it.
Oh, well, maybe just a thought here. Ben Estenius, he wants me to come down one more time sometime for some kind of presentation down in Arizona. And maybe we could combine that. Maybe you could come down with me if he
Tucson isn't close to Sedona.
Understood, but
it's not even close.
But hey, it's in the same state.
I've been to Tucson. Tucson. My first wife was from Tucson. I actually like Tucson in its own way. I don't know what it's like now, but Sedona is quite a ways.
Did you ever see Family Guy, the cartoon? They said it was the stupidest city in the world.
Sedona or Tucson?
Tucson. I'm certain it was Tucson. They were saying that about. They were like.
I would like to watch that episode.
Oh, just look it up on YouTube. Just look up Family Guy, Tucson, stupidest city in the world, and you'll see they show people punching themselves in the nuts and shit. But another thought here, aside from the fact that, that would be interesting. I just thought of it now. If Ben Estenius does something serious this time and actually, is able to get a venue where we can speak to an actual audience rather than, the back of a bar where there's no room for anything, then we could actually do a serious presentation. Perhaps you and I could do something or just a thought. Either way. Or
we can talk about that privately. About an Arizona trip. But sure. I mean, I'm open to that. But
great. Yeah.
I don't know. I'm not getting any. I got one inquiry for to do a radio show, but I said it'll be on this, meaning Roswell.
Yeah.
And then it turned out the person had some Scientology connection, and they wanted to do a pre-interview first, and I don't do pre-interviews.
Yeah, what the fuck is that? No, that's very sinister. That's
no, it wasn't sinister. It was amateurish because this is person starting out with the podcast. So I kind of, and then when I found out he was connected to Scientology, he probably has very specific questions or an agenda. And I don't mean it's a negative agenda. It's just his own agenda. And I don't really want to pander to anything that's Scientological.
Understood.
I don't want to do it. I mean, my gut takes me away from that. I don't want to be a star in any way, shape, or form to ex-Scientologists. I don't mind if ex-Scientologists, I think one is, I don't know that she really is really familiar with Hubbard and Scientology. I think she's going to call me today. She's great. I like her. And it's not that I don't like people necessarily, but I don't want to pander to that audience because it's, it's kind of like pandering to people that are recovering members of the Temple of Set. And you don't hear about recovering members of the Temple of Set. I don't think they ever leave to be recovered. They might go to some other group. I don't know that they actually defect and complain. I don't hear of this.
Right.
But that's another subject. Let me get back to Sedona. So what Helga told me was
but by the way, just so you know, Michael Aquino did claim that there was a woman who was accusing him of molesting or raping her at the Temple of Set, only he was claiming she was never a member, whereas she says she was a member and that he was trying to take sexual advantage of her, etc. So they did have some of these controversies that no one ever heard of because, unless you're really familiar enough with that community like I was, you're not going to hear these things. But go on. Yes.
I can't imagine him wanting to take sexual advantage of anybody. I could imagine him wanting to take advantage of people, not because he wanted sex, but because he wanted to screw with their heads.
Yeah, it's more like that. Yeah,
he didn't want to rape them because he would get some sort of enjoyment just so that he could punish them.
Yes. Yeah, go on.
But whatever his weird perspective was. But anyway, she said that there were all these, they weren't street people, they were hill people. And they were dressed in garb. They were the hippies of that 1990, early 90s, wow. Late 80s, 90s. And they were, they were just, I guess society would call them weirdos.
Yes, I can imagine that. By the way, just so you know, we've been on for 11 hours and 48 minutes in terms of the live stream, so we've got a few minutes left, about 10 minutes. Just so you know.
This is what she would say. She would say, I didn't intend to be on this long. She said,
you did great, by the way. I'm so glad you came.
Listen to anybody. Yeah. They would listen. They'd come down. Somebody's new in town. If somebody comes in town and says, "Oh, I'm the Messiah," they'd all come down from the hill and they'd listen to him. And okay, then they'd go back up. In other words, they were open. They were looking for a messianic sort of message. They were looking for a person, and they'd come back. They'd listen to anybody. They'd listen to Bill Cooper. They'd listen to David Wilcock. They'd listen to David Icke. They would listen to Charles Manson.
But why would anyone want to talk to them? That's what.
No, they didn't want to talk to him. They were looking for the messenger. They were looking for the messenger.
Understood. But what I'm saying is, why would anyone, want to talk to them? Is what would any person, Bill Cooper or any person?
I will tell you why. Because they've all been on Project Camelot. Not Bill Cooper, he was passed away, but and Charles Manson, well, he didn't have the opportunity. He would have talked about him. But in other words, people, a lot of these, and people that aren't as big as they are, they want an audience. People are dying for an audience. They want attention, especially if they have a message to deliver the world. Wow. So, and these people would come down from the mountain and they'd listen, and then they'd go back up, and they wouldn't change. They'd still stay there waiting for the Messiah, whatever that equates to. It doesn't have to be Messiah in a Christian sense.
Yeah, understood. No, I get it.
So this is what people will do. They wait for it, and these people have kind of. So I'm comparing them in a way to the street people of San Francisco of yesteryear.
Right.
But these were the hill people. They're coming, and there's like people coming to California, to San Francisco, looking for something.
Yeah.
Utopia, free life, no longer under the confines of the establishment. These people were looking for something a little more spiritual, utopian, idyllic, and that's what they were. Now, I would imagine these people aren't still out there. I could find out, and the hill people are all gone, just like the hippies from the Panhandle. They became too old to be hippies, and they were, and so. But Sedona has a lot of very rich people. The real estate there is very expensive, and one is not supposed to live there. Sacred ground. This is the first thing I was told about it. Certainly, it's a beautiful place to visit, and that sacred ground was reinforced when I learned about some woman who we knew. I don't know if we knew her friend, who told us that she went to Sedona and she got beheaded.
Holy shit! What the fuck happened with that?
So that's a heart. I think there was. I think Anton LaVey had a presence down there.
There you go.
I think he did.
That makes sense. Yeah, that sounds about it. Yeah.
He also had a home on Long Island.
Yes.
Which I knew somebody who was obsessed about it, and I was only peripherally interested in it. What he was doing on Long Island, but anyway, that's
they all kind of gravitate towards these key places. Aquino and LaVey, and they all have their occult reasons for it. These are vortices, and the vortices attract. They're power places. They're probably the endpoints of various ley lines. And in fact, I'm certain that's what was said by Aquino at some point. So there you have that. And these guys are kind of on the run in their own sense. LaVey it was amazing how he was able to manage a semi-sedentary lifestyle, because he was really not, he really was not all that. But he was enough where, from what you're describing with the beheading, I wouldn't put that past him as somehow,
Well, I don't know that he did it.
No, I don't mean him personally. I don't mean
even his people. But it's like when you have the vortex, you have the light and the dark.
Yeah.
But the best revenge got on Anton LaVey was the Christians quoting him on his deathbed of,
Yeah, converting and shit. Now that's funny, at least, and to just have that on him when he died, I'm certain it's the last thing he would have wanted, and to have that. By the way, the beheading, the way he would participate in something like that was the way that, like what happened to Jane Mansfield. Don't forget, she was beheaded, which Anton LaVey.
Yep. Yeah, I do recall that.
Yeah. So there you have that. So we've got a few minutes left. I want to thank you. Believe me, I'm so glad that you stayed this long, and you certainly helped me immensely, because God knows I was burned out enough. As I said, I'll give the timestamp over to you very shortly after transmission, where if you want to, you can hear what I said about the multiverse and Iraq after that, and hopefully this time it'll make a lot more sense. It'll be much more in context, and I am anxious for.
Well, I kind of used my Dietrich time up for the day. I'm like.
Oh, I get you.
I've been up too